Chapter 951, Spatial Strength. Chapter 951, Spatial Strength. After leaving the 10,000 Snake Gorge, the entire convoy had descended into a joyful atmosphere of having survived a calamity. The solemn atmosphere from earlier completely vanished. Everyone was busy talking about the scene that had occurred earlier. The frightening strength that the mysterious expert had displayed was shocking to them. Ha! The fleeing manner of that bastard snake Xiaomang earlier was just like a foolish snake that had been beaten unconscious. It was really enjoyable. Although we were nearly finished off, being able to see the demon snake Xiaomang, with his fierce reputation, being turned into such a miserable manner made it worthwhile. This is because of the great strength of that elder. From what Xiaomang said, that elder should be an alchemist. According to my guess, he should at least be a tier 6 alchemist. Otherwise, it is extremely difficult for him to rely on his spiritual strength to frighten off Xiaomang. TSK, a tier 6 alchemist. I recall that the chief alchemist in our Han clan is only a tier 5 alchemist, no? Even though that is the case, the clan head is still very courteous when meeting him. That's right, we can be considered lucky this time around. Unfortunately, we did not get to see that elder. A tier 6 alchemist. That is a top existence even in the Tian Bay city. Stop daydreaming. An expert naturally has the pride of an expert. We should already kowtow and thank him for rescuing us in passing. Xiao Yan sat in the carriage and involuntarily laughed when he heard the heated discussions outside. It was fortunate that he did not show himself earlier. The curtain of the carriage was suddenly opened while Xiao Yan was quietly sighing. Immediately, a smiling Han Xiong strode in. He randomly threw a water bag to the former and smiled as he asked, "You were not shocked, were you?" Xiao Yan received the water bag, drank a mouthful of water before he nodded with a grin. He softly replied, "I'm all right. Ugh, we were lucky this time around to meet an elder who helped us. Otherwise, it is likely that we would have been killed in the 10,000 Snake Gorge." Han Xiong sat in the carriage and joyously said, however, that elder is really quite nice. Normally, there is seldom anyone who would bother in the matter of others unless they were acquainted. Xiao Yan grinned. It seemed that Han Xiong in front of him had suffered deep shock within the gorge. Now, he was exhaling all of it in one go. Moreover, the unceasing praises he had for that mysterious elder who had intervened caused Xiao Yan's expression to become somewhat strange as he nodded. After speaking in a long-winded manner for over 10 minutes, Han Xiong finally stopped in a manner that suggested he had yet to say enough. He smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "After passing through the 10,000 Snake Gorge, the remaining journey will be uneventful. Although there might be some bandits and displaced people along the way, they are not a threat to us. Originally, we would not have passed through the 10,000 Snake Gorge during this journey. However, we met with a sandstorm in the desert and ended up deviating from our path. If we were to head back, it would have required an extremely long time. Hence, we can only brace ourselves and take this route. Big brother Han, how much longer will it take from this place to Tian Bay City?" Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding. He was still uncertain about why Han Shui's group was not received by experts dispatched by the Han clan despite knowing that they needed to pass through the 10,000 Snake Gorge along the way. After hearing this, he understood that they had changed routes. He nodded his head, hesitated for a moment, and eventually posed his question. "If everything is smooth, there is still around another 6 days." Han Xiong thought for a moment before replying. 6 days, huh? Xiao Yan softly muttered when he heard this. His heart immediately let out a quiet sigh of relief. His injuries should be mostly recovered within 6 days. There would definitely be quite a number of experts when they reached that city. If he did not recover his strength quickly, it was likely that he would be faced with a lot of trouble. After all, regardless of where one was located, one would only have the right to speak and ability to protect oneself only if one possessed strength. Xiao Yan planned to begin gathering information about the Hall of Souls once he reached Tian Bay City. If it was possible, he would head to the Burning Flame Valley and obtain the remaining 2 changes of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change. Once he possessed both of these changes, he should be able to contend with an elite Dou Zong head-on even if he did not use the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Han Xiong was completely unaware of the thoughts within Xiao Yan's heart. Hence, after chatting for a moment, he instructed Xiao Yan to recuperate properly before he descended from the carriage. The convoy followed the main road and headed south, slowly progressing toward Tian Bay City, which was some distance away. Due to everyone being aware that Xiao Yan was seriously injured, seldom anyone disturbed him after Han Xiong left. This gave him the time to quietly recuperate. The bumpiness of the carriage also continued for a period of time before slowly coming to a stop. Xiao Yan opened his eyes within the carriage, glanced at the sky, and knew that the convoy was about to begin setting up camp again. Traveling at night in this desert was quite dangerous, and it would be extremely inefficient. Hence, there was seldom anyone who would journey at night. After an afternoon's recuperation, the intense pain within Xiao Yan's body greatly weakened. He was even able to sense some Dou Qi flowing within his veins. Although it was extremely tiny when compared to the past, the speed at which his injuries were recovering caused him to feel quite happy. Xiao Yan pulled open the curtain of the carriage and walked down after the carriage came to a stop. He knew Han Xue's character and did not wish to be reprimanded by her again. Once he descended from the carriage, Xiao Yan grabbed some tent poles and walked over to the tent spot Han Chang's group had selected. However, he would sniff a faint serene fragrance being transmitted in front of him each time he took a couple of steps forward. He immediately paused, raised his head, and looked at Han Xue in front. After which, he smiled at her and nodded. Han Xue stood prettily on some rock fragments. Her pretty eyes stared at the young man in front of her. His rough linen clothes gave him an additional ordinariness. His face was considered quite young and delicate, but it could not be considered handsome. Nevertheless, it was a face that one could continue watching. He seemed to belong to the kind of man who appeared more interesting the longer one looked at him. Han Xue's pretty eyes studied the other party's eyes only for her to be slightly startled. Those dark black eyes did not reveal an uneasiness nor fleetingness that others displayed when watching her. All that was visible within them was a slight smile and calmness. The eyes were just like deep water that had difficulty forming even the slightest ripple. "Miss Han Xue, is there anything?" When Han Xue's pretty eyes were staring at Xiao Yan, he began to be unable to endure this attention of hers. He took the lead to open his mouth and inquire with a chuckle. Han Xue's eyebrows trembled slightly when she heard this. She immediately extended her hand slowly and grabbed Xiao Yan's arm amid some stunned gazes around them. Probing Dou Qi was swiftly transmitted into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little as he sensed the Dou Qi enter his body. A thought passed through his mind and the Dou Qi within his body immediately scattered into his veins. The Dou Qi circulated one round around Xiao Yan's body before helplessly returning. It used the same route as it traveled back into Han Xue's body. Only then did she release her hand. Disappointment flashed across her eyes. It seemed that her little ridiculous guess did indeed originate from nowhere. Currently, the only thing that she had discovered within Xiao Yan's body was his extremely serious internal injuries. "It's nothing." Han Xue shook her head. She glanced at the tent poles he was carrying on his shoulders and said, "The internal injuries within your body are quite serious. There is no need for you to work. Let other people do these things. Cuckoo, there is no need to. Although I am injured, I am not some useless person." Xiao Yan heartily laughed. He shook his head before continuing to carry the tent poles. He sidestepped Han Xue and walked toward Han Chang's group. Han Xue involuntarily mocked herself as she turned her head and studied the somewhat skinny back. She actually had that kind of unrealistic thought. Looking at Xiao Yan's appearance, his age was likely similar to hers. Even if he was some training genius, it was likely that he would have difficulty reaching the point of frightening off an elite Do Huang with just 2 words at such an age. Looks like it was really just a case of good luck. The desert night was still cold and desolate. A faint silver glow covered the vast land where one could not see the borders even when standing on high ground. The interior of the camp was quiet. Only the occasional crackling of the flame could be heard. There were quite a number of sentries walking back and forth outside of the camp, protecting it. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged in a somewhat simple tent in the camp. His body was once again covered with that medicinal liquid he used during training. Threads of energy surged from Xiao Yan's surroundings before following his breath as they poured into his body. The Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body was increasing a little at a time. The feeling of possessing strength gradually returned to Xiao Yan's powerless body. This training continued for a long time. Only when a thread of morning sunlight reached the sky of the desert did Xiao Yan slowly open his eyes. However, there was a shock that was difficult to hide within Xiao Yan's opened eyes. Xiao Yan slowly widened his hands. A jade-green Dou Qi slowly surged out as his gaze stared intently at this cluster of Dou Qi. He could vaguely see a faint silver-colored energy that appeared to be spatial strength. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. Surprise gradually surfaced in his eyes. Spatial strength was a mysterious strength that one needed to reach the Dou Zone class in order to be barely able to control. Before reaching that class, even an expert at the peak of the Dou Huang class did not possess the qualification to control it. However, the thread of silver-colored energy that had appeared within Xiao Yan's Dou Qi was genuine spatial strength. This spatial strength seems to have been left behind when the spatial strength within the space tunnel was destroyed. After which, for some reason, it was not scattered. Instead, it merged with my Dou Qi. It is really the case of a blessing because of a disaster. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before softly muttering. However, regardless of what the reason, the current me seems to possess a little ability to control spatial strength. Although it is extremely weak, I am really in possession of it. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly lifted into a smile. A hand was extended out before he suddenly clenched it. When it was clenched, the space in front of him actually formed a slight distortion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 952, Hong Clan. Chapter 952, Hong Clan. It was just as Han Xiong had said. The journey after the 10,000 Snake Gorge was extremely smooth. During the remaining couple of days, they did met with some small trouble, but it did not cause the convoy's speed to be reduced. Tian Bay City was also coming closer during these couple of days of traveling. After some recuperation during these couple of days, Xiao Yan's strength had recovered by about 70 to 80%. The injuries that he had suffered within his body had also swiftly recovered under the double effect of Dou Qi and medicinal pills. Looking at this progress, it was likely that he would recover faster than he had expected. Of course, despite the gradual recovery of his strength, Xiao Yan did not reveal any of it. He liked these forthright men of the convoy, and he did not wish to cause them to feel respectful toward him because of the revelation of his strength. He didn't want them to end up becoming distant from him after adding a little something else onto the friendship they had made during these few days. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was likely that even Han Shui within the convoy would have difficulty discovering it if he chose to hide his aura. Moreover, due to the little spatial strength within his body, even some experts at the peak of the Dou Huang class or even elite Dou zones would have difficulty identifying his true strength if he wanted to hide it. There was no need to even discuss about Han Shui's ability to do so. Although Xiao Yan thought that he had hidden it perfectly, he realized that Han Shui's attitude toward him during these couple of days' journey appeared to be changed. After she had instructed Han Xiong, no one asked Xiao Yan to do any manual work in the convoy. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly in his heart in the face of such special treatment. Were the instincts of a woman really this frightening? He had absolute confidence that he did not expose any traces, but Han Shui seemed to have vaguely sensed something. Occasionally a faint doubt and deep thoughts would flash in her eyes while she watched Xiao Yan. Moreover, Han Shui would frequently appear in front of Xiao Yan when she was free and randomly chat with him. However, the content of the chat was secretly inquiring about Xiao Yan's identity and background. Of course, with the experience Xiao Yan had gained over the years, he would naturally not give himself away in front of a girl like her. The serious and vague replies caused Han Shui to return empty-handed each time. After continuing to put in effort in this direction, she felt quite furious about the feeling of having struck a pile of cotton. Xiao Yan felt helpless in his heart in the face of this scene. He could only try his best to increase the gap between Han Shui and him to avoid really causing this sensitive woman to discover something. Han Shui was probing and uncertain during the journey. When they set up camp on the 5th day, a messenger bird with the emblem of the Han clan flew from the distant direction of Tian Bay City. Han Shui received the messenger bird's message from a guard's hand and slowly opened it. Her pretty eyes moved while her beautiful face slowly turned ice cold. A fury even flashed across her eyes. The camp, which was laughing unceasingly, became much quieter upon seeing the change in Han Shui's expression. Everyone stood up. Their gazes were focused on Han Shui at the middle. "Xiaojia, young lady, what has happened?" Han Xiong asked with a deep voice. "It is the letter that has been transmitted from within the clan. The letter mentioned that the Hong clan is planning to attack the Han clan soon and they asked me to be careful." Han Shui clenched her hand slightly while she spoke with an icy cold voice. "Hong clan? Damn it, it's these bastards again." Waves of curses sounded from all around when they heard the words Hong clan. What are they planning to do this time around? Han Xiong frowned and asked. Han Shui eyelashes blinked slightly. She immediately spoke in a faint voice, "That old fellow, who will not die from the Hong clan, is thinking of getting older sister and I to marry Hong Chen together. However, his ultimate motive is to swallow our Han clan and become the true overlord of Tian Bay City." The expressions of quite a number of people in the convoy darkened upon hearing this. Clearly, the condition that the Hong clan had issued caused they to be extremely furious. Damn it! Does this Hong clan really think that our Han clan can be manipulated by others as they pleased? They actually dare to make such a bastard's request. Han Xiong furiously said. Han Shui's pretty face was still ice cold in the face of Han Xiong's furious voice. Her head shifted slightly and suddenly paused on the young man seated by the side of a flame. However, he appeared to have not heard the words from this side. He merely lowered his head and toyed with the pile of fire. Seeing this, Han Shui's eyebrows were clustered together. She turned her gaze aside and coldly said, "We will be entering Tian Bay City's area tomorrow. Everyone should be extra careful." Understood. Everyone cried out in union. Han Shui nodded her head. She snorted softly at some unknown person and walked into her own tent. The people in the camp finally returned to the side of the fire after Han Shui's pretty figure disappeared. Their faces alternated between being bright and dark under the firelight. That so-called Han clan seemed to be an even greater threat than the demon snake Xiaomang. Big brother Han, is that Han clan very strong? The quiet atmosphere continued for a long time before Xiao Yan, who had been focused on maintaining the fire, stood up, stretched his lazy waist, and asked a question. If we really talk about it, the Han clan is the strongest clan within the Tian Bay city. Even our Han clan is a little inferior to it. The most important reason is that the Han clan has a little relationship with the Wind Lightning Pavilion. The most outstanding person of this generation, Hong Chen, is someone from the Wind Lightning Pavilion and is highly regarded within it. Han Shong sighed before speaking with a bitter smile. The Han clan has relied on this big tree to greatly expand its reputation and influence within these short few years. After all, the Wind Lightning Pavilion can be considered a top-tier faction within the entire northern region of the Central Plains. Our Han clan is far too inferior when compared with it. Wind Lightning Pavilion? Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard this familiar name again. The matter of this world was really filled with coincidences. So what if it is the Wind Lightning Pavilion? Damn it, if that Han clan really dares to act, the old me will kill a couple of them before I die even if I cannot defeat them. A somewhat young guard beside the fire spoke with a face filled with fury. Han Shong did not take the angry words of these young people to heart. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and said, Brother Xiao Yan, looks like the Han clan is about to face some unrest. I will ask Xiao Jia, young miss, to give you some money after reaching Tian Bay City. You should leave by yourself and avoid getting involved. Xiao Yan smiled, but remained non-committal. Alright, everyone should rest early. Increase the number of guards tonight. Everyone better keep their eyes open tomorrow. We should be safe once we return to the clan. Han Shong sighed, stood up, and waved his hand. After which, he turned around and left, leaving everyone else to curse at the fire with furious hearts. Xiao Yan flicked his finger gently as he stared at the somewhat tired back. A wooden stick in his hand flew into the fire. After which, it became like an arrow that shot deep underground. Xiao Yan patted his hands and stood up. He greeted everyone before slowly returning to his tent. After entering it, he once again sighed softly and muttered to himself. Ugh, something like a favor really weighs on you. The sun hung high in the sky where the clouds were absent for thousands of kilometers. Numerous light rays carried a high temperature as they repeatedly scattered down. Under this hot weather, even the trees on the sides of the road began to bend in a sickly manner. A convoy was galloping over the spacious road, raising dust that soared to the sky along the way. Everyone, be more focused. We will be entering the territory of Tian Bay City soon. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from within the convoy. Everyone's hearts tightened. They raised their heads and looked at the stone signboard at the end of the road. All of their hands involuntarily touched the weapons on their backs. The hands, which they used to hold the reins, also emitted some perspiration. The convoy galloped forward like an infuriated wild bull and flew down the road with a rumbling noise. Within a short couple of minutes, they approached the stone tablet that was used as a road sign. Xiao! 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 The convoy had just passed the stone tablet when the sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly reverberated over the place. Immediately, an innumerable number of arrows shot out of the trees on both sides of the roads, covering the entire convoy as they did so. The sudden arrival of the arrows surprised quite a number of people. However, it was fortunate that they were already prepared. Numerous Dou Qis erupted and blocked all of the arrows. Kuko, looks like they are already prepared, but unfortunately. Laughter was slowly emitted from the woods. Immediately a large number of black figures swiftly swarmed out and completely blocked the road that led to Tian Bay City. The two old men at the front of the group of black figures were the ones that Han Shong and the others were most concerned about. The two people were wearing pale red robes. There was a similar red-colored badge on the chest area of their clothes. People from the Han clan. Han Chang's group shrank their eyes as they looked at the red-colored badge. Kuko, Miss Han Shui, please come out. Us two old fellows have come because of you. The two old men ignored Han Shong and the other guards. Instead, their eyes stared at the carriage where Han Shui was located as they faintly laughed. Creak. The door of the carriage was slowly opened and a pretty, cold-faced Han Shui slowly descended from it. Her frosty gaze stared at these two old men as she coldly laughed. It is unexpected that the two elders Hong Mu and Hong Lai have come just to catch a little girl like me. I am really honored. Although she spoke in this manner, Han Shui's heart gradually sank. These two elders of the Hong clan had a strength around that of a 4-star Do Huang. They were even stronger than that Xia Meng. Now that these two had acted together, it was likely that she would have a difficult time escaping from the calamity today. There is no need to say this nonsense. The old me is only following orders. You should leave with us. The expressionless Han Lai glanced at Han Shui as he spoke. Dream on. A cold glint flashed across Han Shui's eyes. She tightened her hand and a long sword flashed and appeared in it. Stubborn fool. Han Lai shook his head when he saw Han Shui resisting. An impatience flashed across his eyes. He stepped forward and appeared in front of her. With a wave of his hand, a hot, powerful wind that carried a pressurizing aura blocked all of Han Shui's paths of retreat. A paleness surfaced on Han Shui's face as she looked at Han Lai, who had used all his strength from the start. She immediately clenched her silver teeth and threw a palm forward. Bang! Both palms made contact and the wind that permeated out immediately shocked the surrounding people until they hurriedly stepped back. Han Shui's lovely body was like a kite whose string had broken as she hurriedly took over a dozen unsteady steps back before stabilizing her body. You can be considered to have some ability to receive one palm from the old me. No wonder you have caught the young master's eye. Han Lai's body did not move. He glanced at Han Shui, who had moved back. He indifferently spoke. Immediately, he stepped forward once again and appeared in front of Han Shui. The wind on his palm whistled as he continued to attack. A tragic despondent look surfaced on Han Shui's face as she sensed Han Lai's even fiercer attack. She basically did not have much capital to contend against an elite Dou Huang. The palm wind suddenly arrived. However, just before it landed on Han Shui's body, an invisible force suddenly appeared. With a bang, it easily resolved Han Lai's palm wind. The remaining strength also shook him until he took a couple of repeated steps back. The sudden unexpected change caused everyone to feel stunned. Han Shui suddenly turned her head after being startled. Her pretty eyes locked onto the carriage where Xiao Yan was located. Ugh, bullying someone younger just because you are old, yet you actually act so righteously. You have really trained until you have thick skin at your age. A helpless voice also slowly sounded while everyone was stunned. However, this time around, the voice was clear and strong. It was no longer that elderly tone from the last time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 953, Intervene. Chapter 953, Intervene. The sudden unexpected turn of events caused the situation to immediately change a little. The eyes of the Hong Mu and Han Lai cautiously swept around them. They immediately spoke in a deep voice, "Friend, this is a matter between the Hong clan and the Han clan. Please give our Hong clan this face." Han Chang's group was also hurriedly looking in all directions while Han Lai's group's gazes were sweeping all around. At this moment, they had sensed that something was not quite right. If they met with a helper the first time something happened, they could attribute it to their good lucky. However, they were actually able to meet with a helper at a critical juncture the second time. This was a little illogical. Han Shui acted differently from the surprise of Han Chang's group. Her pretty eyes stared at that carriage. Being female, she was exceptionally meticulous over some small matters. She was certain that the voice from earlier was quite similar to Xiao Yan's voice. Creak. While the people from both parties were muttering in their hearts, a soft creaking sound slowly sounded. Everyone's gazes randomly looked over, only to see a linen-clothed young man slowly descending from a carriage. Xiao Yan? Han Chang's group was stunned when they saw Xiao Yan reveal himself. They immediately came to some sudden understanding. Shock and disbelief swiftly surged into their eyes. Xiao Yan spread his hands toward everyone before sighing helplessly. He slowly stepped forward and stopped beside Han Shui. He looked at her searing, pretty eyes before involuntarily revealing a bitter smile as he asked, "Are you all right?" "It really is you." Han Shui's pretty eyes did not blink as they stared at Xiao Yan. A moment later, a slyness suddenly surfaced on her beautiful face as she spoke each word softly with a pause between them. "The instincts of a woman are really frightening," Xiao Yan helplessly replied. "Being able to come back alive and kicking within a short couple of days after suffering such a serious injury is not something that an ordinary person can do." Han Shui softly laughed. "Xiao, brother Xiao, you are that mysterious strong person?" Han Chong by the side gradually widened his eyes when he heard the conversation between Xiao Yan and Han Shui. Finally, he asked with a stutter. He had never expected that the mysterious expert, whom they had been frequently talking about during these few days, was actually by their side. Xiao Yan could only nod his head as he looked at the shock in everyone's eyes. He immediately waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about it after settling the trouble here." But everyone nodded when they heard his words. After which, their gazes turned to Han Lai's group. At this moment, however, there was no longer the kind of expression earlier that was unafraid of death. Instead, they gradually had a little boldness. After Xiao Yan had intervened the last time, they already had some rough understanding of Xiao Yan's strength. Who are you? You seem to appear quite unfamiliar. I think that it should be your first time arriving in Tian Bay City, right? Hong Mu halted Han Lai, whose face was already covered with a fierce aura. His eyes focused on Xiao Yan as he spoke in a deep voice. Bring your men away. I will temporarily protect the people here. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over Hong Mu. His voice was still calm and rippleless. Do you really wish to offend my Hong clan? Hong Mu's face twitched slightly upon hearing this. His voice had an additional threat of coldness to it. At the very least, the two of you don't have the qualification to capture a person in front of me. Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. His tone had some pride that was difficult to extinguish. This pride came from the confidence he had in his strength. What an arrogant brat! If you did not have the advantage of a sneak attack, how would you have been able to force back the old me? Moreover, there are two of us here. Xiao Yan's attitude caused the fury in Han Lai's heart to immediately rise. He ended up laughing in his extreme anger. Leave with me. Xiao Yan shook his head. He ignored these two noisy fellows, turned his head, and softly said to Han Shui. Han Shui was startled when she heard this. While she was still shocked, Xiao Yan in front of her had stepped forward, walking slowly away. Han Shui suddenly felt an unknown boldness and safe feeling surfacing from her heart as she stared at the skinny back of the person wearing ordinary linen clothes. She immediately clenched her silver teeth, waved her hand, and softly cried, "Follow." The convoy slowly moved. After which, it steadily followed behind Xiao Yan under a kind of strange atmosphere. The people around the convoy and Han Shui felt some perspiration faintly appearing on their palms. Currently, the only one who could be relied upon was that skinny back in front of them. Hong Mu's face was gloomy as he watched Xiao Yan and the convoy behind him slowly walk over. His heart had a faint killing intent churning within it. He had some difficulty clearly seeing Xiao Yan's exact strength. However, from the way he forced back Han Lai earlier, it was likely that he was an expert Dou Huang. Moreover, this person's level was not weaker than theirs. Compared to the gloomy Hong Mu, the somewhat irritable Han Lai had an unusually ugly expression. Xiao Yan's actions basically completely looked down on them. It was really the first time that they had met such an arrogant young person in so many years. Han Lai's fist was slowly tightened. Creaking sounds were repeatedly emitted from it. A moment later, a ferociousness finally flashed across his eyes as he cried out, "Kill!" Upon hearing the cry from Han Lai, the numerous black figures from behind furiously shouted. They tightened their grip on their weapons as they carried a dense killing aura that could not be dispersed. They charged toward the convoy. The expressions of Han Chang's group changed slightly upon seeing the opponent launch an attack. They tightened their grip on their weapons. When they were prepared to charge forward and meet the other party, Xiao Yan in front halted his footsteps. He extended his hand and gently clenched it. An invisible ripple swiftly spread out as he clenched his hand. Immediately, the numerous black figures, that were charging over with killing intent all over their bodies, suddenly paused. Their bodies turned fiery red almost instantly. A moment later, they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and strangely fell down like wheat being cut. The fresh blood that they spat out emitted a chi-chi sound upon landing on the ground. They swiftly transformed into a green vapor that completely dispersed. Shock was faintly revealed in the eyes of Han Chang's group when they saw the scene. They recalled the countless numbers of poisonous snakes that had suddenly turned into ashes in the gorge back then. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan had held back. Otherwise, it was likely that these fellows would have shared the same fate as those poisonous snakes. Attack! Hong Mu's eyes also shrank. He remembered the instructions from the clan head to capture Han Shui alive at all cost. He immediately inhaled a deep breath and suddenly let out a stern cry. The cry had just left his mouth when Hong Mu moved together with him. They transformed into two red figures. Powerful Dou Qi surged from their bodies without holding back. Wherever they passed, the wild and violent Dou Qi would leave behind two deep gullies on the ground. Tu Dou Huang's aura came pressing down like a storm, causing Han Shui and the others to feel an illusion that their breathing had come to a stop. However, that linen-clothed, young man's footsteps did not stop in front of them. Mysterious fire move. What aura rise? Two cries erupted from Hong Lai and Hong Mu's mouth. Immediately, a hot red glow swept out like a flame. Behind it was a green-colored Dou Qi, which swiftly chased after it and merged into the flame. Immediately, the fiery red Dou Qi's momentum soared. The hot temperature caused the withered yellow leaves on the sides of the road to emit a chi sound as ignited by themselves. Not a bad Dou Qi merger. However, fire is useless against me. Xiao Yan's footsteps finally paused as he looked at the furious dragon-like hot flame that came toward him. He reached out with his hand and a jade-green flame suddenly shot out like a fire python. Che! The two attacks collided with a bang. However, that enormous hot flame seemed to have met a thunderstorm. Its speed became sluggish while the jade-green flame, that was not even as thick as an arm, completely swallowed it in one gulp after twining a couple of times. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves after swallowing the combined attacks of Hong Mu and Hong Lai in an extremely relaxed manner. That jade-green flame transformed into lightning that shot out. Immediately, the tail of the flame was swung, forming numerous afterimages as it struck the chests of the two, who could not dodge in time. Bang! Bang! A low, deep sound was emitted as the two figures flew backwards. Hong Chang's group emitted an exclamation as they looked at Hong Lai and Hong Mu, who were swiftly moving backwards with their feet rubbing over the ground. An unusual color also flashed over Han Shue's beautiful eyes. In the Han clan, her talent was only a little weaker than her elder sister. However, if she were to be compared with Xiao Yan in front of her, there was far too large of a gap. His age seemed to be similar to hers, but even Hong Lai and Hong Mu, two elders of the Hong clan who possessed quite a strong reputation within the Tian Bay city, were actually so miserably defeated. Such a talent and achievement would likely not lose to even Hong Chen from the Hong clan. This person is too strong, retreat. Hong Lai and Hong Mu, whose feet were deeply rooted in the ground, managed to stabilize their bodies with much difficulty. A paleness surfaced on their faces. The young man in front of them appeared quite young, but his strength far exceeded them. It was completely pointless to continue remaining in this place. At that moment, Hong Mu decisively let out a low cry. An unwillingness flashed across Hong Lai's face when he heard Hong Mu's cry. All he could do was nod his head. Dou Qi wings appeared on their backs and they immediately turned into two vague figures that flew away in an attempt to flee for their lives. Since you have already attacked, it is only natural that you cannot be allowed to leave so easily. Xiao Yan shook his head as he watched the two people quickly retreat. A cluster of invisible flames suddenly appeared in front of him, and a ripple swiftly spread. Grug! The invisible ripple caught up to the two fleeing people in a lightning-like manner. Immediately, the bodies of the two suddenly paused. A mouthful of hot fresh blood was spat out from each of them. Before they had the time to flee, a figure had appeared behind them in a ghost-like manner. With a flick of the figure's finger, a wind shot out and the sight of the two suddenly turned black. This change had occurred in a split second. Han Shui and the others only sensed that the scene in front of their eyes as a blur. By the time they had recovered an instant later, two figures were being thrown down. They landed under their feet like corpses. A faint voice immediately sounded. I will let you deal with them. Han Shui lowered her head and looked at the pale-faced Hong Mu and Hong Lai. She did not know whether they were dead or alive. As she looked, she involuntarily inhaled a deep breath of air despite her cold and indifferent character. Directly capturing two 4-star Do Huangs within less than 10 short exchanges. Even in her Han clan, it would be difficult to find many people with such strength. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 954, Tian Bay City. Chapter 954, Tian Bay City. A serene fragrance was lingering within the carriage. Some hand-picked decorations decorated it, giving this carriage a female's touch. It was difficult to imagine that Han Shui, who appeared cold and indifferent on the outside, would actually possess the mentality of a little woman in her heart. Xiao Yan was a little uneasy as he sat on a chair in the carriage. On the opposite side was Han Shui, who was retrieving a teacup and personally filling it with tea. After which, she gently pushed it in front of Xiao Yan in a somewhat unsmooth manner. From the looks of this young lady of the Han clan had seldom done the work of waiting on others. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan felt uneasy. Having already gotten used to the cold indifference of Han Shui, he could not really adapt to her suddenly becoming so warm within such a short period of time. Xiao Yan held the teacup and sensed the faint warmth and remnant fragrance. He raised his eyes slightly and coincidentally collided with her pretty eyes. At that moment, he involuntarily let out a bitter laugh and said, "Young lady Han, please say what you wish to say. Call me Han Shui. I am really unworthy of this young lady. Han Shui also slowly sat down. She glanced at Xiao Yan and softly said, "It is unexpected that the person who was on the brink of death, that we had randomly picked up in the desert, would actually be an expert who hides extremely well. Regardless of the case, Han, you shall thank you here for rescuing us twice on this journey. It's nothing, if not for your help, it is likely that I might have been food to some wolf." Lending a hand in rescuing all of you is something that I ought to do. Young La, there is no need to worry about these matters. I am not after some reward from you. Xiao Yan waved his hand and laughed. Han Shui curled her mouth into a smile. Her usual cold face also bloomed into a warm moving smile. After some hesitation, she slowly asked, "Are you leaving once we arrive in Tian Bay City?" But that should be the case if no accident occurs. Xiao Yan paused for a moment before nodding and replying. Disappointment flashed across Han Shui's pretty eyes when she heard this. Her hand touched the teapot. A moment later, she summoned her courage and said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, can I ask you to help me with something? The matter between the Han clan and the Hong clan?" Xiao Yan placed the teacup in his hand down and inquired with a calm voice. Han Shui bit her lower red lip with the back of her teeth and nodded gently. You really overestimate me. For the Han clan to be able to dominate the Tian Bay city for so many years, its strength is definitely not weak. What help can I give with my strength alone? Xiao Yan slowly said. Having just arrived at the Central Plains, he really did not wish to offend someone the moment he stuck his foot in this place. This was especially the case when this Hong clan had some connection with the whatever Wind Lightning Pavilion. Xiao Yan knew that this faction that had specially been introduced by Xian Lan was likely extremely strong. With his current strength, it was likely difficult for him to contend with them. Mr. Xiao Yan should also be an alchemist too, right? Han Shui spoke somewhat anxiously. Moreover, your tier would likely be quite high. Even the Hong clan would likely not easily offend a high-tier alchemist. Hence, if you are willing to lend a hand, the Han clan would definitely be much more relaxed. Xiao Yan raised his eyes slightly. He looked at the pleading look and anxiety on Han Shui's face and involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. This trouble really gave him a headache. Mr. Xiao Yan, as long as you are willing to help the Han clan through this difficulty, the Han clan will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. If you really think that won't do, I am willing to be your concubine. Please lend a hand. A bright redness suddenly surged up Han Shui's pretty face as she clenched her silver teeth and spoke. These words of hers nearly caused Xiao Yan to spit out the tea in his mouth. He hurriedly stood up, waved his hand, and said, "Don't. I am used to being alone and will really not be used to it if someone follows beside me. I will give this matter some thought. Let's leave it as it is for now. Goodbye." Xiao Yan hurriedly turned around, pulled open the door of the carriage, and fled after saying these words. He did not expect that this ice-cold Han Shui would actually be so bold in such matters. She was even bold to the point where he was unable to endure. Han Shui was startled as she watched Xiao Yan flee from the carriage in a miserable manner. A moment later, she let out a smile. Ever since she had met him, she had never seen this old well-like unfathomable young man act this way. It was unexpected that he actually had such a reaction because of her words. It was really extremely interesting. This person is not bad, but I can tell that he is the type who doesn't like trouble. Ugh, moreover, the strength of the Hong clan is so great. Pulling him in might be a kind of trouble for him. I was a little rash. Han Xia laughed softly before gradually calming down. She sighed and spoke with a distant voice. After Xiao Yan had exposed his strength, the people in the convoy gave him additional respect as he had expected. Something like the unrestrained joking from a couple of days earlier no longer occurred. Although Xiao Yan had long since expected this, he still involuntarily laughed in his heart. His strength was really so great that it was unreachable in the eyes of these people. This kind of change caused Xiao Yan to feel a little uneasy. However, it was fortunate that there was only a short journey left. The outline of an enormous city vaguely appeared in their sight when evening approached. Han Xiong also sighed in relief when he saw the city, appearing to have released a heavy burden. Seeing their reaction, Xiao Yan also understood that this was the so-called Tian Bay city. Xiao Yan's gaze swept randomly before taking 2 steps back. Coincidentally, he stopped beside Han Xiong, who hurriedly cupped his hands together when he saw Xiao Yan approach only to feel a gentle force blocking him. A helpless voice was immediately transmitted into his ears, "Big brother Han, there is no need to be so courteous. My life was rescued by you. Don't call me whatever, mister. Just call me as you did in the past. Mist. Brother Xiao Yan, you're too courteous. With your current strength, it is likely that you would have been fine even without our rescue." Han Xiong hesitated a little before he spoke with a smile. However, his voice still contained an awe that was difficult to hide. Xiao Yan felt helpless. He flicked his finger and a medicinal pill landed in Han Chang's hand without leaving a trace. He softly said in a random voice, "Keep the medicinal pill properly. It can aid you in increasing your chances of success of breaking through to the Dou Wan class." Han Chang's body suddenly trembled upon hearing this. Excitement appeared in his eyes. He had remained at the peak of the Dou Ling class for many years, but had yet to show any signs of breaking through. He knew that some high-tier medicinal pills had the unique properties of aiding one in breaking through. However, the price of that kind of medicinal pill was incomparably high. How could he afford one with his wealth? Brother Xiao Yan, this gift is too valuable, Han Sheng spoke in a trembling voice. His eyes had become somewhat red because of his excitement. Is it more valuable than my life? Xiao Yan smiled and teased. Brother Xiao Yan, are you planning to leave? Han Sheng carefully stored the medicinal pill away before suddenly asking. Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment, feeling somewhat unsure of how he should reply. Cuckoo, Brother Xiao Yan. There is nothing hard to say. You do not have much of a relationship with the Han clan. Yet, you have rescued us twice along this journey. Even if you wish to return the favor, you have already done more than enough. The Han clan is powerful. It would not be good if you are dragged in, Han Sheng smiled and spoke upon seeing his reaction. Xiao Yan was silent. Da! Da! The sound of horse hooves was transmitted from the city's gate in the distance while Xiao Yan was chatting with Han Sheng. It immediately galloped in their direction. Han Sheng's group, which had already been frightened before, hurriedly tightened the grip on the weapons in their hands upon seeing this activity. A moment later, however, a sharp-eyed person joyously said, "It's our people." The sound of horse hooves swiftly stopped in front of the convoy. Immediately, a figure leaped down from the horse. This person looked to be around 23 to 24 years old. He was wearing some brilliant clothes and looked extremely energetic. His face was also a little handsome. His tall body gave him an imposing appearance. However, Han Chang's group knit their brows slightly together when they saw him. Han Shui also walked out of her carriage when the sound of horse hooves appeared. Her pretty eyes paused on Xiao Yan first, but he appeared to have not sensed them. He only bothered to chat with Han Sheng. Seeing this, she could only unwillingly clench her teeth, turn her head, and look at the man who had descended from the horse. Her eyebrows were slightly knit together. Shui Mei, are you alright? A joy surged into the eyes of the man when he saw Han Shui. He swiftly walked forward and inquired in a concerned manner. TL, Mei, a sister, can be used an intimate way of calling a younger female relative. I'm fine. Shui Mei randomly replied. The corner of her eye suddenly glanced at Xiao Yan, who was slowly stepping back. She quickly turned around and cried out loud, "Stand where you are!" Xiao Yan could only stop his body when he saw Han Shui looking over and helplessly spread his hands to Han Sheng. Han Shui's pretty eyes stared at Xiao Yan. A moment later, she appeared to have thought of something. Her eyes dimmed and she softly said, "I have acted willfully. If Mr. Xiao Yan really wishes to leave, please do so. Thank you for your care during this journey. Hopefully we will have the affinity to meet again in the future." Xiao Yan bitterly laughed after she said such words. If he were to turn around and leave after she said those words, it was likely that the others would look at him with disdain. "Ugh, I will stay behind and take a look, but you should not place too much hope in me," Xiao Yan sighed as he responded. "Really?" Han Shui said. Her dim eyes that caused one to feel one's heart shatter immediately emitted a moving expression after hearing this. Xiao Yan could only nod his head when he saw this pretty face that appeared enchanting because of her happiness. His heart once again let out a bitter laugh. Something like a favor was really as heavy as a mountain. Shui Mei, who is this? It looks as though he is extremely unfamiliar. Is he also a guard of our Han clan? The handsome man by the side naturally felt a jealousy surge out of his heart when he saw the usually cold and indifferent Han Shui revealing such ladylike mannerisms in front of this ordinary young man. Immediately, he randomly smiled and inquired. His tone contained exceptional disdain toward the guards, which had a servant-like status. "Han Lin, you better be more courteous to my guest. He is not a guard, but an honorary guest whom I have invited on behalf of the Han clan. If you continue to randomly say any nonsense, don't blame me for turning against you." Han Shui suddenly turned her body. Her pretty face appeared to have completely transformed into a chilly one as she coldly chided. Han Lin's face alternated between green and white upon being reprimanded by Han Shui in such a manner. He was immediately unable to control himself as he coldly laughed, "Honorary guest? Shui Mei, I think that you have got things wrong, no? According to the rules of our clan, the first rule of an honorary guest is that he must have the strength of a Dou Huang. Although you are the daughter of the clan head, you cannot simply ignore the rules of the clan, can you?" A moving smile was suddenly revealed on Han Shui's originally cold and indifferent face when she heard this. She waved her hand and some guards escorted two people from a carriage before throwing them in front of Han Lin. He was able to capture Hong Mu and Hong Lai, these two elders of the Hong clan, alive. "Why don't you tell me if he is qualified?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 955, Acquaintance. Chapter 955, Acquaintance. Han Lin was stunned when he saw these two pale-faced old men lying on the ground without showing any signs of being dead or alive. Shock flashed across his face when he recognized the two of them. He involuntarily cried out, "Hong Lai? Hong Mu? Why would they end up in your hands? They have come to stop us and capture me." Han Shui indifferently replied. This is done by him? Han Lin's face quivered a little as he looked at Xiao Yan with disbelief and asked in an extremely doubtful voice. Being a member of the Han clan, he was naturally extremely familiar with Hong Lai and Hong Mu. Hence, he also knew that these two fellows were genuine expert Dou Huangs. With their combined strength, these two could fight against a 6-star Dou Huang. Did these two people really end up defeated by the hands of this young man who appeared even younger than him? In that case, do you think that there is someone else in our group who can do this? Han Shui seemed to dislike Han Lin a little. Hence, her tone was not the least bit courteous. After being choked by Han Shui's words, Han Lin's expression alternated between green and white for a moment before forcefully suppressing the jealousy in his heart. If the elders in the clan knew that he treated an honorary guest of the clan in such a manner, he would definitely be punished. "Kuko, I was reckless earlier," Han Lin smiled somewhat unnaturally toward Xiao Yan. After which, he swiftly turned his gaze to Han Shui and said, "Shui Mei, let's go. We should return to the clan first. The clan head and the others are extremely worried." But Han Shui nodded slightly. She instructed some people to throw the unconscious Hong Mu and Hong Lai back into the carriage. After which, she swiftly turned her head to Xiao Yan and softly said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, let's go. Let me introduce the clan members to you." Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he heard this. He really did not wish to get too involved with the matters within the Han clan. However, when he saw the pleading look in Han Shui's eyes, he could only sigh, wave his hand, and say, "Lead the way." A warm smile once again appeared on Han Shui's face when she saw Xiao Yan nod his head. Her coldness seemed to have completely disappeared in front of him. This caused Han Lin by the side to burn with a furious flame within his heart. He had never seen his usually cold and indifferent cousin sister treating a man in this manner after so many years. Moreover, the thing that caused him to be cautious was that the age of this man seemed to be similar to hers. However, he did not dare to express these emotions on his face after being made aware of Xiao Yan's strength. Hence, he could only put on a forceful smile, turn around, and led the way in front with a stomach full of fury. The Han clan did indeed possess quite a great strength and reputation within Tian Bay City. This could be seen from how they were omitted from being checked when they entered the city. The convoy slowly entered the city. A lively and noisy sound pounced onto them, causing Xiao Yan, who had stayed in the desert for quite a number of days, to find it difficult to adjust to within a short period of time. The size of Tian Bay City was not smaller than any of the cities that Xiao Yan had seen in the past. Perhaps it was because of the good planning, but the entire city had a kind of majestic atmosphere. The spacious streets had an unceasing flow of people, revealing the large number of people in the city. The Han clan was situated on the southern part of Tian Bay City. Opposite it was the Hong clan, which occupied the northern part. These two clans were like the two overlords of this city. Both parties had evenly divided the city into two distinct portions. Of course, the city also possessed some other small factions. However, they were somewhat insignificant compared to the Han and Hong clan. They could only survive within the cracks. They seemed to float around while looking up at the two large beings in the city. Xiao Yan's group passed through the many roads and streets in the city for nearly half an hour before they slowly came to a stop in front of a courtyard that occupied an extremely vast parcel of land. When the convoy reached the entrance of the courtyard, they coincidentally saw quite a number of carriages stopping at this place. These carriages had a similar red-colored badge. Han Shui's and Han Lin's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene. The latter's expression was gloomy as he said, "People from the Hong clan? They actually dare to come to our Han clan and behave atrociously? Enter." Han Shui's pretty face had also recovered its iciness. She instructed Han Chang's group to unload the goods on the convoy before leaping down from her horse. She then quickly walked into the manor. Behind her, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before following. Xiao Yan followed Han Shui into the manor. Along the way, she met some female servants and became aware of what had happened after some inquiry. It seemed that not long after Han Lin left, the Hong clan had led some people to barge into the Han clan. Currently, both parties were entangled with each other in the meeting room. Han Shui increased the speed of her footsteps when she became aware of the location. She led Xiao Yan and Han Lin through various small paths before an extremely majestic-looking hall appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Despite being quite far away, Xiao Yan was able to vaguely see the many figures that had gathered within the meeting room. Han Shui gently waved her hand as they approached. She led Xiao Yan to a corner where they were coincidentally able to see the interior of the meeting room. Her pretty eyes were focused intently on the interior of the hall. Xiao Yan's gaze also followed hers and looked over. It swept once around the hall before suddenly pausing on a silver-colored bright figure. His face immediately became stunned. Han Yu? Why would she be her? She's a member of the Han clan? No wonder I thought Han Shui was a little familiar when I saw her. They are actually sisters. Xiao Yan gained a deep impression of this senior within the inner academy back then. At that time, he had quietly snatched away the core-quenching body milk, which he had tried to obtain with much difficulty. He had been feeling somewhat apologetic over it. However, by the time he had come out of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower 2 years later, Han Yu had already graduated and left. Thus, this had become regret in his heart. Unexpectedly, the first faction that he had come into contact with upon arriving in the Central Plains would be her clan. The word affinity was really something difficult to fathom. The atmosphere within the meeting room was quite tense. Many experts from the Han clan had crossed their hands in front of their chests as they looked at the members of the Han clan with a cold smile. Seated at their leader's spot was a green-clothed man. The man was around 26 to 27. His face could not be considered handsome, but it also possessed an allure. Between his brows was a boastful aura that was difficult to hide. However, he did possess the capital to act in this domineering manner. Hongchen, aren't you going a little overboard by bringing people to barge into my Han clan today? Don't think that you can act fearlessly just because you are a disciple of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. The reason our Han clan has stood in this Tian Bay city for so many years is not because we are trampled on by others. A middle-aged man in brilliant clothes slowly said in the large hall. His voice was not very loud, but it possessed authority even without anger. Uncle Han need not threaten this nephew. The reason I am here today is to ask if there is a reply to the condition that my Han clan had mentioned a couple of days ago? That green-clothed man, who was called Hong Chen, smiled in an unbothered manner. His gaze immediately turned to the silver-haired lady by the side whose face did not show the slightest ripple before parting his mouth and laughing. TL, the nephew is not blood-related in this case. It is just a term to refer to someone of the younger generation in acquainted family. Our Han clan does not have the custom of having 2 daughters waiting on one husband. Moreover, I will also not allow such a thing to happen. My Han clan will definitely not agree to the request of your Han clan. The middle-aged man spoke decisively. In that case, you should not blame our Han clan for not taking into account our relationship. Hearing this, Hong Chen's face also appeared gloomy as he replied with a cold smile. Even if my Han clan cannot be compared with your Han clan, I dare to say that if your Han clan wishes to swallow my Han clan, you will definitely suffer a serious loss. The middle-aged man stared at Hong Chen in a dense manner as he slowly spoke. Hong Chen once again coldly laughed. He stood up and randomly said, perhaps Uncle Han is unaware that this nephew has recently formally become the inner hall disciple of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Hong Chen's words appeared like a heavy bomb, which had been thrown into the hall. Not only did everyone's expressions greatly change, but even the usually expressionless Han Yu also twitched her long eyelashes. The middle-aged man's eyes became gloomier. Under this gloominess was also a bitterness. He did not expect that this Hong Chen would actually be able to become an inner hall disciple of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Therefore, the authority he had to speak within the Wind Lightning Pavilion would be increased quite significantly, and the influence of the Han clan would greatly expand. On account of the Han clan once having some relationship with the Han clan, I can give your Han clan a path. As long as your Han clan can find someone in the same generation, regardless of whether the person is from the Han clan, to defeat me on the Skystone Stage in the city 3 days from now, my Han clan will not find trouble with your Han clan for 10 years. Of course, if you lose, Han Shui and Han Yu will be mine. What do you say? Hong Chen laughed out loud and immediately spoke when he saw the faces of the members of the Han clan drastically change. The middle-aged man and some elders of the Han clan involuntarily changed their expressions when they heard this. Although the words of this Hong Chen were arrogant, his training talent was indeed exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been picked by the Wind Lightning Pavilion. His current strength was likely around that of a 7 or 8-star Dou Huang. Among the same generation, who was a match for him? This competition was basically one used to bully others. However, if they did not accept the match, it was likely that the Han clan would use the physical force method. If the Wind Lightning Pavilion were to intervene at that time, the Han clan would really have difficulty escaping this calamity. Silence continued for a long time within the hall. Finally, it was broken by a chilly voice. All right, my Han clan will accept the challenge. However, if we lose, I will marry you, but my sister won't. Hong Chen suddenly raised his head. His eyes were heated as he looked at the silver-haired Han Shui. A moment later, he laughed out loud. All right, we will do as you say. It is fine if I marry the elder sister first. Since this is the case, Hong Chen shall bid everyone goodbye for today. We will meet on the Skystone Stage 3 days later. Hong Chen waved his hand after his words sounded. After which, he led the large group and swarmed out. Finally, they swiftly disappeared outside of the courtyard. The atmosphere within the hall was still quiet as everyone watched Hong Chen leave. A moment later, the middle-aged man finally sighed softly and said, "Xun Er, do you have the confidence?" "No." Han Yu tightened her hand. She inhaled a breath of air and said, "However, is there any other method than this? In the Tian Bay city, there are hardly anyone in the same generation who could advance to the Dou Huang class. Those who could contend with Hong Chen basically do not exist. They are pushing our Han clan to the path of death. Only by doing this will we be able to gain some time to breathe. Who says? I have a better choice." Han Yu's voice had just sounded when a clear alluring voice was transmitted from outside of the hall. Everyone raised their heads and saw Han Shui running in. All of them rejoiced. "Girl, you are finally back. However, there is no need for you to randomly get involved in the matter here." The middle-aged man looked at Han Shui, gave her a doting smile before waving his hand. Hong Chen naturally had quite a lot of confidence for him to say those things. He had difficulty finding an opponent among the same generation within Tian Bay City. How would there be a more suitable choice for the Han clan than Han Yu? Han Shui did not explain more in the face of the middle-aged man's words. She turned around, faced outside, and said, "Come in." Everyone in the hall involuntarily raised their heads with surprise when they saw her actions. Some muttering noises also sounded within their hearts as their gazes were thrown out of the hall. Did this girl really have a better choice? A moment later, a linen-clothed, young man wore a helpless expression as he slowly entered the room in front of everyone's eyes. His gaze paused on Han Yu, who had suddenly stood up upon seeing him. He dryly laughed, "Senior Han Yu, it has been a couple of years since we last met. How are you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 956, Feel Out. Chapter 956, Feel Out. Even with Han Yu's character, her small peach blossom-like mouth had involuntarily widened the moment she saw the delicate and handsome face that wore an awkward smile, belonging to the young man in an ordinary linen garment. A long while later, she finally cried out in surprise, "Xiao Yan? Why are you here?" Xiao Yan spread his hands. It would be a long story if he were to answer that. "Ha? Sis, are you acquainted with Mr. Xiao Yan?" Han Shui was similarly stunned when Han Yu called out Xiao Yan's name. The matters of this world could not be so coincidental, could they? Han Yu's pretty eyes stared at Xiao Yan. A moment later, she let out a sweet smile. Her gorgeous blooming flower-like smile caused the tense atmosphere within the hall to lessen a little. Her beautiful eyes roamed once around Xiao Yan before she teasingly said, "I am naturally acquainted with him. If we were to talk about it, I can be considered his senior in school. Coco, is this little brother also a student of the Inner Academy and the Jianan Academy? It is rumored that the requirement the Inner Academy place on accepting students is extremely strict. By being able to enter it, this little brother should also be an extremely talented individual." The middle-aged man in brilliant clothes by the side smiled as he spoke at this moment. These words were not empty words. He had weighed Xiao Yan in detail when he had first appeared. After which, he was surprised to discover that even he, who had half a foot in the Dou Zone class, was unable to clearly see the bottom line of this young man. "This is my father, the clan head of the Han clan," Han Shui softly introduced Xiao Yan. "He is more than just a talented individual. He dared to challenge an expert Dou Huan when he was just a didosher. After entering the Inner Academy for less than a year, he had become a top 3 existence in the strong ranking. This kind of guts and talent is incomparable within the Inner Academy." Han Yu covered her mouth and softly laughed. Her elegant demeanor was extremely attractive. The expressions of the members of the Han clan in the hall changed a little when they heard her words. They had a clear understanding of the Jianan Academy. Naturally, they knew that most of the students there possessed great talent. Moreover, those who could become the top individuals there were all undoubtedly extremely outstanding people. It was unexpected that this seemingly ordinary man actually possessed such a background. Han Shui also turned her head to look at Xiao Yan. She was surprised after hearing Han Yu's words. The brilliance in her pretty eyes was even denser. She had heard Han Yu mention the so-called strong ranking in the Jianan Academy. Even with Han Yu's talent, she could be ranked behind the top 10. Those people in the top 10 were all extremely talented individuals. The top 3 might have to be described with the word monster. Senior Han Yu has praised me a little too much. Those things are only because I have good luck. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed as he shook his head when he saw Han Yu praising him. Han Yu smiled slightly. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not wish to get entangled over these matters, she changed the topic and asked somewhat curiously, "Why are you together with Xun Er?" Han Shui by the side quickly took over the conversation when she heard this. She roughly spoke about what had happened in the desert and the things that had happened along the way. "So that's what happened. We really have to thank little brother Xiao Yan. If you had not lent a hand, it is likely that my young daughter and the Han clan's convoy would have difficulty escaping from calamity." The brilliantly robed man's expression changed when he heard Han Shui explain the unexpected events along the way. He immediately stood up, cupped his hands to Xiao Yan, and spoke with a deep voice. "Clan head Han is too courteous. It is only natural that I return the favor after being rescued by others." Xiao Yan smiled as he spoke. "Coco, since you are acquainted with Xun Er and you are also Xun Er's savior, you can call me Uncle Han if you do not dislike it. The term clan head Han is really too unfamiliar." Han Zai waved his head and laughed in a clear voice. Hearing this, Xiao Yan found it difficult to reject and could only nod his head. "Father, is the Han clan here to create trouble again?" Seeing that both parties were briefly acquainted, Han Shui suddenly bunched up her eyebrows and asked. "Ugh, the Han clan has always wanted to dominate the Tian Bay city alone. They have always seen our Han clan as an eyesore. It was nothing in the past when our strength were approximately the same. However, Chen has recently returned to Tian Bay city. It is rumored that he has already become an inner hall disciple in the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. His status is already very different from the past. Using this, the Han clan's reputation has also soared. Currently, many neutral factions within Tian Bay city are already leaning toward the Han clan." Han Qi sighed as he explained the situation. "Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion? Isn't it Wind Lightning Pavilion?" Xiao Yan asked Han Shui in a somewhat doubtful soft voice when he heard this. The Wind Lightning Pavilion is divided into 4 pavilions, namely the north, south, east, and west. They are situated in the 4 corners of the northern region of the Central Plains. That Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion is on the Qifeng Mountain 500 kilometers from Tian Bay City. Chen is the inner hall disciple of the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. Han Shui explained. Xiao Yan finally came to a sudden understanding. Immediately, he once again felt shocked at the strength of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Just a branch pavilion was sufficient to cause the Han clan such fear. Although part of the reason that Chen has made such a request for your sister and you to marry him is because you and your sister have caught his eye, a greater part of it is perhaps because he is planning to gradually erode our Han clan. I will naturally not agree to such a request and trick. The Han clan might be powerful, but it is likely that they would suffer a great loss if they were to really attack our Han clan." Han Qi slowly spoke. Han Shui tightened her hand and coldly said, "Therefore, that fellow has proposed such a request to get a person from the same generation to fight him? Ugh, the most outstanding person in the Han clan from the same generation is your elder sister. However, she has currently only just advanced to the Dou Huang class. Moreover, this is because she had a special encounter. That Hong Chen, however, is at the very least a 7-star Dou Huang level. Adding the many high-class Dou skills from the Wind Lightning Pavilion, Han Yu is no match for him." Han Qi bitterly laughed and continued, "Moreover, forget about the Han clan. Among the same generation within Tian Bay City, one would be hard-pressed to find someone who could contend with Chen. Chen is naturally full of confidence to boldly mention such a condition, hence, the Han clan does indeed have some trouble this time around. It might be a little troublesome, but it is not impossible to resolve. Of course, the precondition is if someone is willing to lend a hand." Han Yu smiled and suddenly piped up. Numerous gazes in the hall immediately took the hint and were thrown to Xiao Yan after they heard her words. Han Shui also nodded her head by the side. "That's right. Mr. Xiao Yan is very strong. If he can help, he will be able to defeat Chen." Xiao Yan involuntarily felt somewhat helpless upon being looked at by so many people. These two sisters had a coldness that kept people at a great distance on their surface. However, they seemed to hide a cunningness under that coldness. Han Yu clenched her silver teeth when she saw Xiao Yan's helpless expression. She immediately took a couple of steps forward and used a voice that only the both of them could hear. "Xiao Yan, this matter is extremely important to my Han clan. Hopefully, you can lend a hand on account of our relationship in the past. At the very most, I will not bother you about how you secretly took the core-quenching body milk that I found." Xiao Yan's expression immediately became embarrassed when he heard this. He awkwardly asked, "Senior Han Shui, how did you know about that?" Have you forgotten that the big ape guarding the core-quenching body milk KNDW how to speak the human language? Han Yu softly laughed. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly. It had actually been that beast. What do you say? Han Yu's gaze was locked onto Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes contained a begging expression. Xiao Yan entered his thoughts. Seeing that Xiao Yan had become quiet, Han Yu was involuntarily a little disappointed. She gently bit her lower lip, appearing to summon up her courage. She said, as long as you can help my Han clan through this crisis, I. Are you also thinking of becoming my concubine? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched as he continued her words. A redness surged onto Han Yu's pretty face when she heard this. Even her lovely ear tips had become fiery hot. Ugh, don't say this. I am really afraid, Xiao Yan bitterly laughed. They were indeed sisters. Could their hearts resonate with each other? They knew just what he was most afraid of. I cannot guarantee anything. All I can say is that I will try my best, Xiao Yan sighed. Perhaps it was because he felt a little apologetic for having secretly stolen the core-quenching body milk that Han Yu had found. Hence, Xiao Yan nodded slowly after musing for a moment. Surprise surfaced in Han Yu's pretty eyes when she saw Xiao Yan nod his head. Her eyes were shining as she stared at him. Really? Xiao Yan could only nod once again under the focus of those shiny eyes. Father, since Chen was the one who threw out those words that said his opponent would be counted as long as it was someone of his generation regardless of whether that person was a member of the Han clan, Mr. Xiao Yan would definitely be the best choice. Han Shui smiled sweetly toward Xiao Yan before turning around to speak to Han Qi. Kuko, as your father, I will naturally trust your eyesight. However, this matter has too great of an implication. Although little brother Xiao Yan was able to capture Hong Lai and Hong Mu alive, this point is something that Hong Chen can also do. Being a disciple of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, he knows many powerful high-class Dou techniques. Forget about those of the same level, even those who are 1 or 2 stars stronger than him would likely have difficulty completely defeating him. These words might cause a blotch to form on little brother Xiao Yan's heart, but knives and swords don't have eyes in such a match. If any accident happens to you as a result, our Han clan would feel extremely sorry. Han Qi hesitated for a moment before speaking with a bitter smile. Father, you don't believe that Mr. Xiao Yan can defeat Hong Chen? Han Shui by the side stomped her foot. She had spent a great amount of breath in order to invite this great godlike being over. If these words of Han Qi were to offend him, where would she go crying to? Han Qi could only smile bitterly as he was questioned by his 2 daughters in this manner. It was not that he did not trust Xiao Yan, but Hong Chen's strength was indeed too great. If they were to lose this match, it would affect the rest of Han Yu's life. Forget about him, it was likely that the entire Han clan, with the exception of these 2 girls, would not dare to be so careless. Xun Er, there is no need to continue forcing elder brother. Why don't we do this? Since the both of you have such confidence in this little brother Xiao Yan, why don't you allow uncle to come forward and test him? After all, this matter concerns the survival of the Han clan and cannot afford even the slightest oversight. A middle-aged man who appeared around 40 or so slowly stood up and smiled as he suggested something to Han Shui and Han Yu. As long as this little brother Xiao Yan is able to endure my attacks for 10 exchanges without being defeated, we will allow him to participate in this match. What do you say? Han Shui and Han Yu hesitated a moment when they heard this. They exchanged gazes with one another before turning their heads to look at Xiao Yan. They spoke in a somewhat uncertain soft manner. This is my second uncle Han Tian. His strength is around that of an 8-star Dou Huang. Do you have the confidence? Xiao Yan similarly understood the importance of the match with Hong Chen toward the Han clan and Han Yu. Hence, he was a little moved by the confidence Han Shui and Han Yu had in him. They were betting their entire fate on him. Xiao Yan softly laughed. He slowly stepped forward, cupped his hands toward Han Tian, and said, if I am struck by you even once within 10 exchanges, I will cease mentioning this matter. The entire hall was in an uproar the moment these words sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 957, 9 Turning Wind Steps. Chapter 957, 9 Turning Wind Steps. Upon hearing these words of Xiao Yan, even Han Shui and Han Yu in the hall also became stunned. He would withdraw if his body was touched within 10 exchanges? Although they were really confident in Xiao Yan, Han Tian was ultimately a genuine 8-star Dou Huang regardless of how one put it. Even if Xiao Yan's actual strength was similar to his, saying these words was really a little arrogant. Coco, looks like little brother Xiao Yan really has great confidence in himself. Han Qi laughed. He was the first to recover after being stunned for a moment. Most of the people who could enter the inner academy were extremely talented individuals. Since Xiao Yan in front of him dared to open his mouth to say such words, he either purposefully used this to escape from the matter or he was really confident in his own strength. He really hoped that it was the latter in such a situation. Xiao Yan, can you do it? Second uncle practices wind affinity chi methods. Agility is something that he specializes in. If you do this, Hanyu hesitated for a moment before turning her head and softly speaking to Xiao Yan. Since the both of you have praised me all the way up to the sky in front of so many people, it would be my fault for appearing ordinary. Xiao Yan smiled. His gaze paused on Han Tian and said, Mr. Han Tian, please attack. Haha, good fellow. This arrogance can really compete with that Hong Chen. Alright, since you insist on doing so, I shall try and see how you will stop me from touching you within 10 exchanges. Han Tian laughed loudly. He stepped forward and powerful Dou Qi surged from his body like floodwater. Immediately, numerous spiraling winds formed around him. The wild wind that howled blew away the layer of dust on the ground of the hall. Be careful. Seeing Han Tian maneuvering his Dou Qi, Han Yu and Han Shui also hurriedly stepped back. They reminded Xiao Yan in a worried manner. Xiao Yan tilted his head. However, his body did not move even a little. His sleeves fluttered under the wild wind that headed toward him, but his dark black eyes had become exceptionally bright at this moment. Little brother Xiao Yan, you should be careful. This 9 turning wind steps is a Dou skill that gave me my reputation. Today, I shall display it. Do not blame me for bullying someone younger just because I am older. The dense wind lingered over Han Tian's legs as he softly cried out. Immediately, his feet stomped forward. Chie! A wild wind was stirred after his footsteps fell. Han Tian's body instantly disappeared within the howling wind. A glow flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. In the next instant, his body suddenly stepped forward without any forewarning. Following the movement of his body, a hand that was wrapped by dense Dou Qi flew past him. What sharp perception! Flowing wind's second turn. Surprise immediately flashed across Han Tian's eyes after his first palm mist. Immediately, his feet swiftly formed 2 mysterious arcs, transforming his body into a spiraling wind that pounced toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan merely smiled in the face of Han Tian, who was closely following him. His feet landed on the ground and an explosion sounded under them. A pushing force caused Xiao Yan's body to shoot forward. Exploding steps, Xiao Yan's first kind of agility Dou skill. He had not displayed it for many years after gaining the 3000 lightning movement. Now that he had used it with his micro-control, the effects were naturally not something that could be compared with back then. Third turn. Xiao Yan had just stabilized himself when a sudden sharp cry was suddenly emitted from behind him. A wild wind surged over. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. His right foot gently pressed on the ground. His toes adhered to the ground and swiftly slanted his body, narrowly dodging the attack that came from behind him. The entire interior of the hall was basically permeated by his spiritual strength. Even the slightest activity would be sensed by Xiao Yan. Although Han Tian's so-called 9 turning wind steps was able to stir a wild wind that would hide his body, it was totally ineffective in the face of the probing spiritual strength. In other words, every single action of his was clearly imprinted in Xiao Yan's mind. In such a situation, it was easier said than done to strike Xiao Yan. Moreover, if one were to talk about the exquisiteness of ability, Han Tian had some gaps when compared to Xiao Yan. Good fellow, you do have some ability. Fourth turn. Han Tian's expression also gradually became solemn after 3 of his attacks were narrowly dodged by Xiao Yan. He let out a deep cry and a dense green-colored Dou Qi whistled and rotated over the surface of his body. A suction force surged out from within it, causing everyone in the hall to hurriedly step back. The suction force surged and the speed of Han Tian also greatly soared. With a shrill sound, he transformed into a green blow that shot toward Xiao Yan. However, the latter dodged it once again with an angle that an ordinary person would not expect. Fifth turn. Sixth turn. The battle within the hall became more and more intense. Han Tian's speed also became more and more frightening. In the end, almost no one, other than a couple of people, could see his figure. All they could sense was the suction force that repeatedly spread from the spiraling wind. Despite this being the case, the linen-clothed young man's expression still remained calm. His footsteps would occasionally advance and occasionally withdraw, or perhaps he would tilt sideways. Each slight movement enabled him to barely dodge Han Tian's attack. Impressive. Han Shui's pretty face was filled with joy as she watched the relaxed Xiao Yan. She ended up involuntarily exclaiming in a soft voice. He is indeed very frightening. Looks like he has become much stronger during these years. Han Yu also nodded slightly. Although Xiao Yan could fight with an expert Dou Huang in the past, he was far from this leisurely strolling manner. This person is very strong. Han Qi looked at the dazzling exchange in the battleground. His face had also gradually turned solemn before he spoke in a deep voice a moment later. If he were to engage in a life-and-death battle with second brother, it is likely that second brother would be no match for him. According to my guess, this person might really be able to fight with Chen. A man who looked somewhat similar to Han Qi slowly spoke. Coco, let's continue watching and see if he is really able to completely dodge all of second brother's 9 turning wind steps. Han Qi smiled and replied as his eyes watched the battle. 9 turns. Han Tian's face had already turned green at this moment. A deep green-colored spiraling wind wildly rotated under his feet. The hard ground was also cracked apart as he moved, revealing the soil under it. Xiao! The green glow flashed across the large hall. In the end, however, it merely touched Xiao Yan's sleeves as it flew past. 10 turns, 9 wind steps. Han Tian suddenly let out a stern cry when his attack missed again. His body turned around and transformed into a wind. He took 9 strides in a circle-like manner 10 feet from Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. Following the 9 steps, 9 deep green-colored rotating winds appeared, completely sealing all of Xiao Yan's paths of retreat. Join! Han Tian's hand seal moved and the 9 spiraling winds immediately emitted a whirring wind sound. Immediately, they rotated in a wild manner and tore toward Xiao Yan in the middle. This time around, I will see just how you dodge it. Han Tian laughed out loud at Xiao Yan, who was sealed within the spiraling wind. Stop, dot. A soft cry was emitted from the middle of the 9 spiraling winds the moment Han Tian's laughter sounded. Immediately, the space fluctuated slightly. The 9 spiraling wind actually paused for an instant. The instant the spiraling winds paused, a silver glow flashed out in a lightning-like manner. It immediately transformed into a human figure that slowly appeared in front of everyone. Mr. Han, thank you for allowing me to win. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together, grinned, and spoke to Han Tian, whose smile had already stiffened on his face. Spatial strength? You are an elite Dou Zone? After the dullness continued for a moment, shock suddenly surged onto Han Tian's face as he involuntarily cried out loud. The slight spatial distortion strength that Xiao Yan had used earlier to pause the spiraling wind was clearly the spatial strength that only an elite Dou Zone could use. Han Tian's face was not the only one which was shocked. Everyone in the hall, including Han Qi, had stunned faces at this moment. Being an expert with half a foot in the Dou Zone class, he was even more sensitive to spatial strength. In that moment earlier, he was certain that Xiao Yan had indeed used a spatial distortion that only an elite Dou Zone could perform. Coco, Mr. Han Tian is mistaken. I have yet to reach that level. This spatial strength is something that I can barely use because of some lucky encounter. However, it can only perform some insignificant help. Xiao Yan shook his head as he replied with a smile. The shock on everyone's faces was reduced only after hearing this. A 20-year-old or so Dou Huan was already the limit that they could endure. If he was a Dou Zone, it was likely that anyone who saw him would say monster. Little brother Xiao Yan is really humble. Spatial strength is the indicator of an elite Dou Zone. Being able to control it with the strength of a Dou Huang is enough to shock people. I have lost this match. Coco, it is really the case of the new generation replacing the old. With your talent and ability, it is likely that you will be able to make a name for yourself even in this central plains. Han Tian gently exhaled. His eyes suddenly landed on Han Shui and Han Yu. He smiled and said, the eyesight of you two girls is also quite good. These words, with a double meaning, caused these two ladies' pretty faces to instantly become fiery red. Han Qi also laughed. His gaze slowly swept across Xiao Yan. Although he was wearing some ordinary linen clothes, this ordinary young man appeared like a sharp sword at this moment. Perhaps due to him having just fought with someone, he emitted a heavy pressurizing feeling that caused one to have difficulty underestimating him. Han Qi stood up, cupped his hands solemnly to Xiao Yan and said in a deep voice, Brother Xiao Yan, if the Han clan is able to survive the danger this time, the Han clan will never forget your favor. The many members of the Han clan behind Han Qi also stood up in unison with solemn faces. They cupped their hands together and bowed to Xiao Yan. Han Shui and Han Yu by the side exchanged glances before taking a step back and bowing slightly to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed in the face of such great courtesy. Looks like this matter was indeed extremely important to the Han clan. He could only sigh, cup his hands, and say in a deep voice. Xiao Yan will definitely do his best. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 958, Zhu Gone. Chapter 958, Zhu Gone. The smile on Han Qi's face became even denser when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He cupped his hands together and said, in that case, I will thank little brother Xiao Yan for lending us your support. Please tell us if there is anything that you require the Han clan to do. Although it was not impossible to find someone to defeat Hong Chen within the Han clan given its strength, these people were mostly the elders of the clan. However, if they were to act, it was likely that those old fellows from the Hong clan would not just sit idly and watch. This matter was restricted to the younger generation. If one were to seriously talk about it, there was really no one among the younger generation of the Han clan who could defeat Hong Chen. Xiao Yan's sudden appearance at this time could be considered to have resolved the difficult situation for the Han clan. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before speaking. I require some medicinal ingredients. The injuries within my body have yet to completely heal. During these 3 days, I need to get myself to recover to my peak condition. Oh? Brother Xiao Yan is still injured? Han Qi and the others were surprised when they heard this. Their opinion of Xiao Yan was once again raised significantly. He was able to easily dodge Han Tian's attack in his injured condition. It seemed that their hidden evaluation of him was a little low. Cuckoo, it's not a problem. This is the chief alchemist of my Han clan, old Mr. Zhu Gan. He is a tier 5 alchemist. Allow this elder to help take a look at you. It should be of some help to your injuries. Han Qi's gaze turned to an indifferent-looking old man beside him. This person had white hair and a beard. He was wearing an alchemist robe with a medicinal cauldron badge on his chest. On the medicinal cauldron were 5 bright ripples that were extremely glaring. Xiao Yan had already seen this old man when he had entered the room earlier. However, the other party was clearly a little haughty. He had been keeping his eyes shut since the beginning. Of course, one could not say that this elder was arrogant. Rather, most of the high-tier alchemists in the Central Plains acted in this manner. Moreover, the status of an alchemist also gave them sufficient qualification to do so. If one were to really talk about the strength of this Zhu Gan, he had at the very most just reached the Dou Huang class. Such a strength was nothing to the Han clan. However, his tier 5 alchemist status caused him to possess an extremely high position in the Han clan. From this, one could tell just how hot the demand of an alchemist in the Central Plains was. Despite vaguely being aware of just where the superiority of this old man originated from, Xiao Yan would naturally not take the initiative to form some relationship given his character. This was just a tier 5 alchemist. The Han clan might regard him as a treasure, but in Xiao Yan's eyes, this person was unimportant and ordinary. At this moment, this so-called old Mr. Zhu Gan finally opened his eyes slowly upon hearing Han Qi's words. His eyes glanced at Xiao Yan before immediately speaking in an indifferent manner. Come over and allow the old me to have a look. A strange expression involuntarily flashed over Xiao Yan's face when he heard this. With his current alchemy level, he was definitely at the middle to upper levels of a tier 6 alchemist if one were to evaluate his skills. The old man opposite him was at the very most a tier 5 alchemist, yet this old man actually dared to say such words to him. The gap between each tier among alchemists was just like that between medicinal pills. They were heaven and earth apart. Unless it was because of some special reason like the heavenly flame or some extremely outstanding spiritual strength, it was extremely difficult for one to leap across a tier and successfully refine a medicinal pill. The reason Xiao Yan was able to do this was entirely because he had fulfilled both criterias. Xiao Yan smiled as he thought of this in his heart. He slowly walked forward and handed his hand to Zhu Gan. Zhu Gan did not even stand up. He simply just sat on the chair and glanced at Xiao Yan. His shriveled hand was placed on Xiao Yan's hand and a spiritual strength was immediately transmitted into Xiao Yan's body. Roar! Zhu Gan's spiritual strength had just entered Xiao Yan's body when his spiritual perception suddenly changed. An invisible beast head formed from a flame appeared within Xiao Yan's body. After which, it violently roared at the spiritual strength belonging to Zhu Gan. A shocking spiritual strength erupted like a volcano when the roar sounded. Under that powerful spiritual strength, the spiritual strength belonging to Zhu Gan appeared just like a wild beast that had met a tiger, the king of the mountain. A whimper sounded as it carried a horror. It followed its original path and fled for its life. Within the large hall, Zhu Gan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly revealed shock on his face. He threw aside Xiao Yan's hand as though he had been electrocuted. The chair under his body was shattered and his body also ended up hurriedly withdrawing by a couple of steps. He looked at Xiao Yan as though he had seen a ghost and spoke with a quivering voice, You. Zhu Gan was naturally able to sense the beast that had appeared in Xiao Yan's body earlier. It was formed from an extremely frightening flame. The thing that frightened Zhu Gan the most, however, was that the interior of the flame hid a frightening spiritual strength that was 10 to 100 times stronger than his. Compared with this spiritual strength, he was just like something floating under a large tree. All he could do was look up to it without having the slightest ability to fight it. Zhu Gan was certain that the enormous spiritual strength was something that even some tier 6 alchemists did not possess. However, this young man in front of him who seemed to be around 20 years old, was it possible that he was also an alchemist? Moreover, this young man's tier was definitely higher than his. Old Mr. Zhugan, what is it? The sudden frightened act of Zhugan also caused Han Qi's group by the side to be startled. They hurriedly inquired. Cuckoo, the interior of my body is a little strange. Old Mr. Zhugan has been shocked a little. It's fine. Xiao Yan smiled. After which, he took a piece of white paper from the table beside him in passing and wrote some medicinal ingredients he required on it. After which, he flicked his finger and the white paper flew to Zhugan. He said, please help me gather all of these medicinal ingredients that I require. Being a tier 5 alchemist, you should be aware of whether the medicinal strength of some medicinal ingredients is preserved well. Get someone to pass them to me once you are done. The words of Xiao Yan were not very polite. They were full of a commanding tone. This caused Han Qi and the others to bitterly smile. This Zhugan was not someone from the Han clan. Moreover, the Han clan had spent quite a great effort to invite him to be their chief alchemist. There are few members within the clan who are able to get him to do anything. He was a living Buddha who did not listen to anyone. This was even more so in the face of Xiao Yan's impolite tone. However, while Han Qi was prepared to say something to mediate the situation, Zhugan hurriedly received the white paper. After reading the 10 plus medicinal ingredients written on it, the shock in his eyes grew even denser. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that these medicinal ingredients would only be used when refining some high-tier medicinal pills. You, mister, please rest assured that I will choose the medicinal ingredients which have had their medicinal strength best preserved. Zhugan carefully took the white paper, hurriedly cupped his hands together, and reassured him. At this moment, he was certain that this young man in front of him was definitely an alchemist. Moreover, the tier of this young man was absolutely higher than his. After verifying this, a storm involuntarily surged within Zhugan's heart. Most alchemists had a teacher-disciple relationship when passing on the knowledge of alchemy. By being able to groom such a young high-tier alchemist, it was likely that Xiao Yan's teacher was not some unknown person. He might well be some grandmaster existence within the Central Plains region. Upon seeing this courteous manner of Zhugan, Han Qi and the others, who had wanted to help put in some good words for Xiao Yan earlier, immediately revealed a dull expression. Why had this usually haughty old fellow have a change of character today? Han Yu and Han Shui laughed when they saw the dull expressions of everyone. The both of them were vaguely aware that Xiao Yan also possessed the status of an alchemist. It was likely that something which they were unaware of had occurred when Xiao Yan and Zhugan made contact earlier. It was due to that interaction that caused the usually haughty Zhugan to become like this. While the two girls laughed, their hearts actually also felt some shock. Xiao Yan was able to completely dispel Zhugan's haughtiness. Clearly, Xiao Yan had revealed something that Zhugan had not expected. Moreover, if one wished to get a tier 5 alchemist to become this respectful, one would at the very least have to be a higher alchemist tier than the other party. In other words, Xiao Yan was likely a tier 5 or even a tier 6 alchemist. The soft laughter of the two ladies also woke Han Qi and the others from their dull state. They exchanged looks with one another before glancing at Xiao Yan with a deeper meaning in their eyes. This young man seemed to possess an unfathomable aura. Xun Er, bring brother Xiao Yan along and find a room for him to rest. The matter of the medicinal ingredients should be able to be completed today. At that time, I will get someone to deliver them to Xiao Yan's room. Han Qi smiled as he handled the situation. Han Shui nodded slightly. She turned her head and smiled sweetly to Xiao Yan before speaking in a quiet voice, Big brother Xiao Yan, please follow me. Without realizing it, the manner she used to address Xiao Yan had become a lot more familiar. Xiao Yan did not reveal much of a reaction upon hearing this. He cupped his hands to Han Qi and the others before turning around and following Han Shui. Han Qi's expression gradually became solemn as he watched the two backs which gradually disappeared from his sight. His eyes turned to Zhugan and asked, Mr. Zhugan, earlier. Zhugan exhaled a breath. His gaze turned to Han Yu as he asked somewhat cautiously, this Mr. Xiao Yan should also be an alchemist, right? Han Yu did not hide anything with regards to this. Her delicate hand pulled aside a thread of silver hair in front of her forehead before she covered her mouth and softly laughed, Old Zhu, when I was still training in the inner academy, Xiao Yan was already able to refine a tier 5 medicinal pill. The entire hall emitted the sound of people inhaling cold air when these words sounded. The hands of Zhugan, who had already expected this, trembled while fondling his beard. He ended up pulling out a hair. Looks like Xun Er has really performed a great service this time around. She has really invited a great god, Han Qi muttered. He immediately spoke in a deep voice, everyone listen up. Provide Xiao Yan with the best treatment. Do not slight him even a little. Any clan member who dares to offend him will be punished according to the clan rules. All the clan members hurriedly acknowledged the request when they heard Han Qi's stern cry. A Dou Huang-class young man might not be sufficient for the Han clan to act in this manner. However, if the status of an alchemist that surpassed Zhu Gan was added on top of it, even the Han clan must be friendly to him in every possible way. The status of an alchemist was even more prominent in the Central Plains compared to any other region. This was because the number of experts in this place was greater than other places. Hence, it required an even greater amount of medicinal pills than other places. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 959, the location where Yao Lao was imprisoned. Chapter 959, the location where Yao Lao was imprisoned. After Xiao Yan sent Han Shui out of a clean guest room in the backyard of the Han clan, he shut the door inside in relief. Honestly speaking, he really did not wish to get involved with the matter between the Han clan and the Hong clan were it not because of Han Shui and Han Yu. Of course, the reason he spoke was naturally not referring to Han Shui and Han Yu personally. Although the both of them were excellent women, he was not a person whose mind was ruled by another part of his anatomy. Naturally, he never had those thoughts. After observing Hong Chen from a distance today, he does indeed have a great strength. He might be an arrogant person, but it is just as the others have said. This fellow does indeed possess the qualification and capital to be arrogant. Xiao Yan came to the side of the bed before sitting cross-legged on it. His face revealed an expression of being in deep thought. The strength of this Han clan is definitely not like what one saw in the hall earlier. According to Xiao Yan's expectations, there were some experts from the older generation hiding behind the scene. After all, for the Han Yan to be able to fight against the Hong clan in Tian Bay City, it was impossible that they did not possess an elite Dou zone. However, from what he saw today, other than Han Qi, who could be vaguely considered someone with half a foot into the Dou zone class, no one else had reached this stage. If this was the case for the Han clan, even less needed to be said about the Hong clan, which was a little stronger. Xiao Yan had already become enemies with such a faction after just arriving in the Central Plains. He could be considered unlucky. After sighing quietly in his heart, Xiao Yan tossed aside these thoughts. He was not an indecisive person. Moreover, he was clear about his grudges and favors. If there was a favor, he would repay it. If there was a grudge, he would also repay it. Han Shui had rescued him while he felt somewhat apologetic to Han Yu for stealing the treasure. Due to this, Xiao Yan would naturally not reject their requests given his character, even if this meant that the price was to offend that so-called Hong clan. By looking at Hong Chen today, it was likely that his strength is around that of a 7-star Dou Huang. It is quite similar to me. It must be said that his training talent is indeed surprising. Xiao Yan muttered to himself. Although his talent was extremely outstanding, it was something that he had trained all by himself. That Hong Chen, on the other hand, not only had the support of the entire clan, but was also groomed by the Wind Lightning Pavilion. It was considered normal for his achievement to not be any less than Xiao Yan's. After all, there were many hidden experts in the Central Plains region. It was likely that he would meet even more of them in the future. Although the achievements of this Hong Chen caused Xiao Yan to be surprised, it was only limited to this level. With Xiao Yan's current fighting strength, it was likely that hardly any people from the same class could defeat him. There were more than 10 experts at the peak of the Dou Huang class who had fallen to his hands. Even the names of elite Dou zones were left on his death list, much less a 7-star Dou Huang. Once I settle this matter and return the favor, I will leave this place. If it is possible, I should try to break through to the Dou zone class before the start of the pill gathering. Although this will be extremely difficult, I can only think of a way to go all out in order to obtain the 3,000 burning flames. Xiao Yan's face was somewhat solemn. The pill gathering was the top alchemist grand meeting in the entire Dou Qi continent. That size was incomparable to any other huge gathering. One could even say that the pill gathering was the most outstanding competition in the alchemist world on the Dou Qi continent. Faced with this kind of top-notch alchemist gathering, even Xiao Yan had to treat it seriously. Currently, he might have already become a tier 6 alchemist, but this was far from sufficient. It was likely going to be quite difficult if he wanted to rely on only this to enter the top 10. The 3,000 burning flame had sufficient allure to Xiao Yan. As long as he successfully swallowed it after breaking through to the Dou zone class, he would at least possess the ability to fight a little even if he ended up meeting with the legendary elite Dou Zun. Hence, Xiao Yan must enter the top 10 in order to get the qualification to do so. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. His hands also slightly tightened. He was looking forward to the largest gathering in the alchemist world. It was rumored that his teacher had stood at that place back then and ended up becoming Yao Zunjia, who was renowned throughout the continent. Being Yao Lao's disciple, Xiao Yan naturally did not wish to embarrass his teacher's name at that place. Xiao Yan suppressed the many thoughts within his heart. His fingers suddenly rubbed that white-colored ring before frowning slightly. Ever since Tian Huazunjia had absorbed the soul of the fierce spirit, he had been in a deep slumber. If this former Dou Zun were to wake up, it was likely that he would be a big help to Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not dare use any external strength to wake him from his slumber. Xiao Yan softly sighed. He seemed to have suddenly recalled something as he flipped his hand. A jade bottle with an invisible flame covering it appeared in his hand. One could faintly hear a miserable cry being transmitted from within the jade bottle. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth contained a coldness. His finger rubbed over the mouth of the bottle before he beckoned to it. An extremely weak spirit slowly rose wrapped in a cluster of invisible flames. Finally, it appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, Feng was extremely weary after being burned by the heart flame for such a long period of time. Xiao Yan's heart flame could cause harm to a spirit. That kind of searing pain that spread out from deep within a spirit was really an unendurable torture to a spiritual body. Have you enjoyed enough? Xiao Yan glanced at the illusionary figure of Feng in front of him before asking indifferently. Feng's body immediately quivered intensely upon hearing Xiao Yan's voice. There was some additional fear in the vicious eyes he used to look at Xiao Yan. He was really suffering a fate worse than death under the grilling of the heart flame during this period of time. What exactly do you want to do? Just kill me already. Feng's voice was so weak that he was nearly on his last breath. Tell me the location where the Hall of Souls has locked up teacher. Xiao Yan spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. TSK, you wish to rescue that old fellow? Do you really think that the Hall of Souls is a place that anyone can just enter? Feng involuntarily laughed upon hearing his demand. Ah! The cold laughter had just sounded when Xiao Yan waved his hand with an expressionless face. The fallen heart flame that lingered outside of Xiao Yan's body was suddenly moved. Finally, it adhered onto Feng's body. A chi-chi sound appeared along with a sharp cry and waves of white smoke. Looks like you have not enjoyed enough during this period of time. Since this is the case, I shall let you enjoy this for half a year. One could not hear any emotion in Xiao Yan's voice. He waved his hand and the fallen heart flame carried Feng along as it once again entered the jade bottle. Don't. I'll speak. Feng hurriedly endured the searing pain and screamed when he saw that Xiao Yan was planning to store him inside the jade bottle again. Xiao Yan's hand paused. The fallen heart flame slowly dissipated. He glanced at Feng and indifferently said, "You have one last chance. I have quite a lot of time. The next time I summon you might be half a year or 1 year later. Hopefully, you will not be incinerated into nothingness by the heart flame." The illusionary body of Feng immediately trembled violently when he heard these words. A terror flashed across his eyes. A moment later, he finally clenched his teeth and said, "Will you allow me to leave if I tell you the location where Yao Chen is being locked up? You do not have the qualification to bargain with me." Xiao Yan's expression turned cold. The fallen heart flame that covered the exterior of Xiao Yan's body was about to be maneuvered again. Stop. I will tell you." The horror in Feng's eyes became even denser when he saw this, and he hurriedly said, "The Hall of Souls has a branch hall that is located in a city named Ming City in the western region of the Central Plains. Yao Chen is locked up there. Western region of the Central Plains. Ming City." Xiao Yan slowly repeated these two words in his mouth. An excitement quietly rose in his heart. However, he did not reveal the ripple in his heart when he continued. "How many people from the Hall of Souls are guarding that branch hall? It is rumored that there are a couple of protectors. Moreover, there is also an honorable elder. That branch hall is a little more important, hence, the Hall of Souls has dispatched a genuine expert to protect it." Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking. Honorable elder? Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed a little when he heard this term. Currently, he was no longer completely ignorant of the Hall of Souls. It was not the first time that he had heard of the term honorable elder. This position was above that of an elder. Moreover, each honorable elder's strength was that of a genuine elite Dou Zun. Could the large hall which I had reached with my spiritual perception through the fire seal back then be Ming City? Could that extremely frightening spiritual strength back then be something unleashed by the guarding honorable elder? Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. The thoughts in his heart were churning like a tide. If this matter is true, it seems that I will need to plan properly. An elite Dou Zun, that is really a little too powerful for the current me. Even if I use the strongest extermination fire lotus, it is likely that I will not cause him much harm. After all, the difference between a Dou Zun and a Dou Zong is really vast. Xiao Yan gently exhaled when he thought until this point. His gaze coldly landed on Han Feng. He immediately waved his hand and the fallen heart flame once again swept over the ladder before entering the jade bottle. The flame quickly rose and agglomerated into a fire seal on the mouth of the bottle. Hopefully, what you have said is true. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to die even if you wish to. A bone-chilling voice was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth and transmitted into that jade bottle, causing Han Feng to violently quiver. Xiao Yan slowly shut his eyes after throwing the jade bottle into his storage ring. The only thing he could do now was recover his strength. Only after he settled the matter in this place would he be able to roam the central plains and find a method for him to break through to the Dou Zone class. The room once again became quiet after Xiao Yan entered his training state. A gentle light flickered slightly and slowly expelled the darkness within. 2 days swiftly passed while Xiao Yan was recuperating within the training room. During these 2 days, the Han clan had also prepared all of the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan needed. After which, they instructed Han Shui to deliver them to Xiao Yan's room. Xiao Yan shut the door once again after having obtained the medicinal ingredients. Outsiders could only sense the heat that was seeping out of the room. However, due to the order that Han Qi had issued some time ago, no one dared to interrupt Xiao Yan. This allowed him to stay in an extremely quiet training environment. The 3 days limit that the Han clan had issued had arrived while this door was shut. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 960, Skystone Stage. Chapter 960, Skystone Stage. 2 tall figures were standing in a small yard outside of the room. A breeze blew past and their long hair fluttered, revealing a moving enchantment amid a cold stunningness, especially since both women's pretty face were somewhat similar. There was an additional unique style when one looked at them. Han Shui stretched her lazy waist after standing for a moment and seeing that there was little activity. Her perfect curves appeared extremely alluring under her silver-colored dress. After which, she sat on a stone chair and placed her hands on the stone table. She held her cheeks, revealing a great allure while her eyes roamed around. Compared to the quiet Hanyu, Han Shui was unable to sit still. After seeing that there was not the slightest activity within the room despite having waited for half a day, she involuntarily asked, "Why is he not out yet?" "Today is the 3rd day. Father and the others are all preparing to head to the Skystone Stage. Why are you so anxious?" "Relax, given my understanding of him, he is not the type who has a problem being punctual. Since he has agreed to lend a hand, nothing unexpected will happen no matter what." Hanyu involuntarily covered her mouth and softly laughed when she saw her usually cold and indifferent sister acting in this manner. Han Shui stopped her pacing footsteps when she heard this. She was only quiet for a short while before she suddenly asked again, "Sister, do you think that something could have happened to him? He had suffered an extremely serious injury when I picked him up in the desert back then. He didn't even possess the strength to get up." Hanyu was startled. She raised her head slightly and her pretty face seriously looked at Han Shui's pretty face where a thread of enchantment was present amid its coldness. There seemed to be a hint of worry on it as well. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Han Shui involuntarily spoke in an annoyed manner upon being stared at by Hanyu. "Xun Er, have you fallen for Xiao Yan?" Hanyu hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking. A fiery redness immediately surged onto Han Shui's pretty face when she heard this. She said in an embarrassed manner, "Sis, what nonsense are you spouting? I have only been acquainted with him for a short while. I am only trying to remind you that Xiao Yan is indeed very outstanding. However, it is very difficult for the heart of such an outstanding man to be retained by someone. Moreover, he also has a girl that he likes." Hanyu spoke in a serious tone. Han Shui lowered her eyes slightly. She turned her head and softly said, "It's not what you think." She was quiet for a moment after her words sounded before she suddenly asked, "Is that girl very outstanding?" Hanyu's delicate hand parted a thread of bright silver hair in front of her forehead. A look of recollection flashed across her pretty eyes. A moment later, she bitterly smiled and said, "She's more than just outstanding. If one were to really talk about it, it is likely that she is the person who hid the deepest among the students of our batch. I once told you about Lin Xiuya. He is in existence on the top 3 of the strong ranking. However, he did not even last 10 exchanges in her hands. Moreover, she is a little younger than Xiao Yan. This kind of training talent is really demon-like." Han Shui bit her lower red lip with the back of her teeth when she heard Hanyu's soft sigh. A sentimental and dim feeling flashed through her pretty eyes without anyone discovering it. However, these feelings were swiftly hidden by her. She pounced onto Hanyu with a lovely smile and asked, "Don't tell me that she is even more outstanding than this haughty elder sister?" "Haha, your elder sister also cannot be compared with her." Otherwise, I would have snatched him away in the inner academy back then. Han Yu smiled sweetly and replied. Creak. The tightly shut door was suddenly opened after Han Yu's words sounded. Immediately, a young man in linen clothes slowly walked out. He was startled when he saw the two ladies fooling around in the yard. The sudden appearance of Xiao Yan also stunned Han Yu and Han Shui. A bright redness swiftly appeared on their pretty faces. They hurriedly ceased fooling around, arranged their clothes, and finally recovered their reserved manner. Cuckoo, is it time? Xiao Yan turned his hand and shut the door before he asked with a smile. Aye. Han Shui nodded. Her pretty eyes wandered once around Xiao Yan as she asked with some worry, how are your injuries? I'm almost completely well. Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. After which, he waved his hand and walked out of the yard. Let's go. Don't let Uncle Han and the others wait too long. Seeing Xiao Yan completely familiar with the route and looking as though he was in his own home, both Han Yu and Han Shui involuntarily muttered to themselves. After which, they ran a little and swiftly followed. The Skystone Stage sat in the middle of Tian Bay City. Its size was around 1,000 feet or so. If one were to carefully look at it, one would discover that this Skystone Stage was completely built on an enormous rock. This enormous rock had existed since the Tian Bay City first built the stage. It allowed time to corrode it, but hardly any trace of this corrosion remained. This place was also the place where the most attention in the Tian Bay City was being placed. This was because every time some faction had a conflict, but did not wish to engage in a war, they would choose to have a match on it. The Skystone Stage today was undoubtedly the most heated it had been during these 2 years because the ones who were going to have a showdown on the stage were the two main factions in the Tian Bay City, the Hong and Han clan. Moreover, according to the rumors, the one who was fighting for the Hong clan was Hong Chen, who had been accepted as a disciple to the Wind Lightning Pavilion. The citizens of the Tian Bay City were quite familiar with this name. This person had always been arrogant. However, he had displayed a shocking talent since he was young. After growing up, he caught the eye of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. It could be said that Hong Chen had lived these years in glory. The aura of a genius had never disappeared from him. If one were to talk about it, if Xiao Yan did not experience that occurrence when he was young, it was likely that his training path would be similar to Hong Chen's path. In the future, Xiao Yan might have even caught the eye of the largest sect in the Jiama Empire, the Misty Cloud sect, because of his outstanding training talent, and would have ended up becoming one of its members. However, the appearance of Yao Lao had changed his route. It was such a route that it allowed Xiao Yan to walk until today, reaching such a high level. The surroundings of the Skystone Stage were densely packed seats that had been carved from that enormous rock. At this moment, these seats were flooded with numerous black masses of human heads. This time around, the exchange between the Hong and Han clan had attracted the eyes of the entire Tian Bay City. There were some somewhat exceptionally elegant seats located at the two highest points in the western and northern parts of the Skystone Stage. Only the leaders of some factions within the Tian Bay City had the qualification to sit in them. These spots enabled them to look down from above and absorb the entire arena in their eyes. At this moment, these northern seats already had quite a number of human figures seated in them. Most of the people were wearing red robes. Their chests had badges on them that represented the Hong clan. In one of the Hong clan seats was Hong Chen, whom Xiao Yan had seen back then. He was folding his hands over his chest and leaning against the rock chair. His face was heated as he looked at the exit of the arena. That pretty figure, which had lingered in his dreams, had always been imprinted in his heart. In his heart, he had already believed that this woman would definitely belong to him. Only he was able to match with such an outstanding woman. Following the flow of time, the number of people on the Skystone Stage also increased. The boiling noise surged to the clouds, forming a large sound wave that spread out in a ripple-like manner, causing everyone in Tian Bay City to hear the noise of this place. When the dense seats on the Skystone platform were gradually filling up, a large group of human figures finally appeared at the entrance of the arena. Their appearance immediately stirred a commotion within the arena. It's the people from the Han clan. They are finally here. It is rumored that Hong Chen had said that as long as the Han clan was able to find someone of the same generation to defeat him, the Hong clan will not be enemies with the Han clan for the next 10 years. Hey, these words may sound nice, but there is really no one in the younger generation within this Tian Bay City who can beat this unlikable fellow. It would be difficult even for Han Yu from the Han clan. If the Han clan were to lose this time around, they would have to lose an angel-like daughter. The people from the Han clan slowly climbed the stone stage amid a countless number of private conversations. After which, they paused on the part of the rock stage that was opposite the Han clan. Cuckoo, head of the Han clan, you are finally here. I thought that you would not turn up today. A large middle-aged man in the leader's seat of the Han clan, who was of similar age to Han Shi, stood up and laughed loudly upon seeing the appearance of the group from the Han clan. Han clan's head has thought too much. Since the Han clan is willing to maintain 10 years of peace with our Han clan, we will naturally have to receive it. Otherwise, we would be letting down the good intentions of the Han clan. Han Qi raised his eyes and spoke indifferently. That is the clan head of the Han clan, Hong Li. A soft voice that carried a serene fragrance was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear. He turned to take a look and found that it was Han Shui. I'm afraid that before you have received my good intentions, you will have lost your daughter. Haha, but you need not worry, I will be extremely tolerant to the daughter-in-law of my Han clan. Hong Li coldly laughed. Alright, let's not waste our breath. I don't have much time and will need to return to the northern pavilion to train during these 2 days. Hong Chen frowned and stood up. His body shook and a faint thunderous roar sounded. His body appeared on the spacious stone stage below in a ghost-like manner. His gaze was arrogant as he looked at the Han clan seats and cried, there is no need to be so long-winded. We will talk after we have fought. Who is coming to face me? The gazes of the entire place instantly turned to the spot where the seats of the Han clan were located upon hearing Hong Chen's cry. Finally, they remained on Han Yu. It seemed that she was the only one among the younger generation of the Han clan who had entered the Dou Huang class. Han Yu merely smiled sweetly while being under the focus of all the eyes present. She immediately shook her head slightly and her delicate finger pointed to a spot beside her. Her clear moving voice reverberated over the entire arena. His opponent is not me. It's him. A countless number of gazes suddenly shifted. Finally, they paused on an unfamiliar young man in the Han clan seats who was wearing an ordinary linen clothes. Everyone was instantly stunned. Hong Chen's eyes were somewhat dark and cold as they were thrown at Xiao Yan. The arrogance and belittlement in his eyes was not even slightly hidden. Even if you wanted to find someone to die for you, you should have found a decent one, no? Xiao Yan merely smiled when he heard the cold laughter and disdain that was transmitted from Hong Chen's mouth. His smile contained a faint chillness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 961, Fight. Chapter 961, Fight. The Han clan should have a reason behind their actions. After all, this match concerns the rest of Han Yu's life. Private conversations around the arena suddenly sounded the moment Xiao Yan appeared. Numerous shocked gazes repeatedly swept over his body. Hong Li's brows were knitted slightly as he looked at the unfamiliar Xiao Yan from the seats of the Han clan. With his understanding of the Han clan, the other party would definitely not randomly find someone to die for them in this kind of situation. However, if this was not the case, could this young man really contend with Hong Chen? There was an old man wearing gray-colored robes beside Hong Li. The old man had his eyes shut, seemingly ignoring the noise of the outside world. His hands were hidden under his sleeves while his body leaned against the backrest of the chair. There was a green-silver-colored badge on his chest. A tower with a faint lightning glow lingering over it was drawn on the badge. The old man opened his shut eyes upon hearing Hong Li's words. He glanced at Xiao Yan before using a hoarse voice to faintly speak, this little fellow is also very strong. I wonder where the Han clan found such a helper. Oh? Will Hong Chen be able to defeat him? Hong Li became a little stern upon hearing this. By being able to get this old fellow to evaluate him like this, it seemed that this young man with an ordinary appearance was really not a scapegoat that the Han clan had sent out. Most of the high-class Dou techniques of my Wind Lightning Pavilion has been learned by Hong Chang. Moreover, the Qi method which he practices is also a top Qi method of my Wind Lightning Pavilion. Forget about those of similar levels. His fighting strength could fight with even experts at the peak of the Dou Huang class. There are indeed people of the same generation who could defeat him in the Central Plains. However, such a person has not appeared in Tian Bay City. The old man once again slowly shut his eyes upon saying these words. Hong Li's heart sighed in relief after hearing the gray-robed, old man speak in this manner. His face revealed a cold smile. He wanted to see just how ugly the expression on Han Qi's face would be after being defeated. Hong Che's eyes lazily swept over Xiao Yan on the enormous stone arena. He said, "Tell me your name." Xiao Yan smiled. He ignored this fellow's arrogant words and softly laughed, a nameless individual, Xiao Yan, who cannot be compared with the great reputation of young Master Hong Chen. Don't pay lip service to this father of yours. I will give you 10 breaths time to decide if you wish to get lost by yourself or for me to turn you into a cripple and toss you away. Hong Chen's face turned cold as he cried out. There is no need for 10 breaths. Let's just fight. Xiao Yan shook his head. His face was completely harmless. This Hong Chen was indeed as arrogant as the people around had described. Hong Chen's eyes turned gloomy. He stared at Xiao Yan sinisterly and said, "Since you wish to seek death, do not blame this young master for not showing mercy." Numerous lightning glows suddenly surged from Hong Chen's body the moment his voice sounded. Finally, they transformed into a layer of lightning glow that wrapped around his entire body. Lightning Dou Qi ha! Xiao Yan looked at the deep silver-colored Dou Qi that covered Hong Chen. Countless numbers of silver snakes of lightning leaped in all directions. Clearly, this fellow practiced a lightning affinity Qi method that was known for its powerful offensive strength. "Remember my name, Hong Chen. Being defeated by my hands will be your honor." Hong Chen gave a sneer and suddenly stomped down. A lightning bolt the size of an arm shot towards Xiao Yan from the ground, moving like a snake. Xiao Yan raised his head slightly as he looked at the lightning glow that extended over in a snake-like manner. He raised his eyes slightly and his foot gently stepped forward. A flame-like jade-green Dou Qi also shot out before colliding with the lightning glow. A sudden muffled sound appeared and the enormous rock where the collision occurred ended up with half-a-foot large hole. "Just attack. Young Master Hong Chen, do not take little tricks out," Xiao Yan laughed faintly as he spoke. "Hey, you are actually even more arrogant than this young master. In that case, we will see if you have the qualification to allow me to use all my strength." Hong Chen's eyes turned cold. A bright, silver glow suddenly erupted and his body appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye in ghost-like manner. A fist with bright lightning light carried a chi-chi wind sound as it violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. The wild and violent lightning strength that came toward Xiao Yan caused his eyelids to raise. His feet randomly shifted left and the fist that was covered in a lightning glow narrowly flew past his ear. Hong Chen merely smiled coldly when Xiao Yan dodged his attack. His fist was suddenly spread out and his 5 fingers were curled into a strange claw shape. They violently tore toward Xiao Yan's shoulder. The hand claw was suddenly waved down before it stilled. One could see that 2 of Xiao Yan's fingers covered in a dense Dou Qi were piercing the palm of the hand claw like a dagger, completely stopping the force on it. "You have some skill." Surprise also surfaced on Hong Chen's face when his attack was stopped. Suddenly he cried out coldly, "Try the Wind Lightning Pavilion's Wind Lightning Claw," but the cry had just sounded when a lightning glow surged on his hand claw. A couple of lightning glows bent in a strange manner before agglomerating into an extremely sharp lightning claw above his finger. Hong Chen cried out furiously when the hand claw was formed. The energy on the hand claw soared and it forced Xiao Yan's fingers back. The hand claw carried an extremely sharp lightning strength as it furiously hacked down. This hacking tore the air apart. A blurry silver-colored hand claw afterimage appeared in the sky. Xiao Yan also felt somewhat surprised in his heart upon sensing the sharpness of the wind claw. His fingers changed swiftly before he suddenly clenched his hand. Immediately, jade-green Dou Qi carrying a thread of flame appeared and violently collided with Hong Chen. Bang! Hong Chen's body was a little dull when this deep sound appeared. He swiftly recovered and a fierceness flashed across his eyes. The 2 claws suddenly danced and numerous afterimages appeared in a dazzling manner. The sharp wind from the claws swiftly covered Xiao Yan's entire body. A whistling sound appeared and repeatedly reverberated over the arena. Xiao Yan's expression remained impassive in the face of this wild and violent attack by Hong Chen. His hand was curled and immediately formed a defense in front of his body. With the help of his spiritual perception, the genuine attacks of Hong Chen did not escape Xiao Yan's detection regardless of how fast the attacking speed was. Hence, each time a claw wind, that contained a killing intent, headed over, it would be violently sent back by Xiao Yan with a punch. Both parties' claws and fists repeatedly formed numerous afterimages in front of them. This caused the countless number of people watching the stage to exclaim out loud. No one expected that Xiao Yan would be able to remain undefeated after having so many exchanges with Hong Chen. Wind Lightning Kill. A serious expression finally surfaced in Hong Chen's eyes after his attacks were blocked many times. The underestimation in his heart was also lessened a little. His claw immediately changed as he let out a furious cry. A faint lightning roar suddenly sounded. The many hand claw afterimages suddenly stilled at this moment before swiftly shrinking back. Within a short period of time, a hand claw covered by a dense lightning claw strangely appeared along with a faint thunder roar. It carried a lightning-like momentum as it violently grabbed at Xiao Yan's heart. From the look of this momentum, it was likely that Xiao Yan's heart would be dug out if he was struck. Xiao Yan exhaled gently before taking a step back. A stern coldness suddenly surged into his dark black eyes. An incomparably powerful Dou Qi surged out like floodwaters from within his body in all directions. At this moment, Xiao Yan had completely displayed his 7-star Dou Huang strength. The expressions of the countless of people present changed upon sensing the powerful Dou Qi that suddenly surged out of Xiao Yan's body. An exclamation resounded like a wave. Dou Huang? This person's strength is likely even stronger than Han Yu from the Han clan, right? No wonder. Xiao Yan's clenched his fist tightly as the Dou Qi surged. It paused for a moment before it was instantly thrown out. Octane blast. The strength of the fist suddenly soared by a couple of times while it was still traveling. An ear-piercing sonic boom resounded around the fist. The fist violently collided with Hong Chen's lightning claw amid many shocked eyes. Bang! A low, deep collision sound abruptly appeared. Powerful air ripples surged out from the point of contact. Numerous spiderweb-like cracks also spread on the enormous large rocks around. A human figure suddenly shot past while the crack lines spread. His feet rubbed against the ground and formed an obvious scar that was over a dozen meters long. Everyone's eyes hurriedly looked over and they involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. The person who was forced back was actually Hong Chen? A countless number of gazes slid away after lingering on Hong Chen for a moment. All of them paused on the young man who had merely taken 2 steps back. The shock within their eyes grew even denser. This person had actually gained the upper hand in a head-on collision with Hong Chen? Just what great being was this fellow? Xiao Yan waved his sleeves gently and his finger pressed on his arm in a lightning-like manner. The finger was flicked and a wild and violent lightning strength was tossed out of his body. You actually think that this little lightning hidden force would be able to harm me? Hong Chen, who had stabilized his body, currently possessed an unusually sinister face. He looked at Xiao Yan in a gloomy manner and said, "Unexpectedly you are also a 7-star Do Huang. You have hidden quite deeply. No wonder the Han clan has looked for you. You do possess the qualification to be my opponent, but the strength that you have displayed is far from sufficient if you wish to beat me." A low, deep roar was suddenly emitted from Hong Chen's throat when his voice sounded. Immediately, a crackling sound appeared from within his body. Countless silver snake-like lightning bolts extended from his bones, wrapping him within a layer of lightning. Being within a lightning web, Hong Chen's aura also swiftly soared. "Seeing that you are able to force back this young master, I shall let you take a look at the secret technique of the Wind Lightning Pavilion today." Lightning God descend! Hong Chen's feet suddenly stomped down and countless numbers of silver snakes surged out from under his feet. Within a short instant, it permeated the area within a radius of hundreds of feet. Hong Chen, who was within it, appeared like a lightning god. His aura was terrifying. The expressions of everyone in the Han clan changed when they saw that Hong Chen had actually used the lightning god descend. Han Shui and Han Yu also exchanged looks. They were able to see a little worry from the other party's eyes. However, when their gazes looked to Xiao Yan, they merely saw him with his usual calmness. His emotions did not sway even a little because of Hong Chen's transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 962, Lightning God Descent. Chapter 962, Lightning God Descent. Hong Chen's entire body was covered in a layer of lightning web. Silver snakes shot in all directions. Perhaps it was because of the secret technique, but his body had also become much stronger. Looking from a distance, he appeared like a silver-colored metal pagoda that was filled with a threatening aura. His aura soared. After continuing for a moment, it finally came to a slow stop. Hong Chen's gaze stared intently at Xiao Yan as he let out a cold laugh. His hand was clenched and a dark black metal hammer appeared. A lightning glow lingered over the metal hammer. This metal hammer was a treasure of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. It was named the Mighty Lightning Hammer. Its body had been created using lightning stones. If a person who practiced a lightning chi method used it, that person's Dou Qi would experience a strengthening effect. Adding that the lightning stone were naturally heavy, it was filled with strength when one swung it. An ordinary expert would not dare to receive it head-on. A stern expression flashed through Hong Chen's eyes as he held the mighty lightning hammer. He randomly swung it a couple of times and it was accompanied by an ear-piercing sonic boom. The sonic boom was transmitted to the ground and a couple of holes formed in the hard arena. Again! Hong Chen sensed the strength surging within his body before staring at Xiao Yan with dense, cold eyes. He eventually cried out in a cold voice. Xiao Yan frowned slightly upon looking at the completely armed Hong Chen. After using a secret technique, his strength had almost reached that of a 9-star Do Huang. Looking at this, the effects of this secret technique were indeed quite good. Moreover, from their earlier collision, Xiao Yan was able to sense that the chi method Hong Chen practiced was definitely a D-class chi method. Otherwise, he would not have just taken over a dozen steps back after receiving his octane blast head-on. This person possessed a top-quality chi method, Do technique, and weapon. His fighting strength was naturally shocking. Given this person's strength, it should not be difficult for him to challenge someone above his level. Forget about someone from the same level, it was likely that he could even fight with an expert at the peak of the Do Huang class. No wonder he dared to be this arrogant. If it was someone else from the same generation who met Hongchen today, it was likely that this person would have difficulty fighting with Hongchen unless that person possessed some special trump card. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was not included in these people from the same generation. Challenging someone above one's level might be difficult matter to some people. However, it was an extremely common thing for Xiao Yan, who had once turned that old ground demon ghost, possessing an unfathomable strength, into a crippled state. Hongchen might be able to fight across levels, but he was not able to fight across classes. Fighting across levels and fighting across classes might only possess a one-word difference, but they were two completely different concepts. They were also completely two different realms of strength. The gazes all over the place gathered on this battle that was gradually entering its main event. The sudden increase in Han Shen's strength caused quite a number of people to quietly click their tongues. This Wind Lightning Pavilion was indeed worthy of being a faction that could be ranked in the Central Plains. A secret technique was actually able to allow one to raise one's strength this greatly. While they quietly praised, some gazes were also turned to Xiao Yan. After that scene earlier, there was no longer anyone who dared to underestimate this unfamiliar, young man. By being able to force Han Shen until the point where he had to use a secret technique, this fellow was clearly not an ordinary person. It seemed that the victor of this fight between the Hong clan and the Han clan today was really one that was difficult to predict. Just what is the background of this little fellow? By being able to reach such a level at such a young age, he should not be some unknown person. Why is it that the name Xiao Yan had never been heard within the northern region of the Central Plains nor within the entire Central Plains? Hong Li looked at Hongchen, who had used the lightning god descend from the seats of the Hong clan, and involuntarily spoke with a slight frown. The grey-clothed old man by the side shook his head slightly. He similarly felt that the name Xiao Yan was extremely unfamiliar. The Central Plains is incomparably vast with many hidden experts. It is normal not knowing them. There is no need to worry. Since Hong Chen had used the lightning god descend, the victor is more or less decided. After all, with his current condition, his lightning affinity chi method and the mighty lightning hammer, even an expert at the peak of the Dou Huang class would find it difficult to defeat him, the grey-clothed old man mused before speaking his thoughts in a faint manner. Hong Li nodded upon hearing this. This little fellow was indeed amazing for being able to force Hong Chen to use the secret technique. However, that was all. Xiao Yan smiled in front of the countless number of gazes. He slowly clenched his hand and an enormous heavy Xian ruler appeared. The heavy ruler was inserted into the ground and its wide body appeared just like a dark black shield. Its heavy feeling was something that even Hong Chen's mighty lightning hammer could not compare with. Surprise flashed across Hong Chen's eyes when he saw Xiao Yan draw a heavy ruler as a weapon. The cold smile on the corner of his mouth grew even denser. After having displayed the lightning god descend, his strength had been strengthened quite greatly. If his opponent was the agile type, he would still be faced with some trouble. However, if his opponent also used a heavy type weapon, that person would not possess the ability to retaliate in the face of the dancing mighty lightning hammer. Brat, I shall let you see the Wind Lightning Pavilion Wind Lightning Hammer skill. You should take a detour when you see the members of the Wind Lightning Pavilion in the future. Hongchen parted his mouth while facing Xiao Yan, revealing his dense teeth. His feet abruptly stomped on the ground and the sound of a thunderous roar rang out. Immediately, his body shook. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly the moment that Hong Chen's body moved. He was only too familiar with this scene. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into an arc. His hand grabbed the heavy ruler tightly and violently swung it to his back without turning his head around. The heavy ruler carried a powerful pressurizing wind while the sound of a sonic boom repeatedly resounded around the ruler. When the ruler had just reached Xiao Yan's back, an enormous, dark black hammer suddenly appeared before being blocked by the ruler. Clang! The heavy ruler collided with the enormous hammer and a metallic sound resounded over the entire arena. Both Xiao Yan and Hong Chen swiftly pulled away and formed a safe distance between them in a lightning-like manner. Good brat, you are actually able to see through the afterimages of my 3000 lightning movement. Hong Chen stabilized his body and glanced at the disappearing afterimage in the distance. His heart was involuntarily a little surprised. When Xiao Yan waved his heavy ruler earlier, it seemed that Xiao Yan had a great understanding of Hong Chen's position. The ruler did not hesitate when it was swung, forcing Hong Chen to reveal himself. Looks like I need to finish this fellow off quickly. There is a time limit to the lightning god descend. At that time, my body will enter a weary period, a thought flashed across Hong Chen's heart while some killing intent flashed across his eyes. His body moved and a thunderous sound once again appeared. His body transformed into a lightning bolt that crossed the dozens of meters distance in a lightning-like manner. With a leap, his body appeared above Xiao Yan's head. Thousand-shattering lightning hammer. Xie. A glaring lightning glow repeatedly erupted from the mighty lightning hammer. Looking from a distance, that Hongchen appeared to have lifted an enormous lightning high in the sky. Its aura was shocking. The enormous lightning paused for an instant before it was like a thunderbolt that descended from the clouds, violently striking toward Xiao Yan's head. That instantaneous powerful blow had basically overshadowed the sun in the sky. Six-joint body flowing ruler. Xiao Yan's eyes solidified slightly as he sensed the frightening lightning that shot down explosively from all directions. The heavy ruler in his hand danced in a lightning-like manner as numerous rulers' images followed a profound path and swiftly transformed into ruler shadows, which wind could not even penetrate. Some jade-green flames quietly rose in the defense of the ruler's shadow. Bang! The ruler's shadow defense had just been formed when the enormous lightning hammer came smashing down. After which, it violently crushed the ruler's shadow. Immediately, countless number of rulers' shadows scattered. However, the ruler's shadow had just disappeared when a densely packed unending amount of ruler's shadows swiftly replaced them. Following the repeated appearance of this ruler's shadow, the enormous lightning hammer also became a little illusionary. The great amount of lightning strength on it was swiftly being dispelled. Thousand-shattering lightning hammer, shatter. Hongchen's expression sank a little as he sensed the great defensive strength of Xiao Yan's ruler's shadows. He immediately let out a furious cry and the lightning hammer in his hand shot out. His body swiftly pulled back. Boom! The lightning hammer exploded almost instantaneously the moment it left Hongchen's hand. Innumerable amounts of lightning strength smashed into the ruler's shadow defense from all directions. The ruler's shadow defense swiftly became thinner under this extremely closely packed attack. It was no longer able to replenish itself in time. Ha! I will see just how you will dispel the special wind lightning strength of my wind lightning pavilion. Hongchen's body turned around and landed on the ground. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by the silver-colored wind lightning strength, before laughing out loud. Humph, just what is there to be arrogant about, a mere wind lightning strength. A cold laugh was transmitted from the lightning web just after Hongchen's laughter sounded. Immediately, a jade-green flame erupted in a sudden manner. Under this flame, that wind lightning strength seemed to have met its nemesis as it was swiftly vaporized by the high temperature into nothingness. After an instant, the lightning web that contained a wild and violent strength completely scattered in front of many stunned gazes. This is a heavenly flame? While the flame was surging, the gray-clothed, old man on the Hong clan seat suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed. A human figure which was completely wrapped in a jade-green flame slowly walked forward in the arena below in front of a countless number of gazes. One could even vaguely see that skinny figure within it. Are these your tactics? I really overestimated you. The flame churned repeatedly on Xiao Yan's body as a faint voice was slowly emitted. Hongchen's expression immediately turned ugly upon hearing this. He tightened his grip on the mighty lightning hammer in his hand. Finally, he understood just how troublesome his opponent was this time around. He could not even imagine that he had failed to defeat his opponent after displaying the lightning god descend. If you only have these tactics, it will be my turn next. A cold smile was lifted on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he stood within the flame. His seal suddenly changed as a low cry resounded in his heart. Skyfire 3 mysterious change, blaze change. When that cry sounded, the flame that covered the surface of Xiao Yan's body immediately began to writhe intensely. Finally, it completely shrank into his body. At the same time, his aura also began to swiftly rise like Hongchen's from earlier. Within a short instance, it surpassed his aura. A stunned expression swiftly climbed onto the faces of everyone present almost instantaneously. A startled look flashed across the eyes of that gray-clothed, old man in the seats of the Hong clan. He muttered, just where did this little fellow come from? He actually hides so deep. This time around, it is likely that things will be a little disadvantageous for Hongchen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 963, Exterminating Lightning Hammer. Chapter 963, Exterminating Lightning Hammer. Only when the last jade-green flame shrink into Xiao Yan's body did the soaring aura finally come to a slow stop. Not even the slightest Dou Qi seeped from the surface of Xiao Yan's body. However, an invisible pressure swiftly spread out with Xiao Yan in the middle. This pressurizing feeling was far stronger than Hongchen's after he had used the lightning god descend. If Hongchen was currently at the level of a 9-star Dou Huang, Xiao Yan should truly be at the peak of the Dou Huang class. He was merely just one step away from the Dou Zone class. What a powerful secret technique! This increase in strength is something that even the lightning god descent of the Wind Lightning Pavilion could not be compared with. Kuko, looks like Xun Er has really invited quite an incredible being. Han Shi looked at Xiao Yan, whose aura was vaguely similar to his, from the Han clan seats. Surprise involuntarily surfaced on his face as he smiled and spoke to himself. When he was in the inner academy back then, he had dared to intervene in a battle between Do Hongs when he was still an ordinary Didosher. Now that a couple of years have passed, his achievements would naturally be even more terrifying. Although Hong Chen is a genius, he is inferior in front of Xiao Yan. Han Yu smiled sweetly as she explained. She also rejoiced upon seeing Xiao Yan getting the upper hand. After all, this was related to her marriage. It would be a lie if she said she was not nervous. Han Shui by the side also softly laughed when she heard what Han Shi had said. Her pretty eyes stared at the linen-clothed young man in the arena. Those clothes that were usually extremely ordinary-looking gave her a feeling of a special yet ordinary vigor when they were worn by him. It was just like a peerless sword that was hidden within an ordinary scabbard, emitting a sharp sword aura that caused one to be afraid. The young man currently in the arena was undoubtedly the most dazzling existence on the Skystone Stage. Xiao Yan let in a long breath as he sensed the surging strength within his body. Borrowing the effects of the secret technique, he had already reached the peak of the Dou Huang class. During this instant, he seemed to have vaguely sensed a non-existent film layer. This film layer did not appear to exist. However, regardless of how the strength in his body climbed, he ultimately had difficulty touching it. There was no need to even discuss breaking through it. Could this be the barrier to breakthrough to the Dou Zone class? Xiao Yan thought deeply while he muttered to himself in a soft voice. After the brief experiment, he was vaguely aware that the Dou Qi needed to break through to the Dou Zone class would definitely be an extremely frightening amount. Even though he was currently at the peak of the Dou Huang class, there was still an extremely great distance to that stage. This small step was something that many experts were unable to leap past during their lives. One could imagine the difficulty involved. If I am in possession of the last two changes of the Skyfire mysterious change at this moment and use them in collaboration with the Heavenly Flame, would I be able to break through that barrier? Xiao Yan's eyes flickered while his heart felt a little boiling hot. This method might really be of some use. If he had the time in the future, he might be able to give it a try. Xiao Yan swiftly pulled his mind back to reality as this thought flashed through his heart. He slowly raised his head and smiled at the solemn-faced Hong Chen on the opposite side. His hand immediately held his heavy ruler tightly as his foot stepped forward. With a step, he had nearly flashed over hundreds of feet. Hong Chen's expression also changed slightly the instant Xiao Yan stepped forward. Silver-colored lightning hurriedly surfaced under his feet. Immediately, his body shook. Qi! A dark black heavy ruler suddenly appeared above Hong Chen's head. It ruthlessly smashed against his head. However, no blood was seen splattering. Instead, the ruler passed through the figure. 3,000 lightning movement, huh? Xiao Yan laughed coldly in his heart after his body reappeared. His feet suddenly shifted by over a dozen steps in a strange manner. The heavy ruler was just like a long lance that pierced straight toward a certain space in front. Clang! A dark black metal hammer hurriedly appeared from the empty space when the heavy ruler was pierced out. The hammer collided heavily with the ruler. Immediately, one could see a figure appearing. Hong Chen's feet stomped on the ground as he hurriedly pulled back by over 10 steps. Only then did he stabilize his body. Why does the 3,000 lightning movement not have any effect on him? Shock flashed across Hong Chen's face after his position was once again easily identified by Xiao Yan. His hand, which was holding the mighty lightning ruler, trembled slightly. That fierce attack by Xiao Yan earlier had nearly turned his entire arm numb. After having used the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan's strength had clearly become even stronger than Hong Chen's. The cold smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth widened after forcing Hong Chen back with a swing of his ruler. He took repeated steps, each of them 10 meters in distance. In the blink of an eye, he once again caught up with Hong Chen. His arm trembled and numerous ruler shadows repeatedly appeared. Finally, they appeared to have transformed into enormous great waves that came one after another as they violently smashed onto Hong Chen. Faced with this sudden violent attack by Xiao Yan, Hong Chen had become miserable looking. The mighty lightning hammer in his hand danced repeatedly as it carried a faint wind lightning sound and viciously swung toward the ruler's shadows that covered Xiao Yan. Clang! Shang! Clang! Two human figures flashed repeatedly on the arena. The speed of the two was extremely great. An ordinary person was only able to hear the repeated sounds of weapons clashing and the sparks that erupted from them. Only those people with sharp eyes were able to find the bodies of the two people. At this moment, the situation in the arena was one where Hong Chen had gradually fallen into a disadvantage after Xiao Yan had used the Skyfire 3 mysterious change. His Dou Qi was not as powerful as Xiao Yan's. When comparing agility, Xiao Yan was able to rely on his spiritual perception to identify the position of Hong Chen at any time. If it was in terms of physical strength, Xiao Yan's body was far stronger than Hong Chen after having been refined by many natural treasures and the heavenly flames. How could Hong Chen fight with Xiao Yan in this situation where he was always at a disadvantage? Any sharp-eyed people could tell that the chances of Hong Chen winning in this kind of situation were already beginning to sharply decline. The people from the Han and Hong clan were naturally among those who could sense such a situation. The Han clan members were revealing a dense smile while the Hong clan members were becoming gloomy. They had full confidence in Hong Chen. This confidence originated from his performance over the years and ability. However, they had never imagined that the Han clan would find an expert who could really contend with Hong Chen or was even stronger than him. This had caught them by surprise. Shang! The heavy ruler and the metal hammer once again violently collided. Xiao Yan's eyes turned slightly cold. His arm was like a snake as it was twisted in a strange fashion before suddenly appearing in front of Hong Chen. Xiao Yan's palm smashed down and struck Hong Chen's chest in a lightning-like manner. Grug! A powerful force immediately swept over Hong Lai's body like floodwater as the palm fell. His face turned white and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. His body suddenly shot backwards, dragging over the ground and forming a scar that was over a dozen meters in length. Only then did his body slowly stop. The sudden change in the arena also caused an exclamation to break out all around them. It was the first time that a person had really spit out blood and become injured since both parties had begun to fight. Moreover, the shock on their faces became even denser when they saw that the person, who had been forced back after being injured, was Hong Chen. With the battle having continued until such a stage, some people who had observed carefully had discovered that Hong Chen had not even touched Xiao Yan's clothes since the beginning. Yet, Hong Chen had already ended up in an exceptionally miserable state. Xiao Yan raised his eyes slightly after forcing Hong Chen back with a palm. He glanced at Hong Chen on the ground in the distance and faintly said, "Stand up, that palm won't take your life." Pa! Hong Chen's face was dark and cold. His eyes were filled with a ferociousness. A mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with his saliva was spat out before he slowly climbed up. Sinister words were emitted from his mouth, "You are the first from the same generation who has forced me into such a state." Hong Chen rubbed the blood trace from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and revealed a pair of savage eyes that seemed to belong to an injured wild beast. He violently bit his tongue and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. It was scattered onto the mighty lightning hammer. When the fresh blood made contact with the hammer, a bloody stench immediately began to spread over the mighty lightning hammer. Hong Chen inhaled a deep breath of air while his hand held the mighty lightning hammer. A roar was immediately emitted from his mouth as violent lightning affinity Dou Qi surged out of his body in a cackling manner, appearing just like lightning. Finally, it completely gathered on the mighty lightning hammer in his hand. With the gathering of an increasing amount of lightning Dou Qi, the blood trace on the mighty lightning hammer also scattered. It merged with the lightning Dou Qi, causing the wild and violent strength within it to soar by many times. Looking at Hong Chen's actions in the arena, the expressions of those in the Hong clan changed slightly. The gray-cloaked old man also sighed softly as he said, "He has actually forced Hong Chen to use the Dou skill that was personally taught to him by the pavilion leader of our northern pavilion. This Xiao Yan is indeed very strong. It is likely that there's hardly anyone among the same generation of the Wind Lightning Pavilion who could compete with him. Unless..." The gray-clothed old man shook slightly when his words reached this point. Immediately, he muttered, "Unless Miss Feng is the one fighting." Hong Lai's body immediately stiffened when he heard this. His suppressed voice spoke with shock, "Miss Feng? Old Huan, are you referring to that Miss Feng who was the only one in the Wind Lightning Pavilion within the last 100 years who had passed through the Sky Lightning Tower test?" The gray-clothed old man nodded indifferently. He did not say anything else as his eyes looked at the arena. The Dou Qi within Hong Chen's body in the arena was completely poured into the mighty lightning hammer. A lightning blow that was over 100 feet in size lingered over him, wrapping his entire body within it. Exterminating lightning hammer. A hoarse voice was suddenly emitted from within the lightning blow. Immediately, the mighty lightning hammer in Hong Chen's hand appeared like an enormous sky lightning that violently smashed into the ground. At that instant, the entire Skystone Stage began to shake in an intense manner. Ayo! The mighty lightning hammer smashed heavily onto the ground. Enormous cracks repeatedly spread out. Immediately, a lightning blow that was over 100 feet in size transformed into a savage lightning beast that shook the ground and formed many cracks the moment its forelimbs landed on the ground. After taking a couple of steps in this manner, it appeared above Xiao Yan's head like lightning. A soul-stirring roar sounded and its claw, which was agglomerated from lightning, violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. Space became distorted with this attack. Threads of dark black spatial lines had even vaguely appeared. This force was indeed terrifying. Faced with this savage lightning beast's frightening speed and attack, Xiao Yan also felt a little surprised in his heart. A silver glow suddenly appeared under his feet. Immediately, his body let out a shio sound, transforming into numerous afterimages as he withdrew, easily dodging the lightning beast's lightning-like attack. However, Xiao Yan appeared to have thought of something after having withdrawn for a short distance. He suddenly stopped his body while his heart cried out, "This is bad." The instant Xiao Yan's body stopped, the gray-clothed, old man in the Hong clan seat suddenly widened his eyes. He immediately stood up in shock. His clothes moved in the absence of the wind as his gaze stared intently at Xiao Yan. Each of his words was spoke with a pause. 3000 lightning movement? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 964, Unexpected Change. Chapter 964, Unexpected Change. Xiao Yan had habitually revealed the 3000 lightning movement, which he had kept hidden, and successfully dodged the attack of this lightning beast. However, his body had just paused when the lightning beast sensed something. It raised its head to the sky and cried out furious. All four of its legs violently stomped on the ground. The crack lines spread and its body once again transformed into lightning that shot toward Xiao Yan. Humph. A cold expression flashed across Xiao Yan's face after meeting this lightning beast a couple of times. It was likely that this skill was Hong Chen's killing move. Its strength was indeed quite great. It was likely a D-class Dou skill. However, it seemed to require essence blood to activate. Thus, once the skill was used, he would descend into a weary state. In other words, the current Hong Chen was no longer in possession of fighting strength. As long as Xiao Yan was able to settle this lightning beast that was transformed from the lightning Dou Qi in Hong Chen's body, this battle would end with the Hong clan losing. Xiao Yan swiftly took a couple of steps back. His hands swiftly formed some seals as numerous afterimages flew, causing one's eyes to be dazzled. Following the formation of his hand seal, a wave of jade-green crystal glows swiftly surged from his hand. The hand seal was moved while the wild beasts in front attacked once again. It was even accompanied by a little lightning roar. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His footsteps withdrew once again and his mouth was also swiftly pulsing. In the end, he became like a toad as he suddenly opened his mouth. Immediately, a soul-stirring lion-tiger roar charged up to the sky. Lion-tiger gold-shattering roar. The sudden substance-like sonic wave was spread out from Xiao Yan's mouth quickly. In the face of a head-on collision with this sonic wave, the lightning beast's body that was viciously pouncing over paused immediately. The thunderbolts all over its body were flashing wildly like electricity. Its forelimbs also rubbed against the ground as it was forced back dozens of meters before finally managing to completely block the strength of the sonic wave. The strength from the sonic wave had just scattered when the lightning beast's enormous eyes flickered. A low roar was emitted as it raised its forelimbs. Its enormous body pounced forward like a hungry tiger that had found its prey, and it leaped dozens of meters forward before appearing above Xiao Yan's head. Its savage mouth, covered in a lightning glow, viciously bit toward Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan did not withdraw again in the face of the wild bite from the lightning beast. The rate at which his hands formed the seal became faster. An instant later, they suddenly paused and the bright jade-green crystal glow swiftly agglomerated into a mysterious energy handprint. This jade-green energy handprint was only the size of a palm. Its entire body was emitting a crystal luster, looking as though it was being manufactured by a green-colored crystal which gave it an exquisite appearance. Not only was its appearance beautiful, but the energy that was contained within it was quite frightening. While the handprint was formed, the dark figure above Xiao Yan's head had also swiftly arrived. A cold smile surfaced on his face as he raised his head and looked at the enormous mouth of the lightning glow. His body dodged and his arm curled in a strange manner before pressing into the lightning beast's head. See flipping seal. The lightning beast immediately unleashed a frightening roar when the two met. Crackling lightning arcs leaped all over its body. However, these lightning glows swiftly disappeared in a strange manner when they made contact with the jade-green crystal light. Smash! A chill flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as his mouth suddenly emitted a low cry. His hand shook violently and the strength of the light seal suddenly erupted. The bright jade-green glow was just like a sun that had exploded at this moment. The strength of the light covered the wild and violent lightning glow on the body of the lightning beast. Under the erosion of this majestic energy, the arrogant lightning beast emitted a sobbing whine. In the end, it turned into a silver-colored light spot with a boom sound, and burst apart in front of numerous shocked eyes. The light seal had also swiftly disappeared the moment the lightning beast burst apart. Xiao Yan's eyes were cold as he glanced at the shocked face of Hong Chen in the distance. He tightened his hand and the heavy ruler once again appeared. His feet stepped on the ground and his body instantaneously disappeared. Hong Chen's expression changed the moment he saw Xiao Yan's body disappear. He looked at the mighty lightning hammer beside him and his hand hurriedly extended out. Before his hand could make contact with the hammer, however, a fierce wind viciously smashed into his body. The fierce force shook his body until it was dragged over the ground, forming a scar that was dozens of meters long. Grug! Hong Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood after suffering a heavy blow once again. Before he could get up, the black figure came attacking again. Finally, it carried the momentum of a lightning bolt as it ruthlessly came slamming onto Hong Chen's head. I admit defeat. Hong Chen's eyes shrank as he hurriedly cried out when he saw the enormous body of the ruler appearing. Qi! The heavy ruler came to a sudden stop when it was still half a foot from Hong Chen's head. The force that was contained in it was transmitted down through the air and slammed Hong Chen's entire body into the ground. Hong Chen appeared like a toad that had been flattened. His entire body appeared extremely miserable. At this moment, Xiao Yan was holding the ruler with one hand. The enormous ruler's body paused above Hong Chen's head while his entire body was pressed into the ground. This scene caused the entire Skystone Stage to become dead quiet. No one had expected such an ending. At the beginning, no one had thought that this renowned young genius of the Tian Bay city would be defeated in such a terrible and miserable manner by an unfamiliar-looking young man. The fight had lasted for a period of time, but anyone with truly great eyesight would have been able to discover that Hong Chen had used all of his strength while the linen-clothed young man appeared like a rippleless old well since the beginning. He seemed like bottomless water that was unfathomable, making it difficult for others to predict anything. He has really won. Everyone from the Han clan and the Han clan seats looked at Hong Chen in the arena, who was forced by Xiao Yan's heavy ruler until he dared not even move. They inhaled a deep breath of air and muttered in a manner that suggested they did not quite dare to believe the situation. Although I had already thought highly of him, it seems that I have still underestimated him. This young man is indeed incredible, Han Shi softly exhaled as he sighed. The two happiest people were Han Yu and Han Shui. Han Yu sighed in relief, appearing as though she had removed a heavy burden, while Han Shui was inexplicably happy. The skinny figure in the arena had unknowingly left behind an unforgettable imprint within her heart. Clap clap. The Skystone Stage was quiet for a moment before the silence was gradually broken by a wave of applause and cheers. The exciting battle between the younger generation had caused them to feel that their trip was worthwhile. This was especially the case for the linen-clothed young man who had left them with an extremely deep impression. The expressions of the people from the Hong clan were unusually ugly amid the cheers of the entire place. Originally, they had thought that they had trapped the Han clan, but they ended up trapping themselves. They had lost all their face today. Xiao Yan slowly retracted his heavy Xian ruler while standing in the arena. He lowered his head, glanced at Hong Chen before turning around to leave. Xiao Yan's body had just turned around when a savage and vicious expression flashed across Hong Chen's eyes while he lay on the ground. Both of his hands pressed on the ground and a lightning-hidden arrow shot out of his sleeves and pierced toward Xiao Yan's back. The sudden unexpected change had immediately caused a countless number of people to let out an exclamation. Immediately, curses sounded. Xiao Yan had let Hong Chen live, yet the latter had actually dared to perform such a despicable and cowardly act. Qi! The lightning-hidden arrow accurately struck Xiao Yan's back in front of many shocked gazes before penetrating it. However, not even a little trace of blood appeared as a result. Instead, it caused the figure to gradually become blurry. After image? Hong Chen's heart was immediately shocked upon seeing this scene. He hurriedly pulled back. However, his feet had just stepped back when his body suddenly stiffened. A hand had unknowingly been placed on a spot behind him. Stop! Numerous furious roars were immediately emitted from the Hong clan seats when they saw Xiao Yan suddenly appearing behind Hong Chen. The grey-clothed old man immediately moved, transforming into a blurry figure that shot toward the arena. You have given this life of yours away. Don't blame anyone but yourself. A soft voice was transmitted into Hong Chen's ear while a terrifying chill was spreading from Hong Chen's heart. Before he could beg for mercy, a force had already been ruthlessly shot into his back. Grug! A mouthful of fresh blood was wildly spat out and Hong Chen's body feebly fell. Finally, his head smashed onto the ground. Xiao Yan unleashed a breath and kicked out at the same time, sending Hong Chen's body flying toward a force that was shot over. The grey-clothed old man who was rushing over was just about to attack when he saw Hong Chen shooting toward him. He immediately waved his sleeve and the force was reduced. His hand grabbed Hong Chen and hurriedly observed him. Immediately, the man's expression turned gloomy. Hong Chen did indeed still have a trace of breath remaining. However, the veins in his body had been completely broken by Xiao Yan's palm. In other words, even if Hong Chen was healed, it was likely that he would be a cripple. The grey-clothed old man's gaze was sinister as he turned to Xiao Yan. In his extreme anger, he ended up laughing. Good, good. You actually dared to kill someone from my Wind Lightning Pavilion. Brat, you will definitely regret it. The old man swung his sleeves after his words sounded. A wind wrapped around the unconscious Hong Chen before throwing him toward Hong Li's group, who was following close behind. Hong Li received Hong Chen only for his expression to turn green immediately. His gaze was filled with a vicious expression as he looked at Xiao Yan. Regardless of who you are, my Hong clan will not rest until you die. Hong Li's vicious voice caused the noisy Skystone Stage to gradually become quiet. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of these vicious words of Hong Li. He replied with a faint voice, according to what clan head Hong has said, it is my fault for retaliating when he launched a sneak attack against me? You should also know that if I had not been quick to dodge earlier, my ending would not have been any better than his. The old me doesn't care about this. You have beaten my son into a cripple. I will use your life as repayment. Hong Li spoke in a savage manner. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. There is no need for you to say anything more. Today, you will not be able to escape. The grey-clothed, old man's gaze coldly looked at Xiao Yan as he slowly said. Before this, however, you must tell the old me just where you have learned the 3000 lightning movement from. The Wind Lightning Pavilion definitely does not have a disciple like you. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly. It had indeed been recognized, but so what if it had? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 965, Not Qualified. Chapter 965, Not Qualified. The unexpected change that had occurred in the arena caused the Skystone Stage to become a lot quieter. Everyone looked at one another, feeling uncertain about what had happened. From the way they saw it, Hong Chen deserved to be seriously injured. After all, the other party had let him off, but he had actually launched a sneak attack. Such an ending was something that he deserved. Of course, due to the strength of the Hong clan in Tian Bay City, no one dared to voice the thoughts within their hearts. Hong Li, what are all of you doing? Other people might not say anything, but the Han clan definitely needed to step forward. Immediately a group of human figures rushed down from the tall platform before finally entering the arena and appearing beside Xiao Yan. Hong Li, Hong Chen has already been defeated in this match today. Does the Hong clan wish to eat their words? Han Shi furiously stared at Hong Li and coldly cried out, the Skystone Stage is the natural fighting ring of the Tian Bay City. One's life and death is up to fate when one fights in this place. Don't tell me that your Hong clan is unaware of the rules? Hong Li's face twitched a little upon being reprimanded by Han Shi. The fierceness in his eyes surged as he furiously laughed. The old me doesn't care. This brat has hurt my son. The Hong clan will definitely not just let things be. Does your Han clan wish to start a war with my Hong clan because of an outsider? Han Shi's face turned gloomy. His gaze stared at Hong Li as his cold voice firmly resounded above the arena. Xiao Yan is someone the Han clan has invited. If we abandon him after he lent our Han clan a hand, who else would dare help our Han clan in the future? Even if you wish to use war as a threat, I shall clearly state that the Han clan will protect Xiao Yan. The Han clan had to step forward even if they needed to start a war with the Hong clan for an outsider, regardless of the benefits or losses in doing so. If they were to shrink back at this moment, the reputation of the Han clan would become terrible. In the future, they could forget about surviving in the Tian Bay City. Han Shi clearly understood this point. Hence, his words were extremely stern when he spoke them. There was not the least bit of hesitation. These words of Han Shi were not without any effect. At the very least, waves after waves of cheers sounded from around the Skystone Stage after these words were uttered. Seeing that Han Shi was determined to oppose him, the expression of Hong Li immediately became extremely ugly. Although the words he spoke were a little vicious, their Han clan did not stand on the righteous side in the matter today. However, it was also impossible if he was asked to swallow this foul taste of Hong Chen being crippled for no reason. Hong Chen had always been seen as the rising star of their Hong clan. The clan had put in an enormous amount of effort to groom him. However, Hong Chen had been completely crippled by Xiao Yan. How could his fury be extinguished? The Han clan does have some courage. A faint old voice suddenly sounded while Hong Li's expression changed. Everyone followed the voice and looked over, only to see the grey-clothed, old man. Han Shi's eyes swept over the grey-clothed, old man. His expression changed slightly after pausing on the badge on the other party's chest. Someone from the Wind Lightning Pavilion? Everyone knew that the Wind Lightning Pavilion was incomparably strong and was unreasonable in their actions. The people there were also terribly arrogant, causing others to involuntarily feel worried. May I know old sir's name? Han Shi cupped his hands together and courteously asked. Even though the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion was merely one of the 4 pavilions, it was still much stronger than their Han clan. Hence, Han Qi was naturally afraid of slighting the other party. The old me is Chen Yun from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. The grey-clothed old man raised his eyes. His voice still remained impassive. Chen Yun? Doesn't that name belong to one of the 4 great elders of the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion, Elder Yun? Han Qi's heart tightened upon hearing this name as he anxiously asked. You are indeed worthy of being the Han clan by having quite a great understanding of my Wind Lightning Pavilion. The grey-clothed old man smiled faintly as he replied. Old Chen must be joking. The 4 great elders, Feng, Yun, Lei, Dian, are all renowned within the northern region of the Central Plains. How could this younger generation not know about them? Han Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Immediately, he probingly said, Old Chen, Xiao Yan has indeed been a little too heavy-handed in the matter today. However, the blades and spears don't have eyes when one fights. Injuries and deaths are common. The grey-clothed old man waved his hand and interrupted Han Qi's words. He glanced at Xiao Yan, whose expression ultimately did not show much changes before slowly speaking, the grand elder of the Han clan, and I can be considered to have been acquaintances back then. I shall not make things difficult for you. I can indeed temporarily put the matter of Hongqian being injured aside. However, before this person must honestly account to the old me just where the 3000 lightning movement that he practices originated from. Chen Yun's face suddenly became much darker and colder when he spoke until the end. The 3000 lightning movement had a special meaning to the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Not only was it one of the top agility techniques in the Wind Lightning Pavilion, but only by mastering the 3000 lightning movement until the highest level would one possess the qualification to practice the Wind Lightning Pavilion's most guarded skill. 3000 Lightning Illusionary Body. The reason that the Wind Lightning Pavilion possessed its current position on the Central Plains today was related to this 3000 Lightning Illusionary Body. However, the difficulty of practicing this was extremely high. One of the requirements was that one needed to master the 3000 lightning movement until the highest level. During these years, there had been few people, within the entire Wind Lightning Pavilion, who had successfully mastered it. One could describe the 3000 lightning illusionary body as the evolved form of the 3000 lightning movement. Hence, this agility Dou skill was guarded very tightly by the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Unless one was a core disciple, one would not have the qualification to practice it. Now, however, this old fellow had suddenly seen this agility Dou skill being displayed by Xiao Yan. No wonder he would be so affected by it. The expressions of Han Qi's group changed when they heard Chen Yun's words. Their shocked gazes looked to Xiao Yan. Clearly, they also felt extremely surprised that Xiao Yan was actually in possession of the Wind Lightning Pavilion's ultimate skill. The 3000 lightning movement is only something that I obtained by chance. I would like to ask Elder Chen. If you were to suddenly obtain a D-class agility Dou skill, would you abandon it or would you practice it yourself? Xiao Yan raised his eyes, looked at the grey-clothed old man, and spoke in an indifferent manner. Obtained by chance? Chen Yun laughed coldly. He said, 10 years ago, my Wind Lightning Pavilion's book collection hall was broken into by someone who ended up stealing quite a number of Qi methods and Dou skills. Among them was the 3000 lightning movement. I think that you should have some relationship with that person, wouldn't you? If you wish to trump up the charges, there is no need to worry about the pretext of doing so. I do not have the blessing to enjoy this great charge of Elder Chen. Don't tell me that the people of the Wind Lightning Pavilion all act like this? Xiao Yan only laughed coldly in the face of the charges of this old fellow. Brat, shut your mouth. Do you think that the Wind Lightning Pavilion is something that the little you can insult? Moreover, you actually dare to act so presumptuous in front of Elder Chen? Looks like you really look down on his elderly self. Hong Li stepped forward and furiously yelled. Han Qi frowned slightly upon hearing these words. He quietly scolded shameless in his heart. By saying these words, this fellow was clearly intending to place Xiao Yan in front of Chen Yun and get Chen Yun to act. Thus, the Han clan would have taken revenge and would not be badmouthed by others. While Han Qi was quietly scolding in his heart, his sleeve was suddenly pulled down. He turned his head, only to see the pretty face of Han Shui begging him. A low voice was transmitted into his ears, Father, you must help him, Dut. Han Qi laughed bitterly and sighed. This girl. Old Chen. This matter is likely just a misunderstanding. If we discuss it properly, we should be able to resolve it. Why must we meet with swords drawn? Han Qi cupped his hands toward Chen Yun and spoke courteously. This matter has nothing to do with your Han clan. The 3000 lightning movement is one of the secret skills that cannot be spread to any outsider. Hence, this matter cannot simply be put aside. Chen Yun coldly glanced at Han Qi. His gaze immediately slid to Xiao Yan as he coldly spoke, you have two choices. 1. Return with me to the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion and allow the Pavilion head to decide how to deal with you. 2. The old me will kill you on the spot. No matter what, the 3000 lightning movement must not land in the hands of an outsider. The people from the Hong clan quietly laughed in a cold voice upon hearing the words of Chen Yun that left no room for argument. The faces of Han Qi's group had turned extremely ugly instead. Han Shui's pretty face had suddenly become a lot paler. Old Chen, Han Qi opened his mouth with the intention of saying something more. Han Qi, the old me only allowed you to speak so much on account of the Grand Elder of the Han clan. Do not fail to appreciate kindness. This matter is not something that you can meddle in. If you really wish to do so, your Han clan will likely be unable to endure the fury of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Chen Yun coldly cried out. Han Qi's expression changed slightly upon hearing Yun Chen's cold cry. The strength of the Han clan and the Wind Lightning Pavilion was too far apart. If the other party intended on destroying them, it would only require an intention. Uncle Han, this matter has nothing to do with all of you. Do not continue to meddle. A laugh was transmitted over while Han Qi was struggling in his heart. This caused his heart to shake. He raised his head, only to see Xiao Yan's smiling face. Xiao Yan, sorry. Han Qi's fist was slightly tightened as he sighed. He was the clan head of the Han clan. He was responsible to the Han clan for each and every single action. These words of Xiao Yan had clearly indicated that he did not wish for the Han clan to be implicated in this matter. Xiao Yan smiled. He did not blame Han Qi. The strength of the Wind Lightning Pavilion was extremely great. It was fine for Xiao Yan, who was by himself. At the very most, he could just flee. The Central Plains was huge. How would the Wind Lightning Pavilion be able to do as it pleased? However, if he were to get the Han clan involved, the Han clan would become his burden. Hence, Xiao Yan was still extremely calm in his heart. Actually, when it came to this level of his, all of this no longer mattered. The so-called laughing at the situation was describing this principle. Hey, it is unexpected that you still have some loyalty. Chen Yun coldly laughed. His shriveled hand was slowly extended from his sleeves as he faintly said, since that is the case, are you planning to follow me back to the Wind Lightning Pavilion, or do you wish for the old me to act and cripple you? Xiao Yan suddenly laughed as he looked at the indifferent face of Chen Yun. He shook his head, I am not interested in the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Hence, I will not go. Chen Yun nodded. The killing intent in his eyes soared. In that case, you are choosing the second route. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head. Pride flashed across his young and handsome face as he parted his mouth and smiled. As for crippling me, honestly speaking, you are still not qualified to do so with your strength, which has not reached that of a 5-star Dou zone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 966, Demon Puppet Revealed. Chapter 966, Demon Puppet Revealed. Xiao Yan's words caused the entire arena to become stunned. Although his performance earlier was extremely shocking, it seemed that it was far from sufficient for him to rely on that strength to speak to an elite peak 4-star Dou zone in this manner. Actually, no one could be blamed for thinking like this. With Xiao Yan's current age, most people would feel that it was a little ridiculous to believe that he could defeat a Wind Lightning Pavilion elder who had long become renowned. Moreover, Xiao Yan had also stolen the secret skill of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. The Wind Lightning Pavilion would not let him off no matter what. Most of the people present were merely adopting a mentality of watching a show play out in front of them. Cold smiles were lifted on the faces of those from the Hong clan. From the way they saw it, Xiao Yan was completely seeking death by contradicting Chen Yun in this manner. Han Qi also laughed bitterly in his heart as he let out a sigh. He did not know why the extremely calm Xiao Yan would suddenly say such words. The strength of this Chen Yun was similar to that reclusive Grand Elder of their Han clan. Xiao Yan's strength could indeed be considered outstanding among those of the same class. However, the person in front of him now was not some Dou Huang. Instead, it was a renowned elite Dou zone. Han Shui's pretty face was pale white. She clenched her hand, bit her lower red lip with the back of her teeth. She was extremely unwilling to let things develop until such an extent. From the way she saw it, if she had not stubbornly invited Xiao Yan, he would not have ended up getting involved in the matter between the Han and Hong clan. As such, he would also not reveal the matter of possessing the 3000 lightning movement and end up attracting trouble. A pair of somewhat icy hands gently held Han Shui's delicate hand while she was blaming herself. She turned her head and found that it was Han Yu. Elder sister, Han Shui looked at Han Yu. Some moisture was gathering in her bright eyes. Ugh, there is no need to worry. Xiao Yan is not a reckless person. If he dares to speak in this manner, he might well possess some confidence. Han Yu rubbed Han Shue's smooth, black hair as she comforted her. However, her comforting words appeared somewhat ridiculous even to herself. After all, the strength of this Chen Yun elder was even stronger than that of First Elder Su Qian from the Inner Academy. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan was, he was ultimately still a Dou Huang. The gap between a Dou Huang and a Dou Zong was something that Han Yu, being a Dou Huang, understood clearly in her heart. Ha ha! While everyone's hearts were churning with different thoughts, Chen Yun ended up laughing in his extreme anger after being momentarily stunned. This was the first time in so many years that a person from the younger generation had told him he was unqualified. It is indeed the case of the young replacing the old. The young people these days are getting more and more arrogant. Alright. Today, let this old me personally witness why the old me is unqualified? Chen Yun laughed to the sky. However, everyone could hear the fury within his loud laughter. It seemed that this elder from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion was truly angered by Xiao Yan's words. Upon hearing the fury that was hidden within Chen Yun's words, the hearts of Han Qi's group sank. However, being the person involved, Xiao Yan merely used a pair of dark black ink-like eyes to stare at the laughing Chen Yun intently. There was a chillness faintly flashing within them. Getting into trouble with the Wind Lightning Pavilion was not something that Xiao Yan was willing to see happen. However, this did not mean that he would simply allow the other party to do as they pleased in disposing him. Following this old fellow to the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion was definitely not something that Xiao Yan would agree to. When he reached their territory where they had a large number of people, it was likely that he would be unable to survive even if he possessed the Earth Demon puppet. This foolish act of placing himself in a situation where he would die was something that he would never do. Although this old fellow Chen Yun was an expert at the peak of a 4-star Dou Zong, Xiao Yan was not afraid of him. With his numerous trump cards, there was no need to even discuss escaping from Chen Yun's hand. It was not impossible even if he wished to kill Chen Yun. However, if he did this, he would once again descend into a weary state. The smile on Chen Yun's face gradually turned gloomy after being stared at by Xiao Yan's icy cold eyes. His shriveled hand curled slightly as threads of frightening lightning flickered. Finally, they leaped and appeared like electric arcs. The old me really doesn't believe that you can escape from my hands today. A killing intent was revealed in Chen Yun's eyes as he slowly stepped forward. His body strangely disappeared the moment his foot landed. The faces of Han Qi's group changed slightly upon seeing Chen Yun disappear. This old fellow had indeed attacked. Han Shue's pretty face grew even paler. She clenched her hand and suddenly tossed Han Yu's hand aside. Her body swiftly rushed forward. She had just appeared in front of Xiao Yan when Chen Yun slowly appeared. Xun Er. Han Qi's face became shocked as Han Shue suddenly rushed forward. He hurriedly cried out. You are seeking death. Chen Yun, who had appeared, glanced at Han Shue, who was blocking the path in front of him. The corner of his mouth emitted a cold cry as he waved his sleeves. A majestic force swept out and arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. Under such a powerful force, even Han Shue's heart formed a chill that was difficult to resist. Just when Han Shue was waiting to die, a suction force suddenly surged from behind. Her body was swiftly pulled back before Xiao Yan grabbed her delicate waist and quickly withdrew. Humph! Chen Yun let out a cold snort when he saw Xiao Yan intervene. A silver glow appeared under his feet. His body trembled while a thunderous roar sounded. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shifted while he was quickly withdrawing. He could not care for the delicate beauty in his embrace as he threw his palm against her. A gentle force erupted, throwing her gently toward Han Qi's group. Xiao Yan's eyes shrank slightly after having just sent Han Shui away. A ghost-like figure appeared above his head as a ghost claw that was flickering with a lightning blow trickily and viciously struck at his head. It carried a terrifying force that tore through the sky. The faces of Han Qi's group immediately turned ugly as they watched Chen Yun, who had used such a vicious strike against Xiao Yan the moment he attacked. Han Shui, who had just been received by Han Yu, had an even paler pretty face. Her lovely body had become unsteady. The lightning blow ghost claw came crashing down in front of many shocked gazes. Just as quite a number of people felt unable to watch the bloody scene and planned to shut their eyes, a bright silver-colored glow suddenly erupted in front of Xiao Yan. A blurry human figure appeared amid the silver glow. Bang! The silver glow had just appeared when a completely silver-colored arm suddenly penetrated the silver glow and violently collided with Chen Yun's lightning ghost claw. Immediately, a muffled sound and a frightening airwave spread out like ocean waves from the point of contact. Spider web-like cracks began to appear on the ground wherever the wave passed. Clang! The silver-colored arm and the lightning ghost claw paused for an instant before Old Man's body shook. Under the violent airwaves, its owner's feet hurriedly took over a dozen steps back in empty space before barely managing to stabilize his body. The sudden scene caused all the eyes present to solidify. This was especially the case when they saw that it was actually Chen Yun who was unable to hold out and was forced back in the exchange. Shock came surging out of their hearts in an uncontrolled manner. Chen Yun steadied his body and swiftly raised his head. Some astonishment had also appeared on his face, which was covered with killing intent. His eyes stared intently at the silver glow as he spoke in a deep voice, "Who are you? This is a matter of my Wind Lightning Pavilion. Please do not intervene." The silver glow slowly scattered under Chen Yun's focus. Finally, a human figure that seemed to be completely constructed from silver appeared in front of the eyes of everyone present. The human figure was not very huge. Instead, it appeared a little skinny. Its skin was like silver while both of its eyes were empty, and a vague silver glow flickered within it. Moreover, the thing that really shocked people was that there was not a single person who could sense its breathing. It is actually a puppet? How is it possible that this fellow possesses such a powerful puppet? Chen Yun was immediately startled after the silver glow disappeared. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that this was a puppet without any will. Moreover, the thing that he really could not believe was that the strength of this puppet was stronger than him. "I have said before that you do not have the qualification to cripple me." A voice that contained a dark chill was slowly emitted from behind the silver-colored human figure. Immediately, Xiao Yan stepped forward and stared at Chen Yun with dense eyes. Chen Yun's face twitched a little as he sinisterly said, "It is unexpected that you actually possess a Dou-Zone-class puppet. I have really underestimated you." The moment these words were said, both the people from the Han and Hong clan became dull. A Dou-Zone-class puppet? How is this possible? Kill him. Xiao Yan was expressionless. His fingers suddenly pointed toward Chen Yun as he slowly gave a command. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when the earth demon puppet in front of him stepped on the ground. With a xiao sound, it transformed into a light figure that charged toward Chen Yun. This act of completely relying on its physical speed to cause a sonic boom along the way caused everyone watching it to become speechless. Chen Yun's heart sank as the earth demon puppet charged over. After the brief exchange earlier, he knew that the strength of this puppet was stronger than him. Its physical body was so strong that it was frightening. Additionally, it did not have the slightest feeling of pain. If one were to really fight, Chen Yun was definitely no match for it. "Hongli, I will hold back this puppet. You will kill that brat. Once he dies, the puppet will naturally stop. Once he is finished off, I will give this Dou-Zone class puppet to your Hong clan." Chen Yun hurriedly dodged when the silver glow flickered. At the same time, he let out a cry. Hongli was initially startled when he heard this. Immediately, a greediness that was difficult to hide erupted from his eyes. A Dou-Zone class puppet was worth the entire Hong clan going all out to obtain. "Old Chen, please be reassured. I will personally act and kill this brat to take revenge for my son, who was injured by him." Hongli licked his mouth and smiled in a savage manner. "Relax, if anyone dares to stop you, I, as an elder of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, will announce that that person will be an enemy of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. We will not rest until we finish him off." The next words from Yun Chen caused Han Shi, whose feet were just about to move, to turn gloomy. "Haha, thank you old Chen." Hongli let out a loud laugh as he gloatingly glanced at Han Shi, after which, he revealed a cruel smile toward the indifferent face of Xiao Yan. His dark, cold voice was filled with an incomparable killing intent. "Brat, relax, I will first break all your 4 limbs and allow you to taste what is called a fate worse than death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 967, Encirclement by the Hong clan. Chapter 967, Encirclement by the Hong clan. Killing intent also flashed across Xiao Yan's expressionless face as he looked at Hongli striding over with a savage smile. These people from the Hong clan were indeed hateful. "Hongli, aren't you ashamed of attacking someone from the younger generation with your status?" Han Shi looked at the pale-faced Han Shui by the side before involuntarily crying out with a furious voice. Hongli momentarily paused. He glanced at Han Shi and coldly laughed, "What younger generation? His strength is comparable to even those of our generation. Han Shi, if your Han clan wishes to intervene, you can step forward as long as you aren't afraid of the Wind Lightning Pavilion making you repay after that." He. Han Shi's face turned green upon hearing the threat within Han Li's words. However, he really did not dare intervene. The words that Chen Yun had mentioned earlier had completely suppressed the Han clan. The Wind Lightning Pavilion was a great being that the Han clan could not fight against. Han Li once again gloatingly laughed when he saw that Han Shi did not dare to make any unusual movements. He clenched his hand and a sharp broadsword appeared in it. The snow-white blade reflected a cold glow under the sunlight that caused palpitations in one's heart. Shwa! 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 The broadsword in Hong Li's hand was randomly hacked a couple of times in front of him. One could see that even the air itself had formed a slight depression. Although this Hong Li was really hateful, his strength was not weaker than Han Qi according to Xiao Yan's guess. It was likely that this fellow was also an expert who had half a foot in the Dou Zone class. However, regardless of whether this person had half a foot into the Dou Zone class, as long as he had not truly entered that level, Xiao Yan would not feel even the least bit of fear. Half a foot into the Dou Zone class and a genuine Dou Zone were not even close to being the same. Powerful deep green-colored Dou Qi slowly surged out of Hong Li's body. A wild wind suddenly appeared, whistling as it blew over the arena. The Qi method Hong Li practiced was of the wind affinity. Dou Qi of this affinity usually leaned more toward speed and agility. Moreover, its offensive strength was also quite strong. Hong Li swiftly finished that brat off. Chen Yun's cry was suddenly transmitted over while Xiao Yan was pondering the Qi method in his heart. However, the cry this time around faintly had the addition of anxiety. The cold smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth grew even wider as his gaze swiftly followed the voice and turned. He could see that Chen Yun, who still had a look of superiority earlier, had already been suppressed by the earth demon puppet until he was at a disadvantage. Each time it swung its fist, he would be forced to dodge in a miserable manner. With the strength of the earth demon puppet, Chen Yun was completely no match for it in a head-on collision. Since the puppet could not use a Dou skill, it was likely that his situation would not become more treacherous. Even though this was the case, anyone could tell that Chen Yun only had the ability to protect himself under the attacks of the earth demon puppet. He did not have the ability to retaliate. Chen Yun's situation was also absorbed by Hong Li's eyes. His heart involuntarily quivered. It was unexpected that the puppet would be so strong. Even Chen Yun had ended up in such a situation. Looks like he needed to quickly settle this matter. Otherwise, once the puppet killed Chen Yun, the unlucky ones would be their Hong clan. Hong Li's fist tightened when he thought until this point. Deep green-colored Dou Qi lingered over his body like a tornado. He held the broadsword tightly and laughed ferociously at Xiao Yan. His feet immediately stomped viciously on the ground as he transformed into a blurry figure that suddenly shot forth. Qi. With the increase in Hong Li's speed by the wind affinity Dou Qi, he managed to appear in front of Xiao Yan within a couple of blinks. The broadsword in his hand emitted a shwa-shwa sound as it danced, forming a couple of glaring blade glows which violently hacked at Xiao Yan with lightning-like momentum. The blade glow landed on Xiao Yan's body and penetrated it. However, it did not lead to even the slightest amount of blood being spilled. An afterimage, huh? Hong Li's eyes coagulated slightly. Xiao Yan's figure appeared around 10 meters behind the afterimage. His gaze was ice-cold as he looked at Hong Li, who was looking over. His hands curled into a fist and a fierce jade-green flame surged out from it. After which, he separated the flames into a cluster of green flames and a cluster of invisible flames. The temperature of the arena suddenly surged when the two kinds of flame appeared. It seemed that even the moisture in the air had been completely vaporized at this moment. Hong Li's heart was startled when he sensed this change. His body moved with his thoughts as he once again charged toward Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of Hong Li attacks, who had a killing intent all over his body. He activated the 3000 lightning movement to its limit. Numerous afterimages appeared in a dazzling manner as he dodged all of the attacks from Hong Li. With his speed, it was natural that Hong Li had difficulty catching up to him. Hong Li's heart also gradually became more furious when he saw that he was being delayed 1 second after another by Xiao Yan. While holding back Hong Li, the two clusters of heavenly flames in Xiao Yan's hands swiftly began to merge. With Xiao Yan's current strength, merging an angry Buddha lotus flame, created from two heavenly flames, was an extremely smooth task without the slightest difficulty. The only flaw was that it would need a little time. However, this little flaw was perfectly covered with the support of the 3000 lightning movement. Following the gradual formation of the angry Buddha lotus flame in Xiao Yan's hand, a frighteningly violent energy slowly spread out from it. Upon sensing the strength of this energy, both Hong Li's and Han Qi's group experienced a change in their expressions. Under this energy that was filled with destruction, even they could faintly sense a little fear. What a frightening Dou skill! If I end up struck by it, it is likely that I would, at the very least, end up seriously injured or even killed. Han Qi involuntarily wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he spoke in a heartfelt manner. He looked at Hong Li and Xiao Yan flashing all around like a cat playing with a mouse and sensed the increasingly wild and violent energy in Xiao Yan's hands. Looks like he had shown mercy back then. From his performance today, even I would likely have difficulty lasting 10 exchanges in his hands. How embarrassing. Han Tian laughed bitterly. Only now did he understand why Xiao Yan had said those arrogant words when faced with his test a couple of days ago. It seemed that in the eyes of that person, his little strength was not worth being afraid of. Xiao Yan should have some background. Otherwise, by just relying on himself, he would have difficulty reaching such a stage regardless of how outstanding his talent is. Forget about the frightening puppet. Just this never-ending stream of high-class Dou skills is something that even the younger generation in a faction like the Wind Lightning Pavilion cannot compete with, Han Qi muttered. From this, it was possible to tell that just what kind of frightening stage Xiao Yan's strength had reached. However, this was only an estimation. After all, they had never accurately predicted Xiao Yan's strength. Han Tian and the others also shared the same thoughts and nodded their heads upon hearing his words. Regardless of how great one's talent was, there was a limit to one's ability. It was impossible for someone to split one's attention to do other things while focusing on training. Moreover, they clearly knew in their hearts that Xiao Yan had another frightening identity. A Tier 6 alchemist. While his strength had reached such a stage, his alchemist skill had also reached a level that an ordinary person had difficulty achieving. This was an unbelievable thing from many people's point of view. The reason was that just any single one of the two would exhaust an incredible amount of effort from a person. If one were able to truly rely on oneself to reach such a stage in both areas, it was likely that the person could only be described by the word monster. Everyone from the Hong clan, listen up. Surround this brat. While Han Qi and the others were muttering among themselves, Hong Li, who was unable to catch Xiao Yan after a long chase, completely lost his patience. Quite a number of people were startled upon hearing Hong Li's roar. These fellows were really shameless. Forget about bullying someone younger despite their age. Now, they wanted to bully others with numbers. The face of this Hong clan had been completely lost today. Some of the experts from the Hong clan hesitated for a moment after hearing Hong Li's roar. However, they could only clench their teeth, harden their faces, and charge forward. You shameless bastards! Seeing the actions of the Hong clan, Han Shui, who had just become a little calmer, immediately revealed a furious expression. She could not be bothered with the restraints a woman should have as she cursed incandescently. She wanted to charge forward again, but was grabbed by Han Qi. Father, Xiao Yan has helped our Han clan. We cannot just simply do nothing, can we? Han Shui struggled as she asked. Ugh, why is it that you are so reckless today? If you were to go, you will only become Xiao Yan's burden and end up dragging him now. Is this helping him? Han Qi frowned and reprimanded. Han Shui only bit her lower red lip and stopped upon hearing this. She attempted to explain, he is someone whom I invited. I cannot just stand idly by the side and watch him die. Don't pay me lip service. Do you think that I don't know what you are thinking? Han Qi snorted. He involuntarily smiled and sighed when he saw Han Shui's somewhat embarrassed pretty face. While they were arguing over on the Han clan side, the 10+ experts from the Hong clan had formed a circle that wrapped Xiao Yan within it. This caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty using his agility to dodge. Run! Weren't you happily running around like a rabbit? Once the old me chops off your legs, I will see just how you run. Hong Li's face was savage as he looked at Xiao Yan, who had stopped. He held the broadsword and strode over. However, he had just taken 2 steps forward when his body stiffened. Xiao Yan's tall body stood on the stone platform. His dark black eyes calmly looked at Hong Li. At this moment, the flame in his hand had already completed its merger. A palm-sized beautiful jade green flame slowly surfaced on his hand. Following the slow rotation of the fire lotus, threads of tiny dark black spatial lines swiftly spread from it. Have you enjoyed the chase? Xiao Yan looked at Hong Li's stiffened face before glancing at the experts from the Hong clan within a 10-meter radius from him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a dense cold smile as he softly asked. Pull back, dot. Hong Li's eyes shrunk slightly as he cried out in a stern manner. It's too late. Xiao Yan smiled. His body slowly disappeared in a ghost-like manner while the jade-green fire lotus remained in its original spot. After which, a bright crystal glow, which carried a destructive strength, suddenly exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 968, Decisive Killing. Chapter 968, Decisive Killing. Bang! A soul-stirring loud sound blasted the stage. Along with it, an enormous jade-green wave of fire carried great momentum as it wildly surged out from the point where it had exploded in a flood-like manner while emitting a loud bang. At this moment, the entire Skystone Stage had begun to intensely tremble. Numerous arm-thick cracks spread out unceasingly from the points where the fire wave reached. The speed at which the fire wave spread was extremely quick. Within a couple of breaths, it caught up with the experts from the Hong clan who had just surrounded Xiao Yan earlier. The fire wave churned and swallowed all of them like a gigantic fierce beast. Chi. Blood-spluttering sounds were emitted from within the fire wave. Immediately, over a dozen figures seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as they flew backwards. Their bodies rubbed on the ground, forming 100-meter-long bloody scars that startled one's heart. The spreading fire wave seemed to have wrapped around over half of the Skystone Stage. A countless number of people rubbed the perspiration, that had appeared because of the high temperature, off their foreheads with trembling hands. Their lips shivered as they looked at the fire wave that swept over before quietly disappearing. A shocked expression filled their eyes. Under that destructive strength, they had sensed a kind of terror that was spreading deep within their souls. That was the terror of death. Under the explosion of the fire lotus, they had sensed a threat of the aura of death. It was fortunate that the fire wave ultimately did not spread into the audience seats. However, the high temperature that was emitted still caused some people in the front row to feel their bodies become boiling hot. Some of their clothes even let out a chi noise and self-ignited, shocking them until they repeatedly screamed in panic. The spreading fire wave continued for nearly a minute before coming to a slow stop. Dense dust covered half of the Skystone Stage, causing one to have difficulty seeing what exactly had happened. A breeze suddenly blew over while the dust permeated the place. It carried the heavy dust as it flew toward the sky before drifting to a distant place. Following the scattering of the dust, the interior of the Skystone Stage finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, their eyes solidified and became dull when they looked over. All they could see was a pit, hundreds of feet in diameter, appearing in the enormous arena below. There were numerous vein-like lines outside of the pit. They crossed each other and occupied half of the Skystone Stage. Numerous gazes stared at the enormous pit in a dull manner. Momentarily, the entire Skystone Stage had descended into silent disbelief. Such frightening destruction had been created by a young Dou Huang. As residents of Tian Bay City, the people seated in this place had a decent understanding of the hardness of the Skystone Stage. It was reported that this enormous stone arena could endure an attack by an elite Douzong. However, from the looks of the scene that appeared in front of them, either that was a false rumor or the attack earlier had already exceeded the attack of an ordinary elite Douzong. Those people who had experienced the frightening scene earlier were more inclined to the second possibility. Although the thought of a Dou Huang attempting to display an attack comparable with that of an elite Douzong might appear incredulous, the enormous pit in front of them told them that this was indeed the truth. Han Chi's group had slightly widened their mouths. It was a long while later before they recovered. They inhaled a deep breath and suppressed the churning of their hearts. Their gazes swept across the surroundings of the enormous pit. Over half of the dozen experts from the Hong clan earlier were lying not far away with charred black bodies. Some of those stronger and luckier ones still had some breath left. However, they were clearly in a seriously wounded situation. This time around, the Hong clan can be considered to have suffered a great loss. Han Chi hard laughed in a cold gloating manner as he looked at the charred black fellows. Quite a number of those dozen-plus experts from the Hong clan, who had surrounded and attacked Xiao Yan earlier were Dou Huang class experts. This kind of strength might not be considered a peak existence in the Hong clan, but they were definitely the Hong clan's backbone. Even the Hong clan would have difficulty withstanding losing so many of them in one go. "Where is Xiao Yan?" Han Shui by the side anxiously asked while Han Chi was gloating in his heart. "In the sky." Han Yu's pretty eyes looked at the sky as she softly informed everyone. Everyone's gazes hurriedly shifted up when they heard this. They saw a human figure standing in the empty sky. A pair of 10-foot-long crystal bone wings were slowly flapping behind him. There was a slight wind lightning sound when they flapped, appearing extremely gorgeous. Under the focus of the gazes of those present, Xiao Yan in the sky flapped his bone wings and slowly landed at the edge of the pit. He looked at those experts from the Hong clan, who were struggling to climb up, with an expressionless face. He clenched his hand and the heavy ruler flashed and appeared. He strode forward and appeared beside a wounded expert Dou Huang from the Hong clan. Without saying anything, his ruler was swung as though he was hitting a ball. Crack! The heavy ruler slammed into the body of the Dou Huang, and he immediately flew backwards. The clear sounds of bones breaking reverberated over the entire arena, causing many people to feel a chill in their hearts. They knew that with the swing of Xiao Yan's ruler, it was likely that the person would end up a cripple even if he recovered unless the Hong clan could take out a high-tier medicinal pill to repair his bones. Xiao Yan did not stop after crippling an expert from the Hong clan with his ruler. He turned his body while maintaining a cold and indifferent face before walking toward another expert from the Hong clan who had managed to survive the fire lotus explosion. The eyes of this expert immediately revealed horror upon seeing Xiao Yan. He had just took out his weapon from his storage ring when a human figure flashed in front of him. The heavy ruler was swung and a Qi sound appeared. That person shot back like a rubber ball before landing on the ground 100 meters away. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The coldness on Xiao Yan's face became denser after having finished off another. He turned around and walked to the next injured expert from the Hong clan. The entire place was silent as they watched Xiao Yan walk to the people from the Hong clan, sending person after person flying with the swing of a ruler without the slightest hesitation. A chill that was difficult to contain surged from their hearts as they watched the cold and indifferent face of Xiao Yan. This fellow might appear young, but his tactics were quite vicious. From the looks of his manner, it was clear that he wanted to truly cripple the Hong clan. Han Chi's heart also pounded violently each time Xiao Yan's ruler was swung. Although he was shocked by Xiao Yan's vicious actions, it must be said that his actions were truly decisive. After the matter today, Xiao Yan already knew that the Hong clan and him would definitely be in a situation where neither would rest until the other die. Since this was the case, he would naturally not leave the Hong clan with any strength to seek revenge on him. Xiao Yan would not slow the slightest mercy against his enemies. Only by truly hitting the Han clan at its core would he be able to cut off the need to worry about them in the future. No one could be blamed for this matter. If one were really wanted to find someone to blame, then the Hong clan should be blamed for possessing killing intent toward him. Bang! The heavy ruler was once again violently swung at the last expert from the Hong clan. Xiao Yan did not care whether this person was dead or alive. He slowly turned his head and his gaze landed on a human figure a short distance away, who was struggling to stand up. That person was Hong Li. At this moment, Hong Li's clothes were tattered. A vest that emitted a glow was faintly revealed under his clothes. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. He had been able to survive the angry Buddha lotus flame because of the protection of this inner vest. A pair of vicious blood-red eyes were revealed under his scattered hair. Earlier, he had personally witnessed Xiao Yan sending all of the experts from the Hong clan, who had come, flying like rubber balls. From the looks of the heavy ruler's strength, it was likely that very few people would survive. This time around, the Hong clan had really suffered heavy losses. Xiao Yan, since you dare to kill the members of our Hong clan will not rest until you die. Hong Li's finger quivered as it was pointed toward Xiao Yan while he viciously promised. Isn't that already the case? Xiao Yan smiled. His smile was filled with a coldness. He was just about to move to kill this Hong Li when a low, deep muffled sound was suddenly transmitted from the other corner of the Skystone Stage. Xiao Yan's gaze followed the noise and looked over. The cold smile on his face grew even denser. He saw Chen Yun being struck until blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth after another collision with the Earth Demon Puppet. Although the Earth Demon Puppet did not know any Dou techniques, just the attacks that its physical body could unleash were not much weaker than Dou techniques. If things continued in this manner, it was only a matter of time before Chen Yun perished to the hands of the Earth Demon Puppet. After all, the Earth Demon Puppet did not possess any impatience or negative emotions. Since Xiao Yan had given it the order to kill the person in front of it, it would swing its fist and smash them at that person even if it was about to die. These useless people from the Hong clan. Chen Yun's face had become unusually gloomy after suffering some injuries in the fight. The corner of his eyes swiftly glanced at Xiao Yan, and he cursed in his heart. He roared out furiously, Hong Li, why aren't you calling Hong Tian Xiao? Does your Hong clan intend to be destroyed by him today? Hong Li was startled after hearing Chen Yun's furious roar. His gaze viciously landed on Xiao Yan as he spoke in a dense manner, little bastard, you can forget about leaving in one piece now that you have killed the people from my Hong clan, but... Hong Li swiftly took out a blood-colored jade piece from his storage ring and violently shattered it the moment he uttered those words. The jade piece had just been shattered when a human figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Hong Li hurriedly raised his head and saw a sinister face. He hurriedly retreated in his shock. Bang! The heavy ruler was waved, and it immediately carried a ear-piercing sonic boom as it violently slammed into Hong Li's body. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body flew into the enormous pit like a meteorite. Finally, it smashed against a large rock. Rock fragments flew in all directions. Hong Li shook a couple of times before his body gradually became stiff. Xiao Yan, leave quickly. Hong Li has already sent a message to the ancestor of the Hong clan. He will arrive soon. That old fellow's strength is a little stronger than even Chen Yun's. An anxious voice was quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear after he sent Hong Li flying with his ruler. Xiao Yan identified it as Han Chi's voice. Xiao Yan's fist tightened. He inhaled a deep breath and cupped his hands toward the Han clan. The bone wings on his back were flapped as he swiftly launched into the sky. However, just as he was about to grab the Earth Demon Puppet, a majestic aura, that was filled with a furious killing intent, was suddenly transmitted from a corner of Tian Bay City. Immediately, a wrathful roar resounded in the sky above Tian Bay City. For daring to kill the members of my Hong clan, the old me will tear your corpse into tens of thousands of pieces and turn your bones into ashes today regardless of who you are. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 969, Crazy Action. Chapter 969, Crazy Action. The raving roar that was filled with killing intent reverberated unceasingly over the sky of Tian Bay City like thunder, causing the entire city to be momentarily quiet. Numerous gazes that faintly carried some shock were shot in the direction the voice had originated. The roar had naturally reached the Skystone Stage. Immediately, everyone emitted waves after waves of exclamations. Their gazes followed the direction the voice had originated in before finally pausing above the Hong clan household. It is actually Hong Tian Xiao. Unexpectedly, he has also been stirred this time around. That Xiao Yan is likely going to be unlucky this time around. That Hong Tian Xiao is rumored to be a 5-star Dou Zone. His strength is even greater than Chen Yun from the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Although Xiao Yan has the help of the puppet, he will definitely be unable to resist the attacks of 2 elite Dou Zones. Xiao Yan ignored the private conversations around him. His fist tightened slightly. If the little fairy doctor had been here or if Tianhua Zunjia was awake, he would not need to be afraid of the ancestor of the Hong clan. Unfortunately, one of his 2 great helpers had been separated from him while the other was in slumber. Xiao Yan really had difficulty defeating 2 elite Dou Zones by just relying on the Earth Demon puppet unless he used the angry Buddha lotus flame that was formed from 3 heavenly flames. However, if he did that, he would definitely be weakened. This place was the territory of the Hong clan. Moreover, there was the existence of the Wind Lightning Pavilion 500 kilometers away. It was clear that it would be disadvantageous for him if he got too entangled in this place. Looks like I can only withdraw first today, this thought flashed through Xiao Yan's heart. His gaze swiftly turned to the Earth Demon puppet, who was fighting an intense battle with Hong Yun. His brows were involuntarily knit together. That old fellow Chen Yun seemed to have already become aware of his intention. At this moment, he had suddenly gone all out to pester the Earth Demon puppet, attempting to prevent it from being taken by Xiao Yan. You're seeking death. Xiao Yan's eyes became chilly when he saw the actions of Chen Yun. Aware of the sudden surge in killing intent within Xiao Yan's heart, the body of the Earth Demon puppet suddenly unleashed a glaring silver-colored glow. Its attacking speed suddenly increased as both its hands were like hammers which violently smashed toward Chen Yun, unleashing a frightening force. Chen Yun's expression also changed slightly upon sensing the sudden increase in the Earth Demon puppet's speed. He hurriedly maneuvered all the Dou Qi within his body. Despite this, his body trembled each time it collided with the Earth Demon puppet. A numb feeling was being transmitted from his arm. Damn it! Just what is this puppet made of? Its physical strength is actually this terrifying. Chen Yun's heart involuntarily felt some shock as he sensed the pain that was transmitted from his arm. Xiao Yan, leave quickly. Don't delay any longer. It will be too late if you delay any longer. Han Qi's anxious voice was quietly transmitted over when Xiao Yan was controlling the Earth Demon puppet, making it increase its attacking speed. Xiao Yan merely shook his head when he heard Han Qi's reminder. He sensed that he had been locked onto by an aura that was filled with killing intent. Even if he were to turn around and leave now, the other party would swiftly catch up with him. A glow flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as his hand suddenly grabbed toward the enormous pit. A suction force surged and pulled Hong Li's body from it. Xiao Yan grabbed his body and observed him. Immediately, Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh and said, "You really have quite a strong life. I am unable to kill you even after all this. But, it's just as well." The eyelids of the unconscious Hong Li twitched upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. He wanted to open his eyes, but his serious injuries caused him to simply give up after a futile attempt. The sharp sound of rushing wind resounded over the sky after Xiao Yan had grabbed Hong Li immediately. A vague figure wildly shot toward the Skystone Stage in a lightning-like manner. The dark and dense killing intent that spread out of the figure could be sensed despite the great distance apart. Brat, put Hong Li down. Otherwise, you'll die. That human figure saw the person whom Xiao Yan was grabbing with his hands from a great distance. Immediately, a furious roar was once again transmitted over. Chen Yun, who was bitterly enduring, felt a joy in his heart upon hearing this roar. His peripheral sight glanced over and did indeed see Hong Tian Zhao's figure. He hurriedly cried out, "Old fellow Hong, the people from your Hong clan have all died to this brat's hand. Quickly kill him." Bang! A silver glow suddenly broke Chen Yun's blockade when those words had just left his mouth and a fist violently smashed into his arm. Chen Yun let out a moan under this great strength landed. A thread of fresh blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Chen Yun? The light figure that had hurried over paused upon hearing Chen Yun's cry, revealing a red-clothed, yellow-faced, old man. He knit his brows and looked at the earth demon puppet which was pestering Chen Yun. A sullenness also appeared in his eyes. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that Chen Yun was being suppressed and defeated by the puppet. What are you looking for? This puppet is something that belongs to that brat. Once you restrain him, the puppet will naturally stop. Quickly attack. Don't let that brat escape. Otherwise, the members of your Hong clan would have died for no reason. Chen Yun furiously cried out while Hong Tianxiao was startled by the earth demon puppet. Hong Tianxiao's sinister gaze slowly paused on Xiao Yan in the sky upon hearing Chen Yun's cry. He said in a dense manner, "Brat, obediently release Hong Li. The old me will let you have a quick death." Xiao Yan was expressionless. His gaze glanced at Chen Yun, who was being suppressed by the earth demon puppet's attacks. From the looks of it, the puppet might be able to kill this old fellow if there was a little more time. Moreover, even if it was unable to truly kill him, it would definitely turn him into a seriously injured state. Xiao Yan wanted to delay some time, but Hong Tianxiao would not give him the opportunity to do so. He had naturally been able to tell that Chen Yun would not be able to endure for long under the powerful puppet. Regardless of who your elders are, the old me will definitely not allow you to leave in one piece after you have killed so many people from my Hong clan. Hong Tianxiao sinisterly spoke. His body shook and it transformed into a light figure that rushed toward Xiao Yan. That stern killing intent caused a chillness to appear on the skin of quite a number of people. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at Hong Tianxiao, who had rushed over, before he suddenly let out a cold smile. His palm pressed on Hong Li's chest while grabbing his shoulders. After which, he used all his strength to violently toss Hong Li in a manner similar to throwing shot put. Old fellow, I have hit a hidden force within Hong Li's body. If you do not catch up to him and resolve it, he will definitely die once the hidden force explodes. Xiao Yan laughed out loud after throwing Hong Li aside. Qi. The light figure that was wildly charging at Xiao Yan suddenly paused. Hong Tianxiao's gaze hesitated for a moment before he let out a furious roar. He turned around and swiftly gave chase in the direction Hong Li had been thrown. Although his body had moved, another roar, that was filled with killing intent, was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. Brat, I will use the name of the ancestor of the Hong clan to swear that I will break all the bones in your body one at a time and let you taste what it's like being able to neither live nor die. Xiao Yan completely ignored Hong Tianxiao's vicious roar. He had really heard too many similar threats. However, no one had managed to realize them even today. Hong Tianxiao had just turned around when Xiao Yan's sinister gaze suddenly shot toward Chen Yun. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a dark and cold arc as his hand seal suddenly flew. Powerful Dou Qi was swiftly agglomerated. Chen Yun's heart suddenly sank when he sensed Xiao Yan's actions. He was already barely able to face the earth demon puppet's attack. If Xiao Yan were to join in at this moment, it was likely that his fate would be a terrible one. This old bastard, so what if that fellow dies? He is just a trash, what need is there to rescue him? Chen Yun could only furiously curse Hong Tianxiao in his heart while he panicked. He had similarly not expected that in the face of two elite Dozong revealing themselves, Xiao Yan did not choose to immediately flee. Instead, he had diverted one of them away and focused his strength on dealing with the other. This kind of all-out tactic was a crazy one. Bang! Another punch with frightening strength was violently sent flying over, and scattered the majestic Dou Qi in front of Chen Yun, shaking him until he continued to step back. A feeling of danger rose within Chen Yun's heart as his footsteps hurried back. The corner of his eyes drifted and one could only see a vague figure appearing behind him. A palm-sized crystal energy handprint had quietly appeared where the figure's hand was located. The energy that was contained in it caused Chen Yun's face to change. See flipping seal. Xiao Yan cried out furiously in his heart. The hand seal was swung out in a lightning-like manner, and struck at a fatal point on Chen Yun's back. Chen Yun's face became exceptionally ugly as he sensed the attack that came from behind him. If this had occurred at a normal time, it was definitely not difficult for him to dodge. However, at this moment, the earth demon puppet's fist wind had sealed off the space around him. He was unable to use his agility Do skills. All he could do was clench his teeth and swiftly turn around. A majestic waterfall like Dou Qi shot out from both his hands. Bang! The majestic Dou Qi and the seal flipping seal fiercely collided. Xiao Yan's body shook and he hurriedly withdrew over a dozen steps. On the other hand, Chen Yun merely withdrew one step. However, his already pale face grew even paler. Chen Yun had yet to have the time to relax after having taken a step back when a wild and violent strength, that caused his expression to change, appeared in a lightning-like manner behind him. After which, it ruthlessly struck his shoulders. Grug! Chen Yun was finally unable to endure any longer after suffering this heavy blow. A mouthful of fresh red blood was spat out. His body rubbed against the ground, forming a scar that was dozens of meters long. The earth demon puppet continued to rush over after Chen Yun's body had just withdrawn. It grabbed Chen Yun's arm and broke the finger he wore his storage ring on in front of a countless number of shocked gazes. The earth demon puppet held the broken finger tightly and ceased launching any attacks. Instead, it swiftly rushed to where Xiao Yan was located. Finally, Xiao Yan stored it into his storage ring with a wave of his hand. The storage ring that was removed from Chen Yun's finger also fell into his hand. Haha, thank you for your gift, Elder Chen. Xiao Yan held the storage ring and laughed out loud. His gaze glanced at the northern sky. There was a furious aura wildly hurrying over from that direction. Have you discovered something missing? A cold laugh sounded as Xiao Yan swiftly spread the bone wings behind him. With a flap of the bone wings, he rose into the sky and left. Little bastard, my wind lightning pavilion will not cease chasing you until you die. Chen Yun forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his finger. Both of his eyes were blood red as his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Some essence blood was spat out. The blood had a faint lightning glow lingering within it. With a vicious glance at Xiao Yan, he waved his hand and the essence blood lightning glow was divided into two. One of them penetrated shot toward Xiao Yan while the other flew toward the southern sky. The essence blood that came flashing over shocked Xiao Yan. He extended his wings and his body rose to the sky in a lightning-like manner. However, the essence blood lightning glow was unusually fast. With a flash, it shot into Xiao Yan's body. The essence blood lightning glow did not do anything to cause the slightest discomfort to Xiao Yan when it entered his body. He frowned a little while the vicious voice of Chen Yun was once again transmitted over. You have been hit with the blood lightning seal of my wind lightning pavilion. My wind lightning pavilion will be able to find you no matter where you run off. Little bastard, I want to see just where you can hide. I will accompany you until the end. Xiao Yan laughed coldly upon hearing Chen Yun's words. His gaze paused for an instant on the members of the Han clan. After which, he flapped his bone wings and transformed into a light figure that swiftly fled to the sky above Tian Bay City before disappearing in the blink of an eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 970, 3000 Lightning Illusionary Body. Chapter 970, 3000 Lightning Illusionary Body. A ray of light suddenly blazed across the completely cloudless azure sky in an extremely quick manner. The figure's eyes swept the distant sky before taking a glance behind him. Only then did the figure slow and mutter, by unleashing the bone wing's ability to its limit, it is likely that even Hong Tianxiao would be unable to catch up. Moreover, Chen Yun has been injured by both the earth demon puppet and me. At the very least, he will not be able to give chase within a short period of time. Thus, he need not be overly afraid. As long as that old fellow chased him alone, he would let him try the strength of the earth demon puppet. Xiao Yan's figure once again slowed as this thought flashed through his heart. He turned his body and looked in the distant direction of Tian Bay City. However, not a single figure appeared even after a while. Immediately, he shook his head. This old fellow was indeed cautious. He was able to maintain his rational disposition despite being so furious. It seemed that this old fellow did indeed possess great combat experience. Since he is not giving chase now, it is likely that he is waiting for Chen Yun to recover. That fellow is someone from the Wind Lightning Pavilion. He likely has access to a lot of healing medicinal pills. With his injuries, it is likely he will recover after a short period of time. Now, the most important thing is to undo the so-called blood lightning seal that the old fellow planted in my body. Otherwise, my situation will be a bad once the experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion hurry over. Xiao Yan swiftly made up this mind as this thought appeared. His gaze swept around him before he flapped his bone wings and transformed into a ray of light that rushed toward a mountain range in the distance. It was likely that no one understood the thoughts within his heart. Xiao Yan found a remote location within the mountain range and forcefully created a cave. After which, he used an enormous rock to block the entrance. The anxious Xiao Yan finally exhaled and relaxed when warm light from a moonlight rock scattered over the interior of the cave. I miscalculated. It is unexpected that the Wind Lightning Pavilion is so concerned about the 3000 lightning movement. Logically speaking, although the 3000 lightning movement is profound, it is merely at the D-class low level. There was no reason for this Wind Lightning Pavilion to treat an agility do technique of this class as a treasure that no one can touch. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, rubbed his forehead, and bitterly laughed. Today, I have completely offended the Wind Lightning Pavilion, but I am not afraid. The Central Plains region is massive. Would I be afraid of not having anywhere to go? I don't believe that your Wind Lightning Pavilion strength can spread across the entire Central Plains region. Xiao Yan's face revealed an expression of deep thought. He immediately spread his palm and revealed a silver white-colored storage ring. The storage ring still contained some fresh blood on it. It was the thing the Earth Demon puppet had snatched from Chen Yun's finger earlier. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength spread out. However, the silver-white storage ring emitted a resistance when his spiritual strength made contact with it, reflecting his spiritual strength back. Has a spiritual imprint been placed on it? Xiao Yan coldly laughed as he sensed the resistance from the storage ring. Spiritual strength was one of his fortes. Though his actual level was much lower than Chen Yun's level, his spiritual strength was not weaker. It was not impossible for Xiao Yan to break the spiritual imprint that Chen Yun had left behind. Xiao Yan gently inhaled a breath of air. His spiritual strength controlled the silver white-colored storage ring, which slowly surfaced in front of him. His eyes suddenly opened and a majestic spiritual strength surged from between his brows like floodwater. It violently struck the storage ring. Clang! An invisible ripple suddenly surged out of the storage ring the moment they collided. Finally, the ripple violently rammed the mountain wall. For a moment, the mountain cave trembled while fist-sized crack lines began to appear. Xiao Yan ignored the changes in the cave as his gaze stared firmly at the trembling storage ring. Spiritual strength surged out unceasingly. Finally, wave after wave struck at the spiritual imprint within the storage ring. The spiritual imprint that an elite Dou Zong had placed was indeed extremely strong. Regardless of what happened, however, it was merely an imprint. If the actual owner was located near this place, he would at least be able to control it from a distance. However, Chen Yun was currently rushing to heal himself. Where would he find the time to bother about the change of this spiritual imprint? The unceasing assault of spiritual strength continued for a couple of minutes before a slight cracking sound finally appeared in the cave. Joy instantly surged into Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard this noise. He had finally removed the spiritual imprint of that old fellow. Chen Yun, who was seated cross-legged on the Skystone Stage in Tian Bay City, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes when the spiritual imprint was broken. His eyes revealed a savage expression as he roared furiously, "Xiao Yan, the old me swears that I won't be human if I don't kill you." Most of the people had already left the Skystone Stage at this moment. After all, everyone could see that Hong Tianxiao and Chen Yun were extremely furious at the moment. No one could tell whether they would be innocently implicated under the fury of these two old fellows. "What are you roaring for instead of quickly recuperating?" Hong Tianxiao, protecting Chen Yun by the side, frowned and asked in a deep voice when he saw Chen Yun act in this manner. "The spiritual imprint in my storage ring has already been broken by that little bastard." Chen Yun grit his teeth and replied. Hong Tianxiao was startled upon hearing this. His face immediately changed a little as he said, "That brat only has the strength of a Dou Huang. How could he break your spiritual imprint? Although that puppet is strong, it clearly does not possess any spiritual strength." "I don't know." Chen Yun shook his head with a gloomy face. He said in a dense voice, "Once I have fully recuperated, we will leave together. That brat has the blood lightning seal that I planted in his body. He cannot escape. Relax, he has killed many people from my Hong clan. The old me will ensure that his ending won't be good." Hong Tianxiao ferociously responded. "I have already dispatched news to the Wind Lightning Pavilion. It is likely that some experts will hurry over soon. At that time, that brat will have difficulty escaping." Chen Yun glanced at his hand with one missing finger. The viciousness on his face was so dense that it caused a chill to rise in one's heart. Xiao Yan shut his eyes slightly as he sat in the cave, which was filled with warm light. A silver white-colored ring in front of him was emitting a weak glow. A moment later, the glow slowly weakened and Xiao Yan gradually opened his eyes. A silver-colored scroll appeared in his hand when he opened his eyes. This silver-colored scroll was a little larger than an ordinary one. Its entire body was bright silver. However, if one were to look at it carefully, one would discover that there were densely packed tiny red lines on it. They were just like veins that spread to every part of the scroll. Xiao Yan's eyes looked at this scroll and his heart had unknowingly increased his pulse rate. This was the only somewhat strange item he had found within Chen Yun's storage ring. "What is this?" Xiao Yan muttered somewhat doubtfully. He did not open it because of the strangeness of this thing. Instead, he had extended his hand and summoned the Earth Demon puppet. He tossed the scroll to the latter. "Open it." The Earth Demon puppet received the scroll. Its hand slowly opened it without any hesitation. Boom! The silver glow on the scroll suddenly soared after it had been opened. Immediately, a furious thunder-like explosion sounded and a thigh-thick lightning bolt shot out. It violently smashed into the chest of the Earth Demon puppet. The powerful strength sent it flying like a cannonball before smashing heavily into a wall. Cracks swiftly spread on the rock wall behind the puppet before they finally cracked apart with a bang. There is indeed something strange, Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he saw this. If he had been the one who had received that attack, he would have been seriously injured due to his lack of defense. Fortunately, the Earth Demon puppet had a strong physical body, and was able to receive the attack in a relaxed manner. The silver scroll slowly floated in the air after having unleashed its lightning. However, there was still a lightning glow flickering on it. Xiao Yan's eyes drifted over it as he beckoned with his hand. The scroll slowly descended. When it was falling, the Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body surged and the glazed lotus heart flame transformed into a flame that wrapped around his body. The scroll did not display any unusual signs in the face of the fully armed Xiao Yan this time around. It quietly lay in his hand. Lightning flickered. It appeared like silver snakes swimming around, giving the scroll an extraordinary appearance. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after seeing no unusual changes in the scroll. His gaze landed on the scroll, and a couple of large words that were formed by the lightning glow appeared in his sight. 3000 Lightning Illusionary Body. The most prized treasure of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. It was rumored to be a Dou technique passed down from the ancient times, D-class high level. Once this skill is mastered, it is possible to form a lightning illusionary body. The lightning illusionary body has a similar strength to the actual body. As long as the actual body does not die, the illusionary body will not be destroyed. This godlike effect could be described in 4 words, comparable to Tian class. Just a short line of words caused a great storm to immediately stir within Xiao Yan's heart. An avatar with a strength similar to the actual body? Moreover, the avatar would not be destroyed as long as the actual body did not die? If this was really the case, was this so-called 3000 lightning illusionary body not a little too terrifying? The description of it being comparable to Tian class was not an overstatement. It is unexpected that the Wind Lightning Pavilion actually possesses such a treasure. No wonder it is so strong. As long as one successfully practices it, a Dou Zun would be equivalent to 2 Dou Zun. When fighting with others, it would be 2 against 1. What kind of person within the same level could defeat 2 equivalent enemies? Xiao Yan's eyes became boiling hot as his gaze swiftly shifted a little. Behind this line of lightning glow words were some dimmer words. Clearly, this had been added by other people. The 3000 lightning illusionary body might be frightening, but it is unusually difficult to practice. One of the requirements is that one must master the 3000 lightning movement until the highest level. During these many years, there have only been a few people throughout the Wind Lightning Pavilion who have successfully mastered it. The old me has studied it for dozens of years, but has obtained little from it. It seems that it will be hopeless in my lifetime. 3000 lightning movement? Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a cool breath when he read until this point. He finally understood the reason Chen Yun was so deeply affected when he saw Xiao Yan display 3000 lightning movement. This thing was actually related to the most prized treasure of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. I must thank that old fellow. Otherwise, I would not be aware of such a secretive thing. Now that the 3000 lightning illusionary body has landed in my hands, I will see just how difficult it is to practice it. Xiao Yan laughed quietly before shutting his eyes. His spiritual strength invaded the silver-colored scroll that was emitting a lightning glow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 971, Incomplete Scroll. Chapter 971, Incomplete Scroll. The place that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a lightning world. Unimaginable numbers of thunderbolts came smashing down from the empty sky like a waterfall. They carried a soul-stirring bang along with a rich heaven's might. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had just appeared in this lightning world when the numerous tilting lightning bolts seemed to have sensed him. With a chila sound, they cut through the air and suddenly emitted a glow, covering the entire sky. Xiao Yan's brows were slightly knit in the face of these lightning bolts that had been shot in all directions. He knew that these were not genuine bolts of lightning, but were instead things created from spiritual strength that had been left within the scroll. This caused him to feel some joy. Scatter! With a tap of his finger in the empty sky, a powerful spiritual strength materialized where his finger had pressed, erupting out in an unceasing manner. The countless numbers of lightning bolts that came rushing over immediately crumbled wherever the spiritual strength moved. The lightning transforming into silver-colored light spots that permeated the sky before slowly turning into nothing. Xiao Yan broke the remnant spiritual strength within the scroll with his finger before he slowly swept his gaze around. The entire place was filled with a glaring silver color. Below was an extremely large silver lake. Lightning swam all over the lake like silver snakes, giving it the appearance of an electric pond. There was nothing else present in this place other than the electric pond below. It was also void of any information related to the so-called 3000 lightning illusionary body. Xiao Yan's gaze scanned this space an inch at a time before it finally paused on the electric pond below. His brows were bunched up. After musing for a moment, he once again pressed gently into the electric pond. Powerful spiritual strength swiftly surged down and finally swept through the electric pond. The lightning blow that lingered above swiftly scattered. Following the scattering of the lightning blow, the lake gradually became as clear as a mirror. Xiao Yan's eyes were focused on the electric pond, which had turned clear. A moment later, a slight ripple quietly rose on its surface. Numerous words formed from the lightning blow wherever the ripple reached. Xiao Yan stood high in the air and looked down. He was coincidentally able to clearly read these words made out of lightning. Joy surged into his eyes. He focused his mind as his eyes carefully swept over those words, firmly remembering them in his mind. There were not many words formed from lightning blow on the surface of the lake. After around 10 minutes or so, Xiao Yan had commit them to memory. However, when Xiao Yan began to organize and practice it within his heart, he ended up knitting his brows tightly once again. According to Xiao Yan's guess, the information was indeed related to the method of practicing the 3000 lightning illusionary body. However, the sequence was completely chaotic. One could not gain the slightest clue from reading it. Chen Yun possessed quite a high position within the Wind Lightning Pavilion. He should not be in possession of a fake Dou technique, but why is it that I cannot see any of the training methods for it? Moreover, if I look at it carefully, I seem to feel that there are many things missing. Xiao Yan softly muttered. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before once again shutting his eyes. He began to slowly organize the chaotic information within his mind. This organizational process continued for nearly an hour. By the time Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, the doubt within them had already disappeared. After this long period of study, he had indeed discovered some problems. This was indeed the training method for the 3000 lightning illusionary body. However, it was incomplete. It was merely a portion of the entirety. The feeling of it possessing a defect had originated from this earlier. The 3000 lightning movement has already been divided into a few portions. This Chen Yun possessed only one of them. How regretful, Xiao Yan sighed somewhat gloomily. However, he felt that it was normal after thinking about it. Being the most prized treasure in the Wind Lightning Pavilion, how could this 3000 lightning illusionary body be placed in the hands of an elder? Placing them separately was the safest method. I wonder where the remaining portions are. If I have the chance, I will definitely gather all of them. If I am able to successfully master this 3000 lightning illusionary body, it will definitely be a great help in the future. Xiao Yan gently sighed. He once again glanced at this lightning world and shook his head. His body gradually became pale and disappeared a moment later. Following Xiao Yan's disappearance, this lightning world once again became rampant with a wild violence. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes within the cave. He looked at the bright silver-colored scroll in his hand and involuntarily laughed. It was not easy to obtain a D-class high-level Dou technique. However, it was fortunate that he had not gained nothing. At the very least, he had obtained a portion of the method to practice the 3000 lightning illusionary body. According to his guess, the remaining portion should be in the hands of the other elders from the Wind Lightning Pavilion. If he had the opportunity in the future, he might be able to think of a way to get them. After softly laughing, Xiao Yan stored the silver-colored scroll into the serene sea ring. After which, he shifted his mind away from it. Currently, the most important thing was to remove the so-called blood lightning seal in his body. Otherwise, it would really be as Chen Yun had said. With this thing as a beacon, he would be sensed no matter where he was. Xiao Yan exhaled gently and swiftly entered his training state. His mind sank into his body and began to scan every inch of it. However, Xiao Yan was stunned to discover that there was nothing unusual within his body after the scan finished. There was not the slightest trace of the blood lightning seal. It is impossible for it not to exist. I personally witnessed that thing enter my body, Xiao Yan muttered. A thought immediately passed through his mind and the glazed lotus heart flame followed his veins, and was slowly circulated. Finally, it erupted and spread throughout every part of his body. The flame burned fiercely within his body. A moment later, Xiao Yan finally sensed an unusual feeling being transmitted over. His mind moved and appeared at the spot where the unusual feeling had originated from. The spot where the unusual feeling was transmitted from was an isolated place. However, it was still found with the full search conducted by the glazed lotus heart flame. At this moment, there was a tiny scarlet silver imprint on this vein. A vague weak glow was flickering as the flame burned. It has indeed hid itself very deep. If not for the strength of the heavenly flame, it is likely that I would have difficulty finding it. Xiao Yan looked at this scarlet silver-colored seal and coldly laughed. He could sense that this trace of seal contained a strange energy. Xiao Yan was not unfamiliar with this kind of energy. When he was practicing the 3000 lightning movement back then, he had also absorbed a thread of this kind of wind lightning strength from the wind and thunder. This kind of energy was a little stronger than an ordinary Dou technique. If an ordinary person were planted with such a seal, it was natural that he would not dare to forcefully remove it because the wind lightning strength would cause a lot of damage to the internal parts of one's body should it explode. However, it was fortunate that despite the wind lightning strength being troublesome, the strength of the heavenly flame was even more troublesome and strange. A cluster of jade-green flames swiftly spread out as a thought passed through his mind. After which, it wrapped the seal and the vein within it. A frighteningly high temperature immediately permeated the place. Due to the glazed lotus heart flame having been completely refined by Xiao Yan, this kind of high temperature would not harm him, and it would cause his veins to feel a warm, comfortable feeling. On the other hand, that blood lightning seal had become a little distorted under the high temperature. Threads of blood-colored energy gradually turned into nothingness as the high temperature penetrated it. This blood lightning seal does indeed possess a strangeness. Even the heavenly flame required a good amount of time in order to remove it. However, this is because my strength is a little weak. Looks like I should raise my strength as soon as possible. Perhaps I should also consume a mighty huang pill, Xiao Yan muttered to himself. He studied the blood lightning seal as it gradually turned paler within the heavenly flame. The mighty huang pill was a high-tier medicinal pill that was only effective to an expert Dou Huang. An expert Dou Huang would have the chance to raise his strength by 1 or even 2 stars if he consumed it. However, a person could only consume such a medicinal pill once, after which, it would lose its effect. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had never consumed one. However, the current situation was one where he might have to rely on this thing. Once I have removed this blood lightning seal, I will find another safe place to consume the medicinal pill and raise my strength in an attempt to quickly break through to the Dou Zone class. The strength of a Dou Huang is far from sufficient to roam the central plains. Xiao Yan made up his mind and hurriedly focused his attention, urging the heavenly flame to swiftly refine the blood lightning seal. This refinement continued for around 2 hours before the blood lightning seal turned into a cluster of blood-colored fog that was finally vaporized into nothingness under the grilling of the flame. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes when the blood lightning seal completely disappeared. He sighed in relief, appearing to have released a heavy burden as he said, "I have finally settled this, now, it is time for me to leave." Xiao Yan stood up from the ground and tidied himself. After which, he returned the earth demon puppet to his storage ring and walked swiftly to the entrance of the cave. Just as he was about to open the enormous rock door at the entrance of the cave, a rumbling loud voice was suddenly transmitted from outside. The intense trembling caused the interior of the cave to become shaky. "Xiao Yan, come out." Just when Xiao Yan was stunned by this unexpected change, a furious roar reverberated over the mountain range like thunder. "Chen Yun? He has actually chased me to this place." Xiao Yan's expression instantly became ugly when he heard the roar from outside. It was unexpected that the old fellow hated him to such an extent. He had actually followed him within such a short period of time. Since Chen Yun dared to give chase, it was likely that Hong Tianshou had also arrived. If Xiao Yan did not use some true skill when facing 2 elite Dou zones, it was likely that the matter today would not end well. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath. A ruthless expression also flashed within his eyes. These 2 old fellows were pressing him. As the saying went, a rabbit would also bite someone in its anxiety, much less Xiao Yan, who was a fierce wolf with sharp teeth. "Hee, little fellow, it is unexpected that the old me has found you in such a miserable setting when I woke up. It is really a blessing to my eyes." When Xiao Yan was planning to go all out in his heart, an elderly teasing laughter suddenly sounded within his heart without any forewarning. "Old Mr. Yao?" Xiao Yan exclaimed when he heard this familiar laughter. A joy that was difficult to hide surged into his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 972, Monstrous Aura. Chapter 972, Monstrous Aura. Over a dozen figures were suspended in the azure sky. They were all scattered and their gazes were carefully scanning the mountain range below. These were all people who had come chasing after Xiao Yan. Each of them carried an incomparable anger and killing intent. However, they were unaware of just what Xiao Yan was thinking at this moment. "Chen Yun, didn't you say that brat had been struck by your blood lightning seal? You should be able to detect his exact spot. Where is he?" A red-clothed, yellow-faced, old man finally turned his head, furiously demanded information from the gray-clothed, old man beside him after failing to find any traces despite having searched for a while. Chen Yun's expression was a little gloomy at this moment. He had sensed that his connection with the blood lightning seal was weakening on his way here, especially when he had just entered the area around the mountain range. That connection had been completely broken at that moment. Hence, he could only rely on the route transmitted by the slight connection earlier to search. However, it was a futile effort despite having spent such a long time. I don't know just what method that brat used to remove the blood lightning seal that I left in his body. Chen Yun gloomily replied. Honestly speaking, he was feeling extremely shocked at this moment. The difficulty involved in removing the blood lightning seal was something that he understood extremely well. However, it had been dispelled within less than half a day. This was the first time that he had been met with such an occurrence in all his years. Didn't you have great confidence in your blood lightning seal? If I knew that this would be the case, the old me would have directly given chase. Hong Tianxiao became furious upon hearing this. If they were to lose the connection, how would they find that brat after he had fled a great distance? What are you roaring for? You give chase? Poof. Would you not have long since given chase if you had not been afraid of the puppet in that brat's hand? Chen Yun frowned and spoke in a somewhat irritated manner. You are speaking nonsense. Would the old me be afraid of that brat's puppet? Hong Tianxiao furiously cried out. Once we find him, you can go and deal with that puppet, Chen Yun coldly laughed. He immediately waved his hand and a deep voice sounded, all of you should head down and search the place an inch at a time. That brat is definitely still in this mountain range. I don't believe that he can flee under my eyes. The dozen experts in the sky were startled for a moment upon hearing Chen Yun's orders before they turned their gazes to Hong Tianxiao. They were the people invited by the Hong clan. Naturally, they needed to hear Hong Tianxiao's instruction. Do as he said. Hong Tianxiao swung his sleeves and commanded them. Understood. The dozen-plus invited helpers from the Hong clan finally cupped their hands and spread out after hearing the order. They slowly descended, formed a fan shape, and began searching the mountain range. Two human figures quietly flashed and appeared within a lush green forest behind Hong Tianxiao's group while they were searching for Xiao Yan. The lady among them was surprisingly Han Shui. Standing beside her was a white-clothed old man with a bitter smile. The old man's gaze passed through the gap between the branches and looked at Chen Yun's group in the distant sky. A solemn expression flashed in his eyes. Great-grandfather, will they find Xiao Yan? Han Shui's searing hot eyes looked at the invited helpers of the Hong clan as they searched the place carefully before involuntarily asking in a concerned manner. Ugh, girl, although the old me was unable to endure your tantrum and ended up bringing you over to take a look, I will still say some ugly words first. If any situation occurs when the time comes, I will try my best to lend a hand on the precondition that no one will discover my identity. You should understand, great-grandfather. It is fine if it was just that Hong Tianxiao. However, Chen Yun is a member of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Our Han clan cannot offend that kind of faction, the white-clothed old man sighed as he spoke with a somewhat solemn face. I have taken the risk to bring you over mainly because that little fellow helped our Han clan. The old me does not like to owe another a favor. Otherwise, regardless of how nice you put it, I will not treat a big matter like offending the Wind Lightning Pavilion as child's play. Han Shui gently bit her lower red lip with the back of her teeth as she quietly nodded. She softly said, Xun Er knows her limits. At that time, great-grandfather should intervene based on the situation. If it is not possible, then just leave. Her round eyes had immediately become much redder at the end of her words. The white-clothed old man once again laughed bitterly when he saw this manner of hers. He rubbed Han Shui's smooth black hair and sighed, Ugh, by being able to make my little granddaughter act like this little fellow called Xiao Yan really does have some skill. Han Shui's pretty face revealed embarrassment when she heard his words. She was just about to speak when a bang sounded in the distant mountain range. Upon the sounding of the explosion, numerous whistling sounds began to be transmitted from the distance. One could even hear a faint cry if he is here. Has he been discovered? Han Shui's hands were tightly clenched. Brat, I thought that you had wished to hide for an entire lifetime. Chen Yun spoke with ridicule. His figure was suspended in the sky as his sinister gaze looked at the young man who was slowly walking out of a cave. There are really quite a lot of people who have come. Looks like Elder Chen really hates me. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the sky around him. Finally, they paused on Hong Tianxiao's body while he spoke with a smile. Once you land in my hands, you will clearly experience the hatred of the old me. Chen Yun viciously spoke. The faint pain that was being transmitted from his hand was just like a thorn ruthlessly piercing into his heart. That humiliation caused the killing intent in his heart to surge. Brat, this time around, the old me wants to see just how you will be able to flee. I have promised my nephew that I will break all your limbs and bring you to him. Hong Tianxiao's gaze revealed a fierce glow as he stared at Xiao Yan. His sinister voice caused the surrounding helpers invited by the Hong clan to feel a chill in their hearts. Xiao Yan lips curled. However, this smile of his contained a frosty chill. Looks like the two of you really wish to render me dead and will definitely not give up. In that cause, allow me to take both of your lives. Hong Tianxiao immediately laughed upon seeing the smile on Xiao Yan's face. He mocked, "Arrogant young man. Do you really think that a puppet can save your life?" The smile on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily became a little stranger when he heard this. He flicked his finger and a silver glow flashed. The Earth Demon puppet also surfaced in front of him. Seeing the appearance of this Earth Demon puppet, the helpers of the Han clan in the sky hurriedly withdrew a little. They were also extremely terrified of this fierce puppet, which had broken off one of Chen Yun's finger. Hong Tianxiao's eyes also solidified slightly when the Earth Demon puppet appeared. His face became slightly solemn. The troublesomeness of this puppet was something that he was also clearly aware of. Hong Tianxiao, since you said Thosser words earlier, we'll leave this puppet to you. Leave that brat to me to deal with. Chen Yun's eyes also flickered slightly as they stared at the Earth Demon puppet. There was a faint fear within them. Finally, he turned his head and spoke to Hong Tianxiao. Hong Tianxiao's face immediately twitched a little upon hearing these words. He inhaled a deep breath of air and coldly laughed, "Leave it to the old me. You, on the other hand, should finish that brat off as soon as possible. Relax, this time around, the old me will let him know that offending the Wind Lightning Pavilion was his greatest mistake." Chen Yun's gaze looked at Xiao Yan in a savage manner as he spoke in a dense voice. Xiao Yan merely smiled in the face of these two old fellows' ill intent. His finger gently rubbed the snow-white ring without leaving a trace. After which, he suddenly pointed at Hong Tianxiao and softly said, "Kill him, but..." The Earth Demon puppet in front of him stomped heavily on the ground just after Xiao Yan's voice had sounded. The mountain rocks cracked and the Earth Demon puppet's body shot toward the sky like a fire arrow. It violently flew toward Hong Tianxiao. "Humph, allow the old me to see just how great is this puppet." Hong Tianxiao coldly laughed when he saw the Earth Demon puppet coming at him with a fierce momentum. Fiery red Dou Qi surged out of his body like a flame in all directions. His hand was clenched and a 2-meter-long scimitar appeared in his hand. The scimitar emitted a hot force when it was swung and violently hacked at the Earth Demon puppet. Clang! The scimitar hacked at the Earth Demon puppet's shoulder. However, only some sparks were created. A white scar also appeared where the blade landed. What a hard body! Hong Tianxiao was slightly startled when he saw this. He tightly regripped the scimitar. He then collided head-on with the Earth Demon puppet, and an intense big battle erupted. Chen Yun slowly lowered his body while Hong Tianxiao was pestering the Earth Demon puppet. He remained suspended in the sky just in front of Xiao Yan. His dried face revealed a frightening smile as he slowly spoke in a dense voice. "Brat, you have broken off a finger of mine. Later, I will completely cripple all 10 fingers of yours." Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His feet stomped on the ground as his body rose. A short while later, he drifted and landed on a large tree. Hong Chen's hands were merely placed behind him as he watched Xiao Yan's actions. His eyes revealed ridicule as he watched Xiao Yan move from the way he saw it. Xiao Yan was merely a mouse struggling before it died in this situation. Moreover, he was the cat playing with the mouse. However, this was merely his wishful thinking. Xiao Yan completely ignored the ridicule in Chen Yun's eyes. His hands were slowly spread apart as he gradually shut his eyes. A soft mutter sounded within his heart. "Old Mr. Yao, please temporarily lend your strength to me." A soft mutter slowly sounded. A moment later, the snow-white ring on Xiao Yan's finger shook gently. Immediately, an extremely majestic and vast spiritual strength moved along Xiao Yan's arm, wildly surging into him in a flood-like manner. With the pouring of the majestic spiritual strength into Xiao Yan's body, the space around him had suddenly, but slowly become distorted. A monstrous aura that was like an awakened emperor that dominated this world. Chen Yun, those helpers from the Hong clan around and even Hong Tianxiao, who was fighting the Earth Demon puppet, felt a momentary dullness within their heads the instant this monstrous aura appeared. Immediately, shock that was difficult to restrain surged from deep within their hearts in a manner similar to wild grass. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 973, Killing Chen Yun. Chapter 973, Killing Chen Yun. The majestic aura rippled around Xiao Yan's body while the entire mountain range trembled under this frightening aura. Occasionally, a trembling whimper-like roar sounded softly within the mountain forest. The roar contained a terrified feeling within it. With the powerful spiritual strength within Xiao Yan's body, his toes slowly left the treetop. He was suspended in the empty air in the sky. Perhaps it was because of his body being filled with too much spiritual strength, but a silver-white color gradually surfaced in his eyes. This silver-white color became denser until his eyes basically radiated this color. Looking from a distance, his original black eyes had transformed into a pair of silver-white eyes that appeared extremely cold. The rising aura continued for a moment before it came to a slow stop. Xiao Yan lowered his head slightly and looked at Chen Yun, whose expression had drastically changed. He slowly asked, "Aren't you planning on crippling my 10 fingers?" The voice was not loud, but it possessed a pressure that seemed to unroll from his spirit, causing Chen Yun's spirit to tremble as a result. What has this brat done? Why is it that he has suddenly become so strong? Looking at this aura, it is likely that he has the strength of a 7-star or even 8-star dozone. Is this real or not? Chen Yun's expression changed rapidly. The majestic aura that had unfurled from Xiao Yan's body had indeed caused him to be shocked and filled with disbelief. He was certain that Xiao Yan's actual strength should be at the Dou Huang class. However, his strength had shot up like a burning arrow in a sudden manner and reached such a frightening level. From the way he saw it, this was a ridiculous thing. Doubt flashed across Chen Yun's heart. He really had difficulty believing that Xiao Yan could increase so many levels within such a short period of time. Regardless of how the great of a secret technique is, it would likely be difficult for it to possess such a frightening effect. Could the strength of this Dou Qi be only superficial? Chen Yun's eyes were dark and solemn. He refused to believe that this game of cat and mouse had completely reversed within these short few minutes. Today, the old me shall see whether this strength of yours is real or if it is merely just an act. A cold glint flashed across Chen Yun's eyes. He clenched his fist and lightning flickered. It agglomerated into a lightning mace. His body moved and a faint lightning roar resounded. Xiao Yan's eyes were calm as he looked at Chen Yun on the ground from the sky. An instant later, his hand suddenly reached back. A powerful spiritual strength surged before agglomerating into a 5-foot-large spiritual cannonball in his palm. Xiao Yan's arm trembled strangely and the spiritual cannonball emitted a bang before shooting out. Boom! The invisible spiritual cannonball had just been shot out when it suddenly exploded around 10 feet from him. An old figure appeared in a miserable fashion before swiftly pulling back. The shock in Chen Yun's face had finally reached its peak while he withdrew. That attack earlier informed him that the majestic aura of Xiao Yan in front of him was genuine. It was not an act put up by relying on some strange chi method. He is using spiritual strength. However, even some Tier 7 alchemists have difficulty possessing such a majestic spiritual strength. Just what is the background of this brat? Chen Yun's heart felt somewhat uneasy. Ever since he had exchanged blows with Xiao Yan, the other party was unfathomable, appearing like a bottomless pit despite only possessing the strength of a Dou Huang on the surface. A puppet, heavenly flame, and now this unusually terrifying spiritual strength. Each of these things only existed in legend when it came to an ordinary person. However, all of them actually appeared on him, forcing Chen Yun to withdraw the underestimation that he had made in his heart. Regardless of what method he used to cause his strength to soar, there will definitely be a time limit to it. Now, it is not wise to fight head-on with him. It is better to leave first and wait until his strength has weakened. It would not be too late to attack at that time. Chen Yun swiftly suppressed the turmoil in his Dou Qi that was shocked by the spiritual strength earlier. After which, his mouth emitted a sharp whistle. He turned his body, used all his might to activate the 3000 lightning movement and finally transformed into an afterimage. After which, he rushed out of the mountain range, fleeing for his life as he did so. Hong Tianxiao, who was battling the earth demon puppet, and the many helpers from the Hong clan in the sky, experienced a slight change in their expression when they heard this whistle. All of them knew that this was the signal to retreat. Damn it, just what did this brat do? His strength has actually soared to such a level. Hong Tianxiao cursed furiously in his heart. The majestic aura that permeated the sky also caused his mind to tremble a little. Dou Qi immediately surged in his body as his scimitar danced, forming a fiery red blade curtain in front of him that forced the earth demon puppet back. After which, Hong Tianxiao also hurriedly pulled back. You wish to leave? Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he saw Chen Yun fleeing. He was indeed unable to maintain this condition for long. Hence, once he activated it, he needed to achieve something. Since this old fellow hated him to the core, he was not someone that could be left alive. A Dou Zone class enemy would ultimately bring about some trouble. It was better to end it once and for all. A killing intent flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. He raised his hand and pointed it at Chen Yun, who had turned into an afterimage and fled. After which, Xiao Yan abruptly clenched it. When Xiao Yan's hand was clenched, the empty space 1,000 feet away suddenly became distorted before swiftly transforming into a substance like spatial wall. Bang! Chen Yun, who had unleashed his maximum speed, did not discover the spatial wall that had suddenly appeared. He collided violently against it. The special rebounding strength of the spatial wall shot him. This fierce and powerful force shook Chen Yun until he felt his mouth becoming sweet. He forcefully swallowed after becoming aware of the sweetness. Chen Yun's body had just rebounded when he recovered. The first thing he did was to swiftly land his body and flee into the forest. However, before his body could land on the ground, a human figure appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. A fist that was covered with a vast and mighty spiritual strength smashed over without any fancy moves. Space ripples materialized wherever the fist traveled as numerous lines began to spread. They appeared like tiny black snakes filled with a frightening strength which chilled one's heart. Chen Yun's expression changed drastically in the face of this plain fist. He let out a furious roar as Dou Qi surged out of his body. It agglomerated and formed a thick lightning barrier in front of him. Bang! Dot! The fist violently smashed the light barrier and the majestic spiritual strength unleashed an extremely frightening strength, like a volcano, before trickily shaking the lightning barrier until it burst apart. The remaining strength also splashed across Chen Yun's body in a lightning-like manner. Grug! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out as Yun Chen's body smashed into the ground by the ruthless punch. His body rubbed against the forest below, forming a deep ravine that was over 100 meters long. The trees along the way were all completely blasted apart as sawdust scattered in all directions. After borrowing Tian Huazunji's strength, Xiao Yan was able to reach the level of a 7 or even 8-star Dou Zone while Chen Yun was merely a 4-star Dou Zone. The gap between every star in the Dou Zone class was extremely vast. Yet, Chen Yun wished to fight head-on with Xiao Yan. It was natural that his ending would be extremely miserable. The disheveled Chen Yun stopped his body with much difficulty before throwing up a mouthful of fresh blood. The firm punch of Xiao Yan had caused him to suffer a serious injury. Moreover, that spiritual strength seemed to be unusually hot and violent. Some of the spiritual strength that had invaded his body had already begun a destruction on a great scale. Chen Yun's condition was extremely terrible upon facing this combination of external and internal attacks. If this continues, I will really die in that little bastard's hand. I cannot continue to be entangled with him. Chen Yun's eyes contained a viciousness as he wiped off the blood trace from the corner of his mouth. He was just about to flee into the mountain range when that ghost-like figure once again appeared in front of him like the maggot in one's tarsal bones. Xiao Yan, the Wind Lightning Pavilion will not let you off if you kill me. Chen Yun hurriedly cried out. His heart felt a shock upon seeing Xiao Yan chasing him once again. It is likely that they will not let me off even if I don't kill you, Xiao Yan smiled at Chen Yun. However, this smile was just like a vicious demon that chilled one's heart, from Chen Yun's point of view. Just what does it take for you to let me off? As long as you state your condition. Before Chen Yun finished his sentence, Chen Yun's body shot backwards. A couple of fist-sized silver-colored beads were ruthlessly tossed toward Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 The silver beads had just been thrown out when they suddenly exploded. Powerful air waves flattened the forest within a 100-meter radius. Chen Yun's figure swiftly fled into the forest after having thrown the lightning beads. However, he did not have the time to sigh in relief when a strange human figure once again appeared. A leg that contained powerful spiritual strength was swung. The force on it was slammed viciously into Chen Yun's head. Grug, dot. Chen Yun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood when the wild and violent strength erupted. His body flew backwards and broke a countless number of enormous trees along the way. Hong Tianxiao looked at Chen Yun, who was basically unable to retaliate, from the distant sky. His expression also changed. Ancestor, should we lend a hand? An invited helper swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he softly asked. Hong Tianxiao's eyes changed rapidly. He immediately looked at the earth demon puppet that had been delayed a little by a couple of people from the Hong clan before clenching his teeth and giving a command, retreat. Don't bother with him. That little fellow's strength is far too frightening now. Adding this to the puppet, we will only be courting death regardless of how many of us step forward. After saying this, Hong Tianxiao decisively waved his hand, turned around, and fled without any hesitation. The other people from the Hong clan behind also hurriedly followed. Chen Yun's entire body was covered with mud as he climbed up from the ground with much difficulty. He appeared extremely miserable with fresh blood flowing down from his head. Additionally, he looked ferocious. He had suffered a serious injury after having received a couple of full-force attacks from Xiao Yan. Even the veins in his body had begun to show signs of breaking. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was extremely destructive with the support of the heavenly flame. Chen Yun panted heavily through his mouth. The space in front of him rippled and Xiao Yan's figure once again slowly appeared. Are you still able to run? Xiao Yan's voice was completely emotionless as his silver-white-colored eyes stared at Chen Yun, which possessed a weary aura. Little bastard. Since you wish to kill the old me shall drag you to die with me. Chen Yun's eyes gradually turned crimson. A craziness surged onto his face. Immediately, he charged angrily toward Xiao Yan. His body also swiftly swelled, appearing like a balloon that was about to explode. Xiao Yan frowned slightly in the face of Chen Yun's crazy act. Self-destruct, huh? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 974, Self-Destruction of an Elite Dozong. Chapter 974, Self-Destruction of an Elite Dozong. Xiao Yan's feet moved as he looked at the swelling Chen Yun, who was swiftly pouncing over. His body quickly rushed into the air. At the same time, his palms were opened and a thread of silver-colored spatial strength flashed and appeared. Spatial seal. The space around Chen Yun suddenly fluctuated intensely as the soft cry sounded. It suddenly stirred an intense ripple and the invisible space immediately seemed to have become substance-like, transforming into a spatial prison that wrapped around Chen Yun. Even an ordinary 5-star Dozong would have difficulty agglomerating such a substance-like spatial prison. However, Xiao Yan was able to create it after borrowing the strength of Tian Huazunjia. Of course, the most important reason for this was that his body already possessed a thread of spatial strength. He used it as a medium in order to maneuver the spatial strength flowing in nature. The spatial prison had just been formed when Chen Yun's body suddenly swelled to a frightening extent. Immediately, a soul-stirring explosion suddenly appeared. Bang! A frightening energy wave wildly swept in all directions like a tidal wave. The spatial prison resisted it a little before it burst apart. The entire mountain range shook intensely, appearing as though an earthquake had occurred. Numerous 1,000-foot-large cracks spread out like spiderweb. The entire mountain range had descended into a panic at this moment. The strength involved when a 4-star Dozong self-destructed was extremely frightening. Xiao Yan merely managed to temporarily dodge the attack of this frightening energy storm. His body flashed and appeared in the distant sky. His eyes revealed a sullenness as he looked at the rampant energy wave. After this action by Chen Yun, this entire mountain range would likely turn into ruins. Hong Tianxiao, who was fleeing the mountain range, also sensed this frightening energy storm. His expression changed almost instantly. That old fellow Chen Yun actually self-destructed, by being able to force him until such an extent, that brat is really too frightening. Hong Tianxiao suddenly felt a little bitterness in his mouth. If he knew that this brat would be so troublesome to deal with from the start, he would definitely not have made enemies with him. Possessing such an enemy really caused him to have difficulty eating and sleeping in ease. However, this world did not have any medicine for regret. This was something that Hong Tianxiao was also clearly aware of. Moreover, he was not an indecisive person. A fierce glow immediately flashed across his eyes as he muttered to himself, "This brat is indeed extremely strange. However, by killing Chen Yun, you will not be able to feel nice. The Wind Lightning Pavilion will not sit back and watch an elder be killed. At that time, he. With a sinister smile, Hong Tianxiao decisively turned his head and waved his hand. His fleeing speed once again increased. The white-clothed old man at a certain spot in the mountain range was also shocked by Qing Yun's crazy act. He hurriedly pulled Han Shui as his body penetrated the mountain forest in a lightning-like manner. Finally, his figure flashed and landed on a mountain peak. He looked down at the rampant energy storm in the mountain range from high above and involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. This old fellow is really crazy. Han Shui was similarly shocked by the destructive energy below until her pretty face turned somewhat pale. The self-destruction of a Dozong was not something that just anyone would be able to personally witness. By being able to force a Dozong to take the dead-end path of self-destruction, this young man called Xiao Yan is indeed extremely terrifying. The white-clothed old man slowly raised his head, looked at the blurry figure in the sky, and spoke in a somewhat hushed manner. Is he all right? Han Shui's eyes also swept over the sky. Her eyesight was far inferior to the white-clothed old man. Naturally, she was unable to see Xiao Yan's figure. What can happen to him? That spatial seal had eliminated Chen Yun's intentions of dying with him. The white-clothed old man shook his head before immediately saying, however, since he has killed Chen Yun, it is likely that he has truly become enemies with the Wind Lightning Pavilion. That Hong Tianxiao will definitely announce the news to everyone when he gets back. Given the style of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, they will definitely dispatch experts to kill Xiao Yan. Han Shui's hand involuntarily clenched upon hearing this. Her face revealed a worried expression. Alright, girl, there is no need to be overly worried. This little fellow is not an ordinary person. He kills decisively and does not possess a weak character. With such a character and his strength, it is likely that he will be able to do extremely well even in the Central Plains, where all sorts of experts hide. It is likely going to be quite difficult to kill him. The white-clothed old man smiled as he reassured her. His words held Xiao Yan in high regard. Han Shui nodded slightly. Her hand pulled aside the black hair on her forehead while her bright eyes revealed sentimental thought as she looked to the sky. Her elder sister was right. This person was really too outstanding. He was so outstanding that very few women could hold on to him. The energy storm raged brutally within the mountain range. It continued for over 10 minutes before it gradually weakened. During this period of time, Xiao Yan's figure continued to remain in the sky. His eyes were also gradually shut. A whistling wild wind blew over the mountain range, carrying some dust with it. At this moment, the originally lush green forest had completely turned into a muddy color. Xiao Yan in the sky finally opened his eyes when the last wisp of energy storm slowly disappeared. His gaze slowly swept over the mountain range below, which had become extremely chaotic. Finally, he gently landed and his footsteps slowly walked to the spot where Chen Yun had self-destructed earlier. An enormous pit that was a couple of 100 feet in size had appeared at that spot. The black darkness was such that one could not see the bottom at a glance. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the pit. His footsteps suddenly turned and he arrived at a spot near the enormous pit. There was a swaying withered tree located at that spot. Xiao Yan's hand slowly rubbed the withered tree while a cold smile was suddenly lifted onto the corner of his mouth. His palm was violently thrown forward and the withered tree burst apart. Wooden chips flew and an illusionary spirit fled from it in panic. It flew toward the sky. However, it had just moved when the surrounding space suddenly solidified. Elder Chen is really quite scheming. Allowing your body to self-destruct while a thread of your soul fled. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan smiled, looked at the illusionary spirit, and softly spoke. Xiao Yan, don't kill me. We can sit down and talk properly. You don't wish to offend the Wind Lightning Pavilion in this manner, do you? The spirit had just been trapped when it immediately transformed into Chen Yun's illusionary face. At this moment, his eyes contained a genuine fear. If this thread of soul were destroyed by Xiao Yan, he would truly be finished. I don't wish to reach such a stage too. However, all of this is because you have forced me, Xiao Yan softly sighed. He extended his hand and immediately grabbed Chen Yun's soul. Little bastard, the Wind Lightning Pavilion will not let you off. Just wait for your death. Chen Yun cursed viciously upon sensing Xiao Yan's killing intent. Bang! Xiao Yan was expressionless. He tightened his hand and Chen Yun's soul suddenly exploded. It immediately transformed into light spots before disappearing. Looking at the scattering spiritual light spots, Xiao Yan knew that this elder of the Wind Lightning Pavilion had gave his last farewell to this world. He is careful and does not leave any room for his enemy to escape. This fellow is not an ordinary person. The white-clothed old man suddenly sighed and spoke while standing on the mountaintop. Han Shui stood uncertainly by his side and blinked her eyes. She did not witness the scene where Xiao Yan destroyed Chen Yun's soul. However, she felt that her great-grandfather, who possessed impossible expectations, seemed to give Xiao Yan a very high evaluation. Old Sir has praised me too much. I am merely unwilling to allow some trouble to follow me again. A faint laugh suddenly sounded on the mountain top. Immediately, Xiao Yan's figure slowly appeared in front of the white-clothed old man. Xiao Yan! Han Shui immediately cried out joyfully upon seeing Xiao Yan appear. The white-clothed old man also smiled. However, his feet had shifted forward by half a step without leaving a trace, vaguely blocking Han Shui behind him as he did so. He had personally witnessed Xiao Yan kill Chen Yun. It was likely that this matter would bring about quite a lot of trouble for Xiao Yan if it were to spread. After seeing Xiao Yan's vicious tactics earlier, the white-clothed old man did not treat Xiao Yan as a kind person. Old Sir need not be so cautious. Xiao Yan is not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, I owe Miss Xun Er my gratitude. Repaying kindness with revenge is not something that I can do. Xiao Yan softly laughed. Although the actions of the white-clothed old man were extremely small, it did not escape Xiao Yan in his current condition. The white-clothed old man felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. He cupped his hand together and said, "The old me is Han Fei. Xiao Yan greets old Mr. Han." Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and replied with a grin. "Cuckoo, the old me is unworthy of such a big greeting." Han Fei waved his hands before solemnly saying, "We will not say anything about the matter today. However, it is likely that Hong Tian Shao will make it public. At that time, you will need to be careful of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, but..." "Thank you for your warning, old Mr. Han." Xiao Yan nodded. It was not that he did not wish to chase after Hong Tian Shao. However, he was unable to maintain this condition for long. Once Tian Huizunjia withdraw the spiritual strength, it was likely that Xiao Yan's would experience a weary phase because of the overly powerful energy. How could he kill Hong Tian Xiao in that state? Since young friend Xiao Yan is aware of it, the old me shall not say anything more. I will bid you goodbye today. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will come and seek some advice from young friend. Han Fei beamed. His gaze swept around him and knew that this was not a place that one should stay for long. Finally, he cupped his hands and spoke. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. You should be careful. Han Shui bit her lower red lip with the back of her teeth and whispered when she saw that they were about to leave. Xiao Yan grinned and said, you should also take care, but... Han Fei by the side laughed bitterly in his heart upon seeing this situation. He pulled Han Shui along as his figure moved and rushed toward a distant mountain range. Be careful of the wind-lightning pavilion. It is best for you to leave the northern region of the Central Plains as soon as possible. Xiao Yan looked at Han Fei and Han Shui, who had disappeared into the distance when a faint gentle voice drifted over with the wind. Xiao Yan exhaled a gentle breath. His eyes watched the two figures as they disappeared into the horizon. He also turned his body and flew to another side of the mountain range. The current him needed to quickly raise his strength. It was time to consume that mighty Huang pill. However, he was unaware how much this medicinal pill would raise his strength. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 975, Qingfeng Mountains. Chapter 975, Qingfeng Mountains. Enormous trees rose into the sky within a lush green mountain range. These large trees, that had grown for hundreds or thousands of years, were usually able to grow to a height of a couple hundred meters tall. They were the largest living beings in the mountain range. Even sunlight was blocked by their huge leaves. Hardly anyone was present in this place. Occasionally, the roar of a magical beast would appear, frightening off the many birds resting in the forest. The panicked fluttering of wings would form a white figure that spread over the sky, appearing majestic. There was a tall mountain peak that jutted into the sky within the vast mountain range. The mountain peak was not very large, but it was extremely steep. Its walls were nearly vertical, and its precipitous mountain peak was extremely smooth. Unless could fly, an ordinary magical beast would have difficulty ascending it. Clouds lingered over the peak of the mountain while a young man sat cross-legged on it. A silver-colored human figure was sitting straight beside the young man. The figure's body did not move even a little while its empty hole-like eyes slowly swept around him. It instantaneously killed anything that approached the mountain peak regardless of whether it was a person or magical beast, acting like the perfect bodyguard. The young man maintained this posture for around 2 hours before he slowly opened his eyes. His somewhat pale white face gradually recovered a little redness. Little fellow, your strength is too weak. However, it is fortunate that your body is tough. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to endure the pouring of my spiritual strength. A laughter sounded within Xiao Yan's heart when he opened his eyes. Xiao Yan grinned and asked, Old Mr. Yao, what level has your strength recovered to? Around that of an 8-star Dou zone. Any increase in the future will be extremely difficult. Any attempt to return to the Dou zone class will require a physical body that would fit my spirit extremely well. Tian Huizunjia mused for a moment before laughing somewhat cunningly. However, little fellow, we agreed earlier that you would help the old me resolve the matter of a physical body. Xiao Yan smiled involuntarily when he heard this. Tian Huizunjia was a great help. If Xiao Yan could allow him to recover to the strength of a Dou zone, it would definitely be beneficial for him. On this point, Xiao Yan would naturally lend a hand without holding back. The original body has the most perfect degree of fitting with one's soul. If a soul were to randomly occupy a physical body, it is likely that the effects would be quite poor. Hence, a body can only be specifically refined, Xiao Yan softly explained. Yao Lao had once mentioned to Xiao Yan the method to refine a body. Hence, as long as Xiao Yan found the necessary ingredients, he should be able to refine one with his current level. I shall leave the matter of the refinement to you. Remember, you must make the best one for the old me. Don't cut corners. Although I have never refined a body, I am also aware that the strength of the ingredients is very important. It will also determine one's achievement in the future. Tian Huizunjia laughed. Old Mr. Yao, please rest assured that Xiao Yan will definitely help you refine the best body. Xiao Yan beamed as he replied. It's best if this is the case. Little fellow, you can rest assured that the old me will not let you fall into any danger of losing your life before you refine the body for me. Tian Huizunjia laughed out loud. His heart did indeed feel a gratitude to Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan had brought him out from that magma world, it was likely that he would have long since turned into nothingness. How could he possess his current grandness then? Moreover, he might even possess his own body in the future and once again feel the wonderful feeling of once again being human. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard these words. With this expert protecting him, he would be in possession of quite a large amount of capital that would allow him to feel extremely safe when roaming the Central Plains. However, even with this talisman, raising his own strength was still the most important matter. After all, he could not borrow the strength of others all the time. Xiao Yan mused for a moment as a smile formed. He moved his hand and an emerald-like jade bottle appeared in his hand. He tilted the bottle and a medicinal pill the size of a dragon's eye rolled out. Immediately, an unusual fragrance scattered, commanding everyone's attention. This medicinal pill was naturally the mighty Huang pill. Moreover, it was the best quality pill among those mighty Huang pills that Xiao Yan had refined. He did not take it out to be auctioned. Instead, he had kept it in preparation for his own use. Now, it was coincidentally able to come in handy. The use of the mighty Huang pill was able to let an elite Dou Huang raise his strength by 1 or even 2 stars. However, this also depended on luck. Something like 1 strength not even raising after consuming the mighty Huang pill had happened before. Moreover, the unlucky thing was that even if they failed, this thing would similarly no longer possess any effect when they consumed it a second time. Hence, the people who consumed the mighty Huang pill would usually pray in their hearts that they would not end up meeting such an unlucky incident. The medicinal pill slowly rolled on Xiao Yan's hand. A moment later, he gently exhaled a breath, widened his mouth, and swiftly stuffed the medicinal pill into it. The mighty Huang pill immediately melted upon entering Xiao Yan's mouth, transforming into a somewhat warm, powerful medicinal strength that wildly surged into Xiao Yan's body. Following the surging in of the great amount of pure medicinal strength, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth also twitched. It was fortunate that his veins were tough. Otherwise, he would have difficulty consuming such a large amount of medicinal strength in one go. Xiao Yan gently inhaled a breath of air when the medicinal strength swiftly surged and flowed into all his veins. A thought passed through his mind and the glazed lotus heart flame surged around his body. Immediately, the flames charged into his veins and swiftly wrapped around the enormous medicinal strength. After which, it forcefully pulled this wild horse-like fellow. Following the route of the flame mantra Qi method, it slowly began to circulate. The space around Xiao Yan in the outside world began to ripple intensely when the medicinal strength surged within Xiao Yan's body. Wave after wave of energy appeared before agglomerating into an energy swirl in the space above his head. Finally, the energy slowly seeped into him through the top of his head. Being in possession of a heavenly flame made refining the modeled energy from nature an easy matter for Xiao Yan. He was able to refine whatever came regardless of the quantity involved. Everything slowly came on track, following the gradual activation of the medicinal strength within his body. The medicinal strength of the mighty Huang pill might be great, but it was insufficient to cause the current Xiao Yan to feel any panic with his current ability. Everything proceeded extremely smoothly. Whether the mighty Huang pill was able to raise Xiao Yan's strength by 1 or 2 stars would depend on the results when the time came. The mountain peak had become quiet after Xiao Yan entered into a slow refining state. Only the earth demon puppet beside him continued its sentry duty. The Feng Mountains were quite renowned within the northern region of the Central Plains. The reason was not because there was a phoenix within it. Instead, this was the place where the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion stood. The Wind Lightning Pavilion was divided into the North, South, East, and West Pavilions. The North, South, and West were complementary branches while the East Pavilion was the strongest. Even though this was the case, any one of the 3 pavilions possessed the qualification to be ranked among the top-tier factions within the Central Plains. The union of the 4 pavilions was comparable to some of the factions at the peak, and it was called the Giant of the Northern regions of the Central Plains for that reason. Feng Mountains were extremely arduous in nature. The precipitous mountain peaks were covered in a layer of fog that left one with a paradise-like feeling. The peak of Feng Mountain seemed to have been hacked into 2 by an enormous axe. There were numerous partially visible buildings hidden within the lush greenery. The most eye-catching part of the entire mountain peak was the enormous silver-colored pagoda that was located on the highest peak. This enormous pagoda, that rushed into the sky, was named North Lightning Tower. Its body was covered by a bright silver color. One could faintly hear the slight sound of rumbling thunder emitted from it. This was the sacred training ground of the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. Only the most outstanding people could obtain the qualification to enter it and train. On the highest level of the North Lightning Tower was a spacious hall. At this moment, a number of people were sitting within it. Wave after wave of majestic strength permeated the room, causing the guards standing outside of the hall to tremble in fear. Elder Yun's spiritual lightning tablet has already broken. A silver-colored leader's seat was located in the middle of the hall. Faint lightning glows moved along the chair, spreading in all directions. A silver-clothed figure was leaning on the backrest of a chair while his silver eyes slowly swept below him. Finally, a faint voice reverberated across the hall. His voice was not too loud but had a strong pressuring feeling. No one dared to underestimate him. 3 old men with different clothes in the hall immediately reacted when these words sounded. They had a clear idea of what a spiritual lightning tablet was. A thread of their spiritual imprint was stored inside. Should they unluckily die one day, the spiritual lightning tablet would also shatter. If this was the case, Chen Yun. There is actually someone who dares to attack a person from our Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion within the northern region of the Central Plains? Don't tell me that it is someone from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion? A black-clothed, old man with 2 long silver-colored eyebrows spoke in a solemn manner. We are temporarily unaware of who it is. This time, Elder Yun had accompanied Hong Chen to Tian Bay City, no? Feng, Lei, Dian. You 3 elders should investigate just what happened. Capture the person who attacked regardless of who he is, even if he is someone from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. The members of our Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion are not people who can be killed so easily, the silver-clothed human figure on the leader's seat slowly commanded. Understood. The 3 old men immediately stood up and respectfully replied. After which, they transformed into light figures that rushed away before swiftly disappearing. The large hall once again became empty and quiet after these 3 old men disappeared. A moment later, the human figure on the leader's seat slowly stood up. He gently waved his sleeves and rumbling thunder resounded across the hall. It is really a bold move to touch the people from my Wind Lightning Pavilion in this place. I will likely be laughed at by those 2 fellows if I don't locate you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 976, 9-star Do Huang. Chapter 976, 9-star Do Huang. Clouds lingered over the mountain peak as space rippled. Wave after wave of mottled energy swiftly appeared. It surged into the body of the young man seated on the edge of the mountain peak from all directions. Faced with this endless pouring in of energy, Xiao Yan's body also appeared like a bottomless pit. It did not show any sign of being filled regardless of how the energy poured into him. Xiao Yan had already maintained this state for 3 days ever since he had consumed the mighty Huang pill. His body was just like an unmoving rock during these 3 days. Only the repeatedly rotating energy swirl above his head on the mountain peak emitted a soft howling sound. The enormous medicinal strength of the mighty Huang pill within Xiao Yan's body had already transformed into surging Dou Qi that flowed like floodwater within Xiao Yan's veins. Moreover, there was an unceasing amount of natural energy surging in from nature. It was refined by the heavenly flame, transforming into pure Dou Qi that merged into this large cluster of energy. Although there was a large quantity of natural energy, the remaining pure Dou Qi that Xiao Yan absorbed was of a small quantity after numerous refinements. However, it was at least better than nothing. Accumulated water would eventually form a river while dripping water would eventually penetrate a rock. Such accumulation over time would reach quite a frightening level. The Dou Qi within most of the practitioners had been acquired in this manner. Relying on medicinal pills to raise one's strength was, after all, a shortcut. It could not be used excessively or one would fail to reach a higher level due to the faster training speed. However, if one really wished to talk about it, this was the first time that Xiao Yan had used a medicinal pill to raise his strength. He had never used a Dou Spirit pill when he was in the Dou Wine class. Hence, he was not in the category of overuse. The training of Xiao Yan lasted for quite a long time. The medicinal strength of the mighty Huang pill within his body had already been completely refined a day earlier. However, he did not immediately move. Instead, he chose to continue training. This was because he had vaguely sensed that the medicinal strength of the mighty Huang pill alone would be insufficient to allow him to raise his strength by 2 stars. He always pursued perfection in everything he did. It was a golden opportunity this time around. Naturally, he needed to grasp it and raise his strength by the greatest possible extent. Another 4 days passed while Xiao Yan maintained this attitude. During these 7 days, Xiao Yan had placed all his attention on absorbing the natural energy. Under this unceasing absorption, the Dou Qi that flowed within his veins had gradually surged and become forceful. Each time it circulated, it would bring about an unceasing amount of energy. Such a filled feeling caused him to possess an impulse to roar at the sky. Of course, such an impulse was naturally suppressed by him. He clearly knew that if he let out a roar, the hard work that he had put in during his training would likely be wasted. Time swiftly passed during the training. The mountain peak was still as quiet as before. Occasionally, the earth demon puppet would suddenly raise its head and throw a punch toward a spot not far from the mountain. A frightening force penetrated the air and smashed a magical beast that had flown within a 100-meter radius of the mountain peak into a pile of flesh. During this period of time, this mountain peak had basically become a forbidden ground within the mountain range. The magical beasts that had suffered some losses had also learned to be much more obedient. They would take a detour when passing through this place. Therefore, Xiao Yan's training progressed in an extremely stable manner. A little activity finally appeared on the morning of the 8th day. The energy swirl above Xiao Yan's head trembled a couple of times before slowly scattering. The fluctuating space around him had also gradually returned to its calm state. The energy swirl had disappeared for a short while before Xiao Yan's eyelids began to twitch gently. A moment later, they were slowly opened. The dark black eyes were ancient yet ordinary. They were so calm that they appeared to have just awoken. There was not the slightest ripple within them. The training seal was gently scattered. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head and his hands spread out in a flat manner. A thought passed through his mind and the surging Dou Qi that flowed within his veins immediately began to churn. Finally, it was like a horse that had lost its restraint as it fled Xiao Yan's veins and merged into his body. With the majestic Dou Qi having merged with every part of Xiao Yan's body, a sharp glow suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. His aura was also raising straight up at this moment. It swiftly broke through the 7-star level and crossed into the 8-star level. The aura did not come to a stop after breaking through to the 8-star level. Instead, it surged wildly. The clothes on Xiao Yan's body fluttered in the absence of the wind, and the stone Xiao Yan was seated on also emitted a crack sound. A couple of tiny lines appeared in the stone. The surrounding permeating fog also appeared to have been pulled apart by a pair of invisible hands. The fog rapidly swelled. A moment later, Xiao Yan finally reached the peak of the 8th star. A layer of invisible film suddenly appeared and suppressed the rising aura. Xiao Yan clenched both his hands abruptly as he sensed the faint clogging feeling. He did not stop at this point. Instead, he suddenly stood up and let out a long howl toward the sky. A clear crane-like cry instantly penetrated the clouds and resounded over the mountain range. It was a long while before it calmed down. The howl lasted for quite a long time, as though a breath was forced to its limit. Xiao Yan's face had also become flush red because of this. Green veins pulsed like earthworms on his face, giving him a ferocious appearance. Break it! Xiao Yan's hands were clenched tightly. The piece of enormous rock under his feet suddenly burst apart. Rock fragments flew in all directions as a stern cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Crack! Somewhere, a non-existent layer was broken. The aura belonging to Xiao Yan, which had ceased rising, rose once more, breaking through the 8th-star level, finally stopping on the 9th star. The aura had just broken through to the 9th star when it came to a sudden stop. Xiao Yan's body collapsed in a weary manner. His hands supported himself on the ground while he panted repeatedly with a flushed face. Although his limbs had already become weak, there was a joy that was difficult to hide within his eyes. He knew that the current him had broken through to the 9th star level with the help of the mighty Huang pill and his own resolution, but... In other words, the current Xiao Yan was a 9-star Dou Huang. There was only the gap of 1 star to the Dou Zone class. Although this 1 star has halted a countless number of experts, Xiao Yan had confidence in himself. This Dou Zone would not be his end. Little fellow. Not bad. You actually know how to push forward a little at such a moment, relying on your willpower to advance. The old me has not seen this for many years. Tian Huazunji's sigh was slowly emitted while Xiao Yan was panting. Old Mr. Yao has overpraised me. It is just that a break was being restrained in my heart, and I wished to spit it out. However, it is unexpected that I broke through this barrier. Xiao Yan rubbed away the cold sweat on his forehead and laughed. After the earlier weariness, he could sense a majestic Dou Qi surging through his body. That weary feeling swiftly disappeared. Regardless of how it happened, it is still not something easy to achieve, Tian Huazunji laughed. Xiao Yan beamed. He stood up from the ground and twisted his body. The bones all over began to crackle. A comfortable feeling, that came from deep within his body, traveled through his entire body, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily let out a groan. Is this the feeling of a 9-star Dou Huang? It is indeed very strong. Xiao Yan clenched his fist and suddenly threw a punch out. The space in front of him immediately fluctuated. A sharp sonic boom was formed on his fist, which possessed an extremely great might. The strength of this force was really a couple of times stronger than a couple of days ago. After inhaling a breath of somewhat moist air, Xiao Yan turned his head. He glanced at the earth demon puppet before involuntarily smiling. Using this thing as a guard was really quite good. Now that I have consumed the mighty Huang pill, I should leave this place. After having killed Chen Yun, it is likely that the Wind Lightning Pavilion will not take such a blow lying down. It is now not the best time to clash head-on with them. I should find a city with a wormhole and leave this place to hide from them. Trying my best to break past the Dou Huang class as soon as possible is the most important thing. Xiao Yan mused for a moment. Finally, he waved his hand and stored the Earth Demon puppet into his storage ring. After which crystal bone wings were expanded from behind his back. Wild wind rose with a flap of the bone wings, blowing away the fog around the mountain peak. Xiao Yan's body had transformed into a ray of light that rushed out before flying to the exit of the mountain range. The forest had finally become sparse after Xiao Yan flew through the mountain range for a couple of hours or so. The outline of a city also vaguely appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan landed not far from the city. After which, he swiftly headed to the entrance of the city. However, he hesitated for a moment upon seeing some human figures on the road. He took out a doping from his storage ring, covered his head, and finally walked toward the city. Xiao Yan's gaze paused on the entrance of the city when he was close to it. Quite a number of human figures had gathered there. He vaguely heard some words like wanted. With a slight frown, Xiao Yan approached the city's entrance without anyone noticing. His gaze swept over the wall where the crowd had gathered and his eyes immediately solidified. A bright silver paper was on the city wall. It contained the portrait of a person on it. Surprisingly, it was that of Xiao Yan's head. Below the drawing was a silver-colored tower-shaped seal. This badge had once appeared on Chen Yun's chest. Clearly, this was a wanted poster. Its target was Xiao Yan. Many curious people were gathered in front of the wanted poster. Numerous discussions popped up. It is rumored that this little fellow killed Chen Yun of the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. No wonder the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion has issued a wanted order. Really? This fellow looks no older than his 20s. That Chen Yun is an elite Dou Zone. Qi, you have not heard about the matter in Tian Bay City the other day. The Hong clan of the Tian Bay City has been turned into a miserable state. What is the use of issuing a wanted order now? No one knows just where he has run off to. He might have already left the northern region. The Wind Lightning Pavilion has not only issued a wanted order, but the Han clan of the Tian Bay City has also been placed under house arrest by the people from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. They should be thinking of using them to force Xiao Yan out. However, it is not like that Xiao Yan is a fool. How could it be possible for him to fall into their trap when he clearly knows that there are 3 experts from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion in Tian Bay City? But Xiao Yan's body trembled violently upon hearing the last sentence. His face under the doping had suddenly turned gloomy. His tightened fist also emitted a cracking sound. Wind Lightning Pavilion. A voice that contained a sinister killing intent softly seeped out of the gap between Xiao Yan's teeth. The fury and hatred within it was not the least bit hidden. Clearly, Xiao Yan had grown extremely angry at this moment. His usually expressionless self had unleashed the anger that he had suppressed within his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 977, A Very Dangerous Place. Chapter 977, A Very Dangerous Place. A human figure was standing above a lush green sea of trees. His gaze looked to the northern sky and his brows were knit slightly as sunlight landed on his face. At this moment, the face of this expert suddenly revealed hesitation and regret. It was likely that this expression would cause his opponents to feel extremely shocked. This unusually merciless person could actually make such an expression. The Han clan being held under house arrest by the Wind Lightning Pavilion was indeed something that Xiao Yan had not expected. After all, regardless of how one put it, the Han clan possessed quite some weight within Tian Bay City. Moreover, they did not intervene in this matter. Unexpectedly, the bastards from the Wind Lightning Pavilion were acting in such a despicable way. The aim of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, by spreading news that the Han clan was held under house arrest, was something obvious, not even worth mentioning. They wanted to force Xiao Yan to reveal himself and rescue them. Xiao Yan was certain that Tian Bay City was likely already occupied by the experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion at this moment. The moment he revealed himself, it was likely that he would end up facing an extremely intense battle. Currently, Tian Bay City had already become a trap, waiting for Xiao Yan to fall into. This trap was not really hidden by the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Moreover, it was also impossible for them to hide it. Even ordinary people were aware of what it was. How was it possible for Xiao Yan not to realize it? If one were to really talk about it, it was impossible for the other party to completely ignore such an action unless that person was cold-hearted. This so-called trap would naturally be ineffective on people like that. However, Xiao Yan wasn't not a cold-hearted person. Towards enemies, he might have been able to be cold-hearted. However, to normal people or those that he knew, he was extremely kind, and this personality of his allowed him to have quite a few friends and experts gathering around him. People like Hai Buodong, Little Fairy, Queen Medusa to even the Tian Huazunjia all felt this. Those who were cold-hearted to even their friends would have trouble getting others to treat them genuinely. This point was part of Xiao Yan's charm. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath and sighed. The Wind Lightning Pavilion is really hateful. It wants to force me out. In that case, I will do as they wish. Little fellow, do you intend to head to Tian Bay City? That place is definitely filled with experts now. An elderly laugh sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. A great man has things that he can do and cannot do. This matter is something that was stirred by me. Given my character, it is difficult for me to just stand idly by the side, Xiao Yan softly replied. Cuckoo, these words are indeed true. The old me hates the kind of people who implicate their friends and end up acting in a timid manner. Although you are quite young, you really suit the taste of the old me. If you had not mentioned that you already have a teacher, you would not be a bad choice for a disciple. Tian Huazunjia laughed heartily. Mr. Yao has overpraised me. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. His shoulders shook and a pair of crystal bone wings slowly spread apart. He smiled and said, in that case, let's get moving. Relax, as long as the old me is around, I will guarantee that nothing will harm you as long as we do not meet an expert at the peak of the Dou Zone class. Tian Huazunjia laughed loudly. In that case, I will thank old Mr. Yao. Xiao Yan also laughed out loud. He raised his head and looked over the endless sea of lush green trees. A pride involuntarily surged in his heart, and he let out a clear roar toward the sky. The shout was like the cry of a crane that clearly reverberated unceasingly over the sea of trees. Even if your Wind Lightning Pavilion has turned Tian Bay City into an extremely dangerous place, I, Xiao Yan, will still not be afraid. The cry slowly sounded before the bone wings on Xiao Yan's back were flapped. His body transformed into a ray of light that flashed toward Tian Bay City. The atmosphere within Tian Bay City was somewhat strange during these few days. This was because everyone knew that quite a number of experts from the Tian Bay City had hurried over upon orders. They had caused the many factions within the city to become anxious. With the strength of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, they would not possess even the slightest qualification to resist if the Wind Lightning Pavilion wanted to expel them. Fortunately, however, the thing that they were worried about did not occur. The experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion did not do anything to them. The first thing these people did upon arrival lock up the Han clan's manor. No one could leave or enter. The entire clan was imprisoned in the manor. Although the Han clan possessed quite a great strength within Tian Bay City, they did not pose much of a threat to the Wind Lightning Pavilion. The Grand Elder of the Han clan, Han Fei, might have fought with the experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion in anger back then, but he could only give up despite feeling suffocated in his heart when the three elders from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion attacked together. His strength could at the very most fight with a single elder. He would definitely be defeated if the three were to attack together. However, it was not as though Han Fei's resistance did not have any effect. The experts from the Wind Lightning Pavilion merely sealed off the entrances and exits, and did not barge into the manor. This caused the Han clan to feel a little better. The members of the Han clan clearly understood the intentions of the actions by the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion this time around. They wanted to use this to force Xiao Yan, who was hiding in an unknown location, out. However, other than a few people, most of the members of the Han clan did not think that Xiao Yan would really show himself because of this. At this moment, there were quite a number of elite disciples from the Wind Lightning Pavilion within Tian Bay City. Most importantly, there were the three elders, Feng, Lei, and Dian. The strengths of these three people was a little stronger than Chen Yun. Unless it was some old demon of the Dou Zone class, very few people could fight with them when they joined hands. Even if Xiao Yan possessed the frightening strength to kill Chen Yun, it was likely that he would find it difficult to fight against these three renowned elders from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. Of course, it was not only the members of the Han clan who were making guesses. The entire Tian Bay City and some other cities, who had heard rumors, were all trying to figure out if Xiao Yan would really turn up. However, most of the people guessed that Xiao Yan would not appear. After all, from the way they saw it, not many people, who were thinking straight, would dare to charge into the dangerous grounds even if he was the young man called Xiao Yan, who had given them a great shock on the Skystone Stage back then. 7 days passed by quickly while a countless number of people were engaged in discussions. Tian Bay City was as quiet as it was before these 7 days. The big battle that they had imagined did not arrive. Immediately, quite a number of people became disappointed as a result. It seemed that Xiao Yan really did not dare to come. Sometimes, humans were a very strange creature. When they made uncertain guesses earlier, they thought that Xiao Yan charging in was an extremely foolish idea. Now, after having ascertained that he would not appear, they could not help but feel disappointed. They even quietly felt a little disdain. Their hearts had placed a charge of abandoning one's friends on Xiao Yan's head. A graceful pretty figure was seated on a stone chair in a small serene courtyard within the Han clan's manor. Her pretty eyes was a little absent-minded as they wandered the room. The current Han Shui was much skinnier than before. Although she still emitted a coldness, she appeared a little more moving and pitiful. Han Shui softly sighed as her pretty eyes focused for a moment. "Xun Er, you have been running here every day," a soft helpless voice sounded from behind Han Shui while she was sighing. Han Shui turned her head and discovered that it was Han Yu. Han Shui's pretty face turned slightly red. She looked at the pity on Han Yu's face when she clenched her hand and suddenly asked, "Elder sister, do you think, will he come?" Han Yu was startled when she heard this. 7 days had already passed by, and there had been no news of Xiao Yan. Given her understanding of Xiao Yan, he was not a heartless person. However, the few days' wait had caused the confidence in her heart to sway significantly. Will likely come. Han Yu finally said after hesitating for a moment. "I hope that he won't come. Those 3 old fellows from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion are people whom even great-grandfather greatly fears. Although Xiao Yan is very strong, he is likely no match for the 3 old fellows." Han Shui's long eyelashes blinked gently as she softly spoke. "Won't you be very disappointed if he really doesn't come? Won't you feel as though you have misjudged him?" Han Yu raised her bright eyes and asked with a smile. Han Shui knit her brows slightly. This question really caused her to feel quite distressed. However, she still nodded her head seriously a moment later. She said, "I will be a little disappointed, but I still hope that he won't come." "Foolish girl," Han Yu shook her head. She rubbed Han Shui's black hair and comforted her with a smile. "Relax, the prince in your heart will arrive in Tian Bay City with his beautiful bone wings, and beat the crap out of these bastards from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion." Han Shui involuntarily smiled sweetly upon hearing this. She extended her arms and wrapped them around Han Yu's narrow waist. Her head leaned against Han Yu's shoulder and her pretty eyes contained some moisture. Using a voice that only she could hear, Han Shui softly muttered, "Please do not come." Bang! Han Shui had just finished muttering to herself when a rumbling thunder suddenly resounded in the sky above Tian Bay City. Immediately, the entire city could sense a majestic aura that was not the least bit hidden rushing toward the city in an extremely quick manner. The entire Tian Bay City had descended into an uproar when this aura had just appeared. Numerous stunned gazes looked in the direction the aura originated from. A ray of light was cutting through the air in a lightning-like manner from that direction. "Xiao Yan? He has really come? This fellow really does have some courage. Haha, looks like the old me has won my bet this time around." Tian Bay City, which had been quiet for a couple of days, seemed to have recovered at this instant. Numerous heated gazes looked to the sky outside of the city. They knew that Tian Bay City would no longer be quiet today. 3 old men on the top of 3 trees around the Han clan's manor instantly opened their eyes when the aura had appeared. They slowly raised their heads and looked into the distance. A cold smile appeared on their old faces. Is he finally about to arrive? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 978, 9 Heavenly Lightning Prison Formation. Chapter 978, 9 Heavenly Lightning Prison Formation. The ray of light broke through the air and arrived, appearing much like a falling star swiftly crossing the sky. Within the blink of an eye, it appeared in the sky above Tian Bay City and transformed into a somewhat skinny figure. Ayo! Tian Bay City had gradually become much dimmer and more solemn when the figure appeared. The majestic storm under the dark clouds had transformed the place into a world of water. The storm came pouring down and landed on the buildings, emitting a clear sound as it did so. In an instant, the entire city emitted a continuous ticking sound. Although the rain had come quite suddenly, hardly anyone entered the buildings. Numerous human figures were under the storm as their somewhat heated gazes stared at the figure in the sky. Many people did not expect this young man, called Xiao Yan, to reveal himself despite clearly knowing that Tian Bay City was already an extremely dangerous place. At this moment, quite a number of those who raised their heads felt a little respect. There was no need to talk about anything else. Just the courage of this fellow was sufficient to cause them to raise their thumbs. Xiao! 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 The rain curtain seemed to have connected the sky and the earth. Suddenly, a rushing sound appeared and over a dozen figures appeared on the tall buildings. Their gazes were ice cold as they stared at the human figure in the sky. A low and deep cry was emitted within the rain curtain. Who are you? Xiao Yan. The young man in the sky stood with his hands behind his back. Any raindrop that had entered a 10-foot radius of his body was instantly turned into nothingness. Looking from a distance, it seemed as though there was an invisible wall covered him. A calm voice was also slowly emitted from the sky while all this occurred. By order of the elders, kill Xiao Yan. Do it! The eyes of the green-clothed man at the front immediately turned cold upon hearing that name. Finally, he let out a stern cry. Understood. The cry had just sounded when over a dozen figures rushed over from the surrounding buildings. Their arms shook and over a dozen long silver-colored spears appeared. The spears trembled, cut through the rain curtain, and shot toward Xiao Yan while carrying a sharp wind. Seeing this, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His hands were curled slightly and a majestic jade-green flame suddenly surged out. A frighteningly high temperature vaporized the rain within a radius of hundreds of feet. The speed of the fire serpent that was created from the glazed lotus heart flame was extremely quick. With a flash, it appeared in front of those experts from the Wing Lightning Pavilion. Its hot temperature caused the members to be greatly shocked. Before they could unleash an attack, the fire serpent had approached in a lightning-like manner. Its fire tail was swung, firmly smashing everyone's chest. Immediately, numerous muffled moans could be heard as many figures fell from the sky. They landed on the ground, held their chests, and repeatedly groaned. An exclamation involuntarily sounded from within Tian Bay City when everyone saw Xiao Yan randomly force back over a dozen Dou Qi-class experts from the Wing Lightning Pavilion. This leisurely attitude was something that even some Dou Huans did not possess. Xiao Yan seemed to have become much stronger after having disappeared for a couple of days. The people from the Wing Lightning Pavilion are only this great. There is no need for these unimportant people to step forward. 3 elders, you should personally come and capture me if that is your intent, but... Xiao Yan's sharp eyes suddenly shot in the direction of the Han clan after randomly defeating over a dozen experts from the Wing Lightning Pavilion. His cold cry still rumbled over the entire Tian Bay City despite the heavy rain. You are the first member of the younger generation that the 3 of us have joined hands to capture ever since we have become the elders of the Northern Pavilion. A faint voice that vaguely carried a thread of rumbling thunder slowly resounded. Immediately, the rain curtain in the sky seemed to have been torn apart by an invisible hand. 3 old men stepped through the empty air as they slowly walked over. Xiao Yan's eyes shrank slightly when he saw the 3 old men stepping through the air and heading over. The aura of these people were all a little stronger than Chen Yun. From his guess, it was likely that they were all 5-star Dou Zong. Moreover, based on Xiao Yan's observations of the aura of an old man with long silver-colored eyebrows, it was likely that he had reached the peak of a 5-star Dou Zong. 3 5-star Dou Zongs had appeared in one go. Moreover, this was merely the strength of the Northern Pavilion. If the 4 pavilions were to gather, just how great would its strength be? This Wing Lightning Pavilion really did not rely on an empty reputation to become a top faction in the Central Plains. It is likely that the 3 of you are Feng, Lei, and Dian elders, right? The Wing Lightning Pavilion really has a very high opinion of me, Xiao Yan slowly said. You are naturally not some ordinary person by being able to kill Chen Yun. It is not considered overboard for the 3 of us to appear together. The old man with silver-colored eyebrows replied. His voice faintly contained a rumbling thunder. It seemed that its very nature had caused everyone to feel extremely pressurized. That is something that he can only blame himself. No one else should be blamed, Xiao Yan faintly responded. You possess the 3000 lightning movement and killed an elder of our Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. This offense cannot be forgiven. On account of you being a younger generation, we will allow you to return with us to the Wind Lightning Pavilion. The pavilion head might be merciful and spare your life. An old man with numerous lightning bolts sewn on his clothes coldly cried out. If I were to head there, I might really have no means of surviving, Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. Why is there a need to waste our breath on this fellow? Let's capture him first. The pavilion head said that anyone who kills the members of our Wind Lightning Pavilion must pay a price for it. We'll capture him, cripple his Dou Qi, and imprison him in the Wind Lightning Tower forever. We will let others know that they should think of the consequences if they wish to touch the members of our Wind Lightning Pavilion in the future. A dark sternness flashed in the eyes of a green-robed, old man as he spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Yan's face gradually became cold when he heard this old fellow's ruthless words. Cripple one's Dou Qi and imprison one forever. These 2 punishments were all so extreme that they were frightening. Xiao Yan waved his hand and the earth demon puppet appeared. Its eyes were empty as it stood beside Xiao Yan. Its gaze was dark and cold as it focused on that green-robed, old man. Xiao Yan spoke with a cold smile, You wish to cripple my Dou Qi? I shall see whether you have the qualifications to do so. The expressions of the 3 Wind Lightning Pavilion elders changed a little the moment the earth demon puppet appeared. They nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed a Dou class puppet. Even our Wind Lightning Pavilion does not possess such a treasure. It is unexpected that you own such a fortune. However, this is far from sufficient to protect your life. If it isn't enough, what about this?" Xiao Yan's finger gently rubbed the snow-white-colored ring as he slowly asked. Incomparably majestic spiritual strength once again moved along his arm and wildly surged into Xiao Yan's body in a flood-like manner as his voice sounded. With the surging of the majestic spiritual strength, Xiao Yan's aura had also begun to wildly climb in front of the many shocked eyes at this instant. The majestic aura swept through the sky. Even the storm had paused as a result of this. Only when Xiao Yan's dark black eyes had transformed into an indifferent silver color did his soaring aura finally stop. Is this sufficient? Xiao Yan's silver-colored eyes focused on the Feng, Lei, and Dian elders. His calm voice appeared to have sounded from deep within his soul. It is indeed as Hong Tianxiao has described. This aura of his should be around that of the peak of a 7-star Dou zone and is approaching the 8-star level. Moreover, such strength is an extremely pure spiritual strength. It is likely that there is a powerful spiritual body in you. Otherwise, it is difficult for you to reach such a level by yourself. The old man with long eyebrows observed Xiao Yan intently while he spoke in a low and deep voice. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. The eyesight of this old fellow was indeed extremely sharp. He was actually able to identify the source of his strength at a glance. This old man was much more experienced compared to Chen Yun. This strength is indeed extremely strong. No wonder you were able to kill Chen Yun. However, you might not be able to walk out of Tian Bay City today. The elder with long eyebrows spoke indifferently. Hong Tianxiao, we'll leave the puppet to you. Haha, Elder Lei, you can rest assured that this puppet will not intervene in your battle until this big battle is over. A human figure rushed over from a distance before finally suspending itself in the sky. This person was Hong Tianxiao. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly upon seeing this. This old fellow. A figure suddenly flashed and appeared from within the Han clan just after Hong Tianxiao appeared. However, the long-eybrowed, old man's expression turned extremely chilly when this figure had appeared. He coldly said, "Han Fei, if you dare to intervene in the battle today, the old me will guarantee that your Han clan will be destroyed." The figure suddenly paused when it heard this cry filled with a dark chill. Han Fei tightened his fists and revealed a struggling expression. "Old Mr. Han, this is a matter between the Wind Lightning Pavilion and me. You should not intervene." Xiao Yan's faint laughter was slowly transmitted over while Han Fei was struggling. "Brother Xiao Yan, it is really a joyous matter for the Han clan to befriend you." Han Fei inhaled a deep breath of air. He raised his head and bowed to Xiao Yan in an unusually solemn manner before sweeping his gaze toward the three elders from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. He was filled with fury as he turned around and landed in the Han clan's home. "All members of the Wind Lightning Pavilion Northern Pavilion, listen up. Form the Heaven Lightning Prison Formation." The long-eyebrowed, old man's expression gradually turned frosty after forcing Han Fei back. His cold voice resounded over the entire city. "Yes, sir." The cry had just sounded when numerous respectful voices were immediately emitted from all over Tian Bay City. Chila sounds quickly rang out and numerous lightning figures formed an 8-corner shape, coincidentally surrounding Xiao Yan's location. The lightning glow flickered and suddenly transformed into a thunderbolt that blasted toward the sky, charging into the thick, dark clouds. An instant later, a glaring silver glow scattered down. Countless numbers of thunderbolts descended from the sky in a dense manner. They appeared just like a prison, wrapping the entire area within 1,000 feet around Xiao Yan. Regardless of your origin, surrendering is your only option. A bright lightning slowly surged out of the bodies of the three elders. Immediately, they transformed into an enormous lightning pillar that shot toward the clouds. Immediately, the surrounding dense lightning glow had become many times denser. "Other than this, you will only die." The chilly cry was filled with a killing aura under the backdrop of the thunderbolt, causing one's heart to tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 979, Thunder God's Fury. Chapter 979, Thunder God's Fury. Thunderbolts came pouring down from all around. One after another, the silver-colored lightning seemed to be swimming around like small white-colored snakes. All of them repeatedly emitted glaring glows. These lightning bolts contained an enormous amount of strength that existed in a fashion visible to the naked eye. The world could easily break amid the flashing lightning and thunderous roars. Bang, 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 bang. The thunder came one after another. A moment later, Xiao Yan slowly raised his head and looked at the thick, dark clouds, which had almost been dyed silver. An extremely frightening energy was gathered inside it. It appeared that this wind-lightning northern pavilion had really took out great capital in order to capture him. They had even used such a great formation. Using the Han clan as hostages and forcing you out is indeed something that is not the style of our wind-lightning pavilion. The matter today might end up causing us to be criticized. Hence, it will also be the last time. However, we must capture you. We will not allow the 3000 lightning movement to be used by an outsider. Regardless of who wins today, the Han clan is no longer related to this matter. The old man with long eyebrows stared intently at Xiao Yan. His voice was just like rumbling thunder as it was emitted from the thunderbolt curtain, reverberating all over Tian Bay city. They had also suffered a lot of pressure while holding the Han clan under house arrest during these few days. By saying these words now, they accounted to the people from Tian Bay city and the Han clan. Of course, his most important aim was to restore a little of the negative image that had been formed during these few days. After all, the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion was merely one of the Wind Lightning Pavilions. If they ended up ruining the reputation of the Wind Lightning Pavilion as a result of this, they would also not be able to escape the responsibility of doing so. Xiao Yan calmly watched the three old men. One could not see any emotion in his silvery eyes as he said, "Just attack. I, Xiao Yan, will definitely not do something as foolish as surrendering and allowing myself to be captured. If you wish to capture me, you will need to show some genuine ability." Xiao Yan pointed his finger at the three elders upon saying these words. The earth demon puppet beside him also emitted a glow in its empty hole-like eyes. Its feet stomped on the empty air as it transformed into a silver-colored figure that rushed forward. Xiao Yan, your opponent is Elder Lei and the others. Allow the old me to deal with this puppet. The earth demon puppet had just rushed out when a crack line suddenly appeared in the thunderbolt curtain. Hong Tianxiao rushed in while laughing loudly. He immediately blocked the earth demon puppet. Kill him. Xiao Yan's silver-colored eyes swept over Hong Tianxiao in an indifferent manner as he softly uttered. The body of the earth demon puppet suddenly emitted a silver glow when these words left Xiao Yan's mouth. Its palm wind also became extremely sharp. Each punch carried a deep sonic boom as they violently smashed toward Hong Tianxiao. Seeing that the earth demon puppet had suddenly shown its might, Hong Tianxiao did not dare to underestimate it even a little. He clearly knew that the strength of this puppet was extremely frightening. If he was careless, it was not impossible for him to be killed by it. However, it was fortunate that his task was merely to hold it back and not to defeat it. Majestic fiery red Dou Qi surged out of Hong Tianxiao's body. He drew two 10-foot-long scimitars that violently danced. Finally, they collided with the earth demon puppet. An intense big battle immediately erupted. The lightning glow flickering on the long-eyebrowed, old man's body became increasingly dense upon seeing Hong Tianxiao successfully block the earth demon puppet. He stared at Xiao Yan as he said in a deep voice, "This 9 heavenly lightning prison formation is a great formation of my Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. It is formed by 23 expert Dou Huangs and 46 expert Dou Wangs. Moreover, the three of us will act as the center of the formation. If you are able to break through it today, your name Xiao Yan will be able to shake the entire northern region of the Central Plains." Xiao Yan's expression did not change because of these words. He slowly raised his hand and rotated it slightly. An enormous spiritual swirling cannonball was formed. Immediately, it emitted a bang and shot out explosively. A distorted path also appeared in the empty space along the way. Faced with Xiao Yan's attack, the long-eyebrowed elder did not dare to slight it. The seal on his hand changed and the thunderclouds churned in the sky. Immediately, a loud noise sounded and a 10-foot-large thunderbolt landed with a bang, appearing like a furious dragon. It ruthlessly smashed the swirling spiritual cannonball. Boom! 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 The two fierce attacks were slowly annihilated. A powerful energy wave spread in a swift and ferocious manner. However, it ended up scattering when it reached a distance of 100 feet around both Xiao Yan and the long-eyebrowed elder. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept over the three elders. There was a lightning-like pillar on their heads that shot into the thunderclouds. Among the three of them, only the long-eyebrowed elder directed the attacks. The remaining two seemed to be pouring all the Dou Qi within their bodies into this thunderclouds. This great formation is indeed somewhat profound. Heaven lightning skill. The face of the long-eyebrowed elder was cold and stern while the seals on his hands swiftly changed. The lightning clouds randomly churned in the sky. An instant later, his finger suddenly pointed at Xiao Yan. Qie! 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 The thunderclouds churned as a countless number of enormous serpent-like thunderbolts shot out of it. Finally, they struck at Xiao Yan from all directions. That mighty aura caused one's heart to feel afraid. Xiao Yan's feet gently stomped down as a jade-green flame surged from his body. It immediately permeated the space hundreds of feet around him. The flame fiercely rose and agglomerated into an enormous firewolf that howled at the sky. It widened its enormous mouth and a suction force surged out. The thunderbolts that shot over were swallowed by it. After the thunderbolt was completely swallowed by the firewolf, wave after wave of muffled thunder began to be emitted from the enormous body of the firewolf. Its body had also become a little paler. However, it ultimately refined those thunderbolts. Go! Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A fierce expression immediately surged into the eyes of the firewolf as it opened its stride and leaped into the sky, charging toward the long-eyebrowed elder and the others as it did so. Before the firewolf arrived, its high temperature caused the expressions of the three elders to change. Their faces were solemn as they exclaimed, "Heavenly flame? Heaven lightning slash!" A stern cry sounded and a bright silver glow suddenly flashed across the sky. Immediately, the charging fire wolf paused. A moment later, it slowly split apart, gradually turning illusionary amid a chila sound. During these short 10+ minutes, the attacks of both parties were extremely dangerous despite their seemingly calm nature. Regardless of whether it was an attack by lightning or fire, as long as someone was struck by any one of them, it was likely that they would not end up well. Such an intense battle was one that even an ordinary dozone would be afraid of joining. Xiao Yan, don't drag things out with them. They have the support of the Great Formation and will be able to continuously use lightning attacks. My spiritual strength cannot remain for too long in your body. Therefore, you should hurry up and settle this. Tian Huazunja's reminder suddenly sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan nodded slightly upon hearing this. He inhaled a deep breath of air and his finger gently pressed on the fire seal on his head. It formed a hook and a dense white-colored flame swiftly came out from it. Xiao Yan grabbed the bone-chilling flame the moment it appeared. The jade-green flame split apart, transforming into the fallen heart flame and the green lotus core flame. 3 types of heavenly flames were suspended in front of Xiao Yan. Finally, the 3 kinds of flames suddenly started to merge when his hand was clenched. Immediately, a frighteningly wild and violent force spread out. 3 types of heavenly flame? How is this possible? The 3 elders, who had not shown emotional fluctuations earlier, changed their expressions when they saw the 3 types of heavenly flames in front of Xiao Yan. All of them involuntarily let out a cry of disbelief. The expression of the long-eyebrowed old man also became much gloomier after his startled cry sounded. His gaze was exchanged with the other 2. They grit their teeth and the seal on their hands began to change. Following the rapid change in their hand seals, the lightning pillar that was emitted from their heads became stronger. After receiving such a great amount of lightning Dou Qi, the lightning cloud in the sky appeared like a creeping ancient fierce beast. It emitted waves of low and deep rumbling sounds that caused one's head to feel numb. A similarly wild and violent energy was swiftly formed at the same time. When the wild and violent energy was formed, the faces of the 3 elders gradually became pale. 3 types of heavenly flames were merging in Xiao Yan's hand. While they were merging, threads of destructive strength quietly seeped out. This caused the spatial strength around Xiao Yan to form some thread-like dark black cracks. Cracks had suddenly appeared in the air at this moment. With this current condition of Xiao Yan, it was not difficult for him to merge the 3 types of heavenly flames. Hence, a basin-sized 3-colored fire lotus slowly appeared on his palm a short couple of minutes later. The 3-colored fire lotus rotated slowly. Each time it did so, some dark black lines appeared in the surrounding space. Xiao Yan, throw this good thing toward that thundercloud. That is the center of the formation. As long as that place is broken, these 3 elders will be seriously injured. Even those people forming the formation outside will suffer a backlash. Tian Huazunja's voice sounded within Xiao Yan's heart the moment the fire lotus was formed. Xiao Yan's hand moved upon hearing this. The 3-colored fire lotus in his hand rotated and flew out. Its target was the churning thunder cloud in the sky. The expressions of the long-eyebrowed elder and the 2 others changed again when they saw what Xiao Yan did. They immediately bit their tongues. 3 mouthfuls of essence blood were spat out as they cried out furiously, 9 heavenly lightning prison, thunder god's fury. Bang, 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 dot. After the cry of the 3 people sounded, a soul-stirring explosion was immediately emitted from the thundercloud. The churning speed also came to a slow stop. Immediately, bright silver glows shot out and an enormous lightning fist, a couple of 100 feet in size, broke through the thundercloud. It then came crushing down. Sharp sonic booms from all over the sky basically appeared one after another as the fist appeared. Continuous crackling sounds appeared as well. Even the street on the ground had suddenly cracked apart, revealing an enormous fist imprint. The enormous lightning fist carried a frightening strength as it came smashing down. That momentum was basically one that aimed to completely destroy everything in front of it. However, a three-colored light was advancing under the cover of the frightening fist without facing any resistance. Although its size was small, the destructive strength that seeped out of it brought forth spatial crack lines while it progressed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 980, Fire Lotus Might. Chapter 980, Fire Lotus Might. Bright glaring light energy appeared like a sun, which suddenly appeared in the sky. The intensity of the light had basically caused this weather, which had become a little dim because of the thunderclouds, to become extremely bright. The strength of such a glow had far exceeded the fiery hot sun in the distant sky. Just what kind of intense glow was this? It was likely that no one in this world had seen such an intense light. A person's eyes would likely only see a complete whiteness. This place seemed completely empty, causing everyone's hearts to be startled. The loud rumbling thunder appeared just like the roar of a thunder god that reverberated over the sky. However, the expected soul-stirring explosion did not appear. The spot where the three-colored lotus made contact with the enormous lightning fist had numerous spatial folds that were visible to the naked eye. The two extremely frightening energies were quietly eroding each other. Along with the erosion of the two frightening energies, a half-foot wide black hole slowly appeared. The space where the two energies collided could not endure the other's presence and ended up forming some spatial cracks. The spatial black hole gradually widened. It spread until it was around 100 feet in size in front of the countless number of shocked eyes. The enormous lightning fist and the three-colored fire lotus had begun to fluctuate following the growth of the spatial black hole. Numerous thunderbolt-like silver snakes followed the enormous fist as they wildly poured down. They were violently channeled toward the fire lotus. In the face of the enormous lightning fist's wild and violent attack, the three-colored fire lotus became unusually calm. It rotated slowly and numerous fire seedlings that vaguely carried three colors were emitted, blocking all of those silver bolts of lightning that came pouring down. Although the battle between the two was completely silent and an overly soul-stirring explosion did not occur, anyone with some eyesight could tell that such an exchange was even more frightening and dangerous. Within 100 feet radius of this exchange, everyone, including Xiao Yan and the three Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion elders, would likely end up in a miserable state. The space around that location had already been covered by wave after wave of extremely wild, frighteningly violent energy. The fire lotus slowly rotated. Following each of its rotations, the enormous lightning fist vaguely became a little dimmer. At the same time, the expressions of the three elders also became even paler. The destructive strength within the fire lotus caused them to possess a fear that unfurled from deep within their souls. Crack! The rotating speed of the three-colored fire lotus suddenly became much faster in front of an innumerable number of gazes. Following the increase in its speed, the rate at which the enormous lightning fist became dimmer increased. In the end, the fist suddenly trembled and numerous crack lines slowly spread out in front of the shocked eyes of the three elders. Eventually, it emitted a crack sound and collapsed into a countless number of silver-colored light spots. Under the might of the Great Formation, the three elders' all-out attack was unable to block the frightening three-colored fire lotus. If Xiao Yan had relied on his own strength to create this three-colored fire lotus, it was naturally extremely difficult for him to achieve this effect. However, the current Xiao Yan had borrowed the strength of Tian Huazunjia. Thus, his strength had already reached a frightening level. The strength of the three-colored fire lotus, that he had currently displayed, was naturally extremely frightening. After all, the angry Buddha lotus flame was a powerful Dou technique whose strength would accompany an increase in Xiao Yan's strength. As long as Xiao Yan's strength continued to rise, the power of the angry Buddha lotus flame would also become more and more terrifying. Grug! The enormous lightning fist collapsed and the three elders ended up spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The shock in their eyes became even denser. It was unexpected that even with the combined strength of the three of them along with the help of the 9 heavenly lightning prison formation, they were unable to defeat Xiao Yan's frightening fire lotus attack. The color of the three-colored fire lotus had become much dimmer as the enormous lightning fist collapsed. However, it was fortunate that it had not simply scattered as a result. It paused for an instant before it emitted a xiao sound. It then transformed into a ray of light that charged toward the thunderclouds in the sky. Seeing this, the long-eyebrowed elder immediately quivered. He hurriedly changed his hand seal and a couple of enormous lightning pillars immediately shot out from the thunderclouds. Their target was the fire lotus. Bang! The lightning pillars ruthlessly attacked the fire lotus, but they did not cause it to pause even a little as three-colored fire seedlings rose out. These fire seedlings might appear to be the size of a finger, but they instantly vaporized the lightning pillars into nothingness upon contact. This scene caused everyone to tremble in fear. The lightning pillars did not stop the attack of the fire lotus. While the fire seedling rose, the light ray that was formed by the fire lotus charged into the thunderclouds. Heaven Hall, scatter formation. The eyes of the long-eyebrowed elder immediately shrank to the size of a pinhole upon seeing the fire lotus barging into the thundercloud. A horrified loud cry rumbled. However, before the wind-lightning northern pavilion's experts at the exterior of the formation could recover from his cry, the interior of the thundercloud emitted a soul-stirring explosion that resounded over the place. Immediately, an enormous fire wave surged out in an untamed floodwater-like manner. The thundercloud endured for an instant in the face of the attack from the enormous fire wave before it burst apart, transforming into clusters of tiny electric glows as it did so. The thundercloud was created by the experts from the wind-lightning northern pavilion and the three elders. Hence, they were naturally implicated now that it had been destroyed. Immediately, the thunderbolt curtain that spread all over the place disappeared. Numerous grug sounds of blood being spat out repeatedly resounded over Tian Bay City. Some of the people standing on the buildings fell down head first. The people within Tian Bay City involuntarily wiped off their cold sweat when they heard the sound of blood being vomited from all directions. That majestic storm had also been vaporized by the fire wave in the sky. The stormy weather from earlier had turned into one with clear skies that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Even the joint effort of the three elders from the wind-lightning pavilion and the use of the 9 heavenly lightning prison formation cannot trap him. This Xiao Yan is really too terrifying. After fighting the wind-lightning northern pavilion's 3 elders and the many experts by himself, it is likely that Xiao Yan's name will spread over the entire northern region within a short couple of days. Haha, it is really joyous. I have not wasted a trip this time around. This big battle is the most intense one that I have seen in my life. It is likely that Xiao Yan could hardly find an opponent among the younger generation. It is rumored that the wind-lightning pavilion has a certain Feng Xiaojia. Her training talent is considered extremely outstanding and is the choice as the next Eastern Pavilion head. I wonder if she will be able to fight against Xiao Yan. The bodies of the long-eyebrowed elder and the 2 others in the sky stilled momentarily while the entire city emitted numerous private conversations. Their faces had finally turned pale white while their breathing had become sluggish. The forceful scattering of the thundercloud was very harmful to them. Retreat! The hand of the long-eyebrowed old man trembled slightly. A moment later, he finally clenched his teeth and softly spoke a word. Since you have forced me out, you cannot expect me to simply leave empty-handed after exhausting a great amount of strength to engage in a big fight with you. Xiao Yan faintly smiled. His eyes somnolated and a majestic spiritual strength immediately surged out in all directions. Immediately, it penetrated space and violently pressed on the 3 elders whose auras were sluggish. Grug! The 3 elders' bodies were already weary. Upon suffering such a heavy blow, a mouthful of fresh blood was immediately spat out of their mouths. Their bodies flew back like cannonballs. When they were forced back, the rings they wore on their fingers slipped off. After which, these rings were grabbed by Xiao Yan's spiritual strength before flying back to him. Elder Feng immediately became furious upon seeing that their storage rings had been stolen. He was just about to cry out furiously when the gloomy long-eyebrowed elder stopped him. Let's leave first. With a stern cry, the long-eyebrowed elder and the other 2 unleashed their remaining Dou Qi. Lightning glows surged and the 3 of them turned into 3 rays of light that rushed out of Tian Bay City in a lightning-like manner. After which, they disappeared into the horizon. Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand after seeing the 3 elders fleeing into the distance. He held the 3 storage rings in his hand. It was not that he did not intend to kill all of them, but these 3 stuck together like chewing gum. If he were to really force them until that stage, it was likely that Xiao Yan would lose more than he gained. He was able to defeat the 3 of them, but killing them would require him to pay quite a terrible price. Xiao Yan glanced at the storage rings. His finger rubbed over them. Borrowing Tian Huazun's majestic spiritual strength, he was able to easily remove the spiritual imprints on them. Xiao Yan's spirit swiftly invaded the rings after having removed the imprint. After a search, 3 bright silver-colored scrolls flashed and appeared in his hand. They were indeed with these 3 old fellows. These 3 silver-colored scrolls were similar to the one he had obtained from Chen Yun. Even the blood veins on its surface were exactly the same. Clearly, these 3 scrolls should be part of the 3000 lightning illusionary body. However, he did not know whether he would be able to obtain a complete version of them after including the scroll already in his hands. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little anxious after thinking until this point. Of course, he would naturally not test it in this kind of situation. He flipped his hand and stored the 3 scrolls into his storage ring. Immediately, his dark eyes slowly turned to Hong Tianxiao, who was still entangled with the earth demon puppet. The killing intent within Xiao Yan's heart was even more intense when it came to this old man. He knew that the news of Chen Yin dying to his hands had been spread by this fellow. The information that the people from the Wind Lightning Pavilion had on him should have also been revealed by this old man. It might not be possible to kill the three elders today, but this Hong Tianxiao needed to die. Hong Tianxiao, who was fighting with the earth demon puppet in the distance, had naturally also sensed that the three elders had fled after being defeated. His expression immediately became extremely ugly. These three old bastards! Hong Tianxiao roared furiously within his heart. He had just forced back the earth demon puppet when he sensed a pair of ice-cold eyes, that contained a killing intent, being shot over from a distance. Hong Tianxiao's expression instantly became much paler after sensing the density of the killing intent within those eyes. His mouth was filled with bitterness. At this moment, he had finally understood just what kind of frightening existence he had offended this time around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 981, Killing Hong Tianxiao. Chapter 981, Killing Hong Tianxiao. Fiery red Dou Qi appeared just like a fire as it emitted some heat and wrapped Hong Tianxiao within it. His hand was holding a scimitar that was over 10 feet long. It danced in a mighty manner as it carried a blade glow that contained a hot wind and whizzed out. Immediately, they hacked at the earth demon puppet's body. Clang! Clang! The scimitar violently hacked at the body of the earth demon puppet. Under the full strength of Hong Tianxiao, some scars appeared on the silver surface of the puppet's body. However, no fresh blood flowed out. The earth demon puppet appeared to be completely unaware of these wounds on its body as its powerful fist carried a low, deep sonic boom that smashed toward Hong Tianxiao. This caused Hong Tianxiao to appear a little miserable as he tried to dodge. After all, he was not immune to all sorts of pain like the earth demon puppet. The corner of Hong Tianxiao's eyes drifted toward the figure that was slowly stepping through the empty air. His originally ugly face had become much darker. With a furious cry, the large blade in front of him danced and formed a wild wind. Sharp blade glows emitted schwa-schwa sounds as they threw the earth demon puppet's fist aside. Fire-splitting blade. The fiery red Dou Qi agglomerated crazily on the enormous blade. Hong Chen Tian's eyes turned cold as furiously hacked down. The blade glow cut through space and ruthlessly struck into the earth demon puppet's arm. The blade cut half an inch into it. The fiery red blade caused a chi-chi sound to appear while white smoke was emitted from the earth demon puppet's arm. Bang! The eyes of the earth demon puppet remained empty despite having suffered such an attack. It ignored the large blade in its arm as a silver-colored fist was suddenly thrown forward. It ruthlessly smashed into Hong Tianxiao's chest. Humph! A frightening strength surged out when the fist came smashing over. Hong Tianxiao's throat let out a muffled moan. His body shook and he hurriedly stepped back. A thread of sweetness in his throat was forcefully held back by him. Since you dare to hurt my puppet, you shall die. Hong Tianxiao's feet stabilized his body. Before had time to do anything else, however, a somewhat indifferent voice suddenly sounded behind him. The voice was transmitted into Hong Tianxiao's ears, and his eyes immediately shrank. His gaze looked in the direction where Xiao Yan had been, only to see an afterimage slowly disappearing. A chill suddenly surfaced in Hong Tianxiao's heart as he looked at the scattering afterimage. The chill had just materialized when frightening winds suddenly shot over from behind him. Hong Tianxiao hurriedly turned around while he was feeling shock in his heart. His hand holding the large fiery red blade did not hesitate even a little. He agglomerated the Dou Qi all over his body and ruthlessly hacked down. Qi! The sharp blade glow was swung at the enormous spiraling spiritual cannonball. Both paused for a moment when before Hong Tianxiao's arm suddenly trembled and the spiritual cannonball suddenly exploded. Bang! An invisible wave of air spread out. Hong Tianxiao, who was the first to be struck by it, once again felt his throat become sweet. A thread of fresh blood involuntarily seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He could not be bothered to wipe off the trace of blood as he hurriedly opened his mouth. Little brother Xiao Yan, this is a grudge between the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion and you. It has nothing to do with the old me. The old me was forced to attack. Do you think that I will believe you? Xiao Yan looked at Hong Tianxiao. His face contained a faint ridicule. This old fellow was really quick to shed responsibility. Little brother Xiao Yan, my Hong clan is indeed at fault regarding this matter. As long as you open your mouth, my Hong clan is definitely happy to compensate your losses. Hong Tianxiao's expression was dull when he saw this. His gaze rotated as he hurriedly said, Compensation? Xiao Yan's footsteps paused as he asked with some interest. Seeing that Xiao Yan was finally interested, Hong Tianxiao also felt joy in his heart. He hurriedly nodded. Although he revealed a very sincere joy on his face, his heart was filled with a viciousness. From what Wu Lei Elder has said earlier, this brat's strength seems to originate from a spiritual body in him. In other words, he will not be able to maintain this kind of condition for long. Once the time's up, he will definitely enter a weary state. At that time, I will find an opportunity to kill him. This little bastard has caused my Hong clan to suffer heavy losses. Moreover, he is clearly not a merciful person. It is definitely extremely difficult to reconcile with him after all that my Hong clan has done. Hence, this brat must die. Although this evil thought was lingering within Hong Tianzhao's heart, his face was filled with smiles. He ceased showing the arrogance he usually possessed. Coco, as long as Brother Xiao Yan has this intention, my Hong clan will definitely put in all our effort. If we can resolve our grudge, we might even be able to become friends. Xiao Yan seemed to be deep in thought. A moment later, he nodded slightly and said, since Senior Hong has such an intention, it is naturally for the... Before Xiao Yan's words completely sounded, his eyes suddenly turned dark and chilly. Hong Tianzhao's heart silently said not good when he saw this. Before he could dodge, however, a frightening wind suddenly appeared behind him. Xiao Yan, you bastard. You actually dared to deceive the old me. Hong Tianzhao immediately let out a furious roar upon sensing the great strength of the wind behind him. He immediately swung the scimitar in his hand ruthlessly toward his back. Finally, a clear clang-clang sound appeared as it cut onto the arm of the earth demon puppet. However, the puppet did not step back. Instead, it strode forward, pulled its arms apart, and firmly hugged Hong Tianzhao. Hong Tianzhao was startled when his limbs were restrained. He quickly began to struggle. Fire-red Dou Qi surged out of his body like an erupting volcano. However, the earth demon puppet firmly restrained Hong Tianzhao under Xiao Yan's orders. It completely ignored the heat of the Dou Qi. The old me will definitely not allow you to kill me this easily. Hong Tianzhao's eyes revealed a craziness after becoming aware that Xiao Yan had the intention of killing him off after he had been restrained by the earth demon puppet. The Dou Qi within his body collided. Immediately, a wild, violent force hurriedly surged out. From its appearance, this old fellow was actually thinking of self-destructing. Xiao Yan appeared to have anticipated Hong Tianzhao's plan. The Dou Qi in his body surged, and his body rushed forward in a ghost-like manner. His eyes were ice-cold while a jade-green fire palm appeared. It was just like a flame cone as it was viciously pierced forward. Che! The struggling Hong Tianzhao suddenly stiffened amid a soft sound. He slowly lowered his head with much difficulty and looked at the fire hand that had penetrated his chest. The viciousness in his eyes had yet to reach its peak when they solidified. Xiao Yan was expressionless after having destroyed Hong Tianzhao's life force with a single attack. Xiao Yan suddenly placed his hand on Hong Tianzhao's head and violently pulled. An illusionary spiritual body was immediately pulled out. Little bastard Xiao Yan. The old me shall die with you today. The illusionary Hong Tianzhao's spirit had just been pulled out when it let out a vicious roar. However, before his soul could self-destruct, a majestic spiritual strength had surged out of Xiao Yan's body and violently collided with the soul. Immediately, Hong Tianzhao's soul turned illusionary and the sanity within his eyes swiftly disappeared. Collisions between spirits was the most dangerous thing that could happen. If one was careless, not only would one's mind be damaged, but the other party's mind would also suffer some injuries. However, it was fortunate that after having borrowed the spiritual strength of Tianhua Zunjia, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was far stronger than Hong Tianzhao's spiritual strength. Hence, this collision had greatly reduced the consciousness within Hong Tianzhao's soul. Xiao Yan grabbed Hong Tianzhao's soul when he saw the paralysis appear in his eyes. A majestic spiritual strength was like a bandit as it used the most brutal method to barge into Hong Tianzhao's soul. After sweeping through it, Xiao Yan completely removed his consciousness. Xiao Yan swiftly took out a jade bottle after having eliminated the consciousness. After which, he stuffed the spirit into it. His hand rubbed over it and an invisible flame appeared. A fire seal was placed on the mouth of the bottle. A 5-star Dou Zone spirit and body. My reward is quite great this time around. If I am able to obtain another rank 7 monster core, I will be able to refine another puppet. Of course, the precondition is if I am lucky enough to successfully refine it. Xiao Yan waved his hand and stored Hong Tianzhao's body, that was gradually turning ice cold, into his storage ring. He finally patted his hand as he spoke to himself. The exchange in the sky was witnessed by a countless number of people within Tian Bay City. When they saw the final ending of Hong Tianzhao, quite a number of people quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This brat was indeed quite vicious. With these actions of his, the Hong clan was basically finished. Having lost the protection of this ancestor, Hong Tianzhao, the strength of the Hong clan would diminish. The clan, which had once dominated Tian Bay City, had currently been completely destroyed by the hands of that young man called Xiao Yan. The Hong clan could be considered to have kicked a metal plate this time around. Xiao Yan in the sky stored away the earth demon puppet after having finished off Hong Tian Xiao. After which, his gaze was thrown toward the Han clan. His body moved, and he slowly disappeared from the sky. Han Shui watched Xiao Yan, who had disappeared, from a silent yard deep within the manor of the Han clan. Her pretty face involuntarily became a little anxious. She was just about to use her Dou Qi wings to rise into the air when a voice slowly sounded within the small yard. It is likely that the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion will not use the Han clan as hostages in the future. As long as the Han clan does not mention my existence, it should be able to survive peacefully. Han Shui and Han Yu quickly turned their heads when they heard this voice. They looked at the young man who had appeared in the yard. Han Shui's heart became excited as she took 2 steps forward. Immediately, however, she seemed to have understood something. Her pretty face became somewhat pale as she asked, "You will not return again after leaving, will you?" Xiao Yan smiled and softly replied, "I have already offended the Wind Lightning Pavilion. If I entangle myself with all of you, it is likely that the matter today will occur again. Coco, when my strength reaches a level where I am no longer afraid of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, I will come visit the Han clan. I hope you won't end up chasing me away at that time." Han Shui tightly bit her lower red lip with the back of her teeth. Her lovely body had a kind of unsteady feeling. She was vaguely aware that she might really have difficulty meeting Xiao Yan again in the future after they parted ways today. "Xiao Yan, thank you. The Han clan will remember this favor of yours." Han Yu softly sighed softly. She stepped forward, pulled Han Shui, and gently spoke to Xiao Yan. "Senior Han Yu is really too courteous. I am merely resolving trouble that I created." Xiao Yan smiled. He immediately looked at the pale-faced Han Shui and sighed within his heart. Cupping his hands together, he said, "Help me bid big brother Han Xiong and the rest goodbye. You are the first group of friends that I have made after arriving in the Central Plains region. Hopefully, we will meet again." Xiao Yan's voice sounded before his body trembled and slowly disappeared. Han Shui watched the gradually disappearing Xiao Yan. She finally involuntarily pounced into Han Yu's embrace and began to cry. Han Fei's figure hurriedly appeared at the entrance of the yard. However, when he saw the crying Han Shui, he could only let out a sigh. His gaze looked to the distant sky as he muttered, "Little friend Xiao Yan, the Han clan will accept this favor of yours. We will definitely repay you in the future if we have the opportunity to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 982, Remnant Spiritual Imprint. Chapter 982, Remnant Spiritual Imprint. Xiao Yan's figure paused for a moment in the sky outside of Tian Bay City before letting out a sigh. His figure turned and transformed into a ray of light that rushed to the distant sky. Xiao Yan's flying speed was very quick. Currently, Xiao Yan was no longer stingy with his strength. Instead, the thing he was about to do was the first problem he needed to consider. After flying for nearly a few hundred kilometers, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. That majestic aura that permeated his body immediately scattered in a swift manner, appearing like a sponge losing water. "Time's up." Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed as he sensed the swiftly weakening strength of his body. It seemed that he really needed to strengthen himself. His gaze swept in all directions before his body moved and landed on a mountain peak below with strange rock ruins. "The strength that you displayed this time around is too fierce. This has resulted in some injuries appearing in your body. You should quickly recuperate. Otherwise, a sequelae might be left behind. Moreover, you should use my spiritual strength as little as possible unless it is a critical moment. During these few days, I have discovered that each time you use my spiritual strength, a remnant spirit of mine is left within your body. If too much of these things exist, it is likely they will cause your body to form a resistance to your soul. At that time, your soul will not be able to merge perfectly with your physical body and it would be too late for you to cry." Tian Huazunja's somewhat solemn voice was emitted after Xiao Yan landed on the ground. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he heard this. He also vaguely felt such a feeling during this period of time. However, he did not think too much of it. After all, such a situation did not occur when he had borrowed Yao Lao's spiritual strength back then. Although Xiao Yan was uncertain what had happened, he still nodded his head. Tian Huazunja would not harm him. Since the latter had said this, it was naturally not some alarmist words. Seems like this act of borrowing the strength of others possesses a great possibility of a sequela. I should be a little more careful in the future, Xiao Yan softly exhaled while quietly speaking in his heart. Xiao Yan remembered this matter within his heart. His gaze swept around him before his body moved and appeared on the steep mountain wall beside the mountain peak. He swung his heavy ruler. Rock fragments flew like bean curds being cut. Finally, he created a small cave which could allow a person to stay in. Currently, the most important thing was to heal the injuries within his body. He might have sent the wind lightning pavilion scattering this time around, but it was likely that they would not just leave things be. However, Xiao Yan was also unafraid of them. The central plains were huge. Just this northern region was already vast and endless. Even if the wind lightning pavilion was considered a great strength, it was not as though there were no factions who could fight with it in this northern region. Once Xiao Yan left the territory where its strength was concentrated, they would naturally be unable to do anything to him. It was likely that once was enough when it came to something like using the Han clan to threaten him. Other people knew that Xiao Yan did not have a deep relationship with the Han clan. It was likely that the wind lightning pavilion would not be so foolish as to pull the same trick a second time. After all, if they did it a second time, they would not only be bad-mouthed, but the Han clan would likely really become crazy. Even an anxious rabbit knew how to bite someone, much less the Han clan who possessed some face within the Tian Bay city. Xiao Yan's body moved as these thoughts flashed through his heart. After which, he entered the cave and swiftly sat down. He took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring, stuffed it into his mouth, and formed the training seal with both his hands. He slowly descended into a state of recuperation. The recuperation of Xiao Yan took a total of 3 days this time around. During these 3 days, he searched all over his body and did indeed sense some extremely faint remnant spiritual imprints. The existence of these remnant auras was so faint that they were negligible. However, they were able to burrow deep into one's body. Fortunately, there was only a few remnant spiritual auras. Otherwise, the effects would be extremely serious. Indeed, this thing is really troublesome. Xiao Yan also laughed bitterly inside upon discovering these remnant spiritual imprints. Moreover, when he tried and failed to use Dou Qi or even the heavenly flame in an attempt to remove them, his bitter smile became even denser. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had discovered this thing quite early. Otherwise, if there even more spiritual imprints had gathered in the future, it was likely that he could only leave the body he had been born with and turn into a spiritual body similar to Tian Huazunjia. Although there was only a few of these spiritual imprints, it was still a source of trouble. Given Xiao Yan's character, he was naturally unable to endure the existence of this kind of troublesome existence remaining hidden within his body. However, after having tried various methods that all failed, he could only helplessly give up. Xiao Yan had kept his eyes shut while he remained in the mountain cave. His eyes were slowly opened and his aura had once again returned to its peak condition. Powerful Dou Qi rippled over his fingers when he raised his hand. A 9-star Dou Huan was indeed much stronger than a 7-star. These remnant spiritual imprints might be troublesome, but they are not impossible to remove. I remember that there seemed to be some medicinal pills which could get rid of them. Xiao Yan opened his eyes as he softly muttered. His finger gently touched the dark black storage ring Yao Lao had left behind. His spiritual strength entered it. Inside were the many medicinal formulae that Yao Lao had collected over his lifetime. This was a treasure that Yao Lao had left to Xiao Yan. From a certain point of view, it was even more precious than the bone-chilling flame. If these medicinal formulae did not exist, Xiao Yan's alchemist journey would definitely have been much slower. From this, one could tell how important it was. Xiao Yan searched for nearly an hour. Finally, he, whose body was completely still, opened his eyes in an abrupt manner. A joy was revealed within his eyes. With a swing of his hand, an ancient, black-colored scroll appeared. Soul Cleansing Pill, a peak-level Tier 6 medicinal pill. It is able to clean the body of all the spiritual strength that doesn't belong to it. Moreover, it also possesses the effect of nourishing one's spiritual strength. The ingredients needed to refine it are body cleansing grass, ice fire soul merger fruit, water spirit lotus seed. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength entered the scroll and imprinted all of the information in the medicinal formula into his mind. By the time he got to the effects of the soul cleansing pill, the smile on his face had already become a lot denser. Peak of the Tier 6 level. It is of a high tier. However, I should be able to refine it. The medicinal ingredients might be a little unorthodox and rare, but I might be able to get a hold of them if I inquire a little. The remnant spiritual imprints in my body have difficulty accomplishing much. There is still sufficient time. Xiao Yan carefully read the medicinal formula before he muttered to himself. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after he found a method to resolve the problem. He placed the medicinal formula within his storage ring, mused for a moment before beckoning with his hand. 4 silver-colored scrolls appeared in front of him. The scrolls were bright in color. Countless blood vein-like traces spread around them. At a glance, they possessed a mysterious feeling. These 4 scrolls were naturally obtained from the hands of the 4 elders from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. It is likely that these 3 should be the other portions of the 3000 lightning illusionary body. Xiao Yan flicked his finger and summoned the earth demon puppet. After which, he tossed the scrolls over. The puppet immediately caught them and opened them as ordered. Bang! 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 Dot. As Xiao Yan had anticipated, the interior of the scrolls hid a fierce strength. Looking at the earth demon puppet, which had been sent flying until it formed a 10-foot large dent on the wall, Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed. These people from the Wind Lightning Pavilion are all so insidious. Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand and the 3 silver-colored scrolls were pulled back. His spiritual strength swiftly entered one of them. Following the entry of his spiritual strength, the space within the scroll was similar to that within Chen Yun's scroll. The area below was a lightning pool filled with electric arcs. Xiao Yan familiarly erased the thunderbolt that had been created from spiritual strength. Finally, mysterious lightning words appeared on the clear lake's surface. Xiao Yan carefully remembered all these words in his mind. Finally, his spiritual strength was withdrawn and entered the 3rd scroll followed by the 4th. Around half an hour or so later, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength slowly withdrew from the 4th scroll. He immediately shut his eyes and arranged the mysterious lightning words that seemed to possess a life of their own. After arranging them for 10 minutes, Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes. His brows were immediately knit together. The 4 scrolls' lightning words seemed to have formed a complete version after merging together. However, for some unknown reason, Xiao Yan had difficulty obtaining the so-called training method from them. This kind of feeling was as though one had obtained a treasure chest, but lacked a key to it. Key? Xiao Yan softly muttered in his mouth. A moment later, he suddenly tightened his hand. That's right. He did indeed lack a key that could transform these mysterious lightning words into a training method. However, he was also unaware of what exactly this key was. It was likely that only those people from the Wind Lightning Pavilion, who were qualified to practice it, were aware of it. However, it was clear that the other party would never inform him about such a secret. Ugh, this damn thing. Xiao Yan violently clenched his teeth and involuntarily cursed. After spending such a great amount of effort, he ended up with a D-class high-level Dou skill he could only look at but not practice. This caused his heart to itch. It was really torture. This broken thing is so troublesome. Once the old me obtains the 3000 burning flame, I will attack your Wind Lightning Pavilion and get you to hand over the training method. Xiao Yan cursed indignantly as he returned the scroll to his storage ring, feeling extremely helpless as he did so. I can only place this thing temporarily aside. Now that I have offended the Wind Lightning Pavilion, it is likely that I can only choose to go into hiding first. I should find a city with a wormhole and leave this area. The northern region is so large. Even the Wind Lightning Pavilion will not be able to intervene. Once I have left the Wind Lightning Pavilion's area of influence, I will quickly find the ingredients to help Tian Huazunjia refine a body. He would definitely be a great help. Moreover, I should also think of a way to quickly break through the Dou Huang class and advance to the Dou Zone classal. It would be best if this occurs before the pill gathering begins. Xiao Yan stood up, returned the earth demon puppet into his storage ring, and muttered to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 983, Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool. Chapter 983, Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool. Bone Transforming City, a city not smaller than Tian Bay City. However, it was quite far from Tian Bay City. It was barely outside of the Wind Lightning Pavilion's influence. This city was controlled by a faction called the Bone Transforming Gate. Although there were many other factions beneath it, all of them had difficulty contending with the Bone Transforming Gate. Moreover, this Bone Transforming Gate did things in a moderate manner. Although it would occupy a lion's share, it would not swallow all the profits that existed. Hence, it had always been the overlord of the Bone Transforming City during these years. There was seldom any factions who would stand up and challenge them. The chief of Bone Transforming Gate practiced a water affinity chi method and was a little unusual. Hidden force would unknowingly enter his opponent's body before it would gently disperse. If one were to be struck by this force, one's bone would even show signs of weakening. Hence, the Bone Transforming Gate was renowned even among the surrounding cities. This city was also the first place Xiao Yan had stopped to rest after starting his crazy journey from Tian Bay City. During his journey, he went in the deep mountains and hidden forests as he traveled in a single direction. According to his guess, he should have already left the territory of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with this place and did not know the roads. Randomly flying around was not a solution. Hence, he chose to obtain a map of the northern region first. Thus, he would not end up flying around like a housefly without direction. Moreover, he needed to search for the medicinal ingredients that were necessary to refine the soul cleansing pill as well as to inquire about some information. The interior of the bone-transforming city had mainly been decorated with a pale white color. At a glance, it seemed as though it was a city completely built from bones. It caused one to feel a faint chill within their hearts when they looked at it. However, the liveliness of the city was not lessened as a result of chill. A noisiness that shot to the sky could be clearly heard even from a great distance. This was the first time Xiao Yan had entered a human city after having traveled at a crazy pace for a couple of days. He involuntarily felt somewhat unused to the noisiness that he felt. Immediately, he shook his head and walked into the city. A map of the northern region was not considered an overly rare item. Xiao Yan did not spend much effort before finding a map shop, called Map Court. He entered it, saw the many maps piled within and felt a little absent-minded. When he had met Hai Guodong in the Jiama Empire for the first time, he obtained the second map fragment of the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame from the map shop. TL, the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame has been called the Clean Lotus Demon Flame earlier in the story. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed when he thought of the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. Ever since he had obtained the third map fragment, he had not been lucky enough to chance upon the fourth map fragment, causing him to feel extremely regretful. The Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame was ranked third on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Even Yao Lao had only heard of its name and had never seen its form. Hence, one could tell just how mysterious and powerful this thing was. If Xiao Yan successfully swallowed it, his strength would soar like crazy. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan suppressed the sadness in his heart. He slowly walked into the shop. There was an old man in the shop, but he was not some expert. His face had the shrewdness that a merchant ought to have. Xiao Yan glanced over him. The strength of this old man had just reached the Dou Shi's class. It seemed that his training talent was really insignificant. "This young brother, are you planning to purchase a map?" That old man hurriedly stood up and asked a question with a smile when he saw Xiao Yan enter. "Give me the most precise map of the northern region you have." Xiao Yan nodded and made a request. His gaze slowly swept over the shop carefully. A moment later, he withdrew his gaze with some disappointment. He was foolishly hoping that the matter back then would occur once again. Young brother, this is the map you requested. It is the most detailed one created by my shop, and it is worth 30,000 gold coins. The old man swiftly pulled out an extremely beautiful scroll from a platform and handed it to Xiao Yan before speaking with a smile. 30,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan involuntarily rolled his eyes when he heard the price. This old fellow was really merciless when it came to ripping someone off. Xiao Yan randomly opened the map and studied it a little. After finding that it was indeed somewhat detailed, Xiao Yan found he was too lazy to argue with the old man. He handed over the gold coins required, turned around, and started to leave. "Kuko, young brother, please wait." The old man suddenly cried out when he saw Xiao Yan turning around to leave. "What is it?" Xiao Yan frowned and demanded. Young brother really looks quite foreign. You should not be a person from the bone-transforming city, right? Are you also here because of the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool in the Heaven Eye Mountain Range? The old man inquired as he smiled. Heaven Eye Mountain Range? Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool? These two names caused Xiao Yan to be startled. Not because they were foreign, but because he had already heard these terms over a dozen times since he had entered the city. However, he was not aware of the mysteries they referred to. The old man was also startled when he saw Xiao Yan's expression. He asked in surprise, "Does young brother not even know about the Heaven Eye Mountain Range and the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool? I only arrived in the northern region recently. Hence, I am not familiar with everything around here. Can boss tell me about it?" Xiao Yan randomly threw over a bag of gold coins. They landed on the counter as he inquired with some interest. He was quite interested in the Heaven Eye Mountain Range since it was a topic many people were talking about. The Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool in the Heaven Eye Mountain Range is extremely famous. There are few people within the northern region of the Central Plains who are not aware of it. It is rumored that every 3 years a natural energy tide appears at the top of a volcano in the mountain range. After the tide is over, the Heaven Mountain Lake within the volcano is filled with an extremely mysterious red liquid. Moreover, this Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool only remains for 5 days. After which, it completely disappears. The old man smiled as took the gold coins and spoke with a serious expression. "What is the use of the blood pool?" Xiao Yan asked. "It is rumored to be able to help some experts at the peak of the Dou Huang class to break through to the Dou Zong class. Moreover, even if a Dou Zong expert enters the pool, it will wash through and reinforce one's body, allowing one's strength to increase. In any case, the effect of the blood pool is extremely mysterious. Every 3 years, the Heaven Eye Mountain Range fills with a countless number of people from the northern region of the Central Plains as well as other places. Moreover, next month is coincidentally the time when the 3 years is up. Hence, there have been many people hurrying to the Heaven Eye mountain range recently. He. However, the Heaven Eye mountain range is extremely vast. There are many high-rank magical beasts within it. The mountain peak is also covered by a fog all year around. Hence, if young brother wishes to head there, you can purchase a map of the Heaven Eye mountain range from the old me. It only costs 40,000 gold coins. With the help of the map, you will be able to reach the mountaintop before everyone else. The old man laughed. He explained the situation before finally revealing his cunning intent. Xiao Yan felt like was not able to laugh nor cry when he heard this. This old fellow had explained so much because he was promoting his map of the Heaven Eye mountain range. However, if Xiao Yan was being honest, the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool was tempting. No wonder it was able to cause all the people in the city to talk about it with great interest. Moreover, Xiao Yan was coincidentally a 9-star Dou Huang. He was not far from the Dou Zone class. However, if he were to rely on normal training, it would definitely take a long time for him to break through. Yet, Xiao Yan might not have much time to grow. Even if he forget about there being a little over a year left until the pill gathering, he still needed to help Tian Huazunjia refine a body. According to what Yao Lao had mentioned back then, there were 3 requirements to refine a body. 1 was the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, 2 was the essence blood of a rank 7 magical beast, and 3 was the skeleton of an elite Dou Zone. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was not difficult to obtain the last 2. However, the bone-growing blood-fusing pill was a medicinal pill that belonged to the peak of the 7th tier. With Xiao Yan's current medicinal refining ability, it was impossible for him to refine it. Unless he reached the Dou Zone class, his success rate would likely be too low. Young brother, the old me is doing this for your own good. The effects of the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool might be mysterious, but it can, at the very most, be used by 10 people. In other words, if you arrive at the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool after those 10 people, you can only look at the empty blood pool and wait another 3 years, the old man hurriedly added when he saw that Xiao Yan did not declare his intentions. Oh? Xiao Yan was also startled when he heard these words. Immediately, he nodded with a smile. If this was really the case, he should really make a move ahead of schedule. The effects of the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool were mysterious. There would definitely be many experts attracted by it. If he were to arrive too late, he might really have to wait another 3 years. The old man immediately rejoiced when he saw Xiao Yan nodding his head. He joyfully took out a map and muttered in his heart with a grin. I have ripped off another wealthy person. How many has there been today? Xiao Yan was naturally unaware of the old man's inner thoughts. Moreover, even if he knew about them, he would be too lazy to find fault with the other party. This map might not be worth so much money, but in his opinion, the situation regarding the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool was worth far more than money. Xiao Yan randomly paid the gold coins and put the map into his storage ring. After which, he walked out of the shop in front of the old man's smiling eyes. After having exited the shop, Xiao Yan made a trip around some medicinal shops. It was not a futile one. At the very least, he had managed to obtain the water spirit lotus seed that he needed to refine the soul cleansing pill. Although it was quite expensive, it was naturally nothing to remiss for someone like Xiao Yan, who was in a hurry to remove the remnant spiritual imprint in his body. After roaming once around the bone-transforming city and inquiring about more information, Xiao Yan had a much greater understanding of the so-called Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool. That old man had not deceived him. A month later, the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool would appear again. Moreover, there were currently a countless number of people from the northern region hurrying to the Heaven Eye mountain range. Xiao Yan stopped in front of an inn in the city. He looked at the many people on the street. There were many people present here whose target was the Heaven Eye mountain range. I will get moving and head to the Heaven Eye mountain range tomorrow after resting for the night here. If I am able to be the first 10 to enter the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool, there is a chance that it might help me break through to the Dou Zone class. Xiao Yan's heart became boiling hot when he thought of the possibility of him breaking through. This central plains was really worthy of being in the middle of the Dou Qi continent. Such a mysterious matter would seldom occur in other places. However, it had appeared here. Xiao Yan naturally did not intend to give it up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 984, Tian Lazy. Chapter 984, Tian Lazy. Xiao Yan tidied up his room a little the morning of the next day. After which, he walked out of the room. He did not start his journey right away. Instead, he walked to the second floor of the inn, and randomly found a chair close to a window to sit in. There were many people in the second story of the inn. It could be considered a place filled with all sorts of people. This place was usually where a great amount of news was passed around. Thus, one would usually find it extremely easy to learn some news here. Additionally, one would not end up stirring any attention from others. Xiao Yan asked for a pot of sake. While he poured it and took a sip, his ears were absorbing all of the conversations amid the noise. It was just as he had expected. The current focus of the entire bone-transforming city was on the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool. The faces of quite a number of people turned red when mentioning it. A dense greed was present on their faces. It seemed that the allure of the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool was really too great. However, how could such a treasure be encroached upon by these people? They were merely just whining in this place. It is rumored that the Wind Lightning Pavilion, 10,000 Sword Pavilion, and other stronger factions have dispatched their core elites to head to the Heavenly Mountain Range. From the looks of it, they are clearly targeting the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool. Damn it, with these fellows participating, there will be fewer and fewer of the 10 spots left. Not everyone can enter the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool. Hey, what can we do? The other parties are great factions. It is best for those without ability to not participate in this matter. Otherwise, one would not only fail to benefit, one would also get into trouble. Xiao Yan frowned involuntarily when he heard this. It was unexpected that the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool also possessed an allure to a faction like the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Would he not end up attracting trouble if he headed out and ended up meeting them? The 4 pavilions in the Central Plains will conduct a competition called the 4 Pavilion Heaven every few years. Those who participate in this competition are the most outstanding members of the younger generation within each pavilion. It is likely that the Wind Lightning Pavilion and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion are heading to the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool in preparation for it. I wonder if the Yellow Spring Pavilion and the Falling Star Pavilion will participate. The Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool does not have much of an effect on those old fellows, it is a treasure for the younger generation. By soaking in it, one would not only be able to wash one's bones, but it might even be able to help one break through. There are only a couple of months left before this season's 4 Pavilion Heaven. If one could break through at this moment, the pavilion's chances of victory would greatly soar. A somewhat skinny-looking man coldly laughed. It is rumored that there is a Miss Feng in the Wind Lightning Pavilion who has an extremely frightening training talent. There are even rumors that she will be the next pavilion head of the Eastern Pavilion. Moreover, the 10,000 Sword Pavilion is also quite strong. Tang Ying, who is known as Sky Fountain Sword, uses extremely mysterious, skillful sword techniques. He is even able to exchange blows with some of the experts from the older generation. They could be called the top of the younger generation in the northern region. I wonder who will win if they end up meeting in a fight. Gee, these two people might be strong, but they seem to be a little inferior when compared to the recent individual called Xiao Yan. The Central Plains are filled with hidden talents. Who dares to call himself the strongest? A man with a scar on his face laughed. Xiao Yan? Is he the one who killed Chen Yun from the Wind Lightning Pavilion and forcefully broke the 9 Heavenly Lightning Prison formation the remaining 3 elders had set up? He, that's right. All of you did not see the big battle in Tian Bay City back then. That was damn interesting. That fellow looked to be only in his 20s, but his strength was absolutely terrifying. He relied on his own strength to fight against 3 great Dou zones. Moreover, the ancestor of the Hong clan, Hong Tianshao, also came to an extremely miserable end. Who are Miss Feng and Tang Ying compared to him? You cannot put it this way. Although the Xiao Yan is very strong, Miss Feng and Tang Ying are not weak either. According to what I know, Xiao Yan used a kind of unknown secret technique back then to forcefully raise his strength. Otherwise, he would have difficulty fighting against 3 great Dou zones. Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he heard the conversation suddenly focus on him. He immediately let out a bitter smile, took out a doping from his storage ring and quietly put it on his head. He did not wish to end up exposing his identity, attracting unnecessary trouble. Xiao Yan listened for a little longer and was planning to leave when a silver-colored figure slowly appeared on the stairs of the inn. After which, the figure climbed to the 2nd floor. The 2nd story of the inn had become a lot quieter following the appearance of this silver-colored figure. An aura that caused one to feel pressure vaguely seeped out of the figure's body. At a glance, one could tell that this figure was not an ordinary person. It was difficult to tell the age of the silver-colored human figure. His face seemed somewhat young, but his hair was an old white color that faintly gave him an elderly appearance. The most shocking thing was that this person possessed a pair of extremely rare white-colored eyes. The silver-colored figure's gaze slowly swept around him after he had climbed the stairs. After which, he walked to a window. A moment later, he paused beside the table Xiao Yan was occupying. May I have a seat? The silver-colored human figure smiled to Xiao Yan. However, despite what his question and tone suggested, he had already sat opposite of Xiao Yan. Everyone's gazes were involuntarily shot toward Xiao Yan when they saw this person sit opposite him. They only began to turn away after seeing that Xiao Yan did not react. A noisiness started up once again. Xiao Yan raised his head. He glanced at the other party somewhat uncertainly. He was certain that he had never met this person. When he was just about to speak, Tian Huazunji's solemn voice suddenly sounded quietly within his heart. Xiao Yan, be careful. This person's strength is extremely frightening, but... Xiao Yan tightened his grip on his wine cup and a ripple was formed within it. By being able to get Tian Huazunji to say such words, it was clear that the other party's strength was likely not one he could contend with. On the surface, however, Xiao Yan remained impassive. He smiled and said, I did not reserve the seat you. You can sit if you want to. However, I still have some other matters to deal with and cannot stay for long. Goodbye. You are not afraid of the 9 heavenly lightning prison formation that the 3 elders from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion formed. Don't tell me that you are afraid of me? The silver-colored human figure smiled. His voice had suddenly become a lot louder and clearer, suppressing all the noise on the second floor of the inn. Immediately, numerous stunned gazes were thrown over before pausing on Xiao Yan. Don't tell me that he is Xiao Yan? The expression under the doping had gradually become darker and more solemn. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the silver-colored human figure opposite him as he slowly asked, just what great being are you? Tell me your name. Hiding around is not the style of a skilled person. Ha 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 ha, I cannot be considered a skilled person. The reason I have come here is mainly to demand something from you. The silver-robed man lifted his wine cup and laughed. What thing? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The Dou Qi within his body had slowly begun circulating. As the saying went, those who come do not have good intent and those with good intent do not come. This person was clearly targeting him. Moreover, from this manner of his, it was likely that he was not here to make friends. 3,000 lightning illusionary body. The silver-robed man smiled faintly to Xiao Yan. However, his soft voice caused Xiao Yan to suddenly stand up. A deep voice demanded, You are someone from the Wind Lightning Pavilion? Other people call the old me Tian Lazy. The silver-robed man's finger was inserted into the cup and a lightning arc shuttled around the cup like a small snake. Tian Lazy, Fei Tian, the pavilion head of the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion? The silver-robed man's words had just sounded when waves of the sound wine cups make while falling appeared. Immediately, numerous shocked exclamations were involuntarily emitted. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrank when he heard the final few words, head of the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. The heavy Xian ruler had appeared like a reflex action. His ruler violently hacked at the head of the silver-robed man in a violent manner. A sonic boom was formed on the ruler, shattering the table into powder despite being some distance away. It is really a little rude to treat an old man like you do. The silver-robed man faintly smiled. His finger was gently flicked and a bright lightning glow shot out from it. It collided with the heavy ruler. The lightning glow was just like a poisonous snake that burrowed into Xiao Yan's hand. Humph. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort when he saw this. A jade-green flame surged out of his hand and collided with the lightning glow. A thunderclap sounded and both were eliminated. It is indeed a heavenly flame. However, given my eyesight, I am unable to see where it belongs to on the heavenly flame ranking. Surprise flashed across the silver-robed man's eyes when he saw the jade-green flame. He whispered. Xiao Yan swiftly stored away his heavy ruler after his futile attack. His body trembled and a rumbling thunder sounded and his body charged out of the window. With a shake of his back, the bone wings were extended. Finally, he transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the city with a swoosh sound. The frightening speed left anyone watching speechless. It is indeed the 3,000 lightning movement. That silver-robed man was not in a hurry to give chase when he saw Xiao Yan flee. He drank all of the wine in the wine pot in one go before slowly standing up. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he looked in the direction Xiao Yan had fled. Little fellow, you won't be able to escape. It is indeed as Elder Lei and the others described. You possess a couple of heavenly flames in your body. If I have guessed correctly, the jade-green heavenly flame, which I have never seen before, should be something formed from the merger of heavenly flames. TSK, the old me has never even heard of a Qi method that can merge heavenly flames in my entire life. It is really an eye-opener this time around. Fei Tian smiled. There was an extremely interested expression within those silver-white eyes. He immediately stepped forward and his body quietly disappeared in a ghost-like manner. Only after Fei Tian disappeared did the completely silent second story of the inn gradually recover. Everyone looked at each other with shock. It was unexpected that they would actually meet this legendary old demon today. Moreover, they were also extremely surprised that this old demon was personally chasing Xiao Yan. It is likely that the little fellow is going to be extremely unlucky this time around. This old demon Fei Tian is rumored to have become an 8-star dozong a number of years ago. However, by being able to get this old demon Fei Tian to act personally, it is already sufficient for his name to be known throughout the entire northern region. Such a treatment is not something an ordinary person can enjoy. There were some sighs vaguely emitted from the crowd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 985, Chased with Killing Intent. Chapter 985, Chased with Killing Intent. A ray of light rushed outside bone-transforming city in a lightning-like manner. In the blink of an eye, it charged into the mountain range that was outside of the city. Xiao Yan activated his bone wings to their maximum strength, raising his speed to a frightening extent. His expression was a little gloomy as his figure rushed forward. Although he did not sense Fei Tian giving chase, he did not think that young-looking old fellow would give up so easily. Just how did this old fellow find me? I have been traveling through the deep mountains and old forests during this period of time. It is impossible for the people from the Wind Lightning Pavilion to discover me. Some doubt appeared in Xiao Yan's heart as his figure flashed. The northern region of the Central Plains was so large. Regardless of how capable Fei Tian was, it was impossible for this person to find him in a sea of people without reason. Moreover, looking at his manner earlier, it was clear that this person was already aware of his position. Could he have been discovered by the spies from the Wind Lightning Pavilion when he had entered the city yesterday? Even if that was the case, this place was already beyond the territory of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. It was impossible for a spy from the Wind Lightning Pavilion to pass the information back to the Wind Lightning Pavilion within a day, even if that spy had discovered him. Doubt appeared in Xiao Yan's heart. He involuntarily felt a sense of danger. That fellow might appear like a light breeze, but he actually gave Xiao Yan a dangerous feeling. This kind of feeling was something that Xiao Yan had seldom sensed on anyone except the unfathomable Chen Bay elders and the old ground demon ghost. This old fellow's strength is at least that of an 8-star dozong. Even if I used Tian Huazunja's strength, it would be difficult for me to face him head-on unless I used the extermination fire lotus, but that is ultimately my life preservation skill. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to use it. These thoughts flew swiftly across Xiao Yan's heart. However, his speed was not the least bit reduced. His body was just like a meteorite that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. That old fellow has really given up chasing after me? Xiao Yan flew wildly for nearly 10+ minutes. His eyebrows were knit even more tightly when he saw that no one had given chase. Finally, he muttered in a soft voice. The old me said that you won't be able to escape. A faint laugh was suddenly transmitted from a distance while Xiao Yan was softly muttering to himself. His body stiffened. Immediately, his eyes shrank and locked onto a mountain peak in front of him. The silver-robed Fei Tian was standing there with his hands behind his back. His silver-white eyes were mocking Xiao Yan. This old fellow's speed is really frightening. Xiao Yan inhaled a breath of cool air. His expression had become solemn. It seemed that there would likely be some trouble today. You might possess the 3000 lightning movement and those mysterious bone wings. However, you have chosen the wrong target if you wish to compete with the old me in terms of speed. Fei Tian smiled as he spoke. Just what are you planning to do? Xiao Yan cried out in a deep voice. His eyes swept all around him without leaving a trace, searching for a route to flee. Hand over the 3000 lightning illusionary body to the old me. You might have gathered the 4 scrolls, but it is still impossible for you to practice it. Hence, it is a waste leaving them on you. Fei Tian spoke in a faint voice. You will allow me to leave if I return the 3000 lightning illusionary body to you? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked. Fei Tian merely smiled when he heard this. He gently stepped forward and his body appeared 100 meters away from Xiao Yan in a strange manner. He laughed. The old me is also interested in your chi method that can merge heavenly flames. I might let you go if you hand it over to me. Xiao Yan's expression had completely turned gloomy when he heard these words. Flame mantra was his greatest support. The reason he had been able to reach this level today was largely because of flame mantra. If this fellow wanted to snatch flame mantra from him, it was little different than taking his life away. Moreover, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to hand over such a mysterious chi method like the flame mantra to an outsider, and the Wind Lightning Pavilion could be considered his enemy. The old me knows that you possess an extremely powerful spiritual body in your body. I am able to vaguely sense its existence. However, a spiritual body is ultimately just a spiritual body. If he had been more than a spiritual body, the old me would likely have to withdraw today. Unfortunately, Fei Tian was unconcerned when he saw Xiao Yan's gloomy expression. His gaze slowly drifted over Xiao Yan's body before finally pausing on the snow-white storage ring on his finger. He laughed in a faint voice. Humph, what arrogant words. If the old me was in an actual body, would he dare to stand in front of me now? The snow-white ring trembled slightly and Tian Huazunji's spirit slowly rose. He looked at Fei Tian across from him and coldly laughed. Fei Tian's expression changed a little. His gaze slowly swept over Tian Huazunji. This person was already able to reach such a level by just being a spiritual body. This person was definitely a Dou Zun class ultimate expert when he was alive. A hero doesn't mention his old achievements. There is no if when it comes to the matters of this world. Regardless of how great you were when you were alive, the current you was merely a spiritual body. A gradual coldness also surfaced in Fei Tian's indifferent voice. Xiao Yan, as long as you hand over the 3000 lightning illusionary body and the Qi method you practice, the old me shall allow you to leave. This spiritual body cannot protect your life. A mere 8-star Dozong also dares to act so arrogant in front of the old me. Tian Huazunji angrily laughed. He turned his head to Xiao Yan and softly said, "Leave first. I will block him." Xiao Yan was startled when he heard these words. Although he really disliked that old demon Fei Tian, he knew that what he had said was true. The current Tian Huazunji at the very most had a strength similar to Fei Tian. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage since he was a spiritual body. If they were to fight, Tian Huazunji's chances of victory were very slim. Relax, I know my limits. I will only block him for a while. There is no need for you to worry. That ring of mine has my spiritual imprint. I have my own method of shaking him off. Tian Huazunji continued, aware of the worry in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment when he heard him. He soon violently nodded. He was indeed of little help by remaining here. He ceased hesitating, opened his bone wings, and flapped with all his might, transforming into a ray of light that wildly rushed in another direction. Fei Tian knit his brows slightly when he saw Xiao Yan flee. His feet stepped forward and was just about to give chase when he realized that the surrounding space had actually become distorted. It has been many years since I have fought with someone. Allow me to test your skills today. Tian Huazunji's somewhat illusionary figure slowly appeared in front of Fei Tian. He clenched his hand and a long sword that was agglomerated from spiritual strength appeared. Regardless of how you block me, he will ultimately be unable to escape my palm. Fei Tian coldly laughed. His body shook and a bright lightning glow surged of him in a cackling manner. Following the appearance of the lightning glow, the clouds in the sky above gradually became dark. Silver serpent-like lightning was vaguely shuttling within it. This old demon had actually reached the stage where he could use his own Dou Qi to communicate with natural energy. Fei Tian's hand reached forward. A lightning glow flashed and a long spear that was agglomerated from lightning appeared with a chi-chi sound. The body of the spear shook along with space itself. Tian Huazunji was not afraid despite seeing the strong skill of Fei Tian. He let out a loud laugh as his majestic spiritual strength swept out. His body moved and the spiritual longsword pierced forward while forming numerous spiritual ripples. Fei Tian laughed in the face of Tian Huazunji's attack. The lightning spear in his hand carried an incomparable lightning Dou Qi which emitted a repeated chi-chi sound. Finally, it was violently swung out. Clang! The clear sound of a collision resounded across the entire sky. In the face of this strange sonic wave, some of the weaker magical beasts in the mountain range below felt a crack in their head before bursting apart. The strength that was exchanged between the two was actually this terrifying. Xiao Yan's figure was rushing forward like a ray of light. He had also sensed a little of the change in the sky far behind him. However, he did not turn around. Tian Huazunji had put in a great amount of effort to buy him some time. Turning around would be the most foolish decision. Old bastard, I shall remember today's grudge. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth. His expression was a little ferocious. That old fellow had actually targeted the flame mantra. This had completely infuriated Xiao Yan. Killing intent churned in Xiao Yan's heart. However, his speed was not reduced by even a little. With a swoosh sound, the light ray flew across the sky, instantly disappearing on the edge of the mountain range. This all-out flying continued for nearly 20 minutes or so when the space in front of Xiao Yan became distorted. Immediately, a spiritual strength came out of the space. It was surprisingly Tian Huazunji, who had stayed behind to block Fei Tian earlier. At this moment, Tian Huazunji's expression was a little solemn. His figure also seemed paler than it had been earlier. From the looks of it, he had experienced a violent fight with that old demon Fei Tian during these 20 minutes. Leave quickly. Teleportation through space is something that only an elite Dou Zun can do. If I had not reached the Dou Zun level and am currently a spiritual body, it is likely that I would have difficulty using it. However, that fellow's speed is extremely frightening. It is likely that he will catch up within a short while. Tian Huazunja urged in an anxious voice the moment he appeared. Xiao Yan nodded his head. He was just about to move when a thought suddenly flashed through his heart. He spoke in a solemn voice, something's wrong. I have a feeling that the old fellow has locked onto my location. I think that it is likely that I am in possession of something that is directing him to our location. Hearing this, Tian Huazunja also nodded while deeply thinking. No wonder that fellow dared to say that Xiao Yan would not be able to escape him. I am certain that my body doesn't have any tracking seal. Yet, he is still aware of my location. In other words, it is something else. A flicker flashed swiftly in Xiao Yan's eyes. Soon after, he waved his hand and the 4 silver-colored scrolls appeared in his hand. His gaze stared intently at the scrolls before gritting his teeth and tossing them violently. The 4 scrolls immediately shot out in 4 different directions, transforming into 4 silver lights as they did so. Old bastard, I want to see just how you will give chase now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 986, Unravel. Chapter 986, Unravel. The space in the sky above a lush green mountain range fluctuated. Soon after, a silver-colored figure slowly appeared. Fei Tian's expression suddenly changed as his figure appeared. He discovered that the thread of spiritual feeling had been split into 4. Moreover, each of them was flying in a different direction. Has he discovered it? This brat is actually willing to abandon such a treasure? The smile on Fei Tian's face slowly turned gloomy. The reason he had been able to accurately tell Xiao Yan's location earlier was because he was relying on the special imprint within those 4 scrolls. It was unexpected that this was also discovered by Xiao Yan. Moreover, they were abandoned in such a decisive fashion. Fei Tian's gaze was gloomy as he stared off into the distance in front of him. He knew that Xiao Yan was fleeing that way. However, if he were to continue giving chase, it was likely that those 4 3,000 lightning illusionary body would fall into the hands of others. Thus, there would be some other troubles. If he were to allow Xiao Yan to escape, however, he would have difficulty calming his anger. Moreover, he was also extremely interested in the mysterious Qi method Xiao Yan practiced, that could merge heavenly flames. Fei Tian gently exhaled a breath of air as his eyes flickered slightly. He spoke in a dense voice, "Brat, if you think that you can shake me off with such a simple trick, it is likely that you have really underestimated this chief." Fei Tian's hand seal suddenly moved when his words sounded. Dazzling unusual seals were formed in a lightning-like manner. His expression was stern as he coldly cried out, 3,000 lightning illusionary body. Appear! An invisible strength suddenly surged from Fei Tian's body after his cry sounded. A strange fluctuation occurred, agglomerating into an avatar that was exactly the same as Fei Tian. The thing that was most shocking was that the aura of this avatar was also extremely powerful. Although it was inferior to the actual Fei Tian, it was also an elite Dou zone which far exceeded the strength of the 4 great elders from the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion. Unfortunately, my 3,000 lightning illusionary body has yet to reach complete mastery. Regardless of how cunning that fellow is, he will have difficulty escaping alive. Fei Tian looked at the avatar beside him and shook his head. He faintly commanded, "You will go and chase after that brat. I will go and chase after those scrolls. There is no need for you to fight head-on against them. All you need to do is delay them. Relax." Fei Tian's avatar let out a faint smile. His expression was exactly the same as the actual body. Moreover, his silver-white eyes were filled with an intelligence. It was completely different than the emptiness the other avatar had. It seemed that this 3,000 lightning illusionary body had some profoundness to it. It was indeed worthy of a mysterious Dou skill that was comparable to a Tian-class Qi method. Fei Tian nodded. He ceased speaking as he turned around. Space trembled and his body slowly disappeared. Following the disappearance of Fei Tian's body, that avatar also turned his head and threw his gaze in the direction Xiao Yan was fleeing. He let out a cold laugh as his body emitted a bang and transformed into nothing. A ray of light flashed through the completely clear sky while the faint sound of thunder was emitted from it. Fei Tian's aura is gradually disappearing. It is likely that he has gone to pursue the 4 scrolls. There is indeed a problem with those things. Xiao Yan glanced behind him while he was flying with all his might. He sighed in relief. Although it was a pity to toss those things aside, it was fortunate that he had already remembered all the contents in his mind. Yes, his aura has indeed headed in another direction. It seems that we have shaken him off, be careful. Tian Huizunji's words had just sounded when his voice suddenly changed. Immediately, a powerful spiritual strength surged out of the snow-white ring and violently smashed against empty space. Bang! The empty space where the spiritual strength collided immediately fluctuated. The space became distorted and a figure with a vague lightning glow lingering over it slowly appeared. It was surprisingly Fei Tian. Xiao Yan's expression also suddenly changed. His figure instantly pulled back. He had never expected this fellow to actually give chase. The old me said that you will never be able to escape from my hands. Fei Tian's eyes were ice cold. He stared at Xiao Yan as he slowly spoke. Xiao Yan clenched his fist slightly and coldly smiled. It seems that you really do not want the 3,000 lightning illusionary body scrolls. Fei Tian merely smiled when he heard this. His smile contained a little ridicule as he said, the scrolls will return and you will also not be able to escape. Something's wrong. This fellow's aura is much weaker and is far from what he was earlier. The current him is at most a 6-star Dou zone. Tian Huizunji's spirit suddenly appeared. He frowned, looked at Fei Tian, and spoke in a solemn voice. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. A thought passed through his heart before he involuntarily cried out, 3,000 lightning illusionary body? He is merely an avatar of Fei Tian. It looks like you do have some understanding of the 3,000 lightning illusionary body, Fei Tian laughed. Kill him, he is delaying time. Fei Tian's actual body has definitely gone to pursue those scrolls. Once the actual body hurries over, we will really be unable to escape. Xiao Yan hurriedly said. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when Tian Huizunji by the side rushed out with a swoosh sound. Majestic spiritual strength surged out and shook the entire space until it fluctuated. Fei Tian merely laughed when he saw Tian Huizunji rushing over. The lightning glow on his body flowed and an enormous lightning flickered on his palm. His body moved and also charged out. Finally, he collided violently with the spiritual body. An enormous energy wave and a loud thunderous roar immediately resounded over the mountain range. Xiao Yan hurriedly pulled back while watching the two people engaged in a ruthless fight. His gaze was staring intently at the battle circle. Although Tian Huizunji's strength was similar to Fei Tian's actual body, this avatar was clearly no match for him. Hence, after a short dozen exchanges, Fei Tian's avatar had fallen to a disadvantage. Despite this being the case, Xiao Yan's heart became more and more anxious. He knew that with Fei Tian's speed, it was likely it would only take him a short while to catch up to those scrolls. Once he got those scrolls he would come here, it was likely that it would be even more difficult for them to escape today. Old Mr. Yao, faster. This avatar's intention is clearly to hold us back. Xiao Yan cried out in a deep voice. Tian Huizunji nodded gently upon hearing this. His body shook and disappeared in a strange manner. Immediately, he came rushing out of a space behind Fei Tian's avatar. A palm that was filled with surging spiritual strength mercilessly imprinted itself on the back of Fei Tian's avatar in a lightning-like manner. Bang! A low muffled sound appeared and a lightning swiftly flowed over Fei Tian's avatar. The lightning glow dimmed, revealing the somewhat illusionary body. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately shrank upon seeing the illusory figure under the lightning glow. The energy that had seeped out from the dim lightning glow was something that he was extremely familiar with. It was clearly fluctuating spiritual strength. This avatar is agglomerated from his spirit? This thought came flashed within Xiao Yan's heart in a lightning-like manner. His gaze swept over the sky behind him as he suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted, Old Mr. Yao, lend me your strength. I will fight. Tian Huizunji was startled upon hearing Xiao Yan's cry. He swiftly withdrew. After which, his illusionary body shook and merged into Xiao Yan's body. With the merger of Tian Huizunji, Xiao Yan's aura appeared to be just like a mountain that had risen from flat plains as it abruptly soared. His expression was cold. Xiao Yan clenched his hand and the invisible fallen heart flame immediately surged in all directions. He flicked his finger and the flame emitted a low whistle before transforming into a couple of enormous fire pythons that twirled and shot out. Fallen heart flame? Fei Tian's body immediately cried out in surprise upon seeing the invisible flame. A fear flashed across his eyes as his body rushed back. With his experience, he was naturally aware that the fallen heart flame could burn and injure a spirit. It was known as the nemesis of spirits. You wish to escape? Xiao Yan merely laughed upon seeing this. After borrowing Tian Huizunji's spiritual strength, Xiao Yan's strength was already no longer weaker than Fei Tian's avatar. The seal he formed with his hands changed and the speed of the fire python soared. Finally, it ruthlessly smashed into Fei Tian's body in a lightning-like manner. Bang! The fire python collided with Fei Tian's avatar, and the lightning glow covering his body immediately vanished. Before he could retreat, an invisible fire python quickly gave chase and once again ruthlessly collided with him. Ah! Having lost the protection of the lightning glow, Fei Tian's avatar ended up colliding head-on with the fallen heart flame. Immediately, he emitted a miserable cry and the avatar swiftly became much paler. Bang! 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 Xiao Yan's hands danced. He did not give up this opportunity to beat Fei Tian up when he was down. A couple of fire pythons, formed from the fallen heart flame, shot out and crashed into Fei Tian's avatar, sending him back a couple hundred meters. When the final fire python exploded on Fei Tian's body, Xiao Yan's figure also vanished in a strange fashion. The next time he appeared, Xiao Yan was already in front of the illusionary Fei Tian. He coldly laughed, "It's over." Xiao Yan's voice sounded as his fist, which was wrapped in a dense fallen heart flame, violently struck out. It penetrated Fei Tian's avatar's chest. "Little bastard, you will not be able to escape." Fei Tian's figure swiftly became illusionary under the grilling of the fallen heart flame as he shouted with a savage face. Xiao Yan was expressionless. His hand was tightened and Fei Tian's avatar suddenly exploded, transforming into illusionary light that scattered. Xiao Yan seemed to have understood something as he watched the scattering light spots. He reached out and an invisible energy shot out of the light spot. This energy was accurately pulled toward Xiao Yan's hand. The invisible energy had just landed in Xiao Yan's hand when it transformed into information that entered his palm and invaded his mind. With the entrance of this information, the lightning words in Xiao Yan's mind, that had been difficult to unravel, immediately emitted an intense glow. A moment later, the glow weakened and a complete training method slowly appeared. Xiao Yan's mind was a little dull as he stares at this complete training method that had appeared. His heart suddenly pounded. It was unexpected that he had unintentionally obtained the key to open the 3000 lightning illusionary body from Fei Tian's avatar. "Old fellow, haha, thank you for your gift. I will repay you this favor in the future, but..." Xiao Yan was dull for a moment before he uncontrollably laughed in the sky. His body moved, transforming into a ray of light that swiftly disappeared into the horizon. The space rippled slightly a couple of minutes after Xiao Yan disappeared. A ferocious-looking Fei Tian slowly appeared. His gaze swept all around him, but he had completely lost Xiao Yan's aura. Immediately, his furious roar resounded over the mountain forest. "Brat! I will take your life the next time we meet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 987, Bitter Training in the Forest. Chapter 987, Bitter Training in the Forest. A human figure, concealed under dense tree branches within a thick forest, revealed a pair of eyes that stared intently at the sky. His aura was completely hidden under a majestic spiritual strength. Although Xiao Yan had escaped the area Fei Tian could sense him, he clearly knew just how frightening this old fellow's speed was. Hence, he immediately changed directions after having left the scope of Fei Tian's sensing abilities, and had swiftly entered the forest. After which, he borrowed Tian Huazunji's strength and perfectly hid his aura. It had been over 10 minutes since Xiao Yan had concealed himself in this place. During this period of time, he had remained as still as a statue. His entire body was covered by lush green leaves. This, along with the concealment of his aura, would likely make it extremely difficult for Fei Tian to detect him despite his great strength. Such a quiet wait continued for a couple of minutes when the distant sky suddenly rippled. Immediately, a ferocious-looking Fei Tian appeared. His dense gaze slowly swept over the forest below before letting out a furious roar. With a violent wave of his sleeve, a majestic Dou Qi pillar shot out and flattened the forest within a 100-meter radius. Only after he had vented his anger did his gaze viciously turn to another direction. His body moved and slowly disappeared. Xiao Yan did not move even a little ever since Fei Tian appeared and disappeared. He knew just how frightening an 8-star Dou Zone was. His perception was so sharp that it was terrifying. Any slight movement would alert him. Moreover, with Fei Tian's speed, there would be little opportunity to flee upon being discovered. Xiao Yan still maintained his completely still position after Fei Tian left. This continued for around 2 hours or so before his body slightly moved. Xiao Yan gently leaped down from the tree branch and landed on the ground without emitting the slightest noise. He cautiously swept his gaze around him when he landed. Only then did he transform into a blurry figure that swiftly entered deep into the forest. Xiao Yan shuttled through the forest for a while. He tried his best to dodge the magical beasts he met along the way. Those he was unable to dodge were quickly finished off. Xiao Yan would kill the beast before it could emit a roar. After shuffling through the forest, a mountain peak finally appeared in front of him. Xiao Yan agilely leaped toward the mountain peak. He found a safe place halfway up the mountain. Only then did he sigh in relief, appearing to have released a great burden as he did so. He sat down in a manner that seemed to indicate that he had collapsed from exhaustion. The chase today had really caused his mind to completely tense up. Today was perhaps the most dangerous experience Xiao Yan had faced since he had arrived in the Central Plains. If he had not decisively tossed aside the scrolls, it was likely that he would have difficulty fleeing from Fei Tian. Unless Xiao Yan used the Extermination Fire Lotus, he would have a difficult time defeating an 8-star Dou Zone. However, the Extermination Lotus Flame was a powerful killing move and would exhaust him. Once it was displayed, Xiao Yan would enter his weakest state. Hence, unless it came to a critical point where he had no choice, Xiao Yan would not use it. Moreover, Xiao Yan was restricted to only one Extermination Fire Lotus because of the amount of life-transforming flame that he had left. Additionally, Xiao Yan did not have the time to practice that flame creation skill. He had also not refined a new life-transforming flame. Hence, he could use such a killing move to preserve his life only once during this short period of time. Looks like I will need to find an opportunity to practice the flame creation skill. That little life-transforming flame is really insufficient. Xiao Yan sighed and sat down. He let out a deep breath and summoned the Earth Demon puppet with a wave of his hand. He ordered it to guard him before he gradually shut his eyes and began to carefully study the 3000 lightning illusionary body training method that had already changed its shape within his head. Due to the information from Fei Tian's spirit, the profound and difficult to understand lightning words within Xiao Yan's mind had been unraveled. Replacing the jumbled mess was a complete training method Xiao Yan could use. Time quickly flew by while Xiao Yan's heart slowly sank into the 3000 lightning illusionary body training method. It appeared as though only an instant had passed. Yet, the night sky in the outside world had already turned completely dark. Within the darkness, Xiao Yan, who had not moved for an entire night, finally shook his hand. He slowly opened his eyes. Some astonishment was visible in them. This 3000 lightning illusionary body was indeed extremely mysterious. Moreover, the thing that surprised Xiao Yan the most was the harsh requirement of spiritual strength. No wonder there was hardly anyone within the Wind Lightning Pavilion who was able to successfully practice this skill. Other than some with extremely abnormal strength, how could an ordinary person achieve such a harsh spiritual strength requirement? Even if one managed to meet the requirement, the formation of the avatar was also quite difficult. Originally, Xiao Yan had felt somewhat surprised that the 3000 lightning movement was actually related to it. Only by reading the 3000 lightning illusionary body did Xiao Yan understand that the formation of this avatar would only have a slight chance of being successful when one had reached the highest level of the 3000 lightning movement. Moreover, even if one successfully created it, this avatar was also divided into 3 categories: entry level, intermediate level, and mastery level. These 3 categories represented the strength of the avatar. An entry-level avatar would at most possess 1/3 of the actual body's strength. An intermediate level would possess around 2/3 of the actual body's strength, while the mastery level would mean the avatar possessed a similar strength to the actual body. It is likely that Fei Tian's 3000 lightning illusionary body back then should be at the intermediate level. Otherwise, even if I possessed the help of the fallen heart flame, it would not have been possible for me to defeat it in such an easy manner. Xiao Yan softly muttered. However, this 3000 lightning illusionary body does indeed have areas where it surpasses others. I really don't know just what kind of outstanding person was able to create such a mysterious Dou technique. Xiao Yan stood up. A bright silver glow surged under his feet. Immediately, his eyes coagulated and his body shot forth. A couple of afterimages immediately appeared behind Xiao Yan after his body shot out. His footsteps paused and hurriedly turned his head around, only to see the afterimages gradually disappearing. The situation that was mentioned in the training method did not occur. The agglomeration of an avatar is indeed difficult. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His mouth softly muttered the requirements recorded in the training method, using one's heart to form the shape and leave one's spirit within the figure. Xiao Yan repeated this over a dozen times. Suddenly, he understood something. His eyes were slowly shut and his foot gently stepped forward. When his feet landed, his body appeared dozens of meters away in a lightning-like manner. 4 afterimages were left behind along the way. 3 of the 4 afterimages swiftly scattered. However, the rate the last afterimage was disappearing was much slower. However, it remained for only around 20 seconds or so before it slowly turned into nothingness. Xiao Yan could vaguely sense a thread of extremely slight spiritual ripple from the interior of this afterimage. I must leave a thread of spiritual strength within the afterimage the moment that it appears. Only then will it be possible to form an afterimage. However, one must be extremely fast at that moment. Otherwise, how could it be possible to leave behind a spirit within the afterimage in time? Xiao Yan frowned and muttered. Xiao Yan thought bitterly for a while and could only softly sigh after his futile attempt. The training of this 3000 lightning illusionary body was indeed difficult. However, he would not give up so simply. He had confidence in himself. Regardless of how difficult it was to practice this 3000 lightning movement, he would successfully learn it. When he meet that old fellow Fei Tian the next time around, he wondered if that old fellow would end up vomiting blood in anger after he created an avatar. Xiao Yan gloatingly laughed. A stubbornness had been stirred in Xiao Yan to learn this skill. He clenched his teeth, once again braced his attention, and continued to use the 3000 lightning movement. If he failed once, he would try 100 times. If he failed 100 times, he would try 1,000 times. Although the 3000 lightning movement exhausted a great amount of Dou Qi, Xiao Yan was not bothered as long as he was able to successfully learn the skill. Xiao Yan made up his mind within his heart. He had also completely given up on resting. Hence, numerous silver glows were occasionally released within the dark forest, appearing like ghost flames. Fortunately, this place was void of anyone. Otherwise, anyone who saw this scene in the middle of the night would receive a great shock. Xiao Yan's somewhat crazy training continued for an entire night. Only when the morning sun broke through the darkness, scattering over the land, did he finally stop to catch his breath. He wiped the cold perspiration off his forehead and involuntarily laughed. Although he had failed to successfully agglomerate an avatar after a night of bitter training, he was becoming familiar with his control of the 3000 lightning movement. The only imperfection was the overly great exhaustion of Dou Qi. Even with the support of medicinal pills, Xiao Yan still needed to stop a couple of times to recuperate. There is still around a month or so until the energy tide in the Heavenai mountain range. I will walk through this mountain range during this period of time. I should be able to reach there beforehand. Xiao Yan rested for a moment before once again recovering his focus. He looked at the end of the mountain range and muttered to himself. Quite a number of magical beasts were hidden within this mountain range. There was no lack of strong magical beasts among them. This place surpassed the Jiama Empire's magical beast mountain range in every way. Xiao Yan planned to engage in a bitter training regimen during this period of time. He would use this opportunity to practice the 3000 lightning illusionary body and attempt to quickly agglomerate an avatar as soon as possible. Moreover, the life and death battle with magical beasts would have a big impact on the increase of his strength. Xiao Yan smiled after making up his mind within his heart. This caused him to recall the memory of how he had left Wu Tan City and headed to the magical beast mountain range to train back then. At that time, he was a little fellow who had just become a doja. Yet, the doja who had just stepped into the training world back then had currently reached the level of a 9-star Do Huang. There was indeed a kind of dreamlike feeling when he thought about it. Xiao Yan's figure leaped to the mountain top. He looked down at the vast mountain range and heard numerous magical beast roars being emitted from within. He involuntarily howled toward the sky. With a swoop, he rushed down like a giant bird and charged into the mountain range densely populated by magical beasts. Ha ha! The clear laugh that remained in the sky represented the beginning of Xiao Yan's bitter training in the forest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 988, Rank 7 Grey Wolf King. Chapter 988, Rank 7 Grey Wolf King. A small silver stream flowed down from the top of a mountain within a quiet forest thriving in the lush green mountain range. The silent atmosphere caused the area around the small stream to be filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Bang, dot. However, this silence did not last for long before an enormous black figure shot out of the forest. It landed on the ground, but continued to rub across it, forming a long scar on the rock surface around the small stream. Only then did it come to a slow stop. The large savage magical beast, filled with a fierce aura, struggled a couple of times before completely losing its life force. There was a charred black scar on its abdomen. The sudden activity caused some of the magical beast around the small stream to hurriedly withdraw in shock. This was especially the case after they saw the magical beast that had collapsed on the ground. Their intelligence made them involuntarily withdraw at an even faster rate. Whether it was a human or a magical beast, the one who could defeat the great land demon bear, which was the strongest within a 100-kilometer radius, was definitely an extremely strong expert. The faint sound of footsteps was transmitted through the forest after these magical beasts ran away in fear. A moment later, a skinny human figure slowly appeared. The human figure paused outside of the forest, raised his head and looked at the glaring sun in the sky. He immediately lowered his head, glanced at the big fellow not far away, shook his head, and muttered, "Isn't it fine if you just guard your own territory?" Yet, you wish to help that foolish wolf act as a scout. The sun landed on that familiar young man's face, causing the young man to appear even more lively. This person was naturally Xiao Yan, who had chosen to cross this mountain range on foot. Xiao Yan had already walked for 10 days through this mountain range. During these 10 days, there were quite a number of foolish magical beasts who had died by his hands. The pouring of the fresh blood of many magical beasts had vaguely caused Xiao Yan to emit a bloody fierce aura. His hands had also become sharper than they had been in the past. At a glance, he seemed to possess the dangerous feeling of a wild beast. The vast mountain forest seemed to be a very good training location. There were quite a number of powerful magical beasts within this mountain range. Not only were there high-rank magical beasts comparable to an expert Dou Huang, but Xiao Yan had even fought with a rank 7 magical beast, equivalent to an elite Douzone, by chance because he had found a rare medicinal ingredient. The Great Land Demon Bear had a strength equivalent to an ordinary Dou Huang. The one Xiao Yan had killed earlier was a scout of the Grey Wolf King, who was known as the overlord of this mountain range. If one were to measure the strength of the Grey Wolf King with the human gauge, he should be around the level of a 2-star Douzone. After including the great agilities and instincts of a wild beast, the Grey Wolf King would be comparable with a 3-star elite Douzone. In the past, Xiao Yan would have difficulty fighting an opponent of this level alone. However, with his current 9-star Dou Huang strength and the great effect of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, even that Grey Wolf King had difficulty killing Xiao Yan within a short period of time. Hence, Xiao Yan was able to successfully escape the 2 fights that broke out with the Grey Wolf King during these 4 short days. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's overwhelmingly strong spiritual strength, he was able to avoid the Grey Wolf King's search. This had resulted in him having no choice but to order the other magical beasts within this mountain range to search for traces of Xiao Yan. Of course, with the trump cards currently in Xiao Yan's hand, he only needed to take out the Earth Demon puppet in order to kill this Grey Wolf King. However, he did not do so. An opponent of this level was coincidentally what he needed most. The strength of Chen Yun and the 3 great elders of the Wind Lightning Northern Pavilion had far exceeded Xiao Yan. Hence, Xiao Yan required the use of other methods to fight with them. Now, however, he only needed to rely on his own strength to face the Grey Wolf King. Xiao Yan had been able to fight him and successfully flee. This was the best training for him. Hence, he would naturally not take out a killing move and kill it. I wonder if that fellow is jumping up and down after failing to find me during these past 2 or 3 days. Xiao Yan gloatingly laughed. He turned around and appeared on the body of the Great Land Demon Bear. He took out a dagger and inserted it into the beast's body. After which, he extracted a yellow monster core. A rank 6 monster core would likely be useful when he refined pills in the future. Xiao Yan came to the side of the small stream, washed the monster core, and stored it into his storage ring. He looked at the somewhat miserable figure that appeared on the lake's surface and involuntarily shook his head. This period of having camped outdoors made him look comparable to a savage-looking person. I am becoming more and more familiar with the 3000 lightning movement. However, I have yet to succeed in the formation of an avatar. This damn 3000 lightning illusionary body is indeed not easy to master. A jade green flame flickered on Xiao Yan's hand, vaporizing all the water on it, while Xiao Yan softly spoke with a frown. There is still around 20 days or so until the start of the Heaven Eye Mountain Range energy tide. According to my speed, I should be able to leave this mountain range after 10 days or so. At that time, I will fly to the Heaven Eye Mountain Range. Whether I will be able to form an avatar during this remaining time will depend on my luck. Xiao Yan sighed. He stood up, and was just about to turn around and leave when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He glanced toward the distant sky. A large group of black figures was rushing over from that direction. One could even vaguely smell a dense, fierce scent. They are quick to arrive this time around. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he saw this. He stopped, crossed his arms over his chest, and smiled as he watched the gradually approaching black figure. Brat, leave the starchless fruit. Otherwise, I will cut the flesh from your body and eat it. The black figure had yet to arrive when a furious roar was transmitted over. The roar caused the magical beasts within this section of the forest to shiver. The black figure, gradually approaching, was an enormous flying magical beast. Its enormous wings were spread. It carried a loud whistling wind sound as it pressed down toward the forest below, causing the trees to bend. A middle-aged man, with a naked upper body covered in numerous wounds, stood proudly on the head of the magical beast. A pair of crimson eyes were viciously staring at Xiao Yan beside the small stream. There were many magical beasts of different sizes behind the large man. At a glance, all of them were quite strong. It seemed that this fellow had called upon all the subordinates he could summon this time around. You are a commander who has occupied a mountain and proclaimed yourself king. Why do you persistently chase after me because of a starchless fruit? Isn't that unbefitting of you? Xiao Yan looked at the large man with a naked upper body as he spoke. This fellow was the overlord of this mountain range, the Grey Wolf King. His strength was extremely high. He could rely on his own strength to transform into a human. This was not an easy matter. It should be known that the transformation of a magical beast was similar to the birth of a high-tier medicinal pill, and a lightning tribulation would descend. If one could endure it, one would successfully transform one's body. If one failed to endure it, it was likely that one would be killed by the lightning. Of course, if one possessed a body-transforming pill, one would be able to avoid this dangerous step. However, this Grey Wolf King was clearly unable to find that high-tier medicinal pill. After all, a body-transforming pill was a Tier 7 medicinal pill. It could be considered one of the rarest medicinal pills within the magical beast world. It was easier said than done to obtain it. Nonsense. The Grey Wolf King swore after hearing Xiao Yan's words. He leaped down from the back of the flying beast and landed on the ground with a bang, appearing just like an enormous tower. That great force caused the small stream beside him to explode. Water droplets scattered in all directions. Hand it over to the old me. Otherwise, I will kill you today. The Grey Wolf King's red eyes stared at Xiao Yan. Immediately, his feet stomped on the ground. Enormous cracks spread under his feet. His body also emitted a swoosh sound as it rushed toward Xiao Yan. Sharp knife-like claws at his fingertips viciously pierced toward Xiao Yan's throat. A couple of faint black scars were formed in the air where the claw passed. Xiao Yan merely smiled when he saw this. His footsteps moved and he withdrew over a dozen steps as a reflex action. 3 afterimages appeared as he easily dodged the attack of the Grey Wolf King. The training of the 3000 lightning movement had already been ingrained in his bones. Each time he dodged, he would activate the 3000 lightning movement to its limit. Little bastard, do you only know how to dodge? The Grey Wolf King furiously roared when his attack was dodged by Xiao Yan. This was what caused him to feel dismay. His strength was clearly far greater than Xiao Yan's strength, but the other party was even more slippery than a loach. He was unable to even touch the other party's body. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw the Grey Wolf King acting crazily. He was just about to speak when his eyes suddenly zonulated. Both of his eyes suddenly turned to an afterimage in front of him. 2 of the 3 afterimages he had left behind swiftly disappeared. However, this final one had maintained its stance. Xiao Yan could faintly sense a spiritual strength spreading from its body. Success? Xiao Yan was stunned as he looked at this afterimage that had not disappeared. He was dumbfounded. He had not controlled anything himself earlier. Who would have imagined that he would actually agglomerate an avatar in such a baffling manner? Xiao Yan finally recovered from his astonishment after a moment. A wild joy surfaced in his eyes. His hand hurriedly beckoned, and the afterimage transformed into an invisible light spot before entering Xiao Yan's brows. This was simply an avatar seed. However, this difficult creation step had been accomplished. Subsequently, if one were to temper and refine it, Xiao Yan's 3000 lightning illusionary body would be able to smoothly agglomerate in the future. Haha, thank you very much. On account of you lending me a hand, I shall allow you to continue being this mountain's overlord in a secure manner. Xiao Yan laughed loudly to the Grey Wolf King. He shook his shoulders and a pair of crystal bone wings swiftly spread. The Grey Wolf King let out a furious roar immediately upon seeing Xiao Yan preparing to flee. He had just taken a step forward when his body suddenly stiffened. His eyes looked as though he had seen a ghost. He stared at the crystal bone wings on Xiao Yan's back. A moment later, he screamed in horror, "Heaven Phoenix Demon Wings, .. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 989, The 3 Large Clans of the Magical Beast World. Chapter 989, The 3 Large Clans of the Magical Beast World. Heaven Phoenix Demon Wings? Xiao Yan was startled when he heard the shocked exclamation that was emitted from the Grey Wolf King's mouth. His gaze immediately turned to the bone wings on his back. Both of his eyes narrowed as demanded, "Do you know what these are?" The Grey Wolf King gradually recovered after the shock lasted for a while. His gaze carried some fear as he looked at Xiao Yan. Both of his feet swiftly withdrew. Although the flesh and the feathers on the bones had already disappeared, the special scent that was contained within the bone wings allowed him to immediately identify them. Back then, he had once seen a genuine heaven demon phoenix. The pressure that originated from deep within his soul and bloodline had become a memory that he would never forget in his lifetime. "Where did you obtain this pair of heaven phoenix demon wings?" The Grey Wolf King's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan while he spoke in a solemn manner. From the looks of the bone wings, they should have originated from a dead heaven demon phoenix. However, the heaven demon phoenix was a peak existence within the magical beast world. Although they were quite small in numbers, each of them possessed an extremely frightening strength, and air potential was terrifying. Moreover, every heaven demon phoenix would return to their tribe's altar when they were about to die. It was impossible for an outsider to obtain something related to the heaven demon phoenix, much less the pair of heaven phoenix demon wings on its body. What kind of magical beast did these heaven phoenix demon wings belong to? Xiao Yan asked. You don't know about the heaven demon phoenix? The Grey Wolf King was stunned when he heard Xiao Yan's question, like he was witnessing an extremely funny thing. Heaven demon phoenix? That mysterious corpse back then should be this so-called heaven demon phoenix. Xiao Yan muttered within his heart. He immediately smiled and looked at the Grey Wolf King as he said, Tell me all that you know about this heaven demon phoenix. Brat, who do you think you are? You actually dare to speak to the old me in this manner? Don't think that you can show off just because you have obtained a pair of heaven phoenix demon wings. If the heaven demon phoenix were aware that you used the wings of their tribe member to construct a flying Dou technique, it is likely that they will begin chasing you and will not stop doing so until you die. At that time, it would be too late for you to even cry. The Grey Wolf King furiously laughed. His mind had returned to reality upon hearing Xiao Yan's discourteous words. If you are wise, you will hand the starchless fruit to the old me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will tear you apart today. The Grey Wolf King's bright red tongue licked his lips as his somewhat blood-red gaze stared at Xiao Yan. His feet stomped onto the ground in an abrupt manner. His body emitted a swoosh sound before appearing above Xiao Yan's head. A furious roar was emitted. His fist, which had veins pulsing on it, carried a low, deep sonic boom as it violently smashed down. Xiao Yan faintly watched the Grey Wolf King, who had displayed a wild and violent attack. He flicked his finger and a bright silver glow erupted in front of him. Bang! The fist of the Grey Wolf King violently smashed into the silver glow. A vaguely metallic sound appeared. The expression of the Grey Wolf King changed slightly when his fist landed. He could only sense that his arm seemed to have turned numb at this moment. Before he could withdraw and pull back, a silver-colored fist was swung wildly, smashing against his chest. Bang! The fist met its target and the Grey Wolf King felt his throat become slightly sweet. Shock surged in his eyes. Such a frightening force, did it really originate from this brat? The Grey Wolf King's body landed miserably. His feet took over a dozen steps, each pounding at least half a foot deep into the ground, before gradually coming to a stop. He raised his head in shock. Immediately, his eyes narrowed and paused on a silver-colored human figure in front of Xiao Yan. He sensed a hint of danger from this human figure which did not move even a little. You have two choices. One is to reply to my question and continue being your king of the mountains, or two, allow me to kill you now. Xiao Yan looked down at the Grey Wolf King from above and spoke in a faint voice. With just you? The Grey Wolf King furiously laughed. With it, Xiao Yan smiled. His finger pointed at the Grey Wolf King. The earth demon puppet beside him immediately let out a bang as it rushed down like a cannonball before violently colliding with the Grey Wolf King. The Grey Wolf King was startled when he saw the earth demon puppet pouncing over. After the short exchange earlier, he clearly understood just how frightening this silver-colored demon was. Although he was frightened, something stirred a deep fierceness with his body. Both of his eyes turned slightly red and a roar was emitted from his throat. Immediately, he charged forward and violently collided with the earth demon puppet. The Grey Wolf King chose to fight with his physical body against the earth demon puppet. This was also the fighting method that both parties specialized in. They had just exchanged a couple of blows, however, when the gap between the two was revealed. The earth demon puppet's strength far surpassed the Grey Wolf King. Moreover, the gap between physical bodies was an entire level higher. One could tell the stronger of the two the moment they clashed. Bang! Both fists violently collided. A wave of frightening air surged out. The rock fragments on the ground completely exploded at this moment, transforming into powder. The small stream by the side also emitted a banging noise. Numerous waves that were a couple of 100 feet in height soared. The trees around were also implicated by the battle, with many of them breaking apart. The earth demon puppet's body trembled a little as the palm wind scattered. It took half a step back while the Grey Wolf King's feet rubbed against the ground, forming a scar that was over 10 meters in distance. Only then was he barely able to stabilize his body. When he raised his head once again, the fierce aura was finally covered by shock. He clearly understood that it was not impossible for this monster to kill him, given its frightening strength. After stepping back, the earth demon puppet, which did not receive Xiao Yan's orders, once again stepped forward. Its body continued charging toward the Grey Wolf King. Stop, stop. I admit defeat. The Grey Wolf King hurriedly cried out. His expression had suddenly changed when he saw the Earth Demon puppet charging over with a fierce aura. The Earth Demon puppet quickly stopped after his voice sounded. A pair of empty eyes stared at the Grey Wolf King, causing his skin to feel somewhat chilly. Xiao Yan smiled in the sky. He slowly landed on the ground, stopped beside the Earth Demon puppet, and said, "Tell me. I want to know all the information related to this Heaven Demon Phoenix." The Grey Wolf King rubbed away a thread of blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was still fearful as he glanced at the Earth Demon puppet. After which, he clenched his teeth and said somewhat unwillingly, "The Heaven Demon Phoenix is extremely well known within the magical beast world. A tribe like them has a reputation similar to that of the Pill Tower or the Hall of Souls in the Central Plains. Moreover, they truly belong to the peak level. As long as the elders within the tribe help activate its consciousness, each Heaven Demon Phoenix will leap to rank 5 upon being born, and will possess an intelligence comparable with that of humans. Most of the adult Heaven Demon Phoenix are at the rank 7 level. Some of their elites are even able to reach a frightening rank 8 level. Hence, despite the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe being few in numbers, it possesses an extremely influential role on the Dou Qi continent. Even factions like the Pill Tower and Hall of Souls are extremely courteous to them. Each member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe will return to the altar of the tribe and wait to die when death is approaching. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for the outside world to obtain anything from their bodies. One reason is that they are very hard to obtain, and the second is, should the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe discover that one did obtain it, his ending. The Grey Wolf King involuntarily looked at Xiao Yan in a gloating manner after speaking up to this point. So what if Xiao Yan had such a powerful helper? This little strength was not even worth mentioning in the face of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, yet this fellow dared to use the Heaven Phoenix demon wings without any attempt to hide them. Xiao Yan was unconcerned about the gloating eyes belonging to the Grey Wolf King. He frowned slightly. Although he had expected the magical beast corpse to be extraordinary, he had never imagined that this fellow would actually possess such a status and powerful background in the magical beast world. Are there any other factions within the magical beast world who could contend with the Heaven Demon Phoenix? Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something and he asked once again. He recalled Ziyan. Her blood was able to suppress the essence blood of the Heaven Demon Phoenix. It was likely that her actual body was also an extraordinary being. The Grey Wolf King hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Finally, he replied, there are 2 tribes. Both of them have a heritage that stretches to the ancient times. One of them is the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python while the other is the Void Ancient Dragon. 9 Serene Deep Ground Python? Void Ancient Dragon? Xiao Yan slowly mumbled these 2 names in his mouth. His eyebrows were knit once again. He had little understanding of all of this. Naturally, he was unaware of which of the 2 Ziyan belonged to. These 2 tribes are also extremely frightening. The 9 Serene Deep Ground Python has a large population. Of course, most of them are not of pure blood. However, this allowed the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python to establish an enormous tribe. There is no lack of powerful beings among them. After all, a magical beast has a long lifespan. The achievements accumulated over time are naturally impressive. The Void Ancient Dragon, on the other hand, is much more mysterious. I also do not know much about this tribe. However, their strength is something that one does not even need to mention because it is rumored that this Void Ancient Dragon treats the Heaven Demon Phoenix as food. The face of the Grey Wolf King was somewhat strange when he spoke until this point. The strength of the Heaven Demon Phoenix was so terrifying that it caused one's heart to feel chill, yet this Void Ancient Dragon actually feed on it. Even he felt that these words were extremely ridiculous. This is only something that I have heard from rumors. The Void Ancient Dragon is the most mysterious magical beast in the magical beast world. It is rumored that they can shuttle through empty dimensions as they please, and are the perfect mounts for traveling through space and dimensions. Hence, I am also unaware of the exact situation. The Grey Wolf King coughed dryly. He immediately looked at Xiao Yan and said, I have already told you all that you wish to know. Shuttling through dimensions, this Void Ancient Dragon really does live up to its name. I wonder if Ziyan belongs to this tribe. Some of her abilities are related to space. Xiao Yan tilted his head as he muttered in his heart. After musing for a moment in his heart, Xiao Yan raised his head and glanced at the Grey Wolf King. He moved his hand like he was tossing something and a fruit flew out of his storage ring. Take it. This is your reward. Additionally, I hope that you will keep the matter today a secret unless you don't wish to rule this mountain range. The Grey Wolf King rejoiced upon receiving the reddish fruit. He carefully stored it into his storage ring and said, You can rest assured that us, magical beasts, keep our words. We are not like you humans who like to go back on them. I will not tell anyone about this matter because telling others will only bring trouble to me. However, on the account of you returning this starchless fruit to me, I will remind you that it would be best for you not to allow the heaven demon Phoenix to discover your bone wings. Otherwise, you will be chased by them until you have no place to hide. The Grey Wolf King leaped up after speaking, rushing onto the enormous magical beast's head. With a soft cry, he directed the magical beast and left with a whistling wind. Xiao Yan also exhaled as he watched the Grey Wolf King gradually disappear. He turned his head and looked at the bone wings on his back, only to involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. This thing seemed to have become a lot of trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 990, Tempering the Avatar. Chapter 990, Tempering the Avatar. A bonfire was emitting a faint fire seedling within the dark forest. Light spread, causing the forest within a 100-meter radius to be dyed with a faint red glow. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged beside the bonfire. The light from the flame lit up his face, and seemed to have covered his body with a layer of faint red yarn. At this moment, both of his eyes were tightly shut. The fire seal between his eyebrows was emitting a faint, weak light. This silence continued a while before Xiao Yan suddenly opened both of his eyes. An invisible energy surged from between his brows. It swiftly wiggled beside him and transformed into a human figure. Moreover, the appearance of this person seemed like a replica of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at this avatar. He could vaguely see the light that was emitted from the flame through its body. The strength of this avatar should be only at the Dou Ling class. Moreover, the time it can exist is too short. If it was someone with sharp eyes, the person would be able to tell what it is at a glance. Xiao Yan frowned and softly muttered. According to the training method within Xiao Yan's mind, his first step was to form an avatar. If one successfully formed an avatar, all one needed to do next was to temper this avatar until it controlled a strength similar to the creator's strength. Although this was easy to say, it was extremely difficult to do it. Given Fei Tian's ability, he had only gotten his avatar to reach the intermediate level despite having honed it for so many years. There was still a great distance before it reached the mastery level. Moreover, Xiao Yan had only just completed the first step. There was a vast gap until the next step. According to what the training method states, one needs to gradually merge the wind lightning strength into the avatar, and then use the wind lightning strength to hide the spiritual ripple. Thus, it would act as a defense as well as hide the spiritual secret. Xiao Yan looked at the avatar beside him as this thought swiftly lingered in his heart. The lightning glow on the surface of Fei Tian's avatar back then can likely be explained by this. Moreover, the wind lightning strength had also become the attacking technique of his avatar. Its strength is quite great, however, there is no wind lightning strength within my body. The little bit I had absorbed when practicing the 3000 lightning movement back then is far from sufficient to temper this avatar. What should I do? Xiao Yan frowned while he thought about this. If the avatar did not have the protection of the wind lightning strength, it would definitely be at a severe disadvantage if it met with a powerful thing like the fallen heart flame, that could cause damage to a spirit. The fate of Fei Tian's avatar was the best case study. But, where can I get this wind lightning strength? Back then, I had worked so hard only to end up absorbing a little wind lightning strength that is barely sufficient to practice the 3000 lightning movement. The bamboo firewood in Xiao Yan's hand was smashed into powder without him realizing it. He involuntarily laughed upon seeing this. This 3000 lightning illusionary body had caused him to have a headache. Stupid, who says that you must definitely use wind lightning strength? This is merely one of the tempering methods. It is also fine if you use other forms of energy. The strength of the heavenly flame within your body is many times stronger than that wind lightning strength, especially the fallen heart flame. If you can merge it into the avatar, it would be unafraid of any strange energy that could subdue spirits in the future. Hence, the only imperfection of the avatar is remedied by you. Its strength would also be many times stronger than the avatar of Fei Tian. Tian Huazunjia teaching voice was suddenly emitted from the ring while Xiao Yan's head ached. Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard his suggestion. He mumbled a little. However, the training method has said to use the wind lightning strength to temper the avatar. Would the usage of other energy not destroy the avatar, especially if the fallen heart flame is used? It is able to hurt spirits. Would the spiritual avatar not be refined into nothingness the moment they make contact? Everything in the world is such that wealth is obtained from danger. The fallen heart flame has already been completely refined by you. When have you seen it reject your soul? As long as you grasp the equilibrium of the tempering properly and proceed slowly, the mastery of the avatar will only be around the corner. Tian Huazunji explained. Xiao Yan was not a foolish person. His heart also came to a sudden understanding after Tian Huazunja's reminder. A moment later, he inhaled a deep breath of air. It was really as Tian Huazunja had said, and it would be difficult for him to obtain a large amount of wind lightning strength. Since this was the case, it was better if he attempted to strengthen the avatar with a heavenly flame. He would not lose anything if he failed. However, if he were to succeed, this last remaining imperfection of the spiritual avatar would be remedied by him. It would definitely be a lot of help when he fought with others in the future. Since this is the case, let's give it a try. Xiao Yan made up his mind in his heart. The hesitation in his eyes swiftly disappeared. There was already less than 20 days until the energy tide in the Heavenai mountain range began. Based on the distance he had to cover, he should be able to cross this mountain range after 5 or 6 days. At that time, he would go all out and hurry to the Heavenai mountain range. Hence, it was best if he could make progress during these 5 to 6 days. Otherwise, this Dou Ling class avatar would not be any help to him. Xiao Yan's finger pressed on the avatar beside him. It shook before transforming into an invisible light that entered the spot between Xiao Yan's brows. With a wave of Xiao Yan's hand, the earth demon puppet appeared. It guarded him. Only then did Xiao Yan slowly shut his eyes. His mind moved, entering the spiritual sea in his brows. Xiao Yan's illusionary figure slowly surfaced in the sea region. The spiritual strength in front of him fluctuated slightly and a tiny light spot emitted a faint glow. Immediately, the avatar appeared amid the spiritual fluctuation below. The spirit of Xiao Yan sat cross-legged while the avatar in front of him also swiftly sat down. Xiao Yan gently exhaled a breath of air after seeing this. He beckoned with his hand and a cluster of fallen heart flame appeared. The spiritual seed below Xiao Yan fluctuated the moment this cluster of fallen heart flame appeared. Although this thing had already been subdued by Xiao Yan, its effect of restraining a spirit still caused the spiritual strength to keep its distance. Xiao Yan was unconcerned about the reflexive action of the spiritual sea. He swung his hand and the fallen heart flame flew out. Immediately, it wrapped around the avatar in front of Xiao Yan. The flame had just wrapped around Xiao Yan's avatar when its body abruptly trembled. Its originally illusory body had become paler. Lower the temperature. You must maintain the flame at a certain special temperature. As long as you calm yourself and avoid being disturbed, you should be able to do it with your fire control ability. Tian Huazunja's soft, deep voice sounded within the spiritual sea region. Xiao Yan's fingers moved. The flame wrapped around the avatar slowly became much dimmer, causing the temperature to gradually fall. Following the decrease of the fallen heart flame's temperature, the shaking of the avatar's body was reduced slightly. However, it was still vaguely trembling. Xiao Yan's mind was maintained in an undistracted condition. He slowly suppressed the flame's temperature. While the flame's temperature fell, the various visual cues given by the avatar also entered Xiao Yan's head. After which, Xiao Yan identified the best temperature in a lightning-like manner. This was an extremely difficult form of control. It required an extremely harsh flame control ability. Under the refinement of the fallen heart flame, the avatar was slowly becoming stronger. At the same time, Xiao Yan needed to control the flame's temperature and raise it according to the resistance of the avatar. Thus, he had to repeatedly adjust the temperature of the fallen heart flame in order to obtain the tempering effect. This efficient control consumed a great amount of mental capacity. Even with Xiao Yan's endurance, he was clearly able to sense a tired feeling slowly spreading out from deep within his soul. Although the process exhausted a great amount of attention, it must be said that Xiao Yan's control of the fallen heart flame had already reached a perfect stage. The original illusory avatar was gradually becoming substance-like under the tempering of the fallen heart flame. This process might be very slow, but if Fei Tian and those people in the Wind Lightning Pavilion who practiced the 3000 lightning illusionary body were to see this, it was likely that their jaws would drop. Such a speed might appear slow, but it was already extremely frightening. Compared to this, the speed of them using the wind lightning strength to temper their avatar seemed to be like a tortoise crawling. Tian Huazunja smiled in a pleased manner upon seeing Xiao Yan enter a rhythm after a simple reminder. After which, he slowly disappeared. Two Xiao Yans were seated facing each other within the spiritual space. One appeared solemn while the other was wrapped within an invisible flame. The avatar's illusionary body was quietly fluctuating within the flame. While the flame was refining it, threads of extremely faint fire seeding slowly merged into the avatar, causing some invisible flames to appear in the transparent body. Night slowly disappeared. When the first rays of morning sun scattered down, Xiao Yan, who was beside a bonfire, slowly opened his eyes. A tiredness was faintly present within them. The exhaustion of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength during the night was not any less than the results of having fought a big battle with others. This avatar tempering is indeed difficult. According to this speed, it will likely require at least 2 months before it can reach the intermediate level. I don't even know when it will be before I can reach complete mastery. The 3000 lightning illusionary body is indeed the most difficult Dou technique to practice within the Wind Lightning Pavilion. Xiao Yan stood up from the ground and involuntarily sighed as he muttered. Little fellow, you are really greedy. Although I am not familiar with this Dou technique, Fei Tian has at least tempered his avatar for more than 5 years from the looks of it, yet you are not satisfied by being able to reach a similar stage in 2 short months? Tian Huazunja's helpless voice was emitted from the ring. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out an embarrassed smile upon hearing this. Putting it this way, he was really greedy. Xiao Yan coughed dryly and returned the earth demon puppet to his storage ring. After which, he raised his feet and walked in the northern direction of the forest. Let's get moving. The Heaven-Eye mountain range is likely already filled with people. I wonder if I will be able to snatch one of the 10 places. This is the opportunity to break through to the Dou Zone class. I will not give it up no matter what. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991, Arriving at the Heaven-Eye Mountain Range. Chapter 991, Arriving at the Heaven-Eye Mountain Range. Near the lush greenery at the end of the mountain range, a skinny figure slowly walked out of the dim forest. Following the appearance of this figure, a foul, bloody taste was slowly emitted. The magical beast that sniffed this blood stench within a radius of 5 km hurriedly withdrew, appearing as though they had suffered a shock. Walking through this mountain range had consumed nearly 20 days of Xiao Yan's time. He had also camped in the wild for 20 days. Although it was quite tough, the vast forest was indeed a good place to hone a person. Currently, Xiao Yan's appearance was somewhat miserable with the blood of various magical beasts messily scattered over his clothes and his hair. He looked just like a barbarian. The earlier dangerous feeling about him had basically disappeared at this moment. However, when his dark black eyes were raised, a sensitive person would be able to sense that the feeling of danger did not actually disappear. Instead, it was hidden within Xiao Yan's bones. The appearance of a person who looked inconspicuous on the surface but emitted a dangerous feeling from their bones was truly dangerous because they attempt a fatal blow when someone least expected it. Xiao Yan stood on the edge of the mountain range and looked at the large path under the mountain peak. Upon seeing the noisy crowd of people coming and going on the road, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt absent-minded. Training was indeed a lonely and dull thing. If one wanted to become an expert that other people respected in their eyes, the hard work one would have to put in and loneliness one would have to endure was something that an ordinary person had difficulty imagining. This logic was something that Xiao Yan understood ever since he left Wu Tan City back then. Now, his understanding of this logic was much deeper than before because he had experienced such a feeling during his years of training. Xiao Yan exhaled a deep breath. His finger rubbed the spot between his brows. Due to his training during this period becoming like a habit, the avatar within his spiritual sea was constantly receiving the refinement of the fallen heart flame. Although this was a large burden on Xiao Yan, it was fortunate that he was an alchemist, skilled in how to reduce tiredness. Hence, he was able to get used to this exhaustion. The energy tide of the Heaven-Eye mountain range should be about to begin. However, it is fortunate that this place is not far from that location. With my speed, I should be able to reach it within half a day. Xiao Yan took out a map from his storage ring and studied it carefully. After which, his gaze looked to the northern sky as he muttered to himself. His back shook and a pair of jade-green fire wings slowly extended out. Xiao Yan had become a lot more careful after learning that his bone wings belonged to that so-called Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The strength of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was definitely stronger than the Wind Lightning Pavilion. He did not wish to invite such trouble at this moment. Hence, he would only use the bone wings at critical times. Although his speed would be greatly reduced as a result, he could only endure it to protect this little life of his. After all, who would have known back then that that damn magical beast corpse would invite so much trouble? Xiao Yan's toes pressed on the ground after the fire wings were spread. He immediately rose, and with a swoosh sound, he transformed into a jade-green fire figure that rushed toward the northern sky. The Heaven-Eye mountain range was quite well known in the entire northern region of the Central Plains. The most important reason was because of the Heaven Mountain blood pool that appeared once every 3 years. The miraculous effect possessed a great allure to most people. This was definitely why a majority of the people were here. Most of them were of the younger generation because of the miraculous effect of transforming one's bones and aiding in one's breakthrough, which the blood pool possessed, had an even greater effect on the younger generation. Of course, in order to groom some outstanding young people from within one's faction, some of the large factions paid attention to the mountain blood pool. There was an extremely great gap between the Dou Huang and Dou Zone class. In the Central Plains, an expert Dou Huang could indeed be called a strong person. However, only by becoming an elite Dou zone would one truly receive the treatment of being a strong person. If Dou Huangs were considered the core strength of a clan, a Dou zone was considered their top strength. As long as a clan possessed an elite Dou zone, its reputation and influence would naturally far exceed another clan in possession of 10 Dou Huangs without a single Dou zone. This was the influence of a Dou zone. From this, one could tell just how big the gap between a Dou Huang and a Dou zone was. Of course, if a clan possessed a Dou zone, this clan would definitely become one with great authority even if this Dou zone never bothered about the matters within the clan. Even a large faction like the Wind Lightning Pavilion must treat that clan with great courtesy. The Dou zone class were considered the truly top experts even in the Central Plains region. Within the Jiama Empire or the Black Corner region, one could be considered part of a top-tier faction as long as one possessed a Dou Huang or a Dou zone. However, such a top-tier faction could barely be considered to have entered the second tier within the Central Plains. This was the gap between them. As for Dou Shang, a faction which possessed an expert that existed in the legends was already considered an extraordinary existence. The fights between ordinary factions appeared like child's play in their eyes. In the eyes of an elite Dou Shang, such a fight would instantly collapse with the wave of a hand. Of course, that level was really too far from Xiao Yan and the others. Currently, Xiao Yan's only thought was to allow himself to break through the Dou Huang class and advance into the Dou zone class. Only by advancing to the Dou zone class would Xiao Yan have the qualifications to meet Xun Er. That mysterious Gu clan behind her was not placed within the so-called 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, 4 pavilions. However, Xiao Yan was certain that the Gu clan definitely possessed a strength that was not weaker than Pill Tower or the Hall of Souls. If he wanted to successfully take Xun Er away from this clan, he must take out a strength that caused them to be unable to refute him. The first precondition of this was for him to advance to the Dou zone class. Although Xiao Yan was currently a 9-star Dou Huang and his strength had improved from the 20 days of tough training in the forest, there was still quite a big gap to break away from the Dou Huang class. A 9-star Dou Huang might only have a 1-star gap with a Dou zone, but this 1 star was enough to cause a countless number of outstanding individuals to stop at this level forever, all the way until they die. That's why the miraculous effects of the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool, aiding one's breakthrough, were endlessly magnified. It caused many young experts within the northern region of the Central Plains along with factions like the Wind Lightning Pavilion to swarm over to this Heaven Eye mountain range without fearing death. All that they were after was one of the 10 names. Logically speaking, such a precious Heaven Mountain Blood Pool ought to have attracted numerous powerful factions to possess it. However, not a single faction had successfully managed to occupy it even until this day. Even a faction like the Wind Lightning Pavilion did not have the ability to do so despite possessing such thoughts. After all, this Heaven Mountain Blood Pool had too great of an implication. One would be common energy if one were to occupy it by oneself. Moreover, the Wind Lightning Pavilion was not without enemies. The 4 pavilions did not see eye to eye with one another. All of them wished to suppress the others. Naturally, it was impossible for them to simply watch the pool being solely occupied by one party. Hence, the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool remained ownerless due to it affecting many factions. Of course, if one were to really talk about an owner, the native magical beasts in the Heaven Eye mountain range could barely be considered owners. Unfortunately, the humans would not give up because of this. The allure of the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool was enough to cause the humans to pounce forward without fearing death. Xiao Yan continued to travel without resting for 5 hours before an enormous mountain range, covered by a dense fog, slowly appeared within his eyesight. The Heaven Eye mountain range was the largest and tallest mountain range that Xiao Yan had ever seen. Even the magical beast mountain range within the Jiama Empire could not compare with it. Dense fog covered most of the mountain range, causing one to have difficulty seeing just what was present there. Moreover, the fog seemed to contain an extremely mighty energy. Even Xiao Yan involuntarily felt his heart become worried under this large amount of energy. No wonder no one dared to fly in from the sky. The route in the sky was one with a dead end. Xiao Yan stood high above in the air and looked down at the entry points of the mountain range below. His head involuntarily turned a little numb when he saw the dense dark black sea of people below. Although Xiao Yan knew that the allure of this Heaven Mountain Blood Pool was definitely quite great, he still felt shocked upon seeing such a great sea of people. The level of difficulty in obtaining the miserable 10 spots from these people was really extraordinary. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed. He chose a deserted place before landing. After which, he leaped down the mountain peak and appeared on a treetop in the Heaven Eye mountain range within a couple of flashes. His gaze swept around and discovered that quite a number of people were sitting cross-legged in the treetops around him. The Heaven Eye mountain range was covered by a cloud all year long. Moreover, there were many powerful magical beasts within it. Hence, there were only 3 safe entry points. The location where Xiao Yan was at was one of them. However, that entrance was occupied by a sea of people. Xiao Yan was sighing in the face of this vast scene when the clear, loud cry of a crane suddenly resounded from the distant sky. Immediately, it attracted all the gazes around it. Xiao Yan's eyes also looked over. He could see a multicolored enormous crane flapping its wings as it swiftly flew toward the Heavenly Mountain range. Sunlight landed on the multicolored feathers, reflecting a brilliant luster that was unusually gorgeous. The seven-colored soul crane? Isn't this the ride of the Miss Feng from the Wind Lightning Pavilion? Numerous startled voices immediately sounded when everyone saw the massive colorful crane. Xiao Yan was startled upon hearing this. He frowned immediately. It was the Wind Lightning Pavilion again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 992, Miss Feng. Chapter 992, Miss Feng. The enormous colorful crane flapped its wings. In the blink of an eye, it carried a wild wind as it appeared around the Heavenly Mountain range. In an instant, almost all the gazes of those present turned to the sky without any prior agreement. The name of Miss Feng from the Wind Lightning Pavilion was quite well known in the northern region of the Central Plains. Many people knew that this woman's training talent was extraordinary, and she had been taken as the last disciple of the Eastern Pavilion chief of the Wind Lightning Pavilion. It was rumored that she had the highest chance to become the Eastern Pavilion head among the younger generation. The strength of the Wind Lightning Pavilion could be considered among the top even in the Central Plains. Whoever could control the faction would definitely find their status soar. Moreover, quite a number of people involuntarily felt envious of this Miss Feng. Such a level was something that an ordinary person would have difficulty achieving even if one worked hard their entire life. Xiao Yan also sat down cross-legged in a treetop. His eyes were narrowed as he stared at the enormous colorful crane in the sky from a distance. He was faintly able to see a delicate and moving figure at the head of the crane. I wonder if that Fei Tian has followed them. If that old fellow also came, there will be some trouble this time around. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly swept over the enormous colorful crane as he muttered to himself in his heart. The enormous colorful crane gradually descended from the sky while Xiao Yan was mumbling. Finally, it stopped at a spot 100 meters from the ground. With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he was clearly able to see everything from this distance. The first thing that was imprinted into his eyes was the moving figure in a fluttering dress, standing on the head of the crane. This lady was wearing a colorful dress, and seemed to emit the aura of a distinguished person at a distant glance. Her face was a little thin and oval in shape. This, along with her purplish-brown gem-like eyes, caused this Miss Feng to appear like the princess of an empire, looking both beautiful and holy. She did not fit well into the scene that was filled with people. However, the only imperfection of this holiness was the icy indifference that kept one at a distance, giving her the feeling of being unapproachable. However, a jade must have some flaws in order to reveal its preciousness. This cold indifference did not cause Miss Feng to lose points on her appearance. Her demeanor and beauty were both top quality. Even Xiao Yan softly praised them within his heart. Immediately after that, however, his gaze swiftly turned away and paused on the two old figures behind the lady. These two old figures looked as though they would fall from a mere breeze. However, Xiao Yan's expression became much more solemn when his gaze swept over these two. Although these two could not compare with Fei Tian, they were quite stronger than the three elders from the Wind Lightning Pavilion who had attacked him together back then. Their strength seemed to be at least that of a 6-star Dou zone. Xiao Yan's gaze carried a solemnness as it swept over the two old figures. He slowly exhaled a breath in his heart. It was fortunate that they were not that old demon Fei Tian. Although two 6-star Dou zones were troublesome to deal with, Xiao Yan would still rather choose them over Fei Tian. After all, Xiao Yan had to rely on some luck and wittiness in order to flee from the hands of that old demon, who had an incredible strength and was unbelievably fast. Is that Miss Feng from the Wind Lightning Pavilion? She really lives up to her reputation, and possesses a nobility similar to a phoenix. Unexpectedly, even she has been attracted by this Heaven Mountain blood pool. Looks like she will be among the 10 names this time around. Hey, that is not for certain. There is an unknown number of hidden talent and experts within the Central Plains. One cannot simply rely on one's outer appearance and background in order to obtain those 10 spots. If an overly strong person was to enter, that person would definitely stir an energy tide. At that time, he would merely be seeking hardship. Hence, the only right path is to rely on one's strength within this Heavenly Mountain range. At that time, the powerful guards within the sect are of little use. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as he heard the private conversations around him. Putting it this way, the Heavenly Mountain range was able to restrict a strong person from entering? Therefore, it was likely that Fei Tian would not be able to enter given his strength. Xiao Yan completely put down the worry in his heart when he thought of this. He was indeed extremely afraid of that old demon. However, given my eyesight, I am unable to see the exact strength of this Miss Feng. It is likely that she possesses some mysterious item that hides her aura. Nevertheless, I am not afraid of her. As long as she does not come and find trouble with me, I will also be too lazy to find trouble with her. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his eyes as he softly muttered. Xiao Yan withdrew his eyes and turned them to the entrance of the Heavenai mountain range. That place was filled with many people. However, there were few people entering the mountain range at this moment. Everyone knew that there were many magical beasts within the Heavenai mountain range. There was no lack of frightening strong beasts among them. It was likely that one was simply delivering oneself to them by entering at this moment. Hence, many people were waiting for the start of the energy tide. Only at that time would the magical beasts in the mountain range be much more tamed after being suppressed by the tidal strength. That time would be the safest moment to enter the mountain range. It is likely that the energy tide will begin in the next few days. At that time, the number of people swarming into the mountain range will reach a frightening amount. However, there is no telling just how many people will be able to successfully reach the Heaven Mountain blood pool. For now, all that I can do is wait quietly. Xiao Yan sighed softly within his heart. He once again withdrew his gaze, shut his eyes, and recuperated. Elder Mu, are there anyone from the other 3 pavilions who have come to the Heavenai mountain range? The colorful clothed lady on the enormous crane swept her eyes indifferently over the people below. After which, she opened her mouth and posed a question. Her voice was clear, but it faintly emitted a cold indifference. How is it possible for them not to come? The 10,000 Sword Pavilion Sky Fountain Sword Tanging, the Yellow Spring Pavilion's Wang Chen, and the Falling Star Pavilion's Mu Qing'er. The most outstanding young people from each sect have all been dispatched. They have already reached the peak of the Dou Huang class. If they could soak once in the Heaven Mountain blood pool, it would not be long before they break through to the Dou Zone class. Who would give up such an opportunity? A green-robed, old man laughed in a strange manner from behind the colorful dress lady. The lady nodded gently upon hearing this. A faint smile surfaced on her somewhat cold and indifferent face as she replied, looks like the fight for the blood pool this time around is going to be a heated one. Young miss, the chief has asked you to be a little careful this time around. The Heaven Mountain blood pool has attracted quite a number of young experts from the northern region this time around. Other than those 3 earlier, there are some other people who also possess the qualification to fight with the few of you. Therefore, it is best to be a little cautious when doing things. That other red-robed elder slowly reminded. For example, that person called Xiao Yan? The colorful clothed lady lifted the corner of her mouth into a slight arc as she spoke in a soft, somewhat chilly voice. This person is a great enemy that cannot be underestimated. We met with the Northern Pavilion head, Fei Tian, along the way here. That Xiao Yan is actually escaped from his hands. It is likely that one could not even find 5 people in the same generation who could show such an ability. Young miss should also have some understanding of the strength of the Northern Pavilion's chief. Hence, it is only naturally for you to know just how difficult it is to escape from the chief's hands. The matters related to Xiao Yan have been spread all over the Wind Lightning Pavilion recently. Young miss should have also heard of him, the red-robed elder spoke in a solemn voice. I have naturally heard of him. How could someone, who could break the 9 heavenly lightning prison formation that the 3 Northern Pavilion elders set up with a large group, be an unknown person? However, I wonder if he could achieve this by just relying on his strength. The Heavenai mountain range is suppressed by the energy tide. If one's energy surpasses the limit, one would definitely attract the energy tide over. Hence, one must rely on one's own strength within the mountain range. It is not possible to achieve anything by using another person's strength. The colorful clothed young miss pulled aside a thread of black hair from her forehead with her delicate hand as she softly spoke. Her purplish-brown eyes flickered around. TSK, old fellow. Why are you saying such words that diminish yourself and praise others? That little fellow might have some ability, but from the way I see it, the entire situation was due to that powerful spiritual body. This little advantage will completely vanish within the Heavenai mountain range. It is just as well if young miss meets him. She can just kill him if she does so. At that time, we can even gain a favor from the Northern Pavilion chief if we hand that brat over. The green-robed old man by the side laughed. The Pavilion chief has also said that young miss will have difficulty finding an opponent with her strength. Even if she meets some experts of the Dou Zone class, she would be able to fight them. Hence, you should not underestimate young miss. The red-robed old man involuntarily frowned when he heard this. He was just about to speak when the colorful clothed lady in front of him gently shook her snow-white wrist. She slowly said, Elder Hua, please be reassured that I know my limits and will do my best to be careful. The old me is only giving a reminder. Moreover, it is not certain if that Xiao Yan will come. Although this brat escaped the northern pavilion chief earlier, it is likely that he will still feel some fear within his heart. The red-robed, old man laughed. The colorful clothed lady slightly smiled. However, her smile revealed a coldness that was difficult to hide. Her eyes swept over the area below before slowly shutting her eyes. The thing she needed to do now was to wait for the start of the energy tide. After which, she would use the fastest speed to arrive at the Heaven Mountain blood pool. Since the other 3 pavilions had also sent out those 3 fellows, the fight this time around would be quite interesting. It would likely not disappoint her. Moreover, the person called Xiao Yan, who had been mentioned earlier, was placed in the back of her mind. Although Xiao Yan had stirred a storm of commotion by killing Chen Yun and forcefully breaking the 9 heavenly lightning prison formation, these matters were attributed to the powerful spiritual body on him. There had been a lot of doubt about Xiao Yan's strength. Such doubt was also possessed by her. The remaining time passed during this monotonous wait. After such a wait continued for nearly 3 days, the energy in this place suddenly became turbulent. The instant the energy in his surroundings changed, Xiao Yan, who had been seated on the top of a tree, finally opened his slightly shut eyes. An unusual expression flashed across his eyes. Is it finally about to begin? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 993, Brief Fight. Chapter 993, Brief Fight. The enormous mountain range was covered in fog, appearing just like a magical beast from ancient times at this moment. Numerous deep rumbling sounds were emitted from the sky of the mountain range. Accompanying the appearance of these loud sounds was a vast energy that came from all directions. Boom! The vast energy churned quickly within the dense fog. In the end, it emitted a sound similar to the churning of ocean waves. This strange scene caused quite a number of people to let out an exclamation. Nature was indeed filled with mysteries. The enormous energy tide accompanied the surging. A moment later, it charged through the clouds and spread in a crashing manner. This tide shocked some of the people who had remained in the sky, forcing them to rush down. If they were to be swept away by the frightening energy tide, even an elite Dou zone would likely be hurt even if they did not die. The enormous energy tide turned into a colorful one. Under the sunlight, it appeared just like an incomparably spacious river. It hung in the sky, looking extremely gorgeous. However, under its brilliance hid a fatal danger. Wave after wave of colorful energy spread out from within the mountain range in an unceasing manner. At this moment, quite a number of people had sensed the energy within the Heaven Eye mountain range become fierce and powerful. Its appearance was like the Heaven Eye mountain range had turned into a magnet that attracted all of the energy over. Even Xiao Yan could not help but feel shocked in the face of this spectacular scene. By relying on his extraordinary spiritual perception, he could clearly sense the colorful energy within it had reached an extremely frightening level. This place is indeed worthy of being the Central Plains. Such a scene is not something that one would be blessed enough to see in other places. Xiao Yan stood up after letting out a soft laugh. His gaze was thrown toward the Heaven Eye mountain range. At this moment, the energy within the mountain range had become so dense that it caused one to be surprised. Although one would not be able to train for long within it, such an attempt would definitely make for some efficient training. No wonder so many people were attracted despite clearly knowing that there were only 10 spots in the Heaven Mountain blood pool. It was likely that quite a number of people were planning to train within the mountain range during this period of time. Xiao Yan's gaze shifted over the mountain range before finally pausing on the entrance. The great sea of people there had already begun to move. Regardless of where one was, the first always had some special benefit. It was likely that the first person who entered this Heaven Mountain blood pool would also obtain the best effect. Hence, everyone wanted to be that lucky first. Xiao Yan's eyes looked at the sea of people only to end up smiling. There was a fiery heat within his eyes. The fight for this Heaven Mountain blood pool had somewhat exceeded his expectations. It was likely that this competition would also be quite exciting. Moreover, he also wanted to try and see just what level the members of the younger generation in the Central Plains were at. Bang! A chaotic sound of footsteps as well as a loud roar suddenly sounded while this thought lingered in Xiao Yan's heart. Immediately, he saw the large sea of people noisily moved, forming a human flow that wildly surged into the mountain range. Has it begun? The entire surroundings of the Heaven Eye mountain range had become fiery hot within an instant. Screech, dot. A clear cry from a crane sounded and the enormous, colorful crane in the sky immediately flapped its gigantic wings. It flew down, bringing about a wild wind along the way that caused the sea of people below to spread apart. Only some strong people were able to keep their bodies stable enough to borrow the force of the wind, allowing them to rush to the entrance of the mountain range. Elders, the both of you should wait outside of the mountain range. Leave the rest to me. The colorful dressed lady on the enormous crane glanced at the torrent-like human flow below before speaking faintly to the two old men on the enormous crane. Yes. The two elders hurriedly nodded their heads when they heard her words. The colorful clothed lady smiled gently upon seeing this. This fight for the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool was a grand event that occurred once every 3 years. Moreover, most of those who joined were from the younger generation. Being able to stand out in this place was proof of one's ability and talent. The colorful clothed lady pressed her toes gently on the crane's head. With a twist of her delicate waist, she transformed into a colorful light that shot forward. In a couple of flashes, she appeared at the front of the flow of people. Her black hair danced in the wind behind her. This mesmerizing scene caused quite a number of men to reveal a look of amazement in their eyes. The colorful clothed lady did not turn her head around to look at the sea of people behind her. Although she knew that there were some people who were quite skilled behind her, these people did not reach the level where they could catch her attention. The colorful lady's toes pressed against empty air and a faint silver glow appeared. She looked at the entrance within close proximity and the corner of her mouth was involuntarily lifted into a faint arc. Her figure was just like a noble phoenix that descended toward the entrance. Che! The rushing sound of rapid winds suddenly appeared when the colorful clothed lady was about to fly into the entrance. Something flashed over extremely quickly. Within 2 breaths, the figure had rushed above the lady's head. The sudden appearance of the human figure also caused the colorful clothed lady to be slightly startled. Her brows were immediately knit together as her hand was clenched toward the human figure in front of her. A fierce suction force immediately surged from her hand. Humph! That human figure merely let out a cold snort in the face of this colorful clothed lady's attempt to stop him. He flipped his hand and a wild and violent wind surged out of his sleeves. The 2 invisible winds collided in mid-air, emitting a low, deep sound as they did so. With the aid of the repulsion force, the human figure drew an arc through the air, landing in the mountain range. Damn it, who is that little fellow? He has actually entered the mountain range ahead of Miss Feng? Haha, the old me has said that with so many present, there will definitely be dark horses appearing. It is just that I did not expect it to be so soon. The expression of the colorful clothed lady was quite ugly after seeing that an unknown person had actually entered before her. She let out a snort in the face of the noise behind her. Her body moved, transforming into a figure that quickly entered the mountain range. The mountain range was covered with a dense fog. This fog contained a somewhat wild, violent energy that greatly limited one's sight. A figure broke through the forest and entered this quiet mountain range. He gently landed on the ground, revealing a young face. This figure was Xiao Yan. She is indeed worthy of being called the most outstanding person among the younger generation within the Wind Lightning Pavilion. She does possess some ability. Xiao Yan glanced behind him after landing on the ground, and laughed within his heart. Immediately, he threw his gaze all around him and involuntarily let out a frown. The energy fog was too dense. Additionally, this Heaven Eye mountain range was vast. It was going to be difficult to reach the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool. A graceful colorful figure landed within the mountain range while Xiao Yan was frowning. Her pretty eyes swept around her and instantly paused on the back of a person not far in front of her. Xiao Yan did not turn his head despite sensing the slight activity behind him. Instead, his body moved and swiftly rushed into the mountain range. Halt! The colorful clothed lady immediately cried out coldly upon seeing that Xiao Yan was about to leave. However, Xiao Yan appeared to have not heard her cry. His footsteps had instead become even faster. Qi. The rushing sound of wind suddenly appeared behind him while Xiao Yan was increasing his pace. His expression turned slightly chilly. His footsteps staggered as a colorful satin accompanied by a sharp wind shot past his head, narrowly missing it. Finally, the colorful satin penetrated through an enormous tree in front of him. Although the colorful satin seemed to be made of cloth, it possessed a metallic luster. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. Surprise also flashed through the pretty eyes of the colorful clothed lady when she saw Xiao Yan strangely dodge her attack. Her hand shook and another colorful satin shot out from her sleeves. This satin appeared like a poisonous snake that curled in midair and trickily entwined around Xiao Yan. A fury had also risen in Xiao Yan's heart in the face of this lady's repeated disturbance. He abruptly turned around and extended his hand in a lightning-like manner, grabbing the satin that shot over as he did so. A jade-green flame appeared in his palm before immediately touching the satin, turning it into a fire trail that shot toward the lady. The colorful clothed lady's face turned cold when she saw the fire trail heading over. A powerful green-silver Dou Qi that seemed to be the merger of wind and lightning shot along the satin. Finally, it violently collided with the trail of fire. Bang! A low, deep explosion erupted in this quiet mountain range. These two powerful energies scattered most of the dense fog around. A half-a-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. At this moment, quite a number of people had entered the mountain range. They hurriedly rushed over upon hearing the activity in this area. All of them were startled when they saw that the person fighting was the renowned Miss Feng. Their surprised eyes were quickly thrown toward the unfamiliar-looking man opposite her. Someone who could exchange blows with her was definitely not an ordinary person. A Dou Qi formed from the merger of wind and lightning? Miss Feng from the Wind Lightning Pavilion does live up to her reputation. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the colorful clothed lady as he slowly spoke. At the same time, the colorful satin did not show any signs of breaking despite having experienced such a violent attack. It was indeed unexpected that this woman possessed a body that contained two elements. Such a constitution might not be as rare as the woeful poison body, but it was also seldom seen. If one were to talk about it, Xiao Yan could be also considered to possess a body that contained two elemental affinities, fire and wood. Of course, the fire affinity formed the majority of his constitution while wood was only present in a small amount. This was the case for every single alchemist since this was the requirement. A two-elemental affinity constitution was not very suitable for training because the elements were not pure. It was still alright for a constitution like that of Xiao Yan. The wood affinity only occupied a small part of his body. However, this woman in front of him was not only able to train until now, but was actually able to perfectly merge these two elemental Dou Qis together. The strength of this merged Dou Qi would soar. By being able to destroy my Wind Lightning Pavilion's 9 Heavenly Lightning Prison formation and successfully escape from Northern Pavilion Chief Fei Tian's hands, you also live up to your reputation. The colorful clothed lady's pretty eyes focused intently on the skinny, young man in front of her before suddenly laughing softly. Don't you agree, Xiao Yan? The faces of the surrounding people suddenly paled when these words were uttered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 994, Black-Clothed Man. Chapter 994, Black-Clothed Man. Xiao Yan? He is the Xiao Yan who killed Chen Yun. Numerous stunned gazes were looking at the young man a short distance away within a forest that was permeated by fog. The name Xiao Yan had been spread wildly during this period of time. It was rare that someone from the younger generation could force an expert like Fei Tian to personally act. Moreover, the thing that was even more shocking was that this person was able to escape from Fei Tian's hands. This really stunned many people. There was hardly anyone within the northern region of the Central Plains who did not know just how terrifying that old demon Fei Tian was. Xiao Yan's eyebrows merely knit together in the face of the many gazes that contained various emotions from around him. His arm shook and the colorful satin in his hand was shot back before it was withdrawn into the sleeves of the colorfully dressed lady. You can walk your own path and I will take my own route. If you don't disturb me, I will also not attack you. Xiao Yan stared at the colorfully dressed lady as he slowly spoke. He could sense that the strength of this lady was quite great. Moreover, had been picked as the most probable candidate for the position of the next Wind Lightning Pavilion's leader. Xiao Yan definitely did not believe that she did not possess any skill. Currently, Xiao Yan's aim was to become one of those 10 names. Thus, he did not want to engage in a direct conflict with her. Naturally, he did not wish to waste his efforts right from the start. What an arrogant tone. I will also not attack you now. I will wait for you at the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool. If you have the qualifications to reach that place, we will settle the grudge that you and the Wind Lightning Pavilion possess. The colorful clothed lady's pretty eyes looked at Xiao Yan as she softly laughed. Her laughter contained a coldness. Of course, if you have been defeated before you even reach the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool, it will only mean that all the things that you have accomplished are due to you borrowing the strength of others. The colorful clothed lady pressed her toes on the ground after her voice sounded. Her body was like a dancing butterfly. She pulled back with a flash before swiftly disappearing into the thick fog. Xiao Yan laughed coldly in his heart when he saw the colorful clothed lady withdraw. His gaze swept all around him as he slowly walked in another direction. A moment later, he disappeared within the fog in front of many gazes. It's a pity that they did not actually fight. I wonder just who would be stronger if the two of them were to really exchange blows. The surrounding crowd inevitably became disappointed after watching these two people take separate routes, leaving upon meeting each other. They are not fighting now because they wish to preserve some strength. There are many powerful magical beasts within the Heaven Mountain range. The surroundings of the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool are extremely concentrated with them. If one wishes to charge through this magical beast crowd and arrive at the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool without having some ability, it is likely that the person is only courting death for no reason. However, these two people will definitely engage in a fierce fight once they arrive at their destination. Everyone began to head their own way after the private conversations persisted for a short while. Some of them were alone while others were in groups. After which, all of them entered the mountain range. Due to the interior of the mountain range possessing a dense energy fog, the effect obtained from possessing a map was also limited. Some people could only rely on their luck to search, testing to see if their luck was any good. The quiet mountain range had gradually become lively as everyone spread out. An unknown number of people had entered the Heavenly Mountain range this time around. This large number of people had caused this mountain range, which was renowned for its many magical beasts, to become filled with energy. Of course, there was a hidden danger amid this liveliness. However, danger and reward coexisted together. There were many magical beasts in the Heavenly Mountain range. Adding this onto the unusually dense energy, these mountains did not lack natural treasures. If one was lucky enough to find something, it was likely that one would have gained a lot even without being one of the 10 people to enter the Heaven Mountain blood pool. On the whole, the Heavenly Mountain range might be filled with danger, but it could also be considered a treasure mountain. As long as one possessed sufficient luck and ability, it was not difficult to return with many rewards. Xiao Yan's figure flashed and appeared within the forest that was permeated by fog. His gaze swept around him as he frowned. This fog was blended with energy that could not be expelled. It greatly hindered one's sight. A person was just like a headless housefly within it, repeatedly running around in a random manner. The map is completely useless. The only thing that I know is that the Heaven Mountain blood pool is located in the deep regions of the Heavenly Mountain range. However, how long will it take to reach the deep region if I continue to randomly roam around? Xiao Yan paused his footsteps and mused for a moment. His body suddenly leaped and appeared on the top of a tree branch. His eyes swept around before he swiftly leaped up. A moment later, he finally appeared on the top of a tree. Xiao Yan stood at the treetop and swept his eyes around only to be stunned to realize that the fog on it was even denser. His gaze was unable to see anything even if it was less than 10 meters from him. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked up. He involuntarily pulled his neck in upon doing so because an enormous colorful energy tide was spreading out from above. A wave of energy pressure that could not be resisted spread out, causing one to feel afraid. I cannot use old Mr. Yao's strength within the Heavenly Mountain range. Otherwise, the effect would be unpredictable. Hence, I can only rely on myself, Xiao Yan softly sighed. He knew that the Miss Phone was definitely clearly aware of the route to reach the Heaven Mountain blood pool. With the ability of the Wind Lightning Pavilion, they should be quite familiar with this Heavenly Mountain range. The problem of the fog should have long been expected by them. Hence, she was able to rush to the destination without any fear and save the time wasted on other routes. Since the Wind Lightning Pavilion had a clear route, the other factions like the 10,000 Sword Pavilion and some of the weaker factions would likely have also made preparations. Thus, it was likely that their numbers would exceed 10. Xiao Yan was quite far behind them on just this first step. It is good to possess a faction behind one. The Heaven Mountain blood pool will appear one day after the energy tide appears. In other words, I must reach that place within one day. Otherwise, I will not have the blessing of enjoying the Heaven Mountain blood pool. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed. He mused for a moment before he suddenly sat down with his legs crossed. His spiritual perception swiftly spread from between his brows. Although Xiao Yan was unaware of the exact location of the Heaven Mountain blood pool, it was likely that the formation of this unique blood pool, in the middle of the mountain range, would require an unusually great amount of pure energy. In other words, the Heaven Mountain blood pool would be the region with the most powerful energy in the entire mountain range. Xiao Yan's spiritual perception could use this as a medium to search. As long as he locked onto the area with the densest energy and go all out to rush there, it was likely that nothing would go wrong. Following the swift spread of Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, the traces of energy ripple within a 5-kilometer radius was clearly reflected into Xiao Yan's mind. The direction in which the energy flow was also gradually grasped by Xiao Yan. The north, huh? Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened around half an hour later. His gaze suddenly turned to the north. From his perception, this mountain range's energy seemed to be faintly gathering in that direction. Xiao Yan leaped forward after locking onto a position. He came down from the tree and landed gently onto the ground, shocking a person who was coincidentally present in this spot. As the person hurriedly stepped back, the weapon in their hand emitted a clang sound as it was being drawn. Xiao Yan ignored this fellow who appeared extremely frightening. His toes pressed on the ground and his body transformed into a black figure which charged into the dense fog in a lightning-like manner. After which, he rapidly traveled through the forest, hurrying over to the energy-gathering spot located by his spiritual perception at his fastest speed. Xiao Yan discovered quite a number of people being pestered by magical beasts along the way. They were engaged in intense fights. However, he did not stop. His figure shifted past in a ghost-like manner. With the help of his outstanding spiritual perception, he was able to sense if there was any hidden magical beasts within the dense fog one step ahead of the others. Hence, he had avoided being blocked by magical beasts during his travel. His advancement speed was so quick that it was frightening. Xiao Yan used this fierce and swift speed to advance for an hour before he gradually slowed down a little. Following his gradual entrance into the deep regions of the mountain range, the strength of the magical beasts hidden within the dense fog also seemed stronger. He would definitely attract the magical beasts over if he continued to fearlessly advance. Although Xiao Yan was not afraid, he really did not wish to end up slowing down because of them. Xiao Yan's toes pressed on a tree branch and his figure agilely rushed forward. His eyes carefully swept all around him, and he did not create even the slightest sound when he landed on the ground, appearing just like a ghost. Xiao Yan's figure once again leaped onto an enormous tree. He was just about to charge forward when his heart moved. His gaze looked toward a spot not far in front of him. A human and a beast were fighting at that spot. When he saw the large magical beast, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes a little. He was a little startled in his heart as he said, "It is actually a rank 6 magical beast." Xiao Yan's gaze paused on the magical beast. After which, it turned to the human figure facing the beast. Anyone who could reach this place at this time was definitely not an ordinary person. The person in front of him was likely not an exception. The human figure was wearing light black clothes and looked quite young. His face was cold and he was carrying a large blue sword on his back. There was a sharp sword aura vaguely being emitted from it. From the looks of the scars around him, it was likely that this person had already exchanged blows with this rank 6 magical beast. However, his clothes still remained clean. Clearly, he was not at a disadvantage. The black-clothed man's face moved slightly when Xiao Yan arrived at this place. His hand slowly grabbed the sword hilt on his back and his footsteps gently shifted. Immediately, he rushed forward. Seeing the actions of the black-clothed man, the rank 6 magical beast emitted a roar. It moved its 4 legs and viciously pounced toward him. Qi. The man and beast crossed each other in a lightning-like manner. A sword glow was emitted in a fleeting manner. Clang. The black-clothed man stood straight and the long sword in his hand was slowly inserted into the scabbard behind him. The large magical beast had collapsed on the ground. What a fast sword movement! Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. With his eyesight, he was only able to vaguely see the black-clothed young man drawing the sword. This person was quite powerful. Have you seen enough? The black-clothed man slowly raised his head while Xiao Yan was stunned in his heart. After which, his gaze shot toward Xiao Yan as he asked with a faint voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 995, Old Acquaintance. Chapter 995, Old Acquaintance. Xiao Yan ceased hiding after seeing that he had been discovered. He revealed himself, swept his gaze over the black-clothed man, and said, "I am only passing by. There is no need to be anxious." The eyes of the black-clothed man coldly studied Xiao Yan. The other party's age seemed to be a little younger than him. However, based on his sharp senses honed from having fought with others for many years, the man could vaguely sense a slight dangerous feeling from Xiao Yan. His heart was slightly startled. Although he clearly knew that those who could arrive at this place at such a time definitely had some skills, there were not many who could cause him to feel a little danger. I am Tang Ying from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. You seem a little unfamiliar. May I know which faction do you belong to or which clan do you come from? The black-clothed young man cupped his hands to Xiao Yan as he inquired. He had heard about a little of the experts from the younger generation within the Central Plains. However, this was indeed the first time whom he had seen the person in front of him. Therefore, he had asked in a more detailed fashion. It was right to ask a little more when one roamed the world. The worst were those people who do not know their limits and think that their father is the strongest when they are nothing. Fortunately, this 10,000 Sword Pavilion Tang Ying was not such a person. Otherwise, he might well end up being finished in this place. That would be a pity to his half a lifetime of training and the great expectations from his faction. 10,000 Sword Pavilion? Xiao Yan felt startled in his heart when he heard this name. It was unexpected that this person was someone from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Moreover, the name Tang Ying was one that he had heard of when he had been outside of the mountain range. He was also a young, talented person who was comparable to Miss Feng from the Wing Lightning Pavilion. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before cupping his hands together and replying, "Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan? A shock expression appeared on Tang Ying's cold face when he heard this name. He looked at Xiao Yan and said, "The Xiao Yan who has recently had a fiery hot conflict with the Wind Lightning Pavilion?" Xiao Yan smiled and mentioned casually, "It is merely a little conflict." Tang Ying's eyes involuntarily changed a little when he heard direct acknowledgement from Xiao Yan. He was naturally aware of the conflict between Xiao Yan and the Wind Lightning Pavilion during this period of time. Even if his ability to break through the 9 heavenly lightning prison formation placed by the 3 elders was really due to him borrowing the strength of others as the rumors had said, it was still quite outstanding. Looking at it this way, there was another strong opponent in the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool competition this time around in addition to the people from the other 3 pavilions. A small conflict would not be able to draw out an old demon like Fei Tian. Tang Ying also did not seem like a talkative person. After randomly saying some words, he did not wish to stay any longer. He said, "Now is not the time to chat. Hopefully, I will be able to meet you at the Heaven Mountain stage. At that time, we might be able to work together." Tang Ying did not wait for Xiao Yan's reply after saying such words. His figure moved and he swiftly entered the dense fog. He disappeared within the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head upon seeing that this fellow was walking so quickly. These fellows seemed to possess a cautious mind. Xiao Yan wanted to walk together with a person who knew the way, but the other party seemed to be unwilling to contribute his resources to be shared. However, it made sense when Xiao Yan thought about it. If there was one additional person who reached the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool, there would be an additional competitor. Who would want to find an opponent for themselves for no reason? But what is this Heaven Mountain stage that this fellow mentioned? Ugh, this place is really foreign to me and all the information is indeed hidden, Xiao Yan frowned. He let out a soft sigh as his toes pressed on a tree branch. His body was just like a large bird that plunged down. Finally, he also charged into the dense fog. Xiao Yan also lost the ease that he had felt earlier in the subsequent journey because the strength of the magical beasts around him was gradually growing stronger. Moreover, quite a number of magical beasts were quite troublesome to deal with. Even though Xiao Yan relied on his spiritual perception, he was still unable to successfully escape all of them. Naturally, he had no choice but to fight. Hence, his speed was greatly reduced. However, Xiao Yan had no other choice. He did not have a path and it was impossible for him to come to this place without relying on the flow of energy to act as a signboard. The Heavenai mountain range was incomparably vast. This, along with the lingering fog, made it appear just like a maze. The number of people around decreased the deeper Xiao Yan headed into the mountain range. Xiao Yan had only met 2 others after Tang Ying. These 2 people were quite strong with the both of them being at the Dou Huang class. They were engaged in an intense battle with a rank 6 magical beast when Xiao Yan discovered them. However, it was clear that these 2 people's perception was not as sharp as Tang Ying. Hence, they did not discover Xiao Yan's trail. All they did was roughly observe their surroundings before quietly leaving. Time also swiftly flowed by while Xiao Yan was charging ahead. Following the change in the weather, the visibility within the forest was gradually reduced. In the end, one could not even see one's 5 fingers. Following the arrival of night, the magical beast within the Heavenai mountain range seemed to have become more activity. Numerous beast roars repeatedly sound before reverberating across the mountain range. This kind of environment was extremely unsuitable for traveling. It was likely that even Miss Feng, Tang Ying, and the others who possessed a map would stop traveling at this time. An entire day of traveling and fighting with magical beasts would have exhausted them. If they did not take the opportunity to quickly recuperate, it was likely that they would have difficulty enduring the rest of the way to the Heaven Mountain Blood Pool. Xiao Yan also hesitated in the face of this kind of terrible environment to travel. However, after musing for a moment, he clenched his teeth. He only rested for a moment before beginning to travel. Xiao Yan was clearly aware that he had used a trick by relying on sensing the flow of the energy. However, this would definitely widen the gap between him and those like Tang Ying. Ever since he had met Tang Ying during the day, Xiao Yan was unable to discover Tang Ying's figure regardless of how quickly Xiao Yan traveled. It was likely that he was much further ahead. Hence, if Xiao Yan truly wished to catch up to those fellows, he needed to travel during the night. This might be quite dangerous, but it was fortunate that by relying on his spiritual perception, Xiao Yan could try his best to reduce the level of danger. Xiao Yan's feet violently stomped on a tree branch. The powerful and fierce force caused the large tree to violently tremble. His figure had also transformed into a blurry black shadow, swiftly shuttling through this dark forest. Bang! A figure suddenly flashed within the dark forest where one could not even see one's fingers. Immediately, a palm was violently imprinted on the body of a magical beast hidden to the side. The force surged out and shook the beast until it heavily collided against a tree trunk. It had lost its life before it had the time to let out a roar. Who? A human figure gently landed on a tree branch amid the darkness. He let out a rough breath and a moonlight stone was lifted. Warm light was emitted, and was immediately reflected by the surrounding fog. However, Xiao Yan's young face was revealed with the help of the light. The night journey was much harder than Xiao Yan had expected. Quite a number of powerful and cunning magical beasts were hidden in the darkness. They were just like hunters waiting for their prey to deliver themselves to them. If Xiao Yan did not have the help of his spiritual perception, it was likely that at least over 10 injuries would have appeared on his body. The danger of the Heavenly Mountain range had exceeded his expectations. Xiao Yan took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it in his mouth as his gaze glanced at the corpse of the magical beast a short distance away. He quickly sat cross-legged. Traveling through the night had exhausted him. Additionally, fighting with those troublesome magical beasts along the way had used up quite a bit of his strength. Xiao Yan only slowly opened his eyes after resting for nearly half an hour. He once again sensed the energy flow in the mountain range, and there was a little joy in his eyes. The feeling of the flow was becoming increasingly obvious. Clearly, Xiao Yan was getting closer to that location. I should put in more effort. Hopefully, I will be able to catch up to those fellows before morning arrives. Xiao Yan licked his mouth and quietly laughed. His body moved, transforming into a black figure that once again entered the dark forest. Xiao Yan did not spend much time resting during the night. Most of it was spent traveling. However, this bitter journey was not without effect. There were a total of 5 to 6 people who were overtaken by Xiao Yan during his journey. These fellows were involuntarily a little stunned when they saw his human figure shuffling through the darkness. This person was a little too bold. Xiao Yan was unconcerned about the shock in these people's heart. He was able to sense the light within the forest was gradually becoming much brighter. Clearly, night was gradually withdrawing. When the sky gradually brightened, the magical beasts, which were unusually active at night, also gradually withdrew. The beast roars in the mountain range had also weakened. Xiao Yan landed gently on a gigantic tree. His hand grabbed at the empty space in front of him. The powerful energy that was contained within the fog caused his face to reveal his shock. The density of the energy in this place is incredible. No wonder it is able to form a mysterious thing like the Heaven Mountain blood pool. It is likely that this place is already in the deepest regions of the Heavenly Mountain range, Xiao Yan softly muttered. He immediately braced his attention. Looking at this, it seemed that he was about to arrive at his destination. Xiao Yan parted his mouth. His face also involuntarily revealed a smile that seemed to have placed a heavy burden down. He was just about to move when his ear suddenly moved. The faint sound of blades colliding as well as energy exploding was transmitted over from a spot not far to his left. Xiao Yan's gaze glanced toward his left before it was quickly withdrawn. He had seen a lot of similar situations along the way. Xiao Yan was not a saint and did not spend the effort to help each person he passes. With a shake of his head, Xiao Yan moved his toes and continued forward. However, the instant he was about to move, a moving lady's cry penetrated through the fog and was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. Immediately, his figure, which was about to flash away, completely stiffened. This voice was moving and wonderful. It was likely that its owner was a beauty. Moreover, Xiao Yan was not unfamiliar with this voice. He even felt that it had stirred a particularly deep memory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 996, Meeting Nailin Yan again. Chapter 996, Meeting Nailin Yan again. Over a dozen moonlight stones were inserted into the surrounding tree trunks of an empty area within the forest. The light that they emitted caused this area to appear quite bright. The dense fog had also been scattered by the big battle that had occurred earlier. Hence, it had resulted in this place becoming much more visible. There were 5 figures in the empty ground. 4 were male and 1 was female. Their strengths were all quite great. Clearly, they were not weaklings. Moreover, this kind of aura was not something that an ordinary person could emit. The 5 auras were similarly strong. One of the 4 men was wearing deep yellow clothing. Additionally, there was a knife scar on his face. He was currently sitting on a tree branch, leaning against the tree trunk. His gaze lazily swept over the place below as he faintly said, "Hurry up." The other 3 men on the ground hurriedly nodded their heads upon hearing this person speak. The 3 of them were wearing yellow-colored robes and wore a similar badge on their chests. It seemed that they belonged to the same faction. Hand over the psychic white fox. It is not as though we have not done something like killing a woman. The lady was holding a long sword in her hand. Her pale green clothing wrapped around her exquisite figure until it was vividly displayed. Her voluminous figure was extremely attractive, and her black hair, which was randomly restrained by a green-colored cloth, extended to her lovely buttocks. That young and pretty appearance of hers was not foreign. It was surprisingly Nalan Yanran who had accompanied Yun Yun in leaving Jiama Empire back then. A couple of years had passed. The current Nalan Yanran no longer had the tenderness that she had back then. When she moved, she would emit an alluring mature attraction. The pampered young lady back then had truly become a great beauty that could bring destruction to cities and empires. Extreme beauty is said to be able to cause destruction of empires because they tend to be able to distract the ruler from doing the right things or from working. There was a lovely little white-colored fox on Nalan Yanran's shoulders. This white fox had snow-white fur which was extremely smooth. At a glance, one would have the feeling of liking it too much to put it down. It possessed lethal impact on women. At this moment, the pair of intelligent eyes belonging to this white fox were roaming all around. It seemed that the killing intent, which was permeating from the bodies of the tree people on the opposite side, had caused the snow-white fur to show signs of trembling. A soft babbling was emitted from its mouth. Nalan Yanran seemed to have sensed the fear of the little, white fox. She gently rubbed its head before slowly raising her head. Those pretty eyes of hers were icily staring at the three people opposite her. She tightened her grip on the longsword as a sharp sword aura slowly surged out. Two ice-cold words were also softly emitted from her mouth. Dream on. He, what a stubborn beauty. However, you are a little too stubborn. With your 5-star Dou Huang strength, you can forget about escaping from the hands of the three of us. Obediently hand over the white fox. Otherwise, I would not mind enjoying just how much ecstasy such a beauty would give. A yellow-clothed man stared at Nalan Yanran with a searing gaze. He involuntarily licked his lips, and his eyes contained a lewd look. Nalan Yanran's pretty face had also become even icier upon hearing such despicable words from this fellow. The strength of the three people across from her were around that of a 4-star Dou Huang. If it had been one-on-one, she was confident that she could kill them within a short period of time. However, if these three were to attack together, she would have difficulty blocking them. Moreover, these three people belonged to the same faction. They collaborated well with one another. During the earlier exchange, she had nearly suffered a disadvantage. The thing which gave her the most pressure was the man who had been sitting on the tree. This person had not attacked since the beginning. However, Nalan Yanran sensed a faint pressure when facing him from the opposite side. Clearly, the other party's strength was much stronger than hers. The ground spirit gate is indeed a place where garbage is produced. The expressions of the three yellow-clothed men became slightly colder when they saw that Nalan Yanran had identified their faction. With their strength, they were also considered the elites within the younger generation of the ground spirit gate. Although they could not be compared with people like Tang Ying and Miss Feng, they still had some reputation. If they had not needed the psychic white fox to lead the way when they entered the Heaven Eye mountain range, they would not have become enemies with a 5-star Dou Huang for no reason. However, since they had already done so, there was naturally no way to change things. The three of them exchanged glances. Immediately, they nodded slightly and decided not to continue getting entangled in this matter. Their bodies moved and formed a triangular shape, surrounding Nalan Yanran. Powerful deep yellow Dou Qi surged out of their bodies. Ground drawing prison. The hands of the three of them violently landed on the ground. The land shook and the soil rapidly churned. Rock fragments shot out. In the blink of an eye, a cage that was formed from the soil broke out of the ground and trapped Nalan Yanran within. Nalan Yanran knit her brows upon seeing this. Her feet pressed on the ground and her lovely body was like a spinning top that swiftly rotated. Sharp sword aura shot in all directions and viciously cut at the cage, causing many cut lines to quickly appear. The three yellow-clothed men fiercely slammed their hands on the ground when they saw that the cage was swiftly collapsing under Nalan Yanran's hands. 3 yellow-colored spears, created from mud, immediately shot out of the ground. After which, they were quickly grabbed by the three of them. Their feet stomped on the ground as they shot toward Nalan Yanran in the middle. Nalan Yanran did not dare to slight the combined attack of 3 4-star Dou Huangs. The long sword in her hand was wrapped by powerful sword aura as it trickily and viciously pierced out in a lightning-like manner. Qie! 4 figures exchanged blows within the cage in a lightning-like manner. Sword aura spread everywhere, forming numerous deep gullies in the ground. The 3 yellow-clothed men seemed to be aware of the sharpness of Nalan Yanran's sword aura. Therefore, they did not forcefully attack. Instead, they relied on their long-lasting ground affinity Dou Qi to slowly exhaust her Dou Qi. Nalan Yanran was similarly aware of the exhaustion tactic the three had adopted. However, she did not have any means to deal with it. These 3 people were cooperating extremely well and had firmly restricted her from the beginning. This caused her to lack even the slightest opportunity to rest. If this were to be prolonged, Dou Qi deficiency would result in the interior of her body. Clang! 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 The long sword pierced into the three spear tips in a lightning-like manner. Nalan Yenran's pretty face turned cold as sharp sword auras suddenly shot out. Bang! 3 mud spears were blown apart when they were struck by the sword aura. However, before Nalan Yenran could continue pressing her attack, the ground shook and an enormous sharp mud pillar shot out, causing her to hurriedly withdraw. When Nalan Yenran's body landed, the 3 people on across from her formed more long spears. A deep yellow armor had also appeared on their bodies at this moment, covering them with firm protection. Ground affinity chi methods usually specialized in being long-lasting defenses. You are worthy of being a 5-star Do Huang by being so troublesome to deal with. However, it will end here. With the Dou Qi in your body, it is likely that you will not be able to endure for long. Hand the psychic white fox over to us and we will let you off. A low, deep sound was emitted from the deep yellow armor. You can use these words to trick a 3-year-old child. Nalan Yenran coldly laughed when she heard this. She was no longer that young lady from back then. Her experience in the Central Plains during these years had also allowed her to understand quite a lot of principles. Stubborn fool. You're seeking death. The 3 of them became impatient when they saw that Nalan Yenran still would not submit. Their hands faced each other from a distance and 6 deep yellow-colored Dou Qi light pillars shot out. Immediately, they transformed into a triangular shape of encircling light. The spirit of land, earth melting skill. The 3 people cried out sharply. Deep yellow Dou Qi swiftly agglomerated in front of one of them. That powerful Dou Qi, that had gathered the strength of the 3 of them, caused even Nalan Yenran to change her expression. When the cry sounded, the deep yellow Dou Qi swiftly became distorted. Immediately, it transformed into a ferocious earth dragon. It let out a roar and transformed into a light ray with a bang. Finally, it shot straight toward Nalan Yenran. A deep gully appeared on the empty ground where it passed, appearing like a bull plowing the fields. This earth-melting skill of the ground spirit gate does possess some uniqueness. The man on the tree branch glanced at the earth dragon in front of him and softly said. Nalan Yenran clenched her silver teeth as she looked at the earth dragon ferociously shooting over. Her hand tossed the little white fox on her shoulders aside, and a deep green-colored Dou Qi swiftly formed a wind wall in front of her. Bang! The earth dragon collided with the wind wall. The sharp wind blades that comprised the wall cut the earth dragon until it repeatedly trembled. However, this did not successfully stop the earth dragon's attack. Both parties continued in this state for a moment before the wind wall exploded with a bang. Nalan Yenran was revealed to the earth dragon when the wind wall burst apart. It immediately roared at the former as its ferocious mouth bit down at Nalan Yenran's head. Nalan Yenran's pretty face became slightly pale when she saw the earth dragon in close proximity. She was just about to use her Dou Qi when she was shocked to realize that her body had been entwined by an unusual black-colored energy. Bang! A sharp wind forming a fist shot over from the dense fog a short distance away just when the earth dragon was about to pounce onto Nalan Yenran. It immediately smashed into the earth dragon. It shook before transforming into light spots that burst apart. The sudden unexpected change surprised everyone. This included the man in the tree branch. He threw his somewhat shocked eyes toward the spot where the fist wind had been emitted. Who is it? I am Huang Tian from the ground spirit gate. Friend, please do not meddle in other people's business. The yellow-clothed man swept his gaze cautiously around him as he spoke with a deep voice. Aren't you afraid of throwing away the face of the ground spirit gate by having so many men bully a girl? A mocking laugh was emitted from the dense fog. Immediately, soft footsteps sounded. A moment later, a skinny figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Nalan Yenran, who was still in a state of shock, raised her head as she looked at the figure that was slowly walking out of the dense fog. She was just about to voice her thanks when she saw that face. Her body immediately stiffened. Her entire mind also seemed to have stilled at this moment. It was a long while later before she softly spoke the name, which was hidden deep in her memory, with some difficulty and disbelief. Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 997, Wang Chen. Chapter 997, Wang Chen. Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he looked at the pretty face, filled with disbelief. His voice had become much gentler as he softly asked, "Are you all right?" Those matters back then had completely vanished the moment the Misty Cloud sect had disbanded. Xiao Yan was not a narrow-minded person. He had gradually forgotten those matters. When he recalled them now, he could only describe them as the frivolousness of youth. Nalan Yenran was also a little startled at the gentle manner in which Xiao Yan spoke. She had seldom seen Xiao Yan speak to her in such a calm manner. After all, She was aware of just what kind of trouble and harm that the events back then had brought to this prideful man. "I'm fine, thank you." Nalan Yenron's pretty eyes flickered slightly while she shook her head and softly replied. It seems that this friend really want to act like a hero rescuing a beauty. The expressions of the three yellow-clothed men sank when they saw Xiao Yan ignore them right from the beginning. The one who called himself Huang Tian earlier confronted him with a gloomy voice. "Get lost." Xiao Yan did not shift his eyes even a little as he softly spoke. After which, he slowly walked to Nalan Yenron's side and glanced at the black-colored energy that was entwined around her body. He involuntarily laughed with a soft cold voice. "Darkness affinity Dou Qi is really rare. However, you actually launched a sneak attack despite your strength. This is really rather disdainful." Xiao Yan grabbed Nalan Yenron's snow-white wrist after saying those words. A wisp of jade-green flame surfaced on the tip of his finger before it shot out in a lightning-like manner. In the face of Xiao Yan's swiftly flicked finger, the black-colored energy which entwined around Nalan Yenron's body appeared like snow that had met fire as it swiftly melted. The man in deep yellow clothes on the tree branch narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan below. This was especially the case when he saw him easily expel the black-colored energy on Nalan Yenron's body, causing his eyes to involuntarily shrink a little more. As the black-colored energy on her body gradually disappeared, Nalan Yenron also once again recovered her freedom and gently opened her palm. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also hurriedly released his hand. He was just about to speak when Nalan Yenron's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly cried, "Be careful." Xiao Yan, who was facing Nalan Yenron, smiled. He immediately turned his body around and his heavy ruler appeared in his hand. The heavy ruler contained a powerful wind as it was violently swung. Crack. The black ruler violently smashed into 3 long spears. The powerful force shattered the long spears into pieces. Seeing this, a shock surfaced within the hearts of Huang Tian and the other two. They threw aside the spear handles in their hands and swiftly pulled back. Xiao Yan's eyes indifferently swept over the 3 of them. The heavy ruler in his hand was inserted into the ground. His feet stomped on the ground and a wind lightning sound appeared. His body also strangely disappeared. Huang Tian and the other two were startled when they saw Xiao Yan disappear in a strange manner. They were just about to succeed in positioning their backs to face each other to protect themselves when a ghost-like figure appeared in front of them. Sharp wind made of fists suddenly arrived and viciously landed on the armor on the surface of their bodies. Bang! The fists landed heavily on the 3 of them. At the same time, a terrifying force came pouring out. Those 3 were just like kites whose strings had broken. They flew backwards before colliding into a couple of large trees. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out of each of their mouths. Defeating 3 4-star Dou Huans with just a single move. Nalan Yenron's hand involuntarily covered her red lips when she saw this scene. Immediately, her gaze was filled with complexity while looking at that skinny back. This young man, whom she once thought of as trash, had walked ahead of her. All she could do was look up to him. It was the case a couple of years ago and it was still the case now that a couple of years had passed. Huang Tian and the other two curled together on the ground like prawns, moaning. The armor on their bodies had been shattered by one punch from Xiao Yan. They could not understand just why they were unable to even withstand a blow from this brat with their strength. It was likely that one could hardly find any people even in the entire northern regions of the Central Plains who could do this. The fellow in front of them, just where did he come from? Clap clap. An applause was suddenly transmitted from the tree branch above. A man with a scar on his face slowly stood up. His gaze was focused on Xiao Yan as he revealed an ugly smile. "Not bad, you are called Xiao Yan? May I ask if the one who has a conflict with the Wind Lightning Pavilion is you?" Xiao Yan glanced at the scarred man before narrowing his eyes. This person was extremely strong. There was a vast difference in strength between him and those 3 earlier. "Xiao Yan, be careful. He is very strong." Nalan Yenron's hand gently beckoned to the dense fog, and a white figure flashed and appeared. After which, it pounced into her embrace, transforming into a cute white fox. She spoke in a worried voice while hugging this white fox. "Why are they attacking you?" Xiao Yan nodded and asked. "There is a natural maze outside of the Heaven Eye Mountain. If a person who isn't aware of it walks in, it is likely that he will be trapped within it until the energy tide is over. This psychic white fox of mine is immune to the maze. One will be able to successfully walk out of the maze if one follows it. They are attacking me because they wish to snatch the white fox away." Nalan Yenron's hand gently rubbed the soft fur of the white fox as she softly explained. Xiao Yan only came to a sudden understanding upon hearing this. It was unexpected that there was actually a maze in front. Fortunately, he did not randomly barge in. Otherwise, even with his spiritual perception, it was likely that he would be trapped for a long while. The thing which he really could not afford to waste now was time. I am not interested in your white fox. I don't need such a thing. However, these three fellows need it, the man with a knife scar spoke indifferently. I have some old friendship with a person from the ground spirit gate. He had instructed me to bring these people to the front of the maze before we left. My method is a secret of the faction and cannot be shared with others. Therefore, I can only find a psychic white fox to lead them. We will not hand the white fox to you. Please leave. Xiao Yan smiled slightly to the scarred man as he spoke. Wang Chen, is not someone who can be so easily dispatched. The scarred man parted his mouth and grinned. There was a faint dense feeling within it. Wang Chen? The Yellow Spring Pavilion's Wang Chen? Nailin Yanran involuntarily exclaimed when those words sounded. Her pretty face also changed a little. Yellow Spring Pavilion? Xiao Yan was also startled. Immediately he broke into a smile. He had met people from 3 of the 4 pavilions along the way, and wondered when he would meet someone from the so-called Fallen Star Pavilion. Xiao Yan, why don't we hand the white fox to them? This Wang Chen is extremely bloodthirsty. Moreover, he is very strong. It is likely that he is already the peak of the Dou Huang class. According to rumors, he had once fought with some Dou Zone class old demon and did not die. Nailin Yanran bit her lower red lip with the back of her teeth. She struggled for a moment before finally spoke hesitantly. She did not wish to drag Xiao Yan into this mess. How will we pass through the maze without the white fox? Xiao Yan turned his head and glanced at Nailin Yanran. He seemed to be aware of her concern as he grinned and said, "Relax, leave him to me." Nailin Yanran was stunned when she saw the smile of the young man. For some unknown reason, her heart felt a firm and safe feeling. All she could do was gently nod her head. You can forget about the white fox. If you want it, we will just have to see if you have the ability. The smile on Xiao Yan's face had become much dimmer. His hand slowly grabbed the heavy Xian ruler beside him as he spoke. The smile on Wang Chen's face involuntarily became denser upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Anyone familiar with him knew that each time he happily smiled was the time when the killing intent within his heart had become extremely dense. I have met with Tang Ying from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion not long ago and exchanged blows with him. He said there would be a person even more fun to play with behind. I think that he was talking about you. Wang Chen slowly lowered his hand. A dense, black-colored energy swiftly lingered over it. He looked at Xiao Yan as his bright red tongue licked his lips. An instant later, his eyes suddenly turned dark. In that case, allow me to see if you are as fun to play with as he described, but... Wang Chen's body suddenly transformed into a black line that shot out after his words sounded. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His fist, which was covered with black energy, carried a bloody wind as it struck towards Xiao Yan's heart without any fancy moves. Be careful. Nailin Yanran hurriedly reminded when she saw Wang Chen suddenly attack. Bang! A black figure flashed and stood in front of Xiao Yan like a shield in a lightning-like manner. The fist immediately smashed into it, emitting deep sound. Corpse-eroding hand. His fist swiftly spread and transformed into a kind of permeating dark black color. It strangely bypassed the enormous ruler and headed for Xiao Yan's throat. Wang Chen's attack trajectory was somewhat strange. It swayed all around, appearing like a wooden doll that was not being controlled. It did not appear fast, but it caused one to have a strange feeling of having a difficult time dodging it. Xiao Yan's gaze was intently watching the dark black hand, which was quickly being magnified in his eyes. An instant later, his eyes coagulated. A jade-green flame surged onto his fist without hesitation before he threw a punch out. Boom! The fist struck the dark black hand in an extremely accurate manner. The hot flame caused Wang Chen's hand to emit a dense, white smoke. In the face of a heavenly flame, the corrosive properties of Wang Chen's darkness affinity Dou Qi were completely ineffective. The powerful collision brought about a strong airwave that spread apart with a bang. It struck the enormous trees nearby until their trunks were snapped apart. The ground had thus become a complete mess. Heavenly flame? The exchange of the fists continued for an instant before Wang Chen's expression changed. His feet hurriedly pulled back and the Dou Qi within his body surged. Immediately, he forced out the small wisp of jade-green flame from his palm. His expression gradually became gloomy when he saw that flame. Xiao Yan's finger flicked the heavy Xian ruler, returning it to his storage ring. He glanced at Wang Chen. This person was indeed strong. However, he was not much a threat from Xiao Yan's perspective. Although darkness affinity Dou Qi was strange and unpredictable, it was miserably suppressed in the face of a heavenly flame. If they were to really fight, Xiao Yan was confident he had a 70% of killing this person. Wang Chen smiled in a dark, cold manner. He did not even look at Huang Tian and the two others as his body withdrew and entered the dense fog. A voice was slowly emitted as he did so. No wonder Tanging thinks so highly of you. You do possess some ability. Today's matter will end here. I will wait for you on the Heaven Mountain stage and see if you have the ability to arrive there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 998, Maze. Chapter 998, Maze. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed as he stared at the spot where Wang Chen had disappeared. He was indeed worthy of being a person from the four pavilions. It was unexpected that his vicious words were so similar to the others. Behind Xiao Yan, Nailin Yanran looked at Wang Chen, who had swiftly withdrawn after only a brief exchange. Her pretty eyes contained some shock. Wang Chen's name was quite well known. One could hardly find anyone who was a match for him in the same generation. Moreover, this fellow was bloodthirsty and addicted to fights. Additionally, he had an outstanding training talent and his strength grew extremely quickly. By relying on the strength of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, he liked to fight with some experts of the Dou Zone class. The other person, being afraid of the Yellow Spring Pavilion's strength, was afraid of really killing him. Hence, Wang Chen's name became more and more renowned as time passed. In the end, there was even rumors of him possessing the strength to fight with the Dou Zone. No one knew whether this rumor was real. Regardless of whether it was real, the strength of this Wang Chen was something that there was no need to doubt. However, Nailin Yanran did not expect that after only a single brief exchange, this bloodthirsty abnormal fellow would be scared away by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was unaware of the shock within Nailin Yanran's heart at this moment. His gaze turned to Huang Tian and the two others a short distance away as he indifferently demanded, "Why are you still here?" Hearing this, Huang Tian and the two others hurriedly struggled to climb to their feet and fled. Wang Chen's withdrawal had caused them to completely lose any confidence they had. By being able to frighten off the renowned Wang Chen, this person's strength had already far exceeded the level they could contend against. Xiao Yan only exhaled gently after watching Huang Tian and the two others flee in misery. He turned around and looked at Nailin Yanran. For an instant, he didn't know just what he should say. The atmosphere immediately became one that was embarrassingly silent. Nailin Yanran naturally did not say anything in the face of this quiet atmosphere. Her hand gently rubbed the smooth fur of the white fox while her eyes were lowered. You, are you also planning to head to the Heaven Mountain blood pool? The silence continued for a moment before Xiao Yan finally coughed and took the initiative to speak, breaking the silence as he did so. Yes. Although I know that it is extremely difficult for me to obtain one of the 10 spots with my strength, this trip here could be considered training. Nailin Yanran nodded slightly and softly answered. Xiao Yan rubbed his hand and suddenly felt a little constrained. He hesitated for a moment before asking, why are you here alone? The hand Nailin Yanran was using to rub the white fox paused. She raised her pretty eyes for the first time, looked at Xiao Yan, and said, "Teacher is undertaking a retreat to train. Hence, I have come out alone to gain experience. Have the both of you been alright during these years?" Xiao Yan's gaze was drifting as he inquired. Nailin Yanran smiled when she saw this. She softly asked, "You want to ask about teacher, right?" Xiao Yan's body unnoticeably stiffened. He gently exhaled and asked, "Is she well?" Nailin Yanran's eyes dimmed when she heard this. She nodded and replied, "Teacher is very well." "Is she also in the northern region of the Central Plains?" Xiao Yan asked once again. His voice had become a little heated. The scene of the sadness and struggle of her back when they were parting ways back then suddenly surfaced in his mind. Regardless of who was right or wrong back then, the Misty Cloud sect was ultimately destroyed by Xiao Yan's hands. Being the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, Yun could not escape the enmity arising from the destruction of her sect and the killing of her teacher. However, she was unable to hurt Xiao Yan. Finally, Yun, who could not bear to face the situation, could only choose to leave the empire she had lived in for many years, wandering other lands. Xiao Yan's heart felt an unknown pain the moment he thought about her. Yun was not wrong from the beginning. The thing that was wrong was both parties' position. Right from the start, she was the one who had been hurt the most. Moreover, she had been roaming other lands during these years. Although she was quite strong, it was likely that she, as a lady, must have suffered quite a lot. Nailin Yanran chose to remain silent in the face of Xiao Yan's question. It was a long while later before she finally said, "Teacher instructed me before I left that I am not allowed to tell anyone where she currently is, especially you." Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard this. He immediately let out a bitter laugh. "This woman. It's fine if you don't tell me. Everything's alright if she is fine, Xiao Yan sighed. He shook his head and expelled the emotions within his heart. After which, he smiled and said to Nalan Yanran, I am also heading to that Heaven Mountain blood pool. If you wish, you can follow me. Won't I be a burden to you? Nalan Yanran's eyes brightened before she asked with some concern. I am completely unfamiliar with this Heaven Eye mountain range. At the very least, you do know something about it. I will be able to worry less if you are around. Xiao Yan spread his hands as he replied. Okay. Nalan Yanran's hand gently rubbed the white fox. She hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. This place is already close to the Heaven Eye mountain. It is likely that we will be able to reach the foot of the Heaven Eye mountain after a short while. There is a natural maze there. However, we possess the psychic white fox and need not be too worried about it. Two figures were swiftly traveling through a forest covered by dense fog when a clear woman's voice was softly emitted. Xiao Yan nodded. It was indeed more convenient with someone leading the way. Entering the Heaven Eye mountain does not mean that we are safe. Instead, it is even more dangerous because the entire Heaven Eye mountain range is being controlled by a powerful magical beast tribe. Nalan Yanran's eyes slide over as she glanced at Xiao Yan, who was listening attentively by her side. Her attractive manner was filled with allure. Magical beast tribe? What is their strength like? Xiao Yan was startled and he immediately frowned. This magical beast tribe is called the gold-swallowing mouse tribe. Although most of them are ordinary rank 2 to 3 magical beasts, their numbers are so great that it is quite frightening. Of course, the true core of the gold-swallowing mouse tribe are still those members who can transform into human form. They are the true controllers of the Heaven Eye mountain. It is rumored that the tribe leader of this tribe has also reached rank 7. His strength is comparable to an elite 6-star Do zone, Nalan Yanran whispered. With such a magical beast tribe occupying the Heaven Eye mountain, how can people enjoy this Heaven Mountain blood pool? It is likely that such a unique thing also possesses a great attraction to magical beast, no? Xiao Yan doubtfully inquired. Coco, they do wish to dominate it. However, do you think that the other human factions would agree? Nalan Yanran covered her mouth and softly laughed. She said, back then, a big battle erupted in this Heaven Eye mountain range because of the matter of the Heaven Mountain blood pool. In the end, it was naturally the gold-swallowing mouse tribe who lost. Why would they dare to monopolize the Heaven Mountain blood pool? Although they had lost, those overly strong experts were unable to enter the Heaven Eye mountain range due to some special effect of the terrain. As a result of these factions being afraid that the gold-swallowing mouse tribe would viciously attack their younger generations, they finally came to an agreement. The gold-swallowing mouse tribe would occupy 2 of the 10 spots in the Heaven Mountain blood pool. Only the other 8 spots are available for everyone to use if their ability to fight for them is sufficient. 8? Xiao Yan immediately knit his brows when he heard this. It was unexpected that the situation was even grimmer than he had expected. It was already not easy to be one of the 10. Now, 2 of them were already occupied. The difficulty of the competition was soaring. There is no choice. The gold-swallowing mouse tribe has the geographical advantage. Actually, they were quite displeased in their hearts. In the past, they were able to occupy all 10 spots. Now, it is shrunk by 5 times, Nalan Yanran laughed. According to the agreement, the gold-swallowing mouse tribe can place a checkpoint at the Heaven Eye mountain range and block those who wish to ascend to the top. They can do as they please as long as they do not threaten the lives of those people. Nevertheless, they must gather 8 human experts. Hence, it is best not to offend a member of the gold-swallowing mouse tribe once we enter the Heaven Eye mountain. This is because they are able to decide the requirements of allowing people to ascend to the top. Nalan Yanran's pretty face became quite solemn near end of her explanation. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled and nodded. It was unexpected that there were so many issues. Originally, he thought that whoever reached the top of the mountain first would be able to enjoy the Heaven Mountain blood pool. Without realizing it, the surrounding fog had become much fainter while the 2 of them were conversing. A moment later, a row of orderly towering trees suddenly appeared in their sight. There was only a tree door which allowed only one person to pass through among the enormous trees. In front of this row of trees were over 10 human figures. Clearly, they were all people who had thoughts about the Heaven Mountain blood pool. The 10+ people turned around and glanced at Xiao Yan upon seeing that there were new people who had arrived. Immediately, their gazes solidified on the small white fox in Nalan Yanran's embrace. Psychic white fox? Numerous joyous cries sounded. All the gazes suddenly turned to Nalan Yanran. Those who stopped here were unaware of a method to crack the maze. The sudden appearance of the psychic white fox immediately lit their despairing hearts. Nalan Yanran's pretty face changed a little upon being stared at by so many heated gazes. She hugged the white fox and gently took a step back. "Follow me. There is no need to be afraid," Xiao Yan faintly reassured her. Immediately, Dou Qi surged out of his body. The strength of a 9-star Dou Huang surged out of his body without any restraint. The powerful aura immediately suppressed those people who were about to make trouble. The strength of these people were mostly around that of a 5-star Dou Hong or below. There was too much of a gap when compared with a 9-star Dou Huang. "Anyone who enters a 10-meter radius of us will be killed." Xiao Yan's eyes coldly and slowly swept around him. A voice that contained killing intent was gently emitted, causing everyone's faces to change. Their eyes began to struggle. Xiao Yan's feet slowly walked on this ground that was filled with weathered yellow leaves. The soft sha-sha sound had become the only noise in this region. Nailin Yanran followed close behind Xiao Yan. The surrounding malicious eyes caused her hands to be filled with cold perspiration. If these 10+ elite Dou Huangs were to attack, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would have to temporarily take shelter. The surrounding atmosphere became more tense as Xiao Yan and Nailin Yanran approached the trees. The slight sound of footsteps appeared to have stepped on everyone's hearts, causing them to feel their breathing stagnate. Xiao Yan's footsteps gently landed. He looked at the trees, which were less than 10 meters from him, and was just about to sigh in relief when his eyes slowly narrowed into a dangerous arc. At the same time, a savage, cold cry suddenly sounded. "Everyone, let's attack together. Once we snatch that white fox over, we will be able to have a share of the Heaven Mountain blood pool. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 999, A Murder Arising from a White Fox. Chapter 999, A Murder Arising from a White Fox. The tense atmosphere was broken following the savage cry. The struggle within the eyes of quite a number of people was replaced by a dense greed at this moment. The Heaven Mountain blood pool possessed an enormous allure to them. However, if they did not have the psychic white fox to lead the way, it was impossible for them to break out of the maze. Hence, although they clearly knew that Xiao Yan was strong, they could only go all out and risk it because of the allure of the Heaven Mountain blood pool. Bang! The greed in everyone's eyes had just appeared when deep, muffled sounds suddenly appeared. Immediately, everyone was stunned to see the human figure that was the first to charge forward flew back like a kite whose string had been cut. Finally, the figure violently collided with an enormous tree. The powerful force caused the enormous tree to form a couple of fist-sized cracks. The towering tree also began to wobble. Grug! The human figure that landed on the ground immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His expression had instantaneously turned pale. His gaze contained a little shock and viciousness as he looked at the spot where Xiao Yan was located. No one managed to clearly see just what happened in the split-second event. All they could see was that an unlucky fellow, who had been the first to break the tense atmosphere, suffered a fierce attack the moment he took a step forward. From the looks of it, the one who attacked was clearly the indifferent-looking young man. "I will not hold back the next time." Xiao Yan's footsteps gently paused. His gaze stared at the tree door as his mouth slowly spat out some words that were filled with a stern killing intent. The throats of quite a number of people rolled upon hearing these words. The greed that had just surged from their hearts had also paled a little because of the shock. They looked at each other and none of them dared to attack first. If he is allowed to enter the maze, everyone will have to wait 3 years before one can gain such an opportunity again. If we can successfully charge in, we might still have a chance. As long as we can enter the Heaven Mountain blood pool, everything would be worth it. The clans and sects that everyone is in will definitely put in a great amount of effort to groom us. Our treatment would be much better than now. What great thing can one achieve by being so afraid? A furious cry that was filled with incitement once again sounded while the greed in everyone's hearts was quietly weakening. Xiao Yan's eyes had turned unusually dark, cold at this moment. He slowly turned his head and looked at the person who had spoken. It was surprisingly still the person from earlier. The heart of the person immediately chilled when he saw Xiao Yan look over. He wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, took a couple of steps back, and swept his gaze around. He only let out a dark, cold smile when he saw that greed had once again surged in everyone's eyes. However, before the dark, cold smile that had appeared on his face could completely form, his body suddenly stiffened. This was because he saw a figure swiftly appearing in front of him in a ghost-like manner. Xiao Yan's sinister face was also swiftly magnified in his eyes. The eyes of the person who had spoken narrowed when he saw Xiao Yan appear. Being a Dou Huang, his reaction was quite quick. His feet stomped on the ground and a rock pillar suddenly protruded from the ground. The rock pillar was in front of his feet, and with a push, he shot backwards. The heart of the person who spoke sighed in relief as he sensed the sound of wind beside his ear. He sternly cried out, What is everyone waiting for? Although this fellow is a 9-star Dou Huang, he is definitely no match for all of us together. His voice suddenly halted, and his body suddenly stiffened. His eyes narrowed as he slowly lowered his head, only to see a hand, filled with a jade-green flame, viciously penetrating the back of his heart like a sharp blade. The high temperature of the flame prevented the hand from touching even a drop of blood. Xiao Yan's expression was cold after killing this person with one strike. He could sense that the greed in the eyes of those fellows around had been completely stirred. The flame on Xiao Yan's hand surged out and instantly incinerated the corpse of this person into ashes. His body moved and had already arrived beside Nailin Yanran in the next moment. After grabbing her, he charged to the tree door in a lightning-like manner. Boom! Boom! The dozens of meters in distance was not far. With Xiao Yan's speed, he covered it within the blink of an eye. Just when his body was about to move, the ground around the tree door instantly began to shake. Over a dozen enormous sharp wooden pillars, agglomerated from Dou Qi, broke free from the ground and coincidentally sealed off the tree door. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the wooden pillars blocking the tree door. He waved his sleeves and a jade-green flame shot out in a lightning-like manner. It easily destroyed all of it. While he was swiftly running, Xiao Yan clenched his hand and the heavy Xian ruler appeared. Bang! Bang! Xiao Yan had just destroyed the wooden pillar when the ground shook. A countless number of rock spikes explosively shot out from under Xiao Yan's feet. Be careful! Nailin Yanran hurriedly reminded him upon seeing the spikes. Her voice had just sounded when she sensed something tighten around her delicate waist. After which, her body flew out, rushed past the rock spike region in the blink of an eye, and landed outside of the tree door. Chie! Chie! An ear-piercing rushing wind sound suddenly appeared when her body landed. Numerous energy pillars, that contained powerful wind, smashed viciously toward Xiao Yan and Nailin Yanran. Xiao Yan was expressionless. He held the heavy ruler tightly in his hand and began to swing it around. Layer after layer of ruler images immediately appeared and formed a ruler shadow defense in front of him, which wind could not even pass through. Bang bang! Numerous Dou Qi attacks landed on the ruler's shadow defense, emitting wave after wave of clear explosions. The ruler's shadows were also greatly reduced, and were just about to disappear when even more ruler shadows appeared. They were packed in an extremely dense manner that formed endlessly. The dark black ruler's shadow defense was just like a black circular barrier, covering Xiao Yan and Nailin Yanran. The fierce attacks could only cause the defensive barrier to ripple a little. The display of the six-joint body-flowing ruler with Xiao Yan's current strength was something that these fellows had difficulty destroying. Moreover, this ruler technique's defense was a continuous one and was unafraid of the other party's superior numbers. Everyone's heart involuntarily became chilled when the last Dou Qi attack was blocked by the black ruler shadow. Although this person was a 9-star Dou Huang, there were nearly 20 Dou Huangs on their side, yet they were unable to break the other party's defense despite attacking together? A 9-star Dou Huang might be strong, but it was likely quite difficult to reach such a stage, no? The black-colored ruler's shadows slowly disappeared. Immediately, the figure of the young man that caused everyone's heart to feel a chill once again appeared. A pair of dark black, emotionless eyes slowly lifted. Anyone glanced at with these eyes would feel the chilly feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. Go in first. Xiao Yan had his back to Nailin Yanran as he softly said. Nailin Yanran was startled when she heard this. She obediently nodded and said, I will wait for you at the entrance of the maze. Do not walk around randomly after you enter. Be careful. Xiao Yan titled his head. Seeing this, Nailin Yanran, holding the white fox, carefully withdrew to where the tree door was. After which, she entered it in front of everyone's fiery eyes. The heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hands was slowly lifted when he saw Nailin Yanran enter. A powerful jade-green Dou Qi surged out and was immediately poured into the heavy ruler. Following the pouring in of the Dou Qi, the dark black color of the heavy Xian ruler swiftly transformed into a jade-green color. Everyone's expressions involuntarily changed when they sensed the powerful Dou Qi that was emitted from the heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hands. Some of the cautious ones actually began to quietly withdraw. Only now did they understand that this young person in front of them was actually a powerful fellow that was not inferior to people like Tang Ying and Wang Chen. It is too late to leave now. An icy smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he sensed that some people wanted to withdraw. Immediately, he focused his eyes and the heavy ruler in his hand was suddenly hacked forward. Flame-splitting tsunami! A soft cry sounded in his heart and the light in this region suddenly soared. A jade-green ruler glow, over 100 feet in size, emitted an ear-piercing cry, like a dragon that had broken free from the surface of water. It wildly shot out, causing the entire ground to become a mess at this moment. Numerous crack lines also began to spread like an earthquake. The jade-green ruler glow's speed was extremely quick. In the blink of an eye, it approached everyone. All those people could only maneuver the Dou Qi within their bodies in their shock as they swiftly formed a Dou Qi defense in front of them. Bang 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 bam. Low and deep energy explosions sounded repeatedly in this empty ground. Miserable cries randomly sounded as numerous figures landed heavily on the ground. Their bodies rubbed across it, forming numerous long scars as they did so. The enormous trees that were broken along the way turned the area within a 50-meter radius into a mess. With Xiao Yan's current strength, by displaying the flame-splitting tsunami with all his strength, even an expert at the peak of the Dou Huang class would not dare to easily receive it forcefully. The strength of these people did not exceed that of a 5-star Dou Huang. Their fates would naturally be miserable. The ruler glow slowly scattered and the shaking ground slowly stilled. Xiao Yan raised his head and glanced at the many human figures who had landed 100 meters away. Painful and frightened moans could be faintly heard. These fellows would likely end up seriously injured even if they did not die this time around. Xiao Yan shook his hand and the heavy ruler was placed into his storage ring. He was just about to turn around and enter the tree door when a strange elderly laugh suddenly appeared beside him. Hee, little fellow, you are really quite vicious to have destroyed all of these fellows. However, are you planning to just leave after turning this place into such a mess? Xiao Yan's footsteps paused. He turned his head, only to see a gray-robed old man with a somewhat humble-looking appearance standing on the tree branch beside him. The man was looking at him with a smile. Dou Zong? Xiao Yan's eyes immediately narrowed after they swept over the gray-robed old man. This person had appeared in an extremely strange manner. Even with Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, he was unable to sense him. Moreover, was it not the case that overly strong people could not enter this Hebonai mountain range? Why was it that this person could? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000 Heaven Mountain Stage. Chapter 1000 Heaven Mountain Stage. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the humble-looking, gray-clothed, old man. A moment later he finally smiled, cupped his hands together, and politely inquired, "This old sir should be an elder of the gold-swallowing mouse tribe, right?" The Hebonai mountain range had the effect of suppressing any overly strong person from entering it, yet the strength of this old man in front of him had already exceeded this limit. It was likely that he was not someone from the outside world. In that case, he ought to be a local expert. Additionally, the entire Hebonai mountain was the territory of the gold-swallowing mouse tribe. It was likely that this person was someone from the gold-swallowing mouse tribe. The gray-robed, old man was startled upon hearing this. He leaped down from the tree branch. He looked over Xiao Yan once before smiling and saying, "Little fellow's eyesight is indeed quite good." Xiao Yan smiled. Having remembered what Nailan Yenran had told him earlier, Xiao Yan would naturally not say anything to offend this member of the gold-swallowing mouse tribe. Moreover, this person was quite strong and likely possessed a high position in the clan. It was likely that one would suffer by offending him. This younger self is Xiao Yan. I have been reckless to turn this place into this manner. Hopefully, old sir would not blame me. Xiao Yan smiled. A jade bottle swiftly appeared in his hand. After which, he handed it over. These are some qi-mending pills. Although I know that these things might be nothing in old sir's eyes, they do possess quite a great effect when used to recover one's Dou Qi. Qi-mending pill was a tier 5 expendable type medicinal pill. It had the effect of allowing a Dou Huang or a Dou Zong to recover their Dou Qi at a faster rate, and was considered a higher tier expandable medicinal pill. The gray-clothed, old man was startled upon seeing this action of Xiao Yan. However, his narrowed eyes immediately brightened when he heard the name Qi-mending pill. Medicinal pills were even rarer from a magical beast's perspective because only humans had alchemists. Although some magical beasts were able to refine medicinal pills by relying on their talent, they were too few in number. This Qi-mending pill might not be of a very high tier, but its effect of swiftly recovering one's Dou Qi caused the gray-robed, old man to be attracted. Hee, little fellow, I felt that you were very pleasing to the eye when I first saw you. The gray-robed, old man licked his lips and laughed. After which, he did not put up an act as he unceremoniously received the jade bottle from Xiao Yan. After which, he glanced around him, waved his hand and said, "It's fine. I will get someone to clean up this place. Little fellow need not be worried. I will also help you clear some of these troublesome things." Xiao Yan grinned and nodded. He cupped his hands to the gray-robed old man and respectfully said, "In that case, thank you, old sir. The old me is Jin Gu." "Don't call me whatever, old sir," the gray-clothed old man laughed. His gaze wandered around Xiao Yan's body once before he suddenly said, "Little fellow, you are an alchemist, right?" Such a scent is not something that an ordinary person possesses. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. The other party clearly had a special talent when it came to the sense of smell. Hence, he did not hide anything and gently nodded his head. He, alchemist. This thing is really too rare. A strange glow flashed across the eyes of Jingu when he saw Xiao Yan nod his head. He immediately smiled and said, "You should enter first. That little girl's psychic white fox does not have a problem passing through the maze. However, there are still quite a number of obstructions if you wish to successfully reach the Heaven Mountain blood pool. Relax, the old me is not someone who will not work after receiving something. I will inform the others to take special care of you." Xiao Yan's heart rejoiced upon hearing this. He really did not lose out by giving away these medicinal pills. This old fellow did indeed possess quite a high position in the gold-swallowing mouse tribe. Since Xiao Yan had obtained what he needed, he did not stay any longer. After cupping his hands to Jingu, he turned around and entered the tree door. Jingu involuntarily fondled his beard as he watched Xiao Yan disappear behind the tree door. His expression was one of deep thought while he softly muttered, "This little fellow is also an alchemist, but I wonder if he has reached our requirement. If it is possible, we will be able to save quite a lot of trouble." Xiao Yan had just stepped into the tree door when the area in front of him suddenly brightened. His mind immediately felt somewhat giddy. By the time he recovered, he was stunned to realize that the surrounding space had been permeated by a layer of dense fog that could not be scattered. The density of the fog in this place was at least 10 times denser than that of the fog in the mountain range. Moreover, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel troubled was that the fog in this place could not be penetrated by spiritual strength. When it was spread, it seemed to be met with a great obstruction, making it difficult to achieve a probing effect. Is this that so-called maze? It is indeed troublesome. Xiao Yan solemnly swept his eyes around him as he softly said. Xiao Yan suddenly felt his hand turn cold when he was speaking to himself. Immediately, Nalan Yenran's gentle voice was transmitted from beside him. "There is no need to panic. It's me." Xiao Yan's tensed arms slowly relaxed. His gaze followed the direction where the voice originated from and glanced over. However, he was shocked to find that there was nothing there, yet the touch that was transmitted from his hand clearly told him that Nalan Yenran was beside him. There is no need to look. This maze can block one's sight. Even though we are close together, we are still unable to see the other party's body. I will pull you with me. With the psychic white fox leading the way, it should not be too difficult to get out of this place. Nalan Yenran's voice was slowly transmitted over, aware of the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan nodded slightly upon hearing this. His heart rejoiced a little. It was fortunate that he had met Nalan Yenran along the way. Otherwise, even he would have been trapped within this maze. The dense fog permeated the maze while the gentle touch from his hand appeared just as though one was touching top-quality jade. The lovely, gentle feeling caused one to feel unwilling to part with it. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily shake. However, this kind of feeling was swiftly suppressed by Xiao Yan the moment it appeared. He immediately lowered his head in embarrassment, and allowed Nalan Yenran to pull him as they slowly advanced. This quiet advancement continued for nearly half an hour before Xiao Yan sensed that the surrounding fog seemed to have gradually become much thinner. We are about to leave the maze. Beside Xiao Yan, Nalan Yenran emitted a soft voice that seemed to have placed down a heavy burden. Nalan Yenran's voice had just sounded when a wind blew over. The surrounding dense fog intensely fluctuated. They swiftly withdrew and the surrounding scene slowly appeared. An extremely majestic-looking mountain peak appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Nalan Yenran. At this moment, the two of them were at the bottom of the halfway point. Enormous mice that were covered by gold hair repeatedly shuttled around on the two sides of the somewhat steep mountain road. These should be gold-swallowing mouse. Do not harm them. Otherwise, it will definitely anger the gold-swallowing mouse tribe. Nalan Yenran's pretty eyes looked at the large golden-colored mice as she uttered a reminder. Yes. Xiao Yan tilted his head. Let's go. The halfway point is where the Heaven Mountain Stage is. After that will be some checkpoint that the gold-swallowing mouse tribe has placed. Only by successfully passing through them will one be able to reach the Heaven Mountain blood pool at the top. Nalan Yenran hugged the white fox while her finger pointed toward the middle of the mountain as she sweetly smiled. Heaven Mountain Stage? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. This place was the Heaven Mountain Stage Tanging had mentioned. Moreover, he had said that they might have a chance to cooperate there. It was likely that he was talking about cooperating to pass the checkpoint. There are likely quite a number of people currently present there. The checkpoints that the gold-swallowing mouse tribe usually put up are quite difficult. Although those who arrive here are not weak, it is quite difficult if one wishes to break through them. Nalan Yenran laughed. Xiao Yan also smiled. There was a fiery heat in his eyes as he beamed. In that case, let's go. We should not allow others to occupy the 8 spots before us. Xiao Yan's toes pressed on the steep rock stairs after his words sounded. Immediately, his body transformed into a black shadow that swiftly rushed to the middle of the mountain. Nalan Yenran quickly followed behind him. The middle of the Heaven Eye Mountain was an extremely spacious platform. The platform was built from orderly arranged stones. There were rock stairs that reached the top of the Heaven Eye Mountain on one side of the platform. However, the front of the rock stairs was currently guarded by some human-bodied gold-swallowing mouse. There were nearly 20 human figures gathered on the platform away from the rock stairs. They were divided into different-sized groups. Some of them were alone, some of them were in threes while some of them were in larger groups. These people were scattered on the platform and were whispering to one another. While doing so, their gazes would repeatedly sweep toward the steep road that led to the platform. Based on the time, the maze should be about to shut. Once the time's up and the maze closes, it would be time for them to attempt to break through the checkpoint. A colorful figure, which was exceptionally eye-catching in the human crowd with her noble phoenix-like aura, easily became one of the main characters present. This woman was naturally Miss Feng from the Wind Lightning Pavilion. While she was randomly conversing with a person beside her, the pretty eyes of this colorfully clothed lady would repeatedly sweep toward the rock stairs. The corner of her mouth contained a faint ridicule. A moment later, she gently shook her head. It seemed that she had indeed somewhat overestimated that person. It was unexpected that he was unable to even reach this Heaven Mountain stage. Gong! A gong sound slowly resounded over the platform while a somewhat small, old figure slowly walked out. His gaze swept over the place indifferently as he said in a somewhat weak voice, "Time's up, let the attempt to break through the checkpoint begin." But the colorful clothed lady completely withdrew her gaze when she heard this person open his mouth. It seemed that the person had merely relied on the powerful spirit as she had expected. However, that advantage was completely non-existent in this Heaven Eye Mountain range. The rushing sound of wind appeared while everyone's gazes were shifting. Immediately, 2 figures shot over from the rock stairs like 2 arrows. After which, they steadily landed on the platform. A cool and bright laughter was randomly emitted. "Sorry, I have arrived a little later. Hopefully, I did not interrupt the checkpoint passing, did I?" The pretty eyes of the colorfully clothed lady solidified upon hearing this laughter. She slowly turned her head and glanced at the smiling young face. A moment later, she could only let out a cold snort and turn her head away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.